Zombie Road Trip, Chapter 1. The Seattle Crosswalk. The traffic light hanging over Fifth Avenue still clicked through its colors as if the city had not been dead for 3 years. Red became green, green became yellow, yellow became red again. The little white walking man blinked on for no one, urging an empty crosswalk to hurry across before the machine changed its mind. Rain misted out of a sky the color of old dishwater and tapped softly across the roof of Barnaby's truck. Barnaby idled at the line because a habit was a habit, and he had spent most of his adult life believing that a man who ignored warning signs eventually got introduced to gravity in an unfriendly way. The dually rumbled beneath him, 4 rear tires chewing gently against damp pavement, the diesel engine making a sound like a sleeping bear with expensive habits. A faded rubber hula girl on the dashboard swayed with each vibration. A cracked paper map of the United States lay folded on the passenger seat, already marked with a thick red route that wandered far more than necessary. Seattle rose around him in layers of wet glass, dark windows, fallen street cables, and moss-furred concrete. The city had once smelled like coffee, rain, and money. Now it smelled like mildew, ash, rotten meat, and the cold metal stink that came from cars left to rust in the weather. Vines pushed through the seams of sidewalks, saplings grew out of rooftop gutters. A bus had been left nose first inside the front of a boutique hotel, and the words "luxury urban stays" were still visible beneath 3 years of soot. Barnaby regarded the intersection with mild professional concern. The asphalt had buckled near a storm drain, probably from water undermining the base course. The north corner of the nearest office tower had stress cracks running too clean and too vertical for his liking. He had seen walls lie with paint, but cracks told the truth. If that tower took one more good shake, the 4th floor would get introduced to the 2nd. He lifted a travel mug and sipped coffee that had gone lukewarm an hour ago. "Shame about the drainage," he said to the empty cab. "City really should have stayed on top of that. Preventive maintenance saves lives and lawsuits. Mostly lawsuits, back before the biting started." The light turned green. Barnaby nodded to it. "Appreciate the invitation," he said, "but I am currently sightseeing." He wore a Hawaiian shirt printed with flamingos wearing sunglasses, a canvas work jacket with the sleeves cut off, and boots old enough to have opinions. He was 6'4" and built broad through the shoulders from decades of lifting things other men first called impossible, and then called expensive. His beard was salted with gray, his big hands were scarred from nails, concrete, splinters, heat, and the kind of mistakes that taught faster than school. Resting across his lap was a cast-iron frying pan so heavy it looked less like cookware than a family heirloom from a siege. He called it the Negotiator. The first zombie came dragging itself out of the lobby of a bank, one ankle turned wrong beneath it, one arm hanging by a strip of gray meat. It wore a security guard uniform and a little plastic name tag that read Clay. Clay spotted the truck and began to moan. The sound rolled down the street and found other throats, doors shifted, bodies stirred inside cars, fingers scraped glass. Barnaby glanced at the light again, still green. "Well," he said, "that is not ideal timing." He opened the door, stepped down into the rain, and stretched until his shoulders cracked. The first zombie lurched into the crosswalk like a drunk man chasing a bus. Barnaby met him halfway. The frying pan moved in a short, efficient arc. Cast iron kissed Clay's temple with a sound like a melon dropped from scaffolding. Clay folded onto the painted stripes and did not get back up. "No hard feelings," Barnaby said. "You look tired." More came from the bank. 2 from the bus. 1 fell out of a coffee shop window and landed on its face. Barnaby worked with the casual rhythm of a man clearing scrap lumber off a job site. He used the pan, the heel of his boot, the open truck door, and once the side mirror of an abandoned sedan. Every movement seemed lazy until the moment it landed. Then it became final. He did not use bullets unless he had to. Guns made noise. Noise attracted crowds, and crowds turned any scenic stop into a scheduling issue. Blades got stuck. He had learned that during the 2nd month, when a chef's knife had lodged in a skull and almost cost him 3 fingers. A frying pan did not get stuck. A frying pan did not jam. A frying pan had no safety switch and no opinion on ammunition. The moan grew louder from the east. Barnaby looked down the avenue and saw the horde. It poured around the corner in a loose, stumbling tide. Dozens at first, then hundreds. They came in raincoats, business suits, hospital scrubs, yoga pants, police armor, wedding clothes, hotel uniforms, and one bright yellow duck costume that made Barnaby squint with tourist interest. Some crawled over cars, some bounced off one another and kept going. Their mouths opened as one long hunger dragged them forward. In front of them, a woman ran. She was not running the way people did when chased in old movies, flailing and screaming and looking back too much. She ran like a person who had calculated every step, found the narrowest path through disaster, and hated that disaster had refused to stay organized. Her dark hair was tied back with a strip of cloth. A gray blazer, soaked through and torn at the shoulder, flapped behind her like the last flag of a ruined office. She carried 2 blue-handled framing hatchets, one in each hand, and she used them without breaking stride. A zombie lunged from between 2 cars. She slipped aside, chopped once, and kept moving before it finished falling. Another grabbed for her backpack. She twisted, brought the second hatchet down, and tore free. Her face was sharp with effort and fury. Barnaby watched with approval. "Good footwork," he said. The woman spotted him. Her eyes widened, not with relief, but with the expression of a person discovering a stranger standing in the middle of a disaster with a frying pan and a shirt full of flamingos. "Move!" she shouted. Barnaby looked behind himself as though she might be speaking to someone else. "Me, yes, you impossible man? Get in the truck." The horde was close enough now that Barnaby could see rain shining on broken teeth. He tipped his head, judging distance and speed, the way he used to judge whether a pallet of tile would fit through a half-framed doorway. "Plenty of room," he said. "There is not plenty of room," compared to a basement stairwell with 2 refrigerators and a client changing her mind halfway down. "This is wide open." The woman made a sound that was almost a scream and almost a legal objection. Barnaby stepped forward. The first wave hit him at the crosswalk. He took one zombie by the jacket, used its own forward motion to sling it into 2 others, then brought the Negotiator down on the nearest skull. He pivoted, let another stumble past, and cracked its knee with the pan edge before finishing it under his boot. He moved with construction site certainty. Load, angle, leverage, follow through. The dead had no balance, no patience, and no respect for proper spacing. That made them dangerous in numbers but easy to disappoint one at a time. The woman reached him, breathing hard. "Truck!" she snapped. "Passenger side is unlocked," Barnaby said. "Why are you not already inside it?" "I did not want to be rude. You looked like you were using the crosswalk." She stared at him for 1 heartbeat too long. A zombie lunged at her back. She spun and buried a hatchet in its forehead, pulled it free with a harsh grunt, then pointed the blade at Barnaby. "Drive. Name is Barnaby. I do not care." "Fair enough. Most folks lead with that these days." They retreated together. She moved fast, cutting at wrists and knees, opening gaps. Barnaby moved heavy, closing them. A corpse in a torn Seahawks jersey staggered against the truck's front fender. Barnaby slammed the pan into its face, opened the driver door, and climbed in as the woman threw herself into the passenger seat. She yanked the door shut so hard the hula girl did a full panicked dance. "Go," she said. Barnaby set the Negotiator on the bench seat between them, shifted into gear, and checked both mirrors. "You have to be kidding me," she said. "You are checking mirrors? Blind spots are how you lose taillights." The horde struck the truck in a wet, meaty slap. Hands smeared the windshield, faces pressed against glass. The woman made a strangled noise and lifted both hatchets. Barnaby hit the gas. The dually surged forward. Zombies rolled under the bumper and thumped beneath the chassis. The truck climbed the first curb, crushed a newspaper box, and bounced back into the lane with a roar. The rain turned into bright streaks across the glass. Barnaby steered around a jackknife delivery van, clipped the corner of a compact car, and guided the truck through a gap so tight the passenger mirror shaved moss off a bus shelter. "That was not a gap," the woman said. "It became one. You almost killed us. Almost is a very important word in construction." A zombie clung to the hood, fingers wedged under the edge near the windshield. Its jaw snapped at the glass. Barnaby reached for the wiper controls. The wipers shoved once, caught on the corpse's sleeve, and quit with a sad electric whine. "Well, that feature has been discontinued," he said. The woman unbuckled, planted one boot on the dash, and leaned out her open window before Barnaby could object. Rain slapped her face. She hooked one hatchet into the zombie's shoulder and hauled it sideways. Barnaby tapped the brakes at exactly the right moment. The corpse slid off the hood and vanished beneath the rear tires. She pulled herself back in, soaked and shaking. "Do not ever brake like that without warning. You looked committed. I was trying not to die. Same trade, different tools." They shot through the next intersection as a traffic signal swung overhead on one cable, scattering green light across the broken street. Behind them, the horde spilled into the road, still coming but losing ground. The woman looked at Barnaby's shirt, then at the frying pan, then at the Polaroid camera hanging from a strap hooked to the rearview mirror. "What are you?" she asked. Barnaby grinned. "On vacation." She stared forward, rain dripping from her chin. "Of course you are." The truck roared south through the skeleton of Seattle, and Barnaby hummed along with a tune only he could hear while the city tried to eat them from behind. Chapter 2. The Agreement. The woman kept both hatchets in her lap for the first 10 minutes. She sat rigid against the passenger door, eyes moving across every window, every mirror, every shadow that shifted between the drowned storefronts. Her breathing had slowed, but it had not softened. Barnaby had seen that look on inspectors after a bad scaffolding collapse, on homeowners after a tree fell through the nursery, and on men who had just learned their own hands could shake. He let her have the quiet. The dually growled through streets that had forgotten traffic but not wreckage. Barnaby guided it around a delivery truck on its side, over a low drift of broken glass, and through a parking garage whose exit arm still lifted politely when the truck's bumper nudged it. Outside, the rain thickened. The city narrowed, turning into lanes of abandoned cars and dark windows with faces trapped behind some of them. The faces moved when the engine passed. The woman flinched at each scrape against the truck's body. "That sound means paint," Barnaby said. "I did not ask. Figured you were worried about structure. Paint is cosmetic. Frame still feels good. Alignment is probably offended, but offended is not dead." She looked at him as if the word offended had committed a crime. "Do you ever stop talking? During meals, when the food deserves respect. Depends on the meal. Then consider this cab a meal." Barnaby nodded agreeably and lasted almost 12 seconds. "You have a name?" Her jaw tightened. "Gigi. Nice to meet you, Gigi." It is not nice to meet anyone in a city full of corpses. It is statistically terrible. That is one perspective. It is the correct perspective. Barnaby eased the truck over a median because a collapsed bus blocked the lane. "Well, I have always believed a day with new company beats a day arguing with dashboard ornaments. No offense, Luann." The hula girl rocked on her spring. Gigi glanced at it. "You named the hula dancer?" "She has been with the truck since Boise. That kind of loyalty deserves recognition." The world ended, and you started naming plastic decorations. The world got very inconvenient. I refuse to give it credit for a full ending. She closed her eyes briefly. You cannot optimism your way through an extinction event. Not with that attitude. Her eyes opened. "I was a trial attorney. I have seen optimism die in conference rooms with better lighting than this truck. That explains the arguing. That explains the surviving." They reached a stretch of road where the old monorail track cast black ribs across the street. A cluster of zombies drifted beneath it, drawn by the truck's engine. Barnaby slowed only enough to avoid a crater near a manhole cover. Gigi watched the dead slide along her side of the truck, their fingers scraping the panels. "Do you have a destination?" she asked. "Or are you simply wandering until physics corrects the mistake of your continued existence?" Barnaby considered that. Little of both. "I sold my construction company about 6 months before the bites hit national news. Spent 39 years pouring slabs, framing restaurants, fixing other people's bad ideas, and promising myself I would travel when the next job ended. The next job never ended. Then a scaffold bracket failed. I fell through 2 floors of a remodel, and I woke up in a hospital with a doctor telling me I had used up most of my luck." Gigi's expression changed by half an inch. It was not sympathy yet, but it was less blade. "Near fatal?" "Close enough to make paperwork interesting. Sold the business, bought this truck, bought maps, shirts, a camera, and a list of places I had spent my life driving past on the way to work. Then everybody started biting everybody else. Most people would have canceled the trip. Most people did. Look how crowded the attractions are now." Gigi stared at him. Barnaby smiled. She turned forward again. "I am going to the Florida Keys. That is a nice drive. It is a necessary drive. Most nice drives are. There is a resort on a private island near Marathon. My mother took me there when I was young, before she got sick, before my father turned grief into a business plan. She used to say it was the only place she ever saw me sit still. At the end, when she could barely stay awake, she told me I had spent my whole life billing every hour except the ones that mattered. She told me to go back there someday and learn to waste a day." The cab filled with the wet thrum of tires. Barnaby stopped humming. Gigi looked down at her hands. The hatchets were clean now, only where rain had rinsed them. "I did not go. I had clients. I had motions. I had one wealthy man who was afraid his third wife might get a boat. I told myself there would be time. Then there was fever, sirens, martial law, fires and bodies in elevators. 3 years later, I am still carrying an itinerary in a dead country because apparently I am incapable of letting go of a calendar." Barnaby drove in silence for a while. The truck passed a toppled billboard advertising cruises to Alaska. A dead gull sat on the sign's edge, wet feathers lifted by rain. "My condolences," Barnaby said. Gigi gave a tight nod. "Thank you. You still have the itinerary?" She reached into her jacket and pulled out a plastic sleeve folded many times. Inside was a printed schedule, softened at the creases but protected with almost religious care. Dates, routes, estimated fuel stops, fallback shelters, weather notes, bridge conditions from years-old emergency broadcasts, and a handwritten note at the top that read Mom's Island. Barnaby looked at it without touching. That is thorough. It is survival. It is color-coded. Color improves prioritization. I like it. Do not patronize me. Not doing that. I respect a good plan. Plans are like blueprints. They tell you what somebody wanted before reality showed up with a hammer. Reality has been extremely aggressive with its hammer. Then we bring a bigger one. He patted the Negotiator. Gigi stared at the pan. That is not a hammer. Not with that attitude. For the first time, the corner of her mouth twitched. She killed the expression quickly, but Barnaby had built enough stairs to notice small shifts. I need transportation, she said. I had a motorcycle. It is currently beneath several hundred infected people and one city bus. Your truck is obnoxious, loud, inefficient, and large enough to survive impact with most obstacles. She prefers full-figured. I need a ride to the Keys. I can do that. She blinked. Just like that? Sure. There are conditions. Naturally. She straightened, lawyer returning like armor sliding into place. I contribute security, route planning, watch rotation, fuel management, medical inventory, and ration control. I do not tolerate unnecessary noise, reckless detours, singing, unsafe parking, or impulse-based combat engagement. I do not sleep near open windows. I do not share personal information beyond what is relevant to survival. I do not participate in emotional processing. Barnaby nodded. Sounds reasonable. I am not finished. I had a feeling. If you deviate from the efficient route, I reserve the right to object. If your objections to my objections become irrational, I reserve the right to assume navigational authority. If you attempt to photograph me without consent, I will feed that camera to the next dead thing we pass. Barnaby glanced at the Polaroid. Seems harsh. It has never bitten anyone. Neither had most people until 3 years ago. Fair point. My condition is that we take the scenic route. Gigi stared at him so hard the rain seemed to avoid her side of the windshield. Absolutely not. I have a map. You have a death wish with fold lines. The Keys are far away. We can either spend the drive acting like every mile is a penalty, or we can see a little of the country while it is still standing in recognizable pieces. I have wanted to visit Craters of the Moon, Wall Drug, the Big Ball of Twine, Graceland, and maybe whatever is left of Gatorland. You want to visit tourist traps during a zombie outbreak. Technically after the outbreak. Do you hear yourself? Usually voice carries in this cab. Gigi pressed the heels of her hands to her eyes. This is not a vacation. It is for me. There are hordes, traffic delays. There are armed groups. Bad neighbors. There are fuel shortages, budget concerns. There are creatures that used to be people trying to tear us apart. Barnaby's voice softened. I know what they are. I just do not plan to let them choose what every living minute is allowed to mean. Gigi lowered her hands. For a moment the professional mask slipped, and under it was a woman who had run too far with grief folded in plastic. She looked at the map, the camera, the pan, the hula girl, and Barnaby's ridiculous shirt. Scenic route, she said slowly, cannot mean suicidal route. Agreed. No needless stops. Define needless. Anything involving a statue, novelty food, souvenir stand, historical plaque, theme park, scenic overlook, or the phrase, "This will make a great picture." Barnaby winced. We may have a values conflict. We may have a murder conflict. How about this? You get veto power if danger is unreasonable. I get 1 photograph per major stop. No pictures of you unless you say yes. We share supplies, watches, and decisions that involve bridges, fuel, and anything taller than 2 stories that looks ready to fall. Gigi studied him. And you drive me to the resort. I drive us to the resort. Us? I am curious now. I have never wasted a day properly. Could be educational. She looked away, but not before he saw the quick, guarded shine in her eyes. Fine, she said. Temporary alliance. Barnaby offered his hand. She looked at it, then at the pan, then at the road ahead. I am not shaking while you are driving. Practical, I like that. The old cassette deck in the truck clicked. A tape that had been jammed inside since Spokane decided, for unknown reasons, to live again. Trumpets burst from the speakers, bright and brassy and completely inappropriate. Barnaby's face lit up. Gigi's did not. No, she said. This is a classic. Turn it off. It has been broken for weeks. This feels like a blessing. It is a threat. Barnaby began to sing anyway, warm and off-key, the kind of voice that belonged on ladders, in lumber yards, and around campfires no one had planned well. Gigi reached for the volume knob. Barnaby gently blocked her hand with 2 fingers, never taking his eyes off the road. Driver controls music. Then passenger controls whether driver reaches Florida intact. That seems like a policy worth discussing. Ahead, an exit sign for Interstate 90 leaned at a wounded angle above a ramp packed solid with vehicles. Beyond it, the road east was a rusted river of cars, trucks, buses, and emergency vehicles frozen in the panic of the first evacuation. Barnaby slowed. Gigi sat up. "That is our route. Looks busy. It is impassable." Most things are only impassable until somebody with bad judgment and good tires makes a convincing argument. She looked from the ramp to his face. No. He shifted in his seat, smiling at the road the way a carpenter might smile at a wall that needed removing. "Gigi," he said, "meet the scenic route." Chapter 3. Breaking the gridlock, the ramp to the interstate had become a monument to the last bad decision of a million people. Cars sat nose to tail, door to door, many still packed with luggage strapped to roofs and bicycles hanging from rear racks. Minivans had been abandoned with tablets on the floor and stuffed animals pressed against windows. Ambulances rested at crooked angles, their rear doors open, their cabinets stripped. A police cruiser was wedged beneath the back of a fuel tanker, lights dead, windshield crushed inward by weather and time. The road smelled of old rubber, wet upholstery, and the sour rot trapped inside sealed vehicles. Rainwater had pooled in sunroofs and engine compartments. Grass grew through lane stripes. Everywhere, the dead shifted in the spaces between cars, slow until sound gave them purpose. Gigi studied the ramp with an expression that wanted a whiteboard, several markers, and a judge to compel reality into compliance. "We need another route," she said. Barnaby leaned forward over the steering wheel. "The shoulder is blocked for the first 100 feet, but after that there is a service strip. That box truck is the main problem. If we nudge the hatchback into the barrier, climb over the median lip, and keep momentum, we can get around it." "You just use the word climb in relation to a truck." She has confidence. She weighs as much as a small building. Small buildings are underrated. The fuel tank is not full. It is full of possibility. "Diesel, Barnaby. I am discussing diesel." He tapped the gauge. The needle sat below half and trembled with each engine vibration. "We will pick some up." "From where?" "America is full of surprises. America is full of bodies. Bodies rarely use diesel after the first week." Gigi stared at him, then buckled her seatbelt with an angry snap. "If this fails, I am haunting you. I appreciate the continued company." Barnaby rolled down his window halfway, took the Negotiator in his left hand, and settled his right on the wheel. The truck eased forward until the bumper kissed the hatchback at the ramp entrance. Metal squealed. The hatchback resisted. Barnaby gave it a little more throttle. The smaller car slid sideways, tires locked, pushing a wave of broken glass and debris against the concrete barrier. The noise woke the ramp. Heads turned. Bodies pulled themselves free from between bumpers. A woman in a rain-dark business suit slapped both hands against Gigi's window. A child-sized corpse crawled from under a pickup, teeth clicking. Something trapped inside a sedan began hammering the glass from within. Gigi's hands tightened around her hatchets. "Do not open your door," Barnaby said. "I was not planning to invite them in." "Good policy." The hatchback gave way and climbed partway onto the barrier. Barnaby swung the truck wide. The front tire rose over a chunk of fallen concrete, dropped hard, then rose again over the median lip. Gigi grabbed the dash. "Too steep." Little bump. That was a curb with ambitions, the duly tilted left wheels high, right wheels grinding through trash and rainwater. For a second the truck hung at an angle that made the world outside the windshield look badly installed. Barnaby fed it throttle with the delicacy of a man lowering a beam onto a mark. The rear tires bit. The truck lurched, slid, then dropped onto the service strip with a crash that launched a stack of old maps off the dash. Luann, the hula girl, survived, though her smile seemed strained. "Still with us?" Barnaby asked. "Physically or spiritually?" Gigi said. "Either counts." A zombie climbed onto the running board on Barnaby's side, fingers hooked into the open window track. Its face pressed close, gray skin stretched over cheekbones, mouth working against the rain. Barnaby drove with his right hand, lifted the pan with his left, and smacked the creature off the truck without looking. "Pedestrians are bold here," he said. "They are not pedestrians. They are in the pedestrian zone." The service strip narrowed ahead, where a jackknifed tractor-trailer blocked the lane. Beyond it, the ramp opened onto the interstate, but a chain of cars had fused into a barricade of bumpers and rust. Barnaby's eyes moved constantly, measuring angles, heights, weak points. Gigi noticed he did not look excited now. The cheer remained, but behind it was something steady and precise. "You used to do demolition?" she asked. "Sometimes I did, renovation mostly, but every renovation starts with convincing old material to leave." Is that what you're about to do? Convince? He downshifted. The truck roared. Barnaby, hold tight. That is not a plan. It is a support instruction. The Julie struck the rusted chain of cars just left of center, where a compact sedan had crumpled against an SUV at an angle that gave the bumper a ramp. Metal screamed. The truck climbed. The front end rose, slammed down on the sedan's hood, and shoved it sideways. The SUV spun half a foot. Zombies trapped between vehicles burst like rotten sacks beneath the tires. The windshield filled with rain, waving arms, and the bright flash of a road sign as the truck punched into the gap. Gigi yelled something that might have been legal language or prayer. A corpse landed across the hood, rolled, and caught the passenger mirror. Gigi's window was already open. She leaned out with furious grace and chopped through its wrist. The body spun away, leaving the hand on the mirror for 3 more seconds before wind tore it loose. "Good work," Barnaby said. "I hate this vacation. We have barely started." They broke onto the interstate. For half a mile, Hope looked like open road. The truck charged between abandoned lanes, passing vehicles left behind in the old Exodus. Seattle fell away behind them, a wet gray shape full of teeth. Ahead, the eastbound lanes rose toward the mountains and disappeared under low clouds. The radio, awakened by the jolt, spat static and half a chorus of music before going silent. Gigi let out a breath. "We made it!" The truck coughed. Barnaby's smile thinned. The engine did not fail, but it changed voice. The deep, confident rumble became a strained, thirsty growl. The fuel gauge dropped visibly, needle sinking toward a quarter, then below it as if the ramp had punched a hole not in the tank but in their future. Gigi saw it too. "How much did that use?" "Some." "Define some." "More than a polite amount." Barnaby. "We had to push a lot of metal uphill. Physics charges fees." She closed her eyes and spoke in the clipped tone of someone addressing a jury she did not like. "Our starting diesel reserve was limited. You converted that reserve into noise, property damage, and a dramatic exit from Seattle. Also forward progress. Forward progress toward being stranded. Stranded east of Seattle, which is better than stranded in Seattle. Do you understand that a vehicle can be both large and useless without fuel?" Barnaby patted the steering wheel. "Do not listen to her. You are doing great. Do not comfort the truck. Machines have feelings. Ask anyone who ever rushed a concrete mixer." The interstate lifted into hills. The rain began to thin, turning from steady silver to drifting mist. The city loosened behind them. Pines appeared between commercial strips. Gas stations came and went, most already drained. Some burned, one surrounded by a swarm of dead in orange safety vests that made Barnaby shake his head. "Road crew," he said. Gigi glanced over. "What?" "Those vests. Poor crew probably got caught fixing potholes when the first wave hit. I hope somebody appreciated them before teeth became the dominant public feedback method." Gigi looked at the dead workers receding in the mirror. You really do see everything as a job site. A job site is just a place where chaos has a budget. The apocalypse has no budget. That is why the workmanship is so sloppy. The truck rumbled past a sign for Snoqualmie Pass. Snow showed faintly on distant ridges, though the lower hills were dark with wet evergreen. Gigi pulled the plastic sleeve from her jacket and spread the itinerary over her knees. She made a notation with a pencil worn short and sharp. "What is that?" Barnaby asked. "Recalculation." "Love a recalculation. You will not love this one. We cannot stay on the interstate. The main pass will be blocked, collapsed, or occupied. Fuel is too low for extended detours. We need a service route, logging road, or maintenance track connecting east without dropping us into a populated area." Barnaby nodded. "I know one." She looked up. "You know one?" "Worked a resort remodel years back, out near a private timber road. The owner hated permits and loved shortcuts. I remember the access because he made me drive materials over it in weather that should have required a priest and a helicopter. Is it on the map?" "Not the tourist map. That is not reassuring. Most useful roads are shy." Gigi rubbed her forehead. "A hidden logging road in the mountains with a near-empty fuel tank. And excellent company." She gave him a flat look. "Present company," he clarified. "Not the dead folks." The road ahead narrowed where fallen trees had been cut away long ago and left to rot in the shoulder. The Julie's tires hissed through wet leaves. Far behind them, Seattle vanished into rain, but the sound of the horde seemed to linger in the cab. A memory of hands slapping glass. Gigi turned the pencil in her fingers. I should not be alive. Barnaby kept his eyes on the road. "Most of us can say that a few times if we are honest. I mean today. That horde had me. I calculated distance wrong near the market. I thought I had another alley. It was fenced. I doubled back. Lost the motorcycle. Lost my pack. I should have been pulled down. You were not." Because a stranger in a flamingo shirt obeyed a traffic signal in a dead city. Safety first. She looked at him then, and for a moment her expression held no sarcasm. Why did you stop? Light was red when I got there. That is not what I mean. Barnaby considered lying with a joke. He chose not to. Because you were running like you had somewhere to go. A lot of folks I have seen since the bite started were only running away. There is a difference. Gigi looked down at the plastic sleeve. Her voice softened until it nearly disappeared under the engine. I do have somewhere to go. Then we had better keep moving. The fuel gauge dipped again. The needle trembled near Empty's first warning line. Gigi folded the itinerary with careful hands. And we had better find diesel. Barnaby flicked on the headlights as the mountains swallowed the road. One miracle at a time, he said. Chapter 4. The Cascade Road, the logging road, began behind a collapsed chain-link gate and a sign warning that trespassers would be prosecuted to the fullest extent of laws that no longer had courthouses to stand in. Barnaby parked long enough to drag the gate aside. Gigi stood with her hatchets ready, scanning the tree line, her boots sinking slightly into black mud. The air smelled different up here, less rot, more pine pitch, wet bark, cold stone, and the faint mineral breath of snow hidden higher on the slopes. This road is not maintained, Gigi said. Barnaby lifted the gate with a grunt and leaned it against a stump. It barely was when people got paid to lie about maintaining it. That does not improve my confidence. Confidence is not required. Seat belt is. He climbed back into the truck. Gigi hesitated before joining him, eyes on the dark wall of trees. Seattle had been terrible, but it had been a human kind of terrible, built from streets and signs and doors. The forest felt older, more patient. It did not care about schedules. It did not care about the dead. It would take survivors, corpses, trucks, and plans with the same slow appetite. The Julie crawled forward. Branches scraped the sides. Rain became a soft ticking in the canopy instead of a street noise. The road climbed quickly, switching back along a ridge where fog moved between trunks like breath. Potholes hid beneath leaves. Washouts cut hungry bites from the outer edge. Every few hundred yards, Barnaby had to choose between deep ruts that could trap the tires and loose shoulder that dropped toward slopes too steep to forgive a mistake. Gigi sat stiff, one hand gripping the door handle, the other pressed flat against the dash. You are very quiet, Barnaby said. I am using all available energy to not criticize your driving. That is generous. It is temporary. The truck rounded a bend and the world fell away on Gigi's side. The drop was not a cliff in the clean, dramatic sense. It was worse. It was a long, broken slope of mud, rock, torn roots, and shattered tree trunks, vanishing into fog so thick the bottom did not exist. The road narrowed to a ledge. The outer tires passed within inches of the eroded edge. Gigi inhaled sharply. Barnaby looked past the windshield. Pretty view once the fog lifts. Do not say view. Do not look at view. Look at road. I can do both. No one can do both. That is why guardrails were invented. Guardrails are just handrails for cars. Handy but not magic. This road has no handrails. Then we keep our balance. A zombie stepped from the trees ahead. It wore half a flannel shirt, a hunter's orange cap, and suspenders stretched over a belly split by age and weather. Moss grew on one shoulder. It opened its mouth and moaned at the truck, planting itself in the narrow lane, with all the authority of a man who had once complained about property taxes. Barnaby eased off the gas. Why are you slowing? Gigi asked. Road is narrow. If I bump him wrong, he could slide under a tire and tug us toward the edge. That is horrifyingly specific. Specific keeps us upright. The zombie shuffled closer. Barnaby set the brake, opened his door carefully, and stepped out onto the inside edge of the road with the Negotiator in hand. Gigi unbuckled. What are you doing? Clearing debris. I can clear it faster. You can clear it louder. Stay put. If anything comes from your side, keep your weight in the cab. Do not give me job site instructions. Then stop being on my job site. She stared at him, caught between outrage and the maddening fact that the instruction made sense. Barnaby approached the dead hunter without hurry. The zombie lunged. Barnaby stepped inside the reach, hooked one hand into the suspenders, and used the corpse's momentum to turn it away from the drop. The pan came up, then down. The body collapsed into the mud on the safe side of the road. From the trees behind it came more. 5 shapes, then 8. They had been resting beneath ferns, under fallen branches, half hidden by fog until the engine and voices called them. Their clothes were old outdoor gear, timber company jackets, work gloves, rain pants. Some had axes still strapped to belts. One dragged a length of logging chain that clinked across stones. Gigi opened her door. I said, stay put, Barnaby called. You also said if anything came from my side, something is coming from every side. She slid out and moved low along the truck's passenger side, keeping one hand on the body for balance. The outer edge crumbled beneath her boot. Pebbles clicked down the slope into fog. She froze for one instant too long. A zombie in a torn yellow raincoat reached for her. Gigi snapped back into motion. Her hatchet flashed. The blade struck the dead thing's wrist, then its temple. She kicked it backward, but the body fell toward the drop, dragging a loop of old rope that had tangled around its waist. The rope snagged around Gigi's ankle. She went down hard. Barnaby heard the impact, turned, and moved with a speed that did not match his size. The rope tightened as the falling zombie slid over the edge. Gigi grabbed the truck's running board, teeth clenched. Her body pulled toward the slope. "Barnaby!" He slammed the Negotiator into the nearest corpse, kicked another in the chest, and dropped to one knee beside her. The rope was wet, old, and cutting into her boot. He did not have a knife in hand, and her hatchet lay just out of reach. "Do not let go," he said. "I had not considered it." He wrapped one huge hand around the rope and hauled, muscles bunched across his shoulders. The dead weight over the edge jerked and thudded against roots below. Gigi sucked air through her teeth as the pressure eased just enough for her to twist. She reached, fingers straining, and caught the handle of one hatchet. A zombie struck Barnaby from behind. It clawed at his jacket and snapped at his neck. He braced, still holding the rope, and drove his head backward. The blow crushed the thing's nose. It staggered. Gigi chopped the rope with 3 vicious strikes. On the third, the fibers parted. The dead weight vanished down the slope, taking the rope with it. Barnaby rose and spun. The frying pan caught the zombie behind him under the jaw, lifting its feet off the ground before it landed flat in the mud. Gigi scrambled up, breath ragged, face pale beneath streaks of rain and dirt. "You okay?" he asked. "I am furious," she said. "That counts." The remaining dead closed in. For the first time since the crosswalk, they fought without the truck between them and the danger. Gigi moved like a snapped cable, fast and precise. Her hatchets bit into knees, wrists, skulls, and reaching hands. She never stayed in one place long. She turned the narrow road into a pattern of short strikes and sharper retreats, using mud slicks and roots the way another fighter used walls. Barnaby stayed near the center of the lane, a living post driven into the mountain. He let the dead come to him and made each one regret the decision. A pan strike crushed a face sideways. A boot drove a corpse down into a rut. He grabbed the logging chain trailing from one zombie's belt and swung the body into 2 others, knocking them into a tangle that Gigi finished with breathless efficiency. The last one was large, a former timber worker with shoulders nearly as wide as Barnaby's and a hard hat cracked across the crown. It came through the fog with both arms out. Gigi struck once, but the hatchet glanced off the hard hat and stuck in a thick flap of old jacket. "Stuck!" she snapped. Barnaby stepped in, placed one boot on the zombie's knee, and shoved. The joint buckled. As it dropped, he brought the Negotiator down with both hands. The hard hat split. The skull beneath did worse. Silence returned in pieces. Rain in trees. Engine idle. Gigi breathing through her teeth. Barnaby breathing a little harder than before, though he pretended not to. Gigi yanked her hatchet free and wiped it on the dead timber worker's jacket. "Your combat style is insane," she said. "Demolition site. That is not a combat style. It has been working. You let them get close. Saves steps. It also increases the chance of being grabbed, bitten, pulled, crushed, or dragged off a mountain. You just got dragged off a mountain from 10 feet away." Her glare could have stripped paint. "That was a rope complication. Every job has complications." She pointed a hatchet at him. "Do not make this a lesson." Barnaby lifted both hands, pan dangling from one. "No lesson, just glad you are still upright." The anger in her face faltered. For half a second the fear showed underneath. She looked at the road edge, then away. "Thank you," she said, so quietly the trees almost took it. "Any time you need it, though I would prefer not to make mountain rescue a recurring service." Agreed. They returned to the cab. Gigi buckled in with hands that trembled only once. Barnaby pretended not to notice because some kindnesses were built from silence. The truck started forward again, grinding over roots and rock. The road climbed for another hour. The forest changed with elevation. Pines grew shorter and harsher. Snow appeared in dirty patches beneath shadows. The rain thinned into icy mist. The fuel needles sank lower, passing the last mark with the slow cruelty of a clock. Gigi noticed Barnaby watching it. "How bad? We are not out. That is not an answer." "It is the answer I like best." She leaned back, exhaustion pulling at her features. "I used to prepare for every outcome. I had folders inside folders, digital backups, hard copies, witnesses, contingencies. Judges complimented my preparedness. Opposing counsel hated me. Clients paid impossible amounts because I could make uncertainty behave. The truck bounced through a rut, and she steadied herself. Now there is no filing deadline, no clerk, no judge, no final order. There is just more road and more things trying to kill us. I do not know how to live without the part where preparation wins. Barnaby took a long moment before answering. Preparation still wins, just not alone. On a job you measure twice and cut once, sure. But sometimes the wall has a pipe where no pipe should be. Sometimes the delivery is short. Sometimes a storm turns the site into soup. The plan matters because it gives you a place to start. After that, you listen to what the day is telling you. Gigi watched fog slide across the windshield. And what is today telling us? That we should have topped off the tank before smashing through half of Seattle. Despite herself, she laughed. It was brief, rusty, and immediately embarrassing to her. Barnaby smiled but did not make a trophy out of it. The road finally leveled near a high ridge. Through a break in the trees, the clouds opened just enough to show a sweep of dark mountains layered into the distance, their ridges white with late snow and their valleys filled with blue fog. The sight lasted only a few seconds before mist closed over it again. Barnaby slowed. "Do not," Gigi said. "Do not what?" "Do not say it. Pretty scenic. I specifically asked you not to say it." He reached for the camera. "Barnaby. 1 photo per major stop. We negotiated. This is not a stop. This is an exposed mountain road with limited fuel and poor visibility. So it is a quick stop." He parked on the inside shoulder where the ground looked firm, stepped out, and lifted the Polaroid before she could construct a legal theory against it. The camera flashed softly. The square picture slid out into his hand, blank and pale, hiding its image until time coaxed it forward. Gigi watched from the cab with her arms crossed. That may be the worst use of resources I have ever seen. Film likes to be used. Film does not like anything. You do not know that. He set the developing photo on the dash, careful to keep it dry. At first it was only a gray blur. Then the mountains emerged, dark and cold. The road a thin scar through trees, the edge of the truck's hood bright with rain. In the corner, barely visible, was Gigi's reflection in the passenger window, face turned toward the view she had refused to admire. She saw it and went still. "You said no pictures of me." Barnaby leaned closer, then winced. "Unintentional reflection. I can toss it." He reached for the photo. Gigi caught his wrist. The touch surprised both of them. She released him at once and looked away. "Do not waste it," she said. "We may need documentation." "Of mountains? Of route conditions? Very practical. Shut up and drive." But she did not put the photo back on the dash. When Barnaby started the truck, Gigi held it by the corners until the image finished darkening. Then, with the secrecy of someone committing a crime against her own persona, she opened the glove box and slid it beneath a stack of maps. Barnaby pretended not to see that too. The road dipped eastward, leaving the ridge. Gravity began to help the truck, but the gauge was already kissing empty. The engine shuddered once, recovered, and kept growling through the cold. Barnaby eased off the throttle to coast where he could. Gigi unfolded the map again, her pencil ready, her voice calmer than before. "Idaho is possible if we do not idle, do not detour, and do not stop for any more scenic nonsense." "Agreed." She looked at him suspiciously. "That was too easy. I am a reasonable man. You are a tourist with a frying pan. Also reasonable." A mile later, the road proved it had been listening. The trees opened onto a washout where spring runoff had taken the outer half of the road and dragged it down the mountain in a brown scar. What remained was a shelf of packed dirt no wider than the truck's mirrors, slick with clay and undercut by water. On the inside edge, a slab of granite rose close enough to scrape the driver's side if Barnaby held too tight. On the outside edge, the ground fell away in a raw slope tangled with roots, broken branches, and the silver trickle of water still cutting its path. Barnaby stopped before the washout and killed the engine. The sudden quiet made the mountains seem larger. Gigi looked at him with immediate suspicion. "Why did you turn it off?" "Saving fuel. Also listening." "Listening to what?" "Water, dirt, trees, loose rock. Roads complain before they quit." She looked through the windshield at the narrow shelf. "That road has already quit. It resigned from full-time work. It may accept a short contract." "No." That sounded like a final answer. "It is. That section cannot support this truck. The soil is saturated, the outer edge is undercut, and we have no recovery vehicle if a tire slips. We walk, scout another route, or wait until daylight improves visibility." Barnaby glanced at the sky, where afternoon was already dimming behind the trees. "Waiting means idling heat later, and walking means leaving the truck with half our supplies. Scouting is good. Let us scout." Gigi had been preparing for an argument. Agreement made her blink twice. You actually listened. I do that more than advertised. They climbed out into the cold. Barnaby took the Negotiator. Gigi took both hatchets and a length of yellow toe strap from the back seat after he handed it to her. Together they walked the edge, keeping their weight toward the granite wall. Gigi crouched, dug fingers into the road surface, and rubbed mud between thumb and forefinger. Barnaby watched her with open interest. "You know soil?" he asked. "I know evidence. This is evidence that gravity is undefeated." Good closing statement. She ignored him and moved another 10 feet. The ground flexed beneath her boot. She froze, shifted back, and marked the spot by dragging a line in the mud with the hatchet handle. Soft pocket. Avoid. Copy that. Do not sound cheerful about it. I like seeing people be good at things. That stopped her for longer than the soft ground had. She kept her face angled toward the road, but color touched her cheeks despite the cold. "You barely know me. I know you did not panic when the rope took your ankle. I know you can read a bad route. I know you kept a schedule alive for 3 years in a dead country, and I know those hatchets are not for show. That is a fair starter set. You also know I complain constantly. Everybody needs a hobby." A laugh almost escaped her, but she turned it into a cough and stepped farther along the shelf. At the far end of the washout, 2 fallen pines lay angled from the uphill side toward the road, their trunks thick, stripped of smaller branches by weather. Barnaby studied them the way a hungry man studied a menu. Gigi saw the look. "No. You are using that word a lot today, because you keep inspiring it. Those trunks can help spread weight over the soft pocket. They can also roll, slide, crack, or act as rails guiding us into the abyss, only if installed poorly." Installed? Barnaby grinned. Temporary mountain carpentry. It took nearly an hour. Barnaby used the toe strap, a rusted come-along from the truck bed, and the kind of patient force that had moved refrigerators, safes, beams, and once a grand piano owned by a woman who considered door measurements a negotiable concept. Gigi cleared branches, set stones under the trunks, and checked the ground again and again until her knees were streaked with mud. They worked without much talk at first. Then the silence became the comfortable kind that could hold shared labor. The dead found them near the end. 3 emerged from the trees above the road, drawn by the clink of metal and the grind of logs against stone. They came downhill too fast for things that had no balance, slipping and catching themselves on saplings. One wore a backpack filled with mold-black camping gear. Another had a cracked ski helmet strapped under its chin. The third was missing part of its lower face, which made its moan a wet whistle. Gigi saw them first. Contact uphill. Barnaby had the come-along handle under tension. Bad timing. Keep working. She did not wait for permission. She ran uphill at an angle, choosing traction by instinct, boots finding roots and stones. The first zombie slid toward her. She let it come, stepped aside, and chopped the back of one knee. It pitched forward. Her second hatchet struck the skull before it could crawl. The ski helmet one reached her next. Her blade rang off the helmet, and she pivoted back with a hiss of frustration. "Of course," she snapped. "Protective gear after death. Very responsible." Barnaby laughed once, then set the come-along lock and moved to help. "Stay there," Gigi called. "I have it." The helmeted corpse lunged. Gigi dropped low, hooked the hatchet behind its ankle, and yanked. It fell backward, helmet striking a stone hard enough to split the plastic. She finished it with a short, furious chop through the exposed side. The third zombie staggered past her toward Barnaby. He met it with the Negotiator, a compact swing that stopped the whistle and folded the creature into wet leaves. Gigi returned, breathing hard but steady. "You were supposed to keep working." "I delegated the last one to myself." "That is not delegation. Management terminology got loose after the apocalypse. They reset the trunks, braced them with stone, and laid cut branches in the worst ruts for traction. The work took strength from both of them. By the time Barnaby pronounced the path good enough for a careful attempt, the light had thinned to a blue-gray dusk, and the cold had found its way through Gigi's jacket. She stood at the passenger door and looked at the washout. Her whole body had gone still. Barnaby noticed. "We can talk it through." Talking does not make the edge wider. No, but it makes the plan louder than the fear. She folded her arms tight, hatchets crossed against her chest. "I do not like heights," I gathered. "No, you gathered that I was annoyed. I am always annoyed. That is not the same thing." She swallowed, eyes fixed on the place where the road dropped away. "When I was 9, my father took me to a corporate retreat after my mother got too sick to travel. There was a ropes course. Everyone's children had to do it because a consultant said fear built leadership. I froze halfway across a cable bridge. My father stood on the platform and told me not to embarrass him. I stayed there until an employee came out and carried me back. He did not speak to me for the rest of the weekend." Barnaby's face lost every trace of amusement. Gigi's mouth tightened. "I know this is not that. I know I am not 9. I know there are dead people and fuel issues and all the other practical horrors. My body does not care what I know." Barnaby nodded slowly. "Bodies remember bad foremen." She looked at him. "That was not a metaphor I expected. Not all bosses wear hard hats. Some just stand on platforms and make children feel small." The words landed between them with more weight than the pan. Gigi looked away before her face could give up too much. "I need to get across," she said. "Then we get across. You do not have to enjoy it." "I was not planning to." "Good. We save enjoyment for safer hobbies like fighting in swamps and visiting novelty landmarks. You have a terrible sense of comfort. Inherited it from a man who fixed roofs during thunderstorms and called it character weather." She gave him a look, but her shoulders lowered a fraction. Barnaby climbed into the truck and started the engine. He did not rev it. He let the diesel idle low and steady, then rolled down both windows. "Why windows?" Gigi asked as she buckled in. "If the truck shifts, I want to hear the logs in the ground. You will watch my side clearance at the granite. I will watch the outer edge. Speak short and plain. Inches matter." "I know inches matter." "I figured. Lawyer and hatchet carpenter." "Aggressive carpentry," she corrected. "That is better." They moved onto the washout. The first trunk creaked beneath the front tires. Gigi's hand clamped over the door handle, but her voice came out clear. 6 inches driver's side, rock face close." Barnaby turned the wheel a hair. The truck eased right, but not enough to bite the edge. Mud squeezed under the tires with a low, ugly sound. "Soft pocket in 3 feet," she said. "Stay straight. Do not touch brake." "Copy." The dually rolled over the packed branches. The rear end slid half an inch toward the drop. Gigi's breath caught, then sharpened into command. "Correct left, small. Now keep it steady. Keep it steady." Barnaby held. The truck crawled. One rear tire slipped, spun once and caught on bark. The cab tilted. Outside Gigi's window, fog swallowed the slope below. "You're doing fine," Barnaby said. "Do not comfort me while I am conducting vehicular surgery." "Understood. Surgeon has the floor." They reached the second trunk. It cracked with a sound like a rifle shot. Gigi flinched, but her eyes stayed on the granite. 4 inches. 3 inches now. Stop correcting. Let it ride." The truck groaned forward. Branches snapped beneath it. Mud sprayed. The far end of the washout came under the front tires. Solid ground waited only a few feet ahead. The cracked trunk shifted. The rear of the truck slid toward the drop. Gigi grabbed the dash, then forced herself to release it and point. "Use throttle. Gentle throttle. Do not brake. Do not brake." Barnaby fed power into the engine as if pouring water into a glass. The rear tires spun, caught, and climbed. The truck lurched onto solid ground with a heavy, blessed thump. Barnaby kept driving another 20 feet before stopping. Neither spoke at first. Then Gigi leaned back and covered her face with both hands. "I hate you." "That was excellent spotting." "I hate your road." Agreed. Road had personality issues. "I hate your truck." She heard that. "And I hate that I'm proud of us." Barnaby smiled at the windshield. "Pride is allowed under the agreement. I will review the clause." He reached for the Polaroid camera. Gigi uncovered her face. "Absolutely not. We crossed a major obstacle. We almost died on a mud shelf. That is one way to define major. No photo." He set the camera back without argument. "No photo?" The absence of a joke made her look at him more carefully. "Thank you. Some things do not need proof." She opened the glove box, took out the earlier mountain photograph, and looked at it again in the dim cab. The reflected version of herself looked smaller than she felt now, trapped behind glass and pretending not to care. She slid the picture into the plastic sleeve with her itinerary, tucking it behind the page marked Mom's Island. Barnaby noticed, of course. This time she let him. "Documentation," she said, "of route conditions." "Exactly. Very professional." She almost smiled. "Drive before I change my mind about feeding that camera to something?" Barnaby put the truck in gear. The road ahead sloped downward now, but the fuel gauge had no mercy left. The needle rested on empty with the certainty of a verdict. He killed the headlights whenever fog thinned enough for moonlight, letting gravity do more work than diesel. Gigi began calculating distances under her breath, not as a shield this time, but as a contribution. Their methods still did not match, but they had started to fit at the edges, like two tools kept in the same battered box. They found the old ranger pullout just after midnight, though found was too generous a word for a place that had nearly been swallowed by fir branches and winterfall. A small information board leaned at the edge of a gravel loop, its map bleached white and freckled with lichen. The picnic table beside it had collapsed in the middle, leaving both benches angled like tired shoulders. A bear-proof trash can stood open and empty, which Barnaby described as poor bear service. Gigi did not laugh, but she did not tell him to stop talking either. Barnaby parked with the truck nose pointed downhill in case the starter decided morning was optional. He set the brake, shut off the engine, and the silence came in so fully that Gigi could hear her own pulse behind her ears. No city hum, no sirens, no far-off engines, no dead hands on glass. Only dripping trees, cold air, and the faint tick of cooling metal. "We rest here," he said. "For how long? Long enough to not make bad choices with sleepy eyes. Short enough that the tank does not freeze into a monument. Diesel gels in cold conditions," she said automatically. "It can, yes. Do we have additive?" "Half a bottle behind the seat." She looked at him. "You actually have additive." "I am cheerful, not unprepared." That sentence bothered her, because it was true in a way she had not allowed. Barnaby's optimism had made him seem careless, but the truck told a different story now that she knew where to look. Spare belts were coiled under the rear bench. A tool roll sat within reach of the driver's seat. Water jugs were strapped in the bed beneath a tarp. The frying pan was ridiculous, but it was clean, accessible, and devastating. His map was marked in thick red wandering lines, but those lines were backed by memory, fuel notes, salvage guesses, and weather scratches written in pencil. He had not survived by being foolish. He had survived by refusing to become only afraid. The realization unsettled her more than the washout had. She took first watch because she insisted, and because Barnaby's eyelids had begun drifting even while he claimed he was simply resting them one at a time. He reclined his seat with a groan that made the springs complain. The pan stayed across his chest like a cast-iron security blanket. Within minutes, his breathing deepened. Gigi sat upright, hatchets across her lap, and watched the darkness between the trees. The plastic sleeve rested inside her jacket. She took it out only after checking that Barnaby was asleep. The itinerary looked absurd in the glow of her small penlight. Estimated mileage, projected fuel consumption, fallback shelter codes she had invented, and arrival dates that had passed years ago. She had revised the document so many times that the paper felt soft as cloth. At the top, Mom's Island remained clear. Behind it, the Polaroid had finished developing into a cold little square of memory. Mountain road, gray fog, rain on the hood, her own reflection caught by accident. She should have hated it. Instead, it proved that for one thin moment, she had been somewhere other than fear. She had been on a road looking at mountains, alive enough to be irritated by a man who made jokes at gravity. Her mother would have liked him. That was the most annoying part. A scrape came from the tree line. Gigi's penlight snapped off. She listened. The sound came again, softer this time, not the sliding shuffle of dead feet, but the nervous crack of a small animal in brush. She waited through 20 slow breaths. Nothing came. The forest settled. Barnaby spoke without opening his eyes. "Raccoon? Maybe. Too light for trouble." Gigi turned toward him. "I thought you were asleep." "I was taking a professional pause. That is not a thing. It is if you bill hourly. I did bill hourly. That would not pass review." He opened one eye. "Then I will mark it as consultation." For some reason, in the dark, with the truck cold and the world broken around them, that got a real laugh out of her. It was quiet, more breath than sound, but it belonged to her without apology. Barnaby closed his eye again, smiling. "There it is," he murmured. "Do not make it weird." "Would not dream of it?" "You absolutely would." "Probably, but I will show restraint for morale." Gigi looked back toward the trees. The fear had not left. It never left. It had simply made room, unwillingly, for something else. She could not name it yet, and she did not try. Naming things gave them obligations. By dawn, their breath had fogged the windows. The truck interior smelled like cold vinyl, metal, coffee, mud, and the faint iron tang that clung to every survivor, no matter how often they washed. Barnaby woke before the sky turned fully silver. He stretched, winced, and poured the last of yesterday's coffee into the travel mug. Gigi pretended she had not slept for 33 minutes with her head against the passenger window. "Ready?" he asked. She checked the itinerary, then the map, then the empty fuel gauge. "No." Barnaby nodded as if she had said the opposite. "Excellent." The engine turned over on the second try. For 3 painful seconds it coughed like an old dragon clearing its throat. Then the diesel caught, low and rough but alive. Gigi hated how relieved she felt. Barnaby eased the truck out of the pullout and onto the descending road. Dawn opened ahead in pale bands between the trees. Somewhere beyond the ridges lay Idaho, fuel they had not found yet, and a vacation route no sane person would approve. Gigi folded the plastic sleeve and slid it safely back inside her jacket. "One scenic stop per major obstacle," she said. Barnaby glanced at her. "Is that a proposed amendment?" "It is a probationary allowance." "I accept. Do not celebrate. Internally only." The truck rolled toward the state line on the last fumes of Seattle's diesel, carrying a former contractor, a former lawyer, a frying pan, 2 hatchets, 1 protected photograph, and the first fragile terms of trust. The road ahead vanished into fog, then reappeared, turning down toward the unseen state line. Behind them, the Cascades held their dead, their secrets, and one fresh Polaroid of a view Gigi would later insist she had not enjoyed. Ahead waited empty roads, empty tanks, and a country full of attractions that had become traps. Barnaby hummed under his breath, not loud enough to start a fight. Gigi heard him anyway. "If that becomes singing," she said, "I am revising the agreement." "Understood." "Humming remains in committee." She shook her head, but the motion no longer carried the same sharpness. Outside, the last trees of the pass blurred past in gray and green. The truck rolled downhill on fumes, 2 strangers bound by a resort, a route, and the stubborn human refusal to let the dead have every beautiful thing. Chapter 5. The timber boss. The logging road did not so much climb the Cascades as argue with them. It bent around cliffs, ducked beneath cedar branches heavy with rain, crossed old washouts on planks that had never been designed for a diesel dually, with a steel bumper and a driver who treated warning signs as friendly suggestions. Clouds pressed low enough to snag on the firs. Mist crawled through the trees in pale sheets. The gravel under the tires had turned to a wet gray paste that hissed beneath the treads and slapped the inside of the wheel wells like thrown cement. Gigi kept one hand locked around the handle above the passenger door and the other around a hatchet. She had insisted she was fine 4 separate times, which told Barnaby she was not fine at all. The road dropped away on her side into a green throat of fog and rock. Every time the right tires kissed the shoulder, her jaw tightened until a muscle jumped near her cheek. Barnaby leaned forward over the wheel, humming softly. His Hawaiian shirt today, decorated with pineapples and tiny suns, had dried in patches after Seattle's rain and then become damp again from mountain air. The Negotiator rested upright in a coffee can bolted to the floor between the seats, handle angled toward his right hand like a gear shift from a restaurant that served trouble. "You are aware," Gigi said, "that we are on a road built by people who expected normal trucks. We are in a normal truck. This vehicle has 6 tires, a steel grille, a bumper like a bank vault, and a fuel appetite that could bankrupt a refinery. Normal is a range. Normal is not a range. Normal is a defined condition. That is why I never liked office paperwork, always trying to fence in useful words." The truck lurched over a root, and Gigi inhaled through her teeth. A pine branch scraped the side mirror. Needles hissed along the glass like fingernails. "Stop admiring the trees," she said. "I am admiring the road too." Whoever cut this grade knew what he was doing. Probably had a small crew, limited budget, no permit that would survive a conversation with the county. Respectable work. The road is falling off a mountain. Everything falls off a mountain eventually. Gravity is patient. That sentence did not help me. It was not a sentence with a ladder attached. She turned to glare at him, but a moan drifted through the fog before she could answer. It was low, thick, and stretched by distance. Another followed it, then a third, each one rolling between the trunks. The Julie's engine growl filled the cab, but the sound outside had a timbre to it that made even Barnaby stop humming. Gigi sat up straighter. How many? Hard to say. Sound bounces in trees. Could be 6, could be 60. Could be one fella with a chest cavity the size of a rain barrel. That last option sounded unnecessarily specific. The truck rounded a bend and found the work camp. It had once been a pullout for logging crews, a flat scar hacked into the side of the mountain with rusted equipment parked near the tree line. A yellow skidder sat nose down in the mud. Chains, cable spools, fuel drums, and snapped tie-down straps lay scattered under the rain. A portable office trailer had folded in the middle as if a giant hand had pressed down on it. Beyond it, the road narrowed between 2 blasted rock walls and vanished into fog. Across that narrow gap stood the thing that had made the sound. It had been a man once, and a big one. Its flannel shirt had rotted into strips around shoulders broad as a door frame. A beard, thick with moss and old blood, hung over a chest swollen with unnatural growth. Its skin had the gray-green tint of meat forgotten in a cooler. One eye was gone. The other stared from beneath a hard hat cracked nearly in half. A rusted chainsaw had somehow become trapped along its left forearm. The bar punched through muscle and bone, the chain frozen in place but still lined with dark teeth. Its fingers curled and uncurled around the dead weight of the machine. Behind it, smaller dead loggers milled in the road, their boots dragging, their orange safety vests gone black with dirt. They bumped into one another and into the rock walls, unable to pass their massive foreman. Barnaby eased the truck to a stop. Gigi stared through the windshield. "That is new. Big unit," Barnaby said with professional appreciation. "Looks like he skipped leg day but brought a forklift to arm day. Do not admire it. I admire structure wherever I find it." The huge zombie tilted its head. It saw the truck, it opened its mouth and released a groan that made the dashboard tremble. Gigi checked both hatchets. "We back up." "Road behind us is narrow and muddy. Reversing this rig downhill for 3 miles with that shoulder would be rude to everybody in the cab." "Then we wait." "He does not look like a man with calendar pressure." "Then you shoot it, too loud. Plus, I would rather not attract every dead hiker from here to Oregon." "Then what is your plan?" Barnaby reached for the Negotiator. "We ask him to move." Gigi grabbed his sleeve. Her fingers were fast and tight. "Barnaby, listen, that thing is not a regular dead person." He looked down at her hand, then at her face. Rain speckled the glass between them and the creature outside. For the first time since she had met him, the smile on his face shrank into something quieter. "I know," he said. "I also know the road gets narrower past him, and if we let him hit the truck wrong, he takes out the radiator. Then we spend winter decorating this slope with regret." She let go slowly. "You cannot just walk into everything because it is in the way. I usually walk around things when the detour is better. This one is not." The huge zombie slammed its chainsaw arm against the nearest fuel drum. The drum collapsed with a hollow metallic boom. The smaller dead stirred at the sound and began to push around it. Gigi set her pack on the floor and rolled her shoulders. "I am going with you." "Figured as much. Do not say that like you approve, I approve of useful help. I am not help. I am in charge of keeping you from turning this into a carnival game. Those are not mutually exclusive." They stepped out into the rain. Cold air struck Gigi's damp clothes and crawled under her collar. She shoved the feeling aside and moved in a low, fast line toward the first cluster of smaller dead. Her hatchets came up in blue-handled arcs. She struck wrists first, knees second, skulls only when the angle was clean. It was legal argument turned physical, every move precise, every correction immediate. She cut one corpse's grasping hand aside, spun past the next, and drove the second hatchet behind its ear before it could turn. Barnaby came after her with the Negotiator in one hand and a tire iron in the other. He did not hurry. That made Gigi want to scream. Then he reached the first zombie, hooked its ankle with the tire iron, and brought the pan down as it fell. The skull split with a thick crack. He shouldered another into a cable spool, used the spool as a rolling barrier, and sent 3 dead loggers tumbling into the mud. "Left side," Gigi shouted. "I see him." "You cannot see him. You are looking at the cable spool. I am using peripheral supervision." "That is not a thing." A corpse in a torn raincoat lunged from behind a fuel drum. Barnaby turned his wrist and let the Negotiator meet its face before the rest of its body arrived. It dropped with its arms still reaching. "Feels like a thing," he said. The timber boss moved. It came faster than its size promised, boots punching deep into the mud, chainsaw arms swinging wide. The dead tool smashed through the side of the office trailer and ripped metal loose in a scream of rust. Barnaby ducked under the swing. Gigi darted in from the side and drove both hatchets into the creature's thigh. The blades bit shallow. The flesh was thick and fibrous, packed hard around bone. She yanked one free. The other stuck. "Of course," she hissed. The timber boss backhanded her with its human arm. She saw it coming and leaped back, but the knuckles clipped her shoulder and sent her skidding through mud. Pain flashed white through her side. She rolled, came up on one knee and dragged air into her lungs. Barnaby's expression changed. It was not panic. It was not rage in the loud way. It was the look of a foreman seeing a load shift toward a worker who had trusted him. "Hey!" Barnaby called. The giant turned. Barnaby threw the tire iron. It spun end over end and struck the cracked hard hat with a clang. The timber boss roared and charged. Barnaby ran at it. Gigi pushed herself to her feet. "What are you doing?" "Meeting halfway. Saves time." He did not swing for the head. He went low, sliding the last few feet through mud on one hip like a man ducking beneath a falling beam. The chainsaw arm swept over him. He slammed the Negotiator into the creature's right knee with both hands. The impact made a sound like a splitting fence post. The leg buckled, not enough to drop the thing, but enough to change its balance. Gigi saw the opening. She sprinted in, jumped onto a fallen log, and used the height to rip her stuck hatchet free from the thigh. Black blood and rot sprayed across her sleeve. She landed hard, pivoted, and chopped at the tendons behind the other knee. The timber boss stumbled. Its chainsaw arm crashed into a cable spool. The rusted chain caught in steel cable, and the cable began to unwind. Barnaby looked at the spool. His face brightened. "Oh, that will do nicely." "What will do nicely?" Gigi shouted. "Job site problem. Keep his attention." "That is not a plan. That is a lawsuit." "Different world. Fewer lawyers." "I was a lawyer." "Then you can file it after." Gigi swore in a way that would have impressed a dock crew and darted in front of the timber boss. She struck, retreated, struck again, drawing its one eye to the blur of her movement. Each hit cost her. Her breath tore at her throat. Mud sucked at her boots. The creature swung, and the dead chainsaw bar clipped a cedar trunk, sending bark chips into the air like shrapnel. Barnaby seized the loose steel cable with both hands. It was slick, heavy, and cold. He wrapped it once around a standing stump, then ran the line across the mud as the timber boss turned after Gigi. The cable drew tight across the creature's shins. "Gigi left!" She moved without thinking. The timber boss took one more step. The cable caught. Its damaged knees failed together. The mountain seemed to pause as the huge body pitched forward. Barnaby was already moving. He climbed onto the collapsed fuel drum, pushed off, and swung, the Negotiator two-handed into the side of the creature's skull as it fell. Cast iron met bone with the final, flat report of a hammer against bad concrete. The timber boss struck the mud face first. The ground shook. The smaller dead behind it hesitated, pressing against one another in the narrow road. The giant still moved. One huge hand clawed at the mud. The chainsaw arm twitched, trapped in cable. Barnaby planted a boot between its shoulder blades, lifted the pan, and brought it down twice more. The second strike ended the motion. For a few seconds, rain was the only sound. Gigi bent over, hands on her knees, fighting for breath. Blood, mud, and black rot streaked her blazer. One hatchet hung loose from her fingers. Barnaby stood over the dead giant, chest rising, pan dripping. "See," he said, breathing hard. He moved. Gigi lifted her head slowly. "I am going to throw that pan into a ravine." "You say that because your heart rate is elevated." "I say that because you turned a mutant lumberjack into a rope trick." "Cable, technically." "Rope would have snapped." She stared at him, then at the dead creature, then at the narrow pass now open beyond it. Something cracked in her stern expression. Not a laugh, exactly. More like one tried to escape and she strangled it before it made her look human. Barnaby noticed anyway and smiled. "There it is." "There what is?" "The part of you that enjoyed that." "No part of me enjoyed that." "Your left eyebrow disagrees." "My left eyebrow has no standing." He stepped around the carcass and waved her toward the truck. "Come on, we should roll before the rest of the safety committee arrives." The smaller dead began pushing forward again, now free of the giant barrier. Gigi straightened, lifted both hatchets, and looked toward the dually. "Can your truck clear that?" Barnaby studied the dead giants sprawled across the road, the cable, the fuel drum, the mud, and the rock wall. His face took on the calm focus of a man measuring a doorway. "Sure thing." That did not sound measured. "I measured with my soul. Use your eyes." "Eyes agree with soul." The truck roared a minute later. Barnaby guided the dually forward, while Gigi stood on the running board, chopping at dead hands that reached from the roadside. The front bumper climbed onto the timber boss's shoulder. The suspension groaned, the truck tilted, tires spinning in mud, then lurched over with a wet crunch that made Gigi's stomach turn. Barnaby took one hand off the wheel long enough to tap the Polaroid camera hanging from the mirror. "I should have taken a picture." "Drive now." Tourist memory. Drive the truck. Fine enough. The dually shoved through the narrow gap and onto the higher road. Behind them, the dead loggers stumbled after the tail lights, but the slope stole their footing and dropped several into the brush. Rain swallowed them. Trees closed in again. Inside the cab, Gigi leaned back and pressed a hand to her aching shoulder. Barnaby glanced over. "You took a hit. I noticed. Anything broken?" "My patience. That was fractured before we met." She tried to glare and winced instead. Barnaby's smile faded. "We will stop at the next wide spot. I have tape, clean cloth, and pain pills in the back. I do not need a field clinic." "Good enough. I do not have one. I have a toolbox with delusions of medical training." She looked at him for several seconds. The cab smelled of wet canvas, diesel, mud, and iron. Outside, the mountain road kept climbing into gray cloud. "You got angry," she said. Barnaby watched the road. "Did I? When it hit me? Nobody likes seeing bad workmanship." That is not an answer. It is the answer I have ready." Gigi looked down at the hatchets across her lap. The blue grips were slick with rain and old gore. "I am not your responsibility." "Probably not. Probably how? Responsibilities have a way of showing up without a clipboard." The truck crawled around another curve. For once Gigi did not answer. She turned toward the window, eyes on the fog, and did not tell him to stop humming when the tune returned. It was softer this time. They found a second wide place a mile beyond the pass, and stopped there because Gigi's shoulder had gone stiff enough to make her right hand slow. She tried to hide it by pretending to study the tree line. Barnaby had spent too many years watching workers hide injuries from foremen to be fooled by posture and pride. He set the brake, killed the engine, and handed her a clean cloth without looking directly at her. That small courtesy, the way he left her dignity standing while offering help, irritated her less than she expected. "You are doing the thing again," she said. "What thing would that be?" "The quiet, helpful thing. It is suspicious. Quiet helpfulness used to be a respected service. So did arbitration, and look where that got civilization." He leaned against the front fender while she pressed the cloth under the torn edge of her blazer. The forest around them dripped steadily. Somewhere down the slope loose stones clicked as they settled after the truck's passage. The dead did not follow this high, or if they did, the mud and grade made them slow enough to become tomorrow's problem. "You always do that?" she asked. "Park on a grade with the tires angled toward the bank?" "Not that part. I mean rescuing strangers with a frying pan." "Not always strangers, sometimes neighbors, sometimes people who tried to rob me first and apologized later, sometimes people who never apologized but stopped robbing. That is not a sustainable operating model. Most kindness is not. You do it because the alternative makes the job site uglier." Gigi looked toward the road they had cleared. The timber boss was out of sight now, but she could still feel the impact in her bones and smell the black rot on her sleeves. "You make moral decisions sound like cleanup work. Cleanup work matters. Leave enough hazards lying around, and somebody else pays for your laziness." She wanted to dismiss that as another folksy line, but it stayed with her. The old world had paid her to leave hazards hidden inside contracts until a client could profit from them. Barnaby had built walls and roofs and stairs that either held or failed. His kind of truth had fewer footnotes. "I was good at winning," she said before. She could stop herself. Barnaby waited. "In Seattle, before all this, I could take a room full of powerful people and make them sit exactly where I wanted them. I knew which fact to use, which silence to stretch, which weakness to touch. People called it talent. My mother called it a very expensive way to avoid being happy. Mothers do like hitting the center nail." Gigi's mouth softened, then tightened again. "She would have hated your shirts. Strong women often do it first." "At first? This shirt grows on people." "Fungus grows on people, too." Barnaby laughed, a low sound that drifted into the wet trees. Gigi looked away, annoyed by how much warmer the air felt after it. They returned to the cab a few minutes later. Before Barnaby started the truck, she reached across the seat and tightened the strap holding the Polaroid camera to the mirror. It had been swinging too close to the cracked glass. "Evidence preservation," she said before he could ask. "Would not dream otherwise," he answered. Chapter 6. Coasting on Fumes. The road began to drop after noon, though the sun never fully appeared. The clouds thinned into strips of dirty wool. Rain became mist. Mist became beads of water clinging to every pine needle. The cascades opened in slow stages, steep walls giving way to ridges, ridges giving way to valleys where burned homes sat in the trees like charcoal teeth. Barnaby drove with both hands loose on the wheel and one eye on the fuel gauge. Gigi noticed because Gigi noticed everything that might become a crisis, and the gauge had been making a dedicated effort to become one since Seattle. The needle lay so close to empty it seemed embarrassed to be seen in public. Every incline made it shiver, every turn made it dip. "How much diesel do we have?" she asked. "Enough for now." "Enough for what?" "For the next part." "That is not a unit of measurement. It measures hope. Hope is not combustible." Barnaby patted the dash. "Luann disagrees." The hula girl trembled on her spring as the truck rattled over washboard gravel. Gigi had given up objecting to the doll's name. She had not accepted it, but she had filed it under Barnaby Problems, a rapidly expanding category in the mental cabinet where she kept things she could not solve with evidence, legal pressure, or angry breathing. The first stop came at an overlook where the road widened beside a rusted guardrail. Barnaby parked with the nose of the dually pointed toward Idaho and climbed into the back under the camper shell. Gigi stood guard with both hatchets, watching the tree line while he rummaged. "You said pain pills," she called. "I said I had them. I did not say they were organized." "Why would you not organize medicine?" "Because I organize tools first." Priorities matter. Medicine keeps people alive. So does a half-inch socket when the alternator is rude. A plastic bin scraped. Something metal fell with a clang. Barnaby muttered an apology to no one. Gigi scanned the trees. The forest had gone still in that unnatural way she had learned to hate. No birds, no insects, no distant engine. The old world had been loud enough to hide fear under constant sound. The new one made fear sit in the room and introduce itself. Barnaby emerged, holding a first-aid pouch, a roll of silver tape, 2 water bottles, and a can of peaches. Lunch and maintenance, he said. That can expired 4 years ago. Expiration dates are written by people with lawyers. I was a lawyer. Then you know. She accepted the pain pills and water with more gratitude than her face allowed. He watched her shoulder while she shifted her arm, and the concern in his eyes annoyed her because it was easier to reject mockery than kindness. "It is bruised," she said, "not broken. You are sure?" "I know my body." "Good enough. I have known mine a long time and still get surprise notices." They ate peaches with a screwdriver because Barnaby could not find a spoon. Gigi cleaned the tool first with a wipe from the pouch and a look of deep moral judgment. Barnaby accepted the clean screwdriver as if she had improved the meal. After lunch, she made a list on the back of an old fuel receipt. It began with cab rules and included items such as no singing before dawn, no unapproved detours, no naming every object in the vehicle, and no stopping for tourist attractions during active pursuit. Barnaby listened from the driver's seat while she read them aloud in a tone that had once terrified investment bankers. "Rule 5, she said. "The Polaroid camera is not to be used during combat. Define combat. If a corpse is trying to bite either of us, combat. What if it is trying and failing from a distance? That counts. What if the corpse is pinned under something and not currently mobile? Combat adjacent. Is that a legal term? It is now." Barnaby nodded thoughtfully. "Can I appeal?" "Not allowed. Feels harsh." "Rule 6, you may not hum show tunes while I am attempting to sleep. I can hum country." "You may not hum anything while I am attempting to sleep." "What about whistling?" "Barnaby, stop. Checking boundaries is important in any partnership." Her pen paused. "This is not a partnership." "Road trip, then? This is transportation under protest. That is a long name for a partnership." She folded the receipt and tucked it into the glove box, where several of Barnaby's undeveloped Polaroid packets sat beside maps, spare fuses, and a chocolate bar that had melted and reset into an abstract sculpture. As she closed the compartment, a stack of developed photos slid forward. She caught them before they fell. They were old, at least months old. Barnaby standing beside a burned dinosaur statue near a roadside park. Barnaby grinning in front of a collapsed motel shaped like a teepee. Barnaby holding the Negotiator over a pile of dead in front of a sign that read, "Welcome to beautiful Missoula," as if the sign had asked politely for help. She should have shoved the photos back without looking. Instead, she saw the care in them. Not artistic skill. Not exactly. The framing was terrible in 2 and impossible in a 3rd. But each picture was proof that he had stood somewhere, seen ruin, and still chosen to make a memory rather than a grave marker. "You collect these," she said. Barnaby checked the side mirror. "That is what pictures are for. Most people collect food, bullets, antibiotics, batteries. I collect those too. Pictures are lighter than batteries." She studied one photo where he stood in front of a sign for an abandoned hot spring, steam rising behind him, dead bodies piled just outside the frame. His grin looked foolish at first. Then it looked stubborn. Then, against her will, it looked brave. She placed the photos back in a straighter stack than before. "They should be kept flat," she said. "That's so?" "Yes, because heat and moisture damage them. Also pressure marks. You know about Polaroids. I know about preserving evidence. Vacation evidence. Do not push it." He smiled but did not tease her further, which somehow made the moment more dangerous. They rolled east again. The pavement returned near the state line, cracked and heaved but still better than mountain gravel. The Julie picked up speed. Barnaby killed the engine on the downslopes and let the truck coast in neutral whenever the road allowed. The cabin changed when the engine went silent. Wind hissed around the doors. Loose gear rattled in the back. Tires whispered over broken asphalt. With the motor quiet, the world outside felt vast and empty. Gigi hated it. "Restart the engine," she said, saving fuel. "Restart it. We are going downhill. We are also in a 2-ton metal object moving without power. More than 2 tons. That correction did not calm me. Barnaby let the truck roll through a long curve, hands steady on the wheel. "You ever coasted a loaded dump truck down a temporary ramp with a clutch cable trying to retire?" "No, because my life involved sane choices before the dead started biting people." "That is a shame. It teaches faith." "In what?" "Brakes, mostly. Also math." The road straightened, and he bumped the engine back to life. The diesel caught with a cough that sounded tired. The fuel needle did not move because it had nowhere lower to go. They passed a sign that welcomed them to Idaho. Half of it had been shot away. Someone had spray-painted "Still Not Great" beneath the state name. Barnaby slowed and looked at it with tourist consideration. "Picture stop?" he asked. "Absolutely not. State line. Fuel line. Fair point." They made it another 18 miles. A small town appeared in the valley, or the remains of one. A grain elevator leaned over Main Street. Pickup trucks sat nose to tail around the gas station. The pumps had long ago been smashed open and stripped. The convenience store windows were painted black from the inside. Shapes moved behind them, not many, but enough. A school bus had been parked across the road with sharpened rebar welded to its sides. The rebar had failed in places where dead bodies still hung like torn laundry. Barnaby drove past without stopping. Gigi looked at him sharply. There could be fuel there. There could be 30 hungry locals and no fuel. You do not know that. The pump lids are gone. Fill ports are dry. Station sign has bullet holes from the inside out. That place had a disagreement and nobody won. She watched the town slide behind them. The windows seemed to watch back. You saw all that in 2 seconds? Job sight eyes. You learn what matters fast when something heavy starts leaning, and you still drove through Seattle traffic with a horde behind us. Different situation. Because why? You were there. The answer landed too plainly. Gigi faced forward before he could see her expression. Outside, the land opened into dry hills and dark lava rock. The trees thinned. The air sharpened. The sky widened until it seemed too large for safety. Near sunset, the engine coughed again. Barnaby's hand moved to the dash, palm resting there like he could comfort the machine. "Easy now." The truck coughed a second time. The steering stiffened for a beat, then recovered. Gigi gripped the seat. "Barnaby, listen. I know. How far to fuel? Unknown distance. How far to shelter? Also unknown. Wonderful news. We have entered the unknown portion of your scenic route. Every route is unknown now. Some just admitted earlier." The diesel sputtered, caught, sputtered again. Barnaby eased off the pedal. The Julie rolled over a rise, and the world changed. Black earth spread ahead in ridges and broken fields, as if the land had once boiled and frozen mid-motion. The road cut through strange volcanic shapes and low scrub. Farther out, jagged rocks rose from the plain like the backs of buried animals. A weathered sign stood at an angle near the roadside. "Craters of the Moon National Monument." Barnaby's face lit with sincere delight. "Now that," he said, "is a name." The truck died before Gigi could threaten him. The engine gave one final dry clatter and went silent. The Julie rolled another 100 yards on stubborn momentum, tires crunching over gravel, then came to rest beside a black lava ridge under a sky bruised purple by evening. Gigi stared at the dead gauge. "Tell me you have reserve fuel." "Had reserve fuel, used reserve fuel." "Tell me you have hidden reserve fuel." "That would be a second reserve. Barnaby, please." "I do not have second reserve fuel." The wind came across the lava plain and slipped through the seals around the doors. It was colder than it had been in the mountains. Night was gathering fast. Gigi closed her eyes. "We are stranded in a volcanic field because you took the scenic route. Technically, we are stranded in a national monument." "I am going to make a rule about technically. You already used the back of the receipt." She opened her eyes and looked at him. He looked tired, finally, not afraid, not broken. Just tired in the honest way a body gets after too much fighting, driving, lifting, and pretending every disaster is a funny roadside inconvenience. That should have made her angrier. It did not. "What now?" she asked. Barnaby looked out over the black earth and the coming dark. "Now we inventory. Then we stay alive until morning. After that we go find diesel. Out here? Somebody built the road. Somebody maintained the visitor center. Somebody drove trucks. Trucks drink diesel. That is not a plan. It is the lumber pile before the plan." Gigi exhaled slowly. "Fine enough. Take inventory." He glanced at her. Was that a Barnaby phrase? Not aloud. Sounded familiar. "Start counting cans before I change my mind." Together they climbed out into the cold wind, the dead truck ticking softly behind them as the first stars appeared above a land that looked less like America than the dark side of some ruined moon. Chapter 7. Craters of the Moon. The silence of Craters of the Moon was not peaceful. It was too complete for that. It lacked the ordinary mess of living places. No distant engines, no dogs, no generators, no gunshots popping from some unseen survivor's bad decision. Even the dead seemed absent, as if the land had nothing soft enough to interest them. Gigi stood beside the Julie with a flashlight in one hand and a hatchet in the other, turning slowly while Barnaby unloaded gear from the back. The beam passed over black rock, twisted scrub, and pockets of old snow tucked where the sun had failed to reach. The lava formations made ugly shapes in the half-light. Every ridge could hide a body. Every shadow looked deep enough to keep secrets. "I do not like this place," she said. Barnaby set a plastic crate on the ground. "It has character." So does a crime scene. You ever notice how many of your comparisons involve courtrooms or murder? I used to be paid very well to imagine worst-case scenarios. And now worst-case scenarios chase me across intersections, career change with fieldwork. She aimed the flashlight at him. "I am serious." "I know." The quickness of the answer stopped her. He was kneeling by the crate, counting cans under his breath. But his eyes had shifted to the rocks beyond the truck. He had heard something. Gigi turned the beam. Nothing moved. The wind scraped across the lava, thin and dry. Somewhere far off, metal clinked once. It could have been the truck cooling. It could have been an old sign tapping its post. It could have been hunger learning patience. Barnaby stood pan in hand. "Stay near the truck," he said. "Do not give me orders." That was a request wearing work boots. Still no, he did not argue. That worried her more than arguing would have. They moved in a slow circle around the truck. The jewelry looked absurd against the alien landscape, huge and familiar and suddenly fragile. Its steel bumper, winch, roof lights, spare tire, toolboxes, and dented doors had felt like protection on the road. Parked powerless in black emptiness, it was only a box with memories of motion. The metal clink came again. Gigi swung the flashlight toward a low visitor sign, half buried in grit. A chain dangled from it, tapping the post in the wind. "Wind," she said. "Wind." Barnaby agreed. "You thought corpse." "I considered employee of the park." "Some folks stay loyal." They found no undead. They found no living people either. The small parking area near the monument entrance sat empty except for a minivan with all 4 doors open and no tires. The visitor center was a squat shape in the distance, but Barnaby refused to walk there in the dark with Gigi's shoulder bruised and the temperature dropping. Gigi argued for a full sweep. Barnaby argued for not falling into a lava crack at night. For once his argument was better. They returned to the truck and inventoried under the camper shell. The total was not comforting. 7 cans of food, 2 jars of peanut butter, half a bag of rice they could not cook without wasting fuel tabs, 5 full water bottles, 1 cracked jug of questionable water, a box of shotgun shells for a shotgun Barnaby admitted he had traded away in Montana for a radiator hose, 3 road flares, 1 blanket, 2 sleeping bags, 2 spare batteries, a first aid pouch, several tools, tire chains, jumper cables, and 1 small bottle of hotel shampoo from Boise. Gigi held up the shampoo. "For what reason?" "It smelled like grapefruit and optimism." "It is empty." "Then it smelled like that in the past." "Throw it away." "That seems harsh to grapefruit." She placed it firmly in a trash bag. Barnaby watched it go with solemn acceptance. The air darkened by degrees. Sunset drained from purple to iron to black. Cold settled over the lava plain with astonishing speed. It did not arrive like normal cold, the kind that moved through damp clothes and made fingers ache. This came clean and hard, slipping straight through fabric and into bone. Gigi pulled on a spare flannel from Barnaby's gear and hated that it smelled like cedar, motor oil, and him. "The cab will hold heat," Barnaby said. "Not much, but more than outside." "Can we run the heater?" He looked at the dead fuel gauge. "Not unless we teach it to burn hope." She did not smile. Her hands were already stiff. They sealed the truck as well as they could. Barnaby wedged rags along the worst gaps in the doors. Gigi taped a cracked vent with silver tape. They hung 1 sleeping bag over the back window and the other between the seats and the rear storage area to reduce the space that needed body heat. The result looked like a desperate fort built by adults who had lost an argument with weather. Before they sealed themselves in, Gigi insisted on making 1 more pass around the truck. Barnaby followed with the flashlight pointed low, letting the beam rake across the ground rather than blind them against the dark. They found old footprints in the grit near the shoulder of the road, human once, softened by weather and filled with frost. They found a child's mitten frozen stiff beneath a clump of sage. They found 3 spent shell casings beside a lava ridge and no sign of the person who had fired them. Gigi crouched near the casings, careful not to touch them. "Someone fought here?" "Someone survived here for at least 3 shots," Barnaby said. "You cannot know they survived. I can decide which part of the evidence to carry until the rest arrives." She looked up at him. "That is not how evidence works. It is how sleep works." The answer was too gentle to attack. She stood and brushed grit from her knees. In the west, the last light had thinned to a bruised line. The plain around them seemed to expand as darkness filled it, making the truck smaller with every passing minute. "When I was a child," she said, surprising herself, "my mother used to make road games out of terrible drives. If we were stuck in traffic, she would make me find 3 beautiful things before I could complain again. I hated it. I was a very serious child. Hard to imagine. Careful now. Carefully hard to imagine." She almost smiled. I thought beauty had to be useful. A good grade was beautiful. A winning argument was beautiful. A clean schedule was beautiful. She kept pointing at useless things. A painted mailbox, a cloud, a man dancing with a sign outside a mattress store. It drove me insane. Barnaby aimed the flashlight toward the lava field. Frost had begun to glitter across the black ridges. She sounds like she knew how to travel. She did. I did not. You are learning under difficult conditions. That is a generous assessment. I am a generous assessor. Ask any subcontractor who finished close enough to Friday. Gigi looked across the empty monument and forced herself to find 3 beautiful things. The frost on black stone, the first stars above the dead road, the ridiculous yellow hula girl visible through the windshield, still dancing in tiny motions whenever the wind nudged the truck. She did not tell Barnaby the third one. They climbed back inside before the cold could take the last warmth from their hands. Gigi climbed into the passenger seat and tucked her knees up. Barnaby sat behind the wheel, too large for any attempt at comfort. The Negotiator lay across his thighs. The windshield showed stars so sharp they seemed hostile. For 10 minutes, neither spoke. Gigi tried to plan. Planning had once been her religion. Schedule, research, contingency, leverage. She had planned trials, mergers, depositions, vacations she never took, and the slow decline of a mother who had hidden pain behind jokes until jokes were all she had left to give. Plans had made Gigi useful. Plans had made her rich. Plans had made her safe from the soft parts of life, or so she had believed. Now her plan consisted of sitting in a dead truck beside a stranger in a flamingo shirt and hoping not to freeze. Her throat tightened. "This is unacceptable," she said. Barnaby shifted slightly. "The seating? All of it? That is a large complaint. It is accurate. Accurate complaints still need categories." She pressed her palms together between her knees. "We should have stayed on the main highway. We should have secured fuel before leaving the mountains. We should have checked that town. We should have done a dozen things differently, and now we are here, and there is no corrective action available until morning." Barnaby listened without interrupting. That made the words keep coming. "I had a route before Seattle. I had maps, marked safe houses, fuel caches from survivor boards, bridge status notes, weather charts, distances, estimated travel windows. I had everything. Then a horde came through Pike Street and ate the entire structure of my plan in 6 minutes. 6 minutes, 3 years of staying alive, and it took 6 minutes to turn me into a person sprinting toward a stranger's truck." Her voice shook on the last words. She hated that and swallowed hard. Barnaby was quiet long enough that she looked at him. His face was shadowed by starlight and dashboard gloom. "Near Boise," he said, "I once watched a windstorm take down a framed house we were 2 weeks from finishing. Good crew, good materials, inspection passed, then weather came through meaner than expected. One bad bracing choice on the west wall, and the whole second floor folded like a card table." Gigi stared at him. "That is your comforting story?" "Not finished." "It better improve," client cried. My lead carpenter threw up in the driveway. Insurance man looked ready to age 10 years. I stood there with rain in my boots and thought about quitting. Not construction. Life as a man who made promises about things standing up. The wind pressed against the truck. "What did you do?" Gigi asked. "Next morning I got the crew coffee. Then we pulled apart what was unsafe, saved what could be saved, and built it again. Better bracing, better anchors. Less pride. That is your philosophy? Drink coffee and rebuild?" "Mostly coffee. Sometimes tea if coffee is gone." She let out a breath that was not a laugh, though it leaned in that direction. "You make everything sound simple." Simple and easy are cousins who do not visit much. Another job site proverb. Might be mine. Might have stolen it from a plumber. Hard to say. Gigi looked at the windshield. Frost had begun to feather around the edges of the glass. "My mother would have liked you." Barnaby turned his head slightly but did not push. "She was dying when the first report started," Gigi said. Back then everyone still called them incidents, infections, outbreaks, civil unrest, words for people who did not want to say dead people are walking. She knew before I did. Not about the dead. About me. What did she know? That I was wasting my life very efficiently. Barnaby's eyes softened. "She told me to go somewhere beautiful," Gigi continued, "to stop billing hours to people who owned islands and actually stand on one. There was a resort in the Keys she loved when she was young. I booked it as a joke at first. A symbolic act. A tab in my browser. Then the cities fell and the resort became the only promise I could still understand." She wiped at her cheek, angry to find moisture there. "I am not chasing luxury. I know it sounds ridiculous. I know the resort is probably destroyed or full of corpses in linen pants. But she asked me to go, so I am going." Barnaby nodded once, as if she had just explained the load-bearing wall in a structure he respected. "That is not ridiculous," he said. "You do not have to humor me." "I am not. The world eats enough promises without us feeding it, the ones we can still carry." Gigi looked at him then. Really looked. In the sharp starlight, he seemed older than his jokes and younger than his gray beard, a man held together by muscle, habit, and a refusal so deep it had become cheer. "Why are you on vacation?" she asked. "The real reason, not the slogan." He rubbed one thumb along the handle of the pan. "Worked 40 years like time was a debt collector. Built houses, warehouses, restaurants, cabins for people who visited them twice a year. Started my own company. Grew it, hired good people, forgot birthdays, missed weddings, dated a woman for 8 months and realized I had seen my concrete supplier more often." "That is grim. Efficient, though." She gave him a look. "Then a beam came down wrong," he said. "Not all the way enough to matter. Crushed me against a lift. Broke ribs, tore things that complain in rain. Doctor told me I came close to becoming a cautionary tale. While I was stuck in that hospital bed, I thought about all the places I had built for other people and how I had never gone anywhere without a tool trailer behind me. So you sold the company, employee buyout, they earned it, I bought the truck, packed maps, and headed west. 2 months later, the dead started being inconsiderate, and you just kept traveling. At first I thought I was heading home, then I realized home was either gone or full of folks I could not help by arriving, so I kept moving. Took pictures, saw places, helped when I could, left when staying would get everyone killed." Gigi lowered her gaze. "That sounds lonely. Some stretches. You could say yes?" Yes, then it was lonely. The honesty sat between them. Warmer than the failing air in the cab, the cold deepened. Gigi's teeth began to chatter despite her clenched jaw. Barnaby noticed and reached behind the seat for the spare blanket. He spread it over her knees without ceremony. "Take it," he said. "We share it. I have insulation. You have arrogance. Also insulation." She grabbed the other edge of the blanket and pulled it across the space between them. "We share it. This is not negotiable." Barnaby looked at the negotiator resting on his lap. He feels excluded. The pan does not get a vote. They sat shoulder to shoulder under the blanket, awkward at first, then less so because cold had a way of making dignity seem expensive. Gigi kept her hatchets within reach. Barnaby kept the pan ready. Their breath fogged in the air. Frost grew along the windshield until the stars blurred. Hours passed in pieces. Once, something scratched outside. Gigi snapped awake with a hatchet in hand. Barnaby touched 2 fingers to her wrist. Steady, rather than restraining. They listened. The sound came again, then became the dry scrape of scrub brush against the passenger door. "Brush," he whispered. "I knew that." "Your hatchet did not." She eased it down. Another hour later, he began to hum without realizing. She should have invoked Rule 6. Instead, she listened. It was not a show tune this time. It was low and slow, almost a lullaby, with no words to trip over. Her eyes closed. She woke once more before dawn to find her head resting against his upper arm. She lifted it carefully, mortified, but he did not move. Either he slept through it, or had the decency to pretend he had. The blanket covered them both. The cab was freezing, but she was alive. Outside, the volcanic plain waited for morning. Chapter 8. Hunkering down dawn came silver and brutal. It entered the cab through a film of frost and turned every surface pale. Gigi woke with a stiff neck, numb toes, and Barnaby's flannel bunched around her shoulders. For one disoriented second, she thought she was back in her Seattle apartment under a weighted blanket, late for a hearing, with rain ticking against the glass. Then she saw the dead fuel gauge, the frying pan, the hatchets, the frozen breath on the windshield, and the black lava field beyond. Reality returned with all its paperwork. Barnaby was already awake. He sat very still, listening. His eyes were on the passenger window, where frost had thinned enough to show the rocks outside. Gigi did not speak. She followed his gaze. A coyote stood 30 yards from the truck. At least it had once been close to a coyote. Its ribs showed through patchy fur. One ear was missing. Its eyes were wrong, clouded and hungry, but not dead in the human way. It sniffed the air, placed one paw carefully on the black rock, and stared at the truck as if trying to decide whether steel could bleed. Gigi's fingers found a hatchet. Barnaby shook his head slightly. The animal lingered another few seconds, then turned and trotted away into the lava formations, thin tail low. Gigi exhaled. Can animals turn? Some can get mean, some get sick, some are just hungry. That answer contains no comfort. I was aiming for useful. They waited until the coyote vanished. Then Barnaby cracked his door, and a blade of cold air cut through the cab. Gigi made a sound she would later deny. "Morning," Barnaby said. Rude as advertised, the world outside was beautiful in a way Gigi did not want to admit. Frost edged the lava rock. The sky was clear and hard blue. The distant visitor center sat low against the plain, its windows dark, its flagpole bare. Beyond it, the road continued east like a promise written by someone unreliable. Barnaby stepped out and stretched carefully, one hand against his ribs. Gigi saw the wince before he hit it. "You are hurt," she said. "Old complaints? From the accident? Some from that, some from yesterday's gentleman with the chainsaw decoration. Why did you not say anything? You were busy being bruised and furious. I can multitask." "So I have learned." She came around the hood and faced him with a medical wipe already in hand. "Jack it off. That sounds formal." "Barnaby, do it." He studied her face, saw no room for jokes large enough to escape through, and removed the work jacket. Beneath the Hawaiian shirt, purple bruising spread along his side where the timber boss had clipped him or where the truck had slammed him into something during their retreat. Gigi's mouth tightened. "This is not an old complaint. It is in the same neighborhood. You are impossible. Common review." She checked him with brisk, careful hands, using pressure where she had to, watching his eyes when he tried not to react. Her touch was efficient, not gentle in any sentimental way, but not careless either. Barnaby stood still through it, looking out over the plain. "Nothing feels broken," she said at last. "Told you." "You guessed." "Educated by impact." She taped a square of clean cloth over a scrape near his ribs and tugged his shirt down harder than necessary. "From now on, you report damage. Cab Rule 7? Human Rule 1. That one has a nice ring." They ate peanut butter on crackers beside the truck, standing in the weak sun because the seats inside felt colder than the air. Their breath steamed. Barnaby studied the visitor center through binoculars with one cracked lens. Gigi studied him studying it and tried not to notice how natural the silence between them had become. The visitor center sat a quarter-mile away. The parking lot around it was empty except for 2 maintenance pickups, one tipped onto its side. A diesel tank might be there. A generator might be there. A corpse might be there. Several corpses might be there. Gigi listed the possibilities aloud, ranking them by danger and probability. Barnaby listened, chewing. "You are not taking this seriously," she said. "I am chewing seriously. I am building a risk matrix. I respect the matrix. You are smiling at the matrix. The matrix has nice handwriting." She looked down and realized she had been writing in a small notebook pulled from her pack, columns neat despite the cold. Heat rose in her face. Information should be readable. "Agreed fully." "Stop agreeing like that." "Like what? Like you mean it?" His expression softened in a way that felt more dangerous than teasing. "You are very good at keeping fear busy." The words landed too close. Gigi capped the pen. "We move in 10 minutes. Yes, ma'am. Do not ma'am me. Yes, counselor. That is worse." They approached the visitor center in a staggered line. Gigi ahead and to the left, Barnaby behind and to the right with the Negotiator loose at his side. The black rock crunched under their boots. Sunlight flashed off broken glass near the entrance. A faded sign invited visitors to explore a landscape born of fire. Someone had scratched beneath it, "Fire lost." The front doors were intact but unlocked. Inside, the air smelled of dust, mouse droppings, and old brochures. A display map of lava flows covered one wall. Plastic models of volcanic cones sat under cracked clear cases. The gift shop shelves had been stripped of food, batteries, and warm clothing, but plenty of postcards remained. Barnaby paused by a rack. "No," Gigi said without turning, "you did not know what I was thinking." "Postcards again. You are learning. I am suffering." They swept the building. 2 dead park employees lay behind the information desk, both long inert, their skulls crushed by someone else's blunt tool years earlier. Gigi looked away first. The staff room held empty lockers, a coffee machine, and a bulletin board with faded photos of smiling rangers leading school groups across the lava field. They searched the storage closet next. It held no miracle, but it offered small mercies: 2 cracked plastic ponchos, a box of ranger notebooks, a bundle of zip ties, a carton of hand warmers that had mostly failed with age, and a laminated trail map. Gigi took the map and began marking possible service roads with a grease pencil, while Barnaby tested each hand warmer by shaking it near his ear. "You are listening to packets now," she said. "Good packets whisper, bad packets sulk. That explains nothing. 3 may still work. 1 is pretending. Packets cannot pretend. You have not met enough packets." She spread the map on the office desk. The surface was dusty, except for a clean rectangle where a radio had once sat. Someone had taken it long ago. Beside the rectangle was a coffee mug that read, "Ask me about lava." The mug had a crack down one side, but Barnaby looked at it with immediate affection. "Not this time," Gigi said. "You do not know what I was going to ask." "You were going to ask if you could keep the mug. It survived the end of the world with a cheerful invitation. That deserves respect. It has a crack." "So do we." That should have been too sentimental for him. Instead, he said it simply, still studying the mug. Gigi's objection faded before reaching her tongue. She picked it up, wrapped it in a ranger pamphlet, and placed it in the side pocket of his pack. "It rides there until it breaks or becomes useful," she said. Barnaby's smile appeared slowly. "Chain of custody? Tourist evidence." For a moment, the ruined office felt almost like a room in the old world. Two tired travelers, one ridiculous souvenir, one map, one small decision that did not involve blood. Then something thudded in the wall beyond the staff lockers, and the spell ended. Gigi lifted a hatchet. Barnaby took up the pan. The thud came again, followed by a dragging scrape. They found a storage nook behind the lockers where a maintenance worker had turned long ago and remained trapped by a fallen filing cabinet. Its hands had been worn down to dark stubs from years of reaching through the gap. Gigi looked at the name patch on its shirt. "Daniel, poor man." Barnaby nodded once. "We make it quick." They did. No jokes followed. Afterward, Gigi closed Daniel's locker because it felt indecent to leave it hanging open. Inside were a photo of a woman with two boys, a packet of gum hardened with age, and a printed schedule for school pickups. She shut the door softly. "Three beautiful things," she whispered. Barnaby did not ask what she meant. He only waited by the exit until she was ready to continue. In the maintenance office, Barnaby found keys. He held them up. "That is a friendly sound." Gigi allowed herself one brief smile. "Any fuel?" "Maybe some." Behind the center, a fenced service yard held the maintenance pickups, a plow attachment, spare signs, and a squat above-ground tank marked diesel in peeling black letters. Gigi stared at it as if it were a religious vision. Barnaby tapped the side. Hollow sound answered. Her hope dropped. "Is it empty?" "Mostly empty. Mostly empty, or mostly not empty. Mostly empty with a little kindness at the bottom." The pump had no power. Barnaby dug through the service shed and found a hand transfer pump with cracked hoses. Gigi watched the fence line while he worked. It took 20 minutes to coax the first dark stream into a jerry can. The fuel smelled old but usable if filtered. Barnaby grinned like a man who had found treasure. "We may get a few gallons. How far does that take us?" "Depends on road speed and whether I drive like a responsible adult. Then I am driving. You know how to handle a dually?" "I can learn. I believe that." "I also believe we do not have enough truck left for lessons." She pointed a hatchet at him. "Responsible adult. I can impersonate one." The first corpse appeared while the second can was filling. It came from the open door of the tipped maintenance pickup, wearing a ranger jacket and half a face. Its boots dragged across the service yard gravel. Gigi moved to intercept, annoyed more than scared, and ended it with two quick strikes. Another crawled from beneath a tarp near the plow. Barnaby caught it with the pan before it reached her ankle. Then the service shed door slammed open behind him. 3 dead tourists stumbled out, trapped until now by a fallen shelf. One wore a sun visor. One had a child's backpack still strapped to its shoulders. The third was missing most of its lower jaw and made a wet clicking sound as it reached for Barnaby's back. Gigi shouted his name. Barnaby turned into the attack, too close to swing wide. He jammed the pan edge under the first corpse's chin and drove it backward into the others. Gigi sprinted in, hatchets flashing, gravel scattered under her boots. She took the sun visor's knee, then its skull, then twisted away as the jawless one snapped at her sleeve. The child's backpack caught on her hatchet handle. For 1 6 she was trapped, tethered to the corpse by bright little nylon straps printed with cartoon stars. The undead tourist lunged, teeth clacking. Barnaby's pan came down between them, crushing the wrist reaching for her throat. Gigi dropped the trapped hatchet, yanked her knife free, and cut the strap. Then she drove the knife up beneath the corpse's chin and shoved until it stopped moving. She stood over it, breathing hard, eyes fixed on the cartoon backpack. Barnaby saw where her mind had gone, not to the corpse. To the child who once owned the pack, to the school trips on the bulletin board, to every ordinary thing the world had turned into evidence. He did not make a joke. "Gigi," he said gently. She blinked and pulled the knife free. "I am fine. I know. Do not use that voice." "What voice?" "The one where you act like I am allowed to not be fine." Barnaby stepped closer, pan lowered. "You are allowed." The fence rattled before she could answer. More dead pressed against it from outside the yard, drawn by the noise. Not many, but enough to turn time expensive. They had come from the lava trail, from behind rocks, from hidden cars beyond the lot. Gigi counted 9, then 12, then stopped counting because counting did not close the fuel cans. "We leave," she said. "Need one more can. We have 2. 2 gets us somewhere. 3 gets us past somewhere." A section of fence bent inward. Gigi looked at the pump, the can, the dead, then Barnaby. "Finish it. I hold them. Fence buys us time. The fence is losing." He hesitated. She saw the protective instinct flare and hated how much she liked it. "Barnaby," she said, "trust me." That settled it. He turned back to the pump. Gigi went to the fence. The first zombie shoved its arm through a gap. She cut down through the forearm, kicked the hand away, and drove the hatchet through the fence links into its skull. The second pushed over the first. She struck its knee through the mesh and let it collapse, then chopped at the head when it dropped low enough. The work was ugly and close. Metal rattled against her shoulders. Dead fingers hooked at her sleeves. Blood and black rot sprayed across the gravel. Behind her, the pump squeaked and gulped. "How much longer?" she called. "Longer than you want." "Shorter than we have." That is usually the math. The fence post near the gate bent. 3 bodies shoved together and the latch screamed. Gigi stepped back, adjusted her grip, and felt something inside her shift. Not calm. Not exactly. The old Gigi would have tried to control the whole yard, the building, the route, the weather. This Gigi understood she had one job: hold the gate. Let Barnaby get the fuel. Trust the rest to the next second. The gate burst inward. She met the first corpse with both hatchets. The impact jarred her bruised shoulder, but she kept moving. Strike and shift. Duck and cut. She used the gate itself, kicking it into one body, slipping behind another, sending it face first into the fence. The dead came in a tight knot, too close for elegance. She abandoned clean form and let fury do some of the work. Barnaby capped the third can. Gigi truck. She was already backing toward him. One zombie caught her pack strap. She spun out of it, leaving the strap torn in its fingers, and Barnaby stepped past her with a swing that folded the corpse sideways. He grabbed 2 cans. She grabbed the third. They ran. The service yard filled behind them. They slammed into the dually, poured filtered diesel through a funnel, and cloth into the tank, and climbed inside as the first dead reached the rear bumper. Barnaby pumped the pedal once, twice, then turned the key. The engine cranked. Nothing came. Gigi stared through the rear glass at hands pawing the camper shell. "Barnaby, hurry!" He tried again. The engine coughed. "Barnaby, please! Come on, sweetheart! Do not flirt with the truck. She needs encouragement." The third turn caught. The diesel shuddered, spat smoke, and roared alive. Barnaby whooped. Gigi pointed forward. "Drive now!" The dually lurched out of the parking area, clipping a sign for the nature trail, and scattering dead bodies against the gravel. Barnaby steered back toward the main road, while Gigi twisted in her seat, watching the visitor center shrink behind them. The fuel gauge lifted by a hair. Only a hair, but it lifted. They drove east under a clean blue sky, leaving the black lava field and its frozen night behind. For several miles neither spoke. The truck's engine sounded rough but alive. The heater breathed weak warmth against their boots. Gigi wiped gore from one hatchet with an old towel, and then, without thinking, opened the glove box. Barnaby glanced over. She removed the stack of Polaroids, squared the edges, and slid them into a plastic sleeve she had found in the visitor center office. She placed the sleeve back carefully, away from the melted chocolate and loose fuses. "Evidence preservation?" Barnaby asked. "Chain of custody matters. For vacation memories? For whatever these are." He looked at the road, smiling softly. "Appreciate it." She expected a joke after that. He gave her none. The silence became warm enough to notice. Gigi leaned her head against the seat and watched the lava plain recede in the side mirror. She was exhausted, bruised, cold, filthy, and still hundreds upon hundreds of miles from the island her mother had turned into a promise. Beside her sat an impossible man with a frying pan, a dying truck, and a faith in forward motion that should have been absurd. Maybe it was absurd. Maybe absurd was what the world had left when logic ran out of road. Barnaby tapped the Polaroid camera hanging from the mirror as the first low hills of Idaho rolled ahead. "Morning light back there was something," he said. "You did not take the picture." "Rules applied." She looked at him, surprised. He shrugged. "You said no camera during combat." "Fuel yard got busy." Gigi turned forward before he could see her smile. "There will be other pictures." That almost sounded like permission. It was a forecast. I like forecasts. Do not make me regret it. Too late for some regrets. Too early for others. The truck rolled on, rough engine chewing old diesel, tires carrying them toward open country. Behind them, frost melted off the black rocks, and the visitor center returned to silence. Ahead, the road waited, and for the first time since Seattle, Gigi did not ask how far they had to go. She already knew the answer. Farther still. Chapter 9. The first Polaroid, the road out of the lava country, did not announce itself with kindness. It left the black fields behind in slow pieces, trading frozen stone for pale grass, then pale grass for fence posts, then fence posts for the kind of long, empty highway that made distance feel less like a number and more like weather. The Julie coughed every time Barnaby asked it for speed. Its engine had the rough, offended sound of a bear being roused from a nap with a shovel. Gigi listened to every knock, tick, and uneven rumble with the intensity she had once reserved for hostile depositions. She sat forward, hands folded around her notebook, hatchets tucked against the passenger door where she could reach them without looking. Her hair had escaped its tie in strands stiff with dried mud. Her blazer, once expensive enough to suggest both wealth and judgment, now carried black stains from lava dust, truck grease, and the memory of several dead things. Barnaby looked as if he were enjoying a Sunday drive. He had one hand on the wheel, the other resting near the gear shift, his huge shoulders loose beneath a Hawaiian shirt showing palm trees and small pink flamingos. The shirt had no business existing after the end of civilization. Gigi had already told him that twice. He had treated both statements as compliments. The Polaroid camera hung from the rear-view mirror on a cracked strap. It swung gently whenever the truck hit a rut. Beside it hung a bundle of scavenged key rings, a bottle opener shaped like a volcano, and the cracked Ask Me About Lava mug wrapped in pamphlets and wedged into a cup holder with strips of torn map. Gigi looked at the camera for the 5th time in 10 minutes. Barnaby noticed on the 6th. "It is still there," he said. "I am not worried about your camera. You keep checking on it like it owes you money. It is unsecured cargo in a moving vehicle. So are we. I am wearing a seatbelt. The camera has emotional seatbelts. That means absolutely nothing." "It means I trust it." She turned to the window. The world beyond the glass slipped by in washed-out colors: sagebrush, broken guardrail, a gas station with no pumps left, and a highway sign peppered with bullet marks until the letters were barely readable. The apocalypse had not happened evenly. Some places looked torn open. Some looked abandoned for lunch and never returned to. Some were worse because they looked almost intact. The truck passed a rest area where picnic tables sat in perfect rows beneath leafless trees. A dead family car rested near the bathrooms, all 4 doors open. There were no bodies. That absence did more damage to Gigi than corpses sometimes did. Corpses gave a conclusion. Empty open doors left questions in the air. Barnaby slowed without speaking. "Why are we slowing?" she asked. "Truck needs a breather." "The truck or you?" "Truck, mostly. I can breathe while moving. Advanced feature." He steered onto the shoulder near a scenic overlook sign. The sign claimed the pullout offered a view of distant volcanic ridges. Now the ridges sat behind a veil of morning haze, the road between them and the horizon empty, except for wrecked vehicles half sunk in roadside dirt. Frost still clung in shadow, silvering the weeds and the window frames of a burned tour bus. Gigi scanned the area before the truck stopped fully. Old training from the last 3 years overrode old training from law school. Exits cover blind spots, possible movement under vehicles, tire condition, wind direction, nearby high ground. Her mind built a risk map before she opened the door. Barnaby killed the engine. The sudden quiet felt enormous. Gigi stepped down with both hatchets and waited, listening. The cooling engine ticked. A loose sheet of metal somewhere along the shoulder tapped against a signpost. Far off, something cawed from a power line, the sound sharp and lonely. No dead approached. Barnaby came around the front of the truck carrying the camera. "Absolutely not," Gigi said. "You do not know what I am doing. You are about to waste film on wreckage." "Not wreckage. A viewpoint worth saving. There is no view." He stood beside her and looked out across the pale road. The black ridges, the frost, the dead tour bus, and the sunrise slowly filling the sky with gold it had no moral right to offer. "That is where you are wrong," he said. Gigi wanted to dismiss it. She wanted to tell him the scene was ugly and dangerous, that stopping for photos was reckless, that fuel was low, that the Florida Keys were still impossibly far away, that her mother had not asked her to wander the continent with a cheerful giant in beachwear and a frying pan. But the sun kept rising. It touched the wrecked bus first, making the blown-out windows shine. It lit the frost on the weeds until each blade looked briefly made of wire and glass. It ran along the cracked asphalt and found the old painted lines, faded but present, still showing a direction even though nobody official remained to maintain it. Barnaby lifted the camera. "Hold your breath," he said. "Why would I do that? Makes the world feel steady. That is not how photography works. It is how I work." The camera clicked and spat out the square white frame. Gigi watched it emerge, blank and delicate, from the machine's mouth. Barnaby held it by the edges and waited. He did not flap it. She knew enough to know that was a myth. She hated that she knew enough about his ridiculous camera to care. The image slowly appeared. Road, frost, sunrise, dead bus, empty country, the dually's front bumper in the bottom corner like a stubborn signature. Barnaby looked down at it with a quiet satisfaction that had none of his usual clowning in it. "First one?" Gigi asked. "First proper one. You took pictures in Seattle? Those were rescue documentation. You called one of them urban wildlife. Documentation can have titles." She extended her hand before she understood she was doing it. "Let me see." He gave it to her without teasing. The small photograph felt warmer than the air. Gigi stared at it. The image was imperfect, slightly overbright near the sun, the edges blurred by the old film. It should have looked trivial. It did not. It captured the exact thing she had been trying not to feel since leaving the lava field, that the world was ruined and still capable of being beautiful, which was unfair in the deepest possible way. She handed it back too quickly. "It is crooked," she said. "Road is crooked. The bus is crooked. Bus had a hard year. The bumper is in the shot. That is composition. That is obstruction." He slid the photo into a clean wrapper from a scavenged bandage and then into the glove box. "You can put it in your evidence sleeve later." "I never said that was my sleeve. It has your handwriting on it. The handwriting is objective. Your letters look like they were approved by a judge. Most things should be." They stood together until the engine had cooled enough to forgive them. Gigi watched Barnaby check fluids under the hood, his hands moving with the easy certainty of a man who understood machines by touch and smell. He found a hose clamp loosening and tightened it with a screwdriver that had tape around the handle. He listened to the belts. He checked the air filter and knocked dust from it against the bumper. "How bad is it?" she asked. "Bad is a big country. We are somewhere near annoying. That is not a useful diagnostic. Truck wants fuel, cleaner air, and fewer impacts with government infrastructure." "So do I." "There we go, common ground." By noon the land opened wider. They crossed into country where towns sat far apart, and the sky seemed to take up more room than the earth. Idaho gave way to Wyoming in stretches of wind, empty service stations, and road signs warning of conditions that had become permanent. They avoided 2 towns because smoke still rose from them in greasy columns. They skirted one herd of dead ranch hands moving through a field in slow pursuit of nothing. Barnaby called them commuters. Gigi told him that if he made one more joke involving livestock and office culture, she would revise the seating chart. He asked if the seating chart included snacks. She refused to answer. In the late afternoon, they stopped at a feed store outside a dead little town whose sign had been painted over 3 times before the final paint ran out. The store had been hit hard by looters, but it offered useful scraps. Gigi found work gloves, 2 dusty bottles of water hidden behind a display of mineral blocks, and a box of disposable masks that had somehow survived mice. Barnaby found a hand truck, several ratchet straps, and a pair of rubber boots large enough for him if he ignored comfort as a concept. A single zombie in a seed company cap wandered between sacks of cracked corn. It turned toward them with a wet hiss. Gigi moved first, more annoyed than afraid. Her hatchet struck cleanly. The corpse dropped against a shelf of livestock vitamins. Barnaby looked at the shelf. "Think those work on trucks. Do not feed the dually vitamins. It has been loyal. It needs diesel, not emotional supplementation." They loaded what they could and moved on. The next 2 days blurred into a steady rhythm. They drove until the truck complained. They stopped before complaint became failure. They scavenged quietly, cleared small threats, slept in shifts, marked the map, counted fuel, and argued over music. Barnaby's cassette collection had become a matter of strategic concern. He had show tunes, road trip songs, a motivational tape from someone named Dale who believed success could be achieved through aggressive hydration, and one country album stuck halfway between tracks. Gigi issued limits. Barnaby negotiated in terrible faith. "No singing before sunrise," she said. "That is reasonable. No singing during threat assessment. Depends on threat. No singing while I am trying to calculate fuel range. Numbers like rhythm. Numbers like silence." That has not been my experience with payroll. At night, when the wind rocked the truck and the world outside became a field of black shapes, their conversations changed. Gigi talked more than she meant to. Never all at once. Never in a way that felt like confession while she was doing it. A sentence about Seattle traffic became a story about 18-hour workdays. A complaint about cold coffee became a memory of her mother bringing tea to her office at 10 at night because she had forgotten dinner again. A comment about resort fees became the first mention of the island in the Keys as more than a destination. She found the brochure in a magazine, Gigi said on the second night east of Wyoming, voice low so it would not carry beyond the cab. My mother kept it on the refrigerator. White sand, blue water, lounge chairs, ridiculous little umbrellas and drinks. She said it looked fake enough to be worth seeing. Barnaby sat behind the wheel with a blanket over his lap, the Negotiator resting against the center console. Fake can be useful. Gives people something to aim at. She wanted us to go together. He did not fill the silence too quickly. Gigi appreciated that more than she wanted to. Then we get you there, he said. It may not exist anymore. A lot of things exist differently now. That is not reassurance. Was not trying to sell it as such. She looked at him. The dash lights gave his face a dim green glow. He seemed older then, not in years, but in layers. For once she could see the man who had sold a business after nearly dying under something heavy. The man who had planned a vacation, not because the world was safe, but because waiting had finally become more frightening than danger. Why did you really leave? She asked. Sold the company, bought the truck, put pins in a map. That is the brochure version. His hands rested on the wheel, though they were parked. His thumbs moved once against cracked leather. Work ate my life polite-like, he said. One bite at a time. I let it because there was always another job, another crew depending on payroll, another client who needed a wall by Friday and wanted to pay for it in complaints. Then a beam came down wrong. I woke up in a hospital with 3 missed calls from a supplier, and nobody in the chair beside me. I had employees, customers, accounts, trucks, tools, reputation, did not have anybody who knew what soup I liked. Gigi said nothing. Figured I had better go learn the answer myself, he finished. The wind hissed along the doors. What soup do you like? She asked. He smiled without looking at her. Still researching. She turned toward the window before her expression could betray her. That is a terrible answer. Research takes time. The world ended. Extended deadline. By the time South Dakota rose ahead in long, bare waves of land and sky, Gigi had stopped asking whether the scenic route was necessary. She still complained about it. Complaint remained a structural pillar of her identity. But she no longer tried to reroute every mile toward efficiency. Sometimes she let Barnaby turn off for an overlook, a historical marker, a strange roadside sculpture, or a gas station because the sign still advertised pie. The pie was never there. He checked anyway. Near the border they found a billboard leaning over the highway at a dangerous angle. Its paint was cracked, but the message remained visible beneath streaks of rust and bird droppings. Free ice water. 5-cent coffee. Wall drug. Barnaby slowed until the truck nearly idled beneath it. Gigi read the sign twice. That cannot still be operating. Maybe not in the original spirit. It is a tourist trap. Those have strong survival instincts. We do not need ice water or coffee. The dually chose that moment to cough, shudder, and flash its low-fuel light with the dramatic timing of an unpaid actor. Barnaby looked at the dash. Then he looked at Gigi. She shut her eyes. Do not say it. I believe we may need wall drug. I said not to say it. Technically I said the town name, not ice water. Start driving. He put the truck in gear, smiling at the road ahead. South Dakota opened before them like a dry ocean. Somewhere beyond the horizon, if the old billboards were to be believed, a town built on souvenirs, sugar, bad coffee, and stubborn commerce still stood. Gigi had spent her career negotiating with men who thought money made them immortal. She did not know yet what waited behind the walls of that famous roadside attraction, but she could feel her old professional spine waking up. Barnaby hummed under his breath. Gigi opened the glove box, took out the new Polaroid, and slid it behind the others in the plastic sleeve. For the record, she said, this stop is logistical, not recreational. Of course, fuel only, fuel adjacent at most. No souvenirs. Barnaby glanced at the wrapped mug in the cup holder. No additional souvenirs, she said. Progress, he said. The truck rolled east beneath the old billboard, dragging dust behind it like a ragged banner. Chapter 10. Approaching wall drug. The first wall drug sign was not a sign so much as an accusation. It rose from the shoulder of the highway at a hard lean, half of its wooden supports snapped, painted letters, weathered but defiant. Only 216 miles to wall drug. Gigi stared at it as they passed. Who advertises something 216 miles away? People with vision. People with too much paint. Paint is vision with a brush. I am adding that to the list of things I never want quoted in court. The signs kept coming. Some stood upright, some lay flat in fields, some had been used as barricades, firewood, shields, or target practice. Free ice water appeared on a burned barn. Homemade donuts had been shot through with so many rounds that sunlight came through the letters. A faded cowboy promised family fun beside a ditch filled with rusted shopping carts and bones picked clean by weather. One billboard had fallen across a frontage road and created a low tunnel of peeling plywood. Barnaby stopped before it, studying the angle with the same seriousness he had given mountain washouts and damaged engines. The sign still showed a smiling family holding paper cups beneath the words "Free Ice Water," though the mother's painted face had been split by weather and the father's grin had been scorched black. "We can fit under that if I take it slow," Barnaby said. "We can also remain on the highway and not crawl beneath questionable advertising. Highway ahead has a jackknife tanker and a cattle truck across both lanes. I saw that. I am choosing to dislike this option anyway." They used the frontage road. Gigi got out first, walking ahead with both hatchets ready, while Barnaby eased the dually forward beneath the fallen sign. Dust rained onto the hood. The plywood groaned. Metal brackets squealed as the truck's roof cleared with inches to spare. A dead man in a tourist poncho, flattened beneath the sign years ago and held down by its weight, began snapping at the vibration. Only his head and one arm were free, the hand scraping weakly at the dirt. Gigi ended it quickly, then stood still a moment longer than necessary. The poncho had tiny cartoon badgers printed on it. Somewhere in the old world someone had bought it because rain had threatened a family outing. Barnaby rolled through and stopped beside her. He leaned from the window, all humor absent for once. "You all right?" "It is the small things," she said. "The ridiculous things, they make it worse." He looked at the poncho, then at the ruined billboard, then at the endless road. Small things were most of life. Big things just made appointments. She did not answer because she did not trust her voice. Instead, she climbed back into the truck and made a note in the map margin. Frontage road passable, emotional cost high. A mile later, they found a service kiosk that had once sold postcards, bottled water, and waxy chocolate shaped like prairie dogs. The door was locked. Barnaby opened it with a pry bar and a whispered apology to the concept of retail. Inside, the air was hot and stale. The shelves were mostly empty, but behind the counter Gigi found a rotating rack of postcards no one had bothered to steal. Most showed the Badlands at sunset. One showed Wall Drug in its bright old glory. Another, inexplicably, showed a Florida beach with turquoise water and a caption that read, "Wish you were here?" Gigi stared at it too long. Barnaby noticed and looked away first, giving her privacy without making a production of it. She bought nothing because buying no longer existed there. Still, she slipped the postcard into her notebook as if the act required permission. "For route comparison," she said when he did not ask. "That is naturally the reason. Do not use that tone. This is my respectful tone. It sounds like your teasing tone with shoes on." He grinned and handed her 2 sealed packets of instant cocoa he had found in a drawer. "Then I will improve the wardrobe." The closer they came, the stranger the land felt. The Badlands rose ahead in broken ridges and gullies, earth carved into teeth by time and drought. Bands of red, tan, and gray ran through the formations like old scars, though Gigi refused to think of them that way because certain words had become unreliable in her mouth after too much virtual narration planning. The sky pressed down bright and empty. Wind dragged dust across the road in thin, restless sheets. Barnaby admired everything. Gigi distrusted everything. The dually's fuel gauge hovered below empty, as if the needle had died of shame. Barnaby drove with the softest touch Gigi had seen from him, coasting down slopes, easing into turns, refusing to brake unless physics threatened legal action. The truck smelled of hot metal and old diesel. Every mile felt borrowed. "We should not have made the Overlook stop," Gigi said. "You liked the Overlook." "I assessed the Overlook. You stood there for 7 minutes. I was calculating wind exposure." "With your eyes? That is where vision is usually installed." He laughed, and she pretended not to enjoy it. They passed a cluster of abandoned RVs at a rest pullout. The vehicles had been arranged in a defensive crescent long ago, windows boarded, doors chained. The center space held the remains of a fire pit and a child's bicycle with no tires. No one moved there. Still, Gigi watched until it vanished behind them. "We should mark it," she said. "Possible shelter if we have to double back." "You think we are doubling back?" "I think plans require fallback positions." "My fallback position is forward with a different angle. That is not a fallback. It has worked so far. That is evidence of luck, not strategy." Luck is strategy that has not learned paperwork. She wrote that down under a heading labeled Barnaby Statements, unhelpful. The list had grown into 3 pages. She told herself it was for sanity preservation. She did not admit that some of the quotes had started to look charming in ink. By late morning, the truck reached the outskirts of Wall. At first it looked like any other dead roadside town. Low buildings, a motel with doors hanging open, a gas station stripped to its frame, power lines drooping like tired rope. Then the barricades appeared. They crossed the road in layers. Cars, delivery trucks, cattle panels, plywood, sheet metal, and old highway signs had been welded, chained, and bolted into a wall that wrapped around the commercial core. Watch platforms rose above it from the roofs of souvenir shops. Figures moved behind crude shields made from doors and tabletops. Sun glinted on rifle barrels. Gigi sank lower in her seat. "That is not empty." "Not this time. How much fuel do we have?" The engine coughed. The truck shuddered. Barnaby patted the dash. "Less than a polite amount." "Can we turn around?" "Turning around would use more than we have." "Can we stop out of range?" "We already are in range if they are any good." "Why do you sound relaxed?" "Because if they wanted to shoot, we would be having a louder conversation." A figure on the nearest watch platform raised a red flag. Another figure behind a school bus barricade lifted binoculars. A hand-painted sign hung across the road. No bites, no raiders, no credit. Beneath it, in smaller letters, someone had added, "Lawyers pay double." Gigi read it and straightened. Barnaby saw her expression. "That sign just offended you personally. It is discriminatory and poorly drafted. There she is. Do not sound pleased. You get taller when paperwork is insulted. I do not. Your spine found a ladder." A voice boomed from a speaker, mounted to the barricade, cracked and warped by bad wiring. "Vehicle stops there. Hands visible. State trade goods, health status, and reason for approach." Barnaby eased the dually to a stop 20 yards from a row of spikes made from fence posts and rebar. Dust rolled around the tires and settled. He placed both hands on the wheel. Gigi lifted her hands slowly. Hatchet still sheathed but visible. "Reason for approach," Barnaby called through the open window. "Tourism and diesel, mostly diesel," the speaker squealed. A laugh came from somewhere behind the wall, quickly silenced. "No tourism without clearance." The voice replied. "No diesel without trade. No entry without inspection." Gigi leaned toward Barnaby. "Do not joke with fortified strangers. I gave them the truth. The truth can be phrased like a normal person." That ship sailed west of Seattle. A gate section in the barricade shifted. Not open. Just enough for 3 armed survivors to step through and fan out behind metal shields. They wore mismatched armor made from leather jackets, sports pads, road signs, and duct tape. The center guard had a shotgun and a helmet painted with a cartoon jackalope. His beard had been braided with bits of red string. He approached to within 10 feet of the hood. "Engine off," he said. Barnaby complied. The silence after the engine died felt like losing a shield. The guard looked over the truck, then Barnaby, then Gigi. His gaze lingered on the hatchets. "You two alone?" "Unless you count emotional baggage," Barnaby said. Gigi's mouth tightened. "We are alone. No bites, no fever, no pursuit close behind. We need diesel. We can trade labor, tools, salvage, or information." The guard studied her with narrowed eyes. "You a lawyer?" "Formerly, yes. Still counts. Only if you have a functioning bar association." The guard blinked. Barnaby murmured, "Strong opener." "Do not coach me." The guard walked a slow circle around the truck, staying clear of the bumper as if it might bite. 2 more survivors watched from the wall. One held a crossbow, but Gigi did not use that word aloud in her mind. She filed it under quiet projectile weapon and moved on. The guard tapped the steel grill with a shotgun barrel. "Nice rig?" "Thank you," Barnaby said. "Fuel hog. Also fair. Probably get a good price for it." Gigi's eyes sharpened. "The truck is not available for trade." "Everything is available for trade." Barnaby leaned slightly toward her. "I like his optimism less than mine." The guard smiled without warmth. "Wall has rules. Strangers surrender weapons at the gate. Vehicles stay in impound until trade is settled. Any dispute goes to the manager. Manager's word is final." "A manager?" Gigi asked. "You will meet her if you pass inspection. And if we decline," the guard glanced down the highway behind them. In the distance, 3 dead figures staggered in from the ditch, drawn by the truck's arrival. More shapes moved near the motel. Then you can try your luck out there on fumes. The bargain was not stated as a threat because it did not need to be. Gigi hated it instantly. She also recognized leverage when she saw it. Barnaby looked past the guard to the wall. "You folks got ice water?" The guard's face went blank. Gigi turned slowly. "Barnaby, stop." The signs were persuasive. The guard snorted despite himself. "Ice water is for citizens. What about coffee? 5 cents if you can prove citizenship and stomach the taste. That seems historically on brand." "You are odd." Common review. The dead behind them had reached the road now. One wore a motel robe, its belt trailing. Another dragged a twisted ankle. The third moved faster than the others, mouth open, arms raised. The guard took 1 step back. "Inspection now or leave." Gigi looked at the fuel gauge. The needle sat empty. She looked at the barricade, the rifles, the wall, the approaching dead. Her mind ran possibilities and found only ugly ones. "We pass inspection," she said. Barnaby did not object. That worried her more than an argument would have. They climbed from the truck. Gigi kept her movements deliberate. She hated surrendering the hatchets, but she hated dying of dehydration beside a famous tourist trap even more. The guards took her weapons and Barnaby's pan with visible skepticism. The bearded guard weighed the Negotiator in one hand. "This your weapon?" "Cooking tool with opinions," Barnaby said. "It is heavy. Cast iron has character. You kill dead with this?" "Sometimes I correct them." The guard held it farther from his body. Gigi watched the exchange carefully. "If you damage that pan, he will become difficult." "He does not look difficult. That is how difficult men survive." Barnaby smiled at her, openly pleased. The gate opened with a groan of metal, chain, and old fear. Inside, Wall Drug had become a fortified bazaar built from memory and desperation. The main street was blocked at both ends. The famous storefronts still stood, their signs faded but recognizable. Donuts, pharmacy, western wear, souvenirs, ice water. Between them, survivors had built market stalls from counters, doors, and plywood. Smoke rose from barrel fires. People moved quickly with their heads down, carrying water jugs, ammunition cans, blankets, and sacks of cornmeal. A giant cowboy statue loomed over the street. One arm missing. Someone had painted fresh eyes on it. Someone else had hung warning bells from its neck. Gigi felt every stare land on her and Barnaby. Strangers in clean enough boots to be worth robbing. Strangers with a truck. Strangers with weapons that had not yet been returned. Barnaby looked around like a man entering a theme park. "Do not buy anything," she whispered. "I have no currency. Do not invent any." They were taken to the original store, or what remained of it. The front windows had been covered with layered plastic and wire mesh. Inside, shelves once stuffed with souvenirs now held ration tins, jars of nails, soap, ammunition, antibiotics locked in a glass case, and hand-lettered notices about penalties for theft. A mural of galloping horses crossed one wall above a table where 3 people counted bullets by candlelight. Behind the old pharmacy counter stood the manager. She was small, perhaps 60, with cropped white hair, sharp cheekbones, and a red cardigan worn over body armor made from overlapping license plates. A revolver rested on the counter beside a ledger book thick with taped-in pages. Her name tag, polished clean, read Marge. Marge looked them over once. That was enough to make Gigi feel inventoried. "Truck outside is yours?" Marge asked. "Yes," Gigi said. Barnaby answered at the same time. "Mostly yes." Gigi's head turned. "Mostly how?" "Some parts were donated by circumstance." Marge's eyes flicked between them. "You need diesel." "Yes," Gigi said. "We are prepared to make a fair exchange." Marge opened the ledger. "Fair is a word people use when they cannot afford the price." Barnaby nodded. "Had clients like that." Marge gave him a glance that carried a warning. "Our price for diesel is salvage, ammunition, medicine, skilled labor, or vehicle surrender. Your truck would buy you food, water, 3 nights under roof, and passage east on foot." "The truck is not for sale," Gigi said. "Then the price rises." "On what basis?" Marge smiled thinly. "My basis." Gigi felt the old courtroom part of herself stretch after a long confinement. It did not care that the courtroom was now a souvenir shop guarded by armed survivors. It recognized a bad contract, an abusive bargaining position, and a self-appointed authority confusing control with competence. "I would like to review your posted rules," she said. Marge blinked once. "Excuse me?" "Your guard informed us Wall has rules. He also said your word is final. I assume that authority is defined somewhere. Posted notice, charter, trade code, Council resolution, ration policy, something that prevents this from being merely armed improvisation with retail signage. Barnaby whispered, "There she really is." Marge closed the ledger slowly. The people counting bullets stopped counting. Chapter 11, The Lawyer Returns. Gigi had not missed practicing law. That was what she told herself while standing in the ruined heart of Wall Drug with dust on her face, dried blood on her sleeve, no hatchets at her sides, and 6 armed people pretending they were not listening. She had not missed the conference rooms chilled too cold, the clients who lied badly, the partners who smiled while sharpening their invoices, or the way every hour of her life had once been converted into units of profit. But she had missed the weapon of it. Not cruelty, not exactly, it was precision. The ability to take a room full of people who believed volume was power and make them discover line by line that they had built their position on sand. Marge leaned both hands on the counter. "You think this is a courthouse?" "No," Gigi said. "If it were, your signage would be held to a higher standard." A man near the bullet table made a strangled sound that might have been laughter. Marge's eyes snapped to him. He lowered his head. Gigi continued before the manager could regain the rhythm. "You operate a fortified trade post. You admit travelers for inspection. You seize weapons temporarily. You offer fuel in exchange for goods, labor, or services. You maintain a ledger that creates expectations. Expectations create reliance. Reliance creates disputes when you alter terms after entry." "Lady," the world ended. "Yes, and yet you kept a ledger. That means you care who owes what. So congratulations. You resurrected contract law in a cowboy gift shop." Barnaby folded his arms, delighted. Marge's jaw tightened. "You have no standing here. I am a party to a proposed transaction. That gives me standing as soon as you solicit trade. Your guard solicited trade. Your sign solicits trade. Your entire town is historically dedicated to aggressive solicitation across state lines. The sign says no credit. Then produce a cash price. We do not use cash. Then the sign is not merely obsolete. It is misleading." Marge stared at her. Gigi felt Barnaby looking at her too. His attention was different from everyone else's. The guards watched as if she were a snake that had learned grammar. Barnaby watched as if she were a sunrise he had expected other people to finally notice. "What do you actually have?" Marge asked. "Tools, field repairs, route information, salvage from west of here, and labor. He can repair equipment." Gigi pointed at Barnaby without turning. "I can audit your trade system, draft enforceable ration rules, settle inventory disputes, and reduce the chance that your own people eventually overthrow you for arbitrary pricing." The store went very quiet. Marge's hand moved toward the revolver, not touching it, only reminding everyone of its presence. "Be careful." "I am being careful," Gigi said. "That is why I did not call it inevitable." Barnaby's eyebrows rose. Marge gave a humorless smile. "You think my people want a lawyer?" "Your people want predictable food, fair punishment, and fuel prices that do not change based on how badly a stranger needs the bridge out of town. They may not know that is what lawyers are for because my profession did considerable reputational damage before the dead ate the billing departments. But yes, they want rules that bind the person with a gun as much as the person without one." One of the guards at the door shifted. Gigi saw it. Marge saw Gigi see it. "You are making speeches," Marge said. "I am making an offer. Your offer is words. Words are why your people have not shot each other over antibiotics yet. Words decide whether a jar of pills goes to the feverish child, the best fighter, or the person whose cousin controls the water barrels. You know that. That is why you have the ledger. I am offering to make your words stronger." Marge's gaze sharpened in spite of herself. "And what do you want?" "Diesel enough to get us to the next reliable source. Clean water. Our weapons returned when we leave. No impound and no additional fee because you dislike lawyers. I do dislike lawyers. You dislike losing arguments. Most people confuse the two." Barnaby covered a smile with one hand and failed at subtlety. Marge looked at him. "You find this funny? I find competence pleasant." "You're not helping," Gigi said. "Was not aiming to, just admiring structure." Marge came around the counter. She was shorter than Gigi, but she carried herself with the hard economy of someone who had stayed alive by never giving away room she might need later. Up close, Gigi could see exhaustion beneath the sharpness. Marge had built this place from panic, memory, and threat. She had likely done brutal things and useful things, and told herself they were the same, because sometimes survival allowed no tidy categories. "You think you can fix my rules in an afternoon?" Marge asked. "No, I can identify the worst holes and write interim procedures. Then you can decide whether you prefer functioning authority or theatrical extortion." A smile touched Marge's mouth despite her effort to kill it. Theatrical extortion built this place. The old wall drug offered free ice water. It did not charge a dehydrated family their station wagon before permitting them to drink. The old wall drug had supply chains. The old wall drug also understood that goodwill was a business asset. Your billboards still understand it better than your gate policy. Marge's expression changed at that. It did not soften. It shifted. Gigi had found the hinge. It was not kindness. Not nostalgia exactly, but pride. This place had once survived by drawing strangers in with promises painted across impossible distances. Marge did not want to be merely a bandit queen living inside a souvenir shop. She wanted wall to mean something more than a barricade. Gigi pressed gently because too much pressure broke hinges. "You need trade traffic," she said. "You need people to believe approaching this gate is dangerous but rational. If every traveler thinks you will seize their vehicle because they cannot leave, the only people who come here will be desperate, armed, or stupid. Those categories create expensive cleanup." Barnaby nodded. "Cleanup gets pricey." Marge ignored him, but not completely. "What route information?" she asked. Gigi opened her notebook. Seattle exits blocked. Cascades passable only by logging roads with significant dead presence and at least one heavy mutation neutralized. Craters of the Moon Visitor Center has minimal supplies left, but a small quantity of poor diesel may remain, likely contaminated. Routes through central Wyoming showed smoke in 2 towns. Feed store at mile marker 78 west of the state line has been stripped, but contains livestock supplies, no fuel. We saw no organized raider signs until your outer billboards. Marge glanced at the notebook, then at Barnaby. "She writes everything down?" "Not everything," he said. "She edits out my better material." "Your material is not evidence," Gigi said. "Some of it is." Marge reached for the notebook. Gigi did not hand it over. "Copy only," Gigi said. "Original stays with me." The manager's eyes narrowed, then she laughed once. It was not friendly, but it was real. "You really are a lawyer, formerly, yes. No such thing." The next 3 hours dragged Gigi backward into a version of herself she had thought the apocalypse had stripped away. She sat at a table beneath a mural of cowboys and drafted emergency trade provisions with a stub pencil while Marge, 2 guards, and a gray-haired woman named Sister Elaine argued over water priority, fuel categories, guest weapons, and punishment for internal theft. Barnaby was taken to the old maintenance garage behind the store to inspect a generator that had been producing smoke, sparks, and theological concern. Gigi worked without her hatchets within reach, which made her skin crawl, but her mind locked on to the task. She built clauses in plain language. No legal flourishes, no Latin, no vague discretion without review by at least 3 named roles. She wrote that weapons could be held during guest entry, but must be inventoried by description and returned upon exit unless the guest violated posted rules. She wrote fuel exchange tables based on labor hours, parts, medicine, and verified route intelligence. She wrote that vehicle seizure required unanimous emergency vote and documented cause. Documented by whom? Marge asked. "Someone who is not the person receiving the vehicle." Sister Elaine nodded immediately. "I like that." Marge glared at her. The gray-haired woman did not flinch. "I said what I said." Gigi hid a smile by turning the page. Arguments erupted over details. A young guard wanted harsher penalties for theft. An older mechanic wanted fuel prices higher for outsiders. Marge wanted discretion preserved. Gigi gave ground where it did not matter and held where it did. She did not win every point. Good agreements rarely looked like victory. They looked like damage made manageable. Once, Barnaby passed the open office door, carrying a blackened generator part in one hand and a donut tin full of bolts in the other. "How is your revolution?" he asked, proceeding under protest. "How is your generator?" "Also protesting. It will come around." Marge looked from one to the other. "You 2 married?" "No," Gigi said too fast. "Nope," Barnaby said, too cheerful. Sister Elaine's eyes twinkled. "Long road, though." "Do not," Gigi warned. "I said nothing improper. You implied entire chapters." Barnaby smiled into the donut tin. By dusk, the interim rules were copied onto clean cardboard in block letters and nailed beside the gate. Gigi watched 2 teenagers paint the title at the top. Wall Trade Code, Temporary. The word temporary mattered. It let proud people accept change without admitting surrender. Marge read the final copy with her arms folded. "This does not make us soft," she said. "No," Gigi replied. "It makes you less random." "That is different. Random scares people. Reliable scares them more if you are reliably dangerous." Marge considered that, then turned to one of the guards. "Return their weapons, inventory them first, and do it properly." The guard looked at the new cardboard rules, then did as instructed. Gigi received her hatchets with a relief she hid behind inspection. She checked the grips, edges, straps, and balance. Barnaby took the Negotiator back from the bearded guard, who seemed happy to be rid of it. "You really use that thing?" Marge asked. Barnaby held up the pan. "Everybody needs a specialty." "Your specialty fixed my generator too. Generator mostly fixed itself once I stopped it from trying to become a campfire. Modest men are suspicious." "Then you will be relieved to know I am also very proud of the fan belt adjustment." Marge gave him a ration chit, then looked at Gigi. "Your diesel is being pumped now. Not full, nobody gets full, but enough to put distance between you and my headache. You also get water, 2 meals, and 1 night in the east storeroom. No fee. In exchange for legal drafting, generator repair, and route intelligence," Gigi said. Marge's smile was narrow. "Put it in your notebook." "I already did." "Of course you did." That night, they ate stew in the storeroom among boxes of souvenir magnets, Western hats and T-shirts, advertising a world that had believed family vacations were complicated because of restroom stops. The stew was thin but hot. Gigi held the bowl in both hands and felt heat move into her fingers. Barnaby sat on an overturned crate, knees too high, spoon dwarfed in one hand. His pan rested beside him like a sleeping dog. "You were impressive today," he said. "I was useful. Those can overlap. Impressive implies performance. Law is performance with receipts." She looked at him over her bowl. "That is almost accurate. I listen." She wanted to deflect. She nearly did. Instead, she looked toward the storeroom door where voices moved softly beyond the wall, the sounds of a settlement adjusting around new rules. "I used to be good at that. Still are. I was also miserable. Those can overlap too." The answer irritated her because it was gentle and true. She ate another spoonful. "My mother hated my job, not because it was law. She thought helping people with words was noble. She hated that I used all my words for people who already had too many." Barnaby waited. "I told her security mattered. Money mattered. Reputation mattered. She said there was a difference between building a life and constructing a cage with excellent furniture." Gigi's mouth tightened. She had a way of being kind and devastating in the same sentence. Sounds like a craft. "She would have liked you," Gigi said, and regretted it instantly because the room became too quiet. Barnaby looked down at his stew. The smile that came was small and unguarded. "I would have tried to earn that." Gigi busied herself with the bowl. "She also would have hated your shirts." "That is fair. They are advanced. They are loud enough to violate zoning. No zoning board survives the dead. Tragic loss for civilization." They slept behind stacked boxes, separated by a polite distance that fooled neither of them about the fact that they listened for each other's breathing in the dark. Outside, walls' bells rang once when a dead thing brushed the outer barricade. Guards handled it without alarm. The settlement settled again. At dawn, Marge met them by the dually. The truck looked better for fuel, even if no sensible person would call it healthy. Someone had washed the windshield. Someone else had tied a bundle of road food to the side mirror, corn cakes, dried meat, a jar of pickled carrots, and a small paper packet labeled coffee. "Sorry." Barnaby held up the packet. 5 cents, Marge snorted. "It is complimentary. That way you cannot sue over quality." Gigi almost smiled. "That is wise." Marge handed her 3 copied pages of the trade code. "For your records?" "Thank you. Do not come back with raiders behind you. We will try to limit our social circle." The manager hesitated, then extended a hand. Gigi shook it. Marge's grip was dry and hard. "Formerly my foot." Gigi looked at the cardboard rules near the gate, then at the people already reading them. "Some habits survive." Barnaby climbed into the truck. "That they do." The gate opened. The dually rolled toward morning, heavier by several gallons of diesel and one repaired sense of purpose. Before they cleared the inner wall, Sister Elaine tapped on Gigi's window and handed her a small cloth pouch. Inside were 5 pencils shaved to careful points, a stub of red grease pencil, and a palm-sized notebook bound with thread. "For the road," the older woman said, "rules need paper. So do prayers. Use it for whichever one keeps you moving." Gigi tried to refuse. The refusal was automatic, born from years of hating gifts that felt like obligations. Sister Elaine closed Gigi's fingers around the pouch anyway. "Take it, counselor." "You made Marge admit she needed witnesses." "I have been trying for 2 years." Marge, standing a few feet away, barked. "I heard that." "Good," Sister Elaine called back. "Then the system works." Barnaby laughed so hard the truck shook. Gigi looked down at the notebook, then tucked it beside the Polaroid sleeve in the glove box. Her old life had filled briefcases with legal pads, contracts, and files meant to make rich people safer from consequences. This tiny road notebook felt more useful than all of them. "Thank you," she said. Sister Elaine patted the door. "Get to your beach, then send word if there is still water worth seeing." Gigi nodded, and for once the promise did not feel like a schedule. It felt like a line tied from one living place to another. As they passed under the old sign for free ice water, Barnaby looked at Gigi. "I notice you did not bill hourly." "I charged in fuel. Modern economy. Do not make me draft an invoice. Could frame it. I will throw it out the window. Then I will take a picture first." She glanced toward the glove box where the Polaroids waited in their sleeve. "There are rules about that now," she said. "I look forward to violating them respectfully. That is not how rules work. It is how road trips work." For once, she did not argue immediately. Chapter 12. The jackalope Barnaby lasted exactly 11 minutes after leaving the gate before he mentioned the giant jackalope. Gigi had anticipated 5. She considered this evidence of progress. The truck rolled down Wall's Main Street at a controlled crawl past storefronts, painted with old promises and new warnings. The fortified heart of town sat behind them now. But the commercial sprawl extended beyond the inner barricade in broken loops of parking lots, motels, diners, and roadside attractions that had once existed to catch families drifting off the interstate with full wallets and bored children. Dust blew across everything. A plastic cowboy lay face down beside a trash can. A souvenir sign swung from one chain, squeaking faintly. Ahead, in a fenced photo area half collapsed from age and neglect, stood the jackalope. It was enormous, faded, and ridiculous. A concrete rabbit the size of a small shed crouched on a platform painted to look like desert ground. Antlers rose from its head in cracked branches. One painted eye had peeled away, giving it an expression of permanent suspicion. Someone had hung a handmade scarf around its neck. Someone else had painted "Keep Out" on the fence. Then, beneath that, in smaller letters, "Seriously." Barnaby slowed the truck, as if approaching a cathedral. "No," Gigi said. "You did not let me form a sentence. I saw the sentence forming on your face. It is a landmark. It is a giant concrete rabbit with antlers. That is exactly my point. We have fuel because I verbally dismantled a fortified micro-government. We are leaving, and documenting the journey. You documented the sunrise. Sunrises happen everywhere. Giant jackalopes are regionally specific. We are still within rifle range of people who just learned to inventory confiscated weapons. Then we should be quick. That is not the lesson." He pulled to the curb. Gigi stared at him. "You are doing this. I am preserving culture. You are trespassing inside a warning sign. Culture often has signs. I will not be legally responsible for this." "Good news, counselor. Law has taken the morning off." Law never takes the morning off. It just gets ignored by men in floral shirts. Barnaby grinned and lifted the camera. "You coming?" She should have stayed in the truck. She should have locked the door, written a note in her book about foreseeable stupidity, and allowed him to experience natural consequences. Instead, she got out with both hatchets because natural consequences in the apocalypse often had teeth. "One picture," she said. "No climbing. No posing on the saddle. No touching unknown fluids." Barnaby looked wounded in spirit, though not with a word she avoided. "There is a saddle?" That was not an invitation to investigate. They crossed the empty lot. The air smelled of dust, old grease, and the faint chemical sweetness of decaying plastic. The jackalope's fence had been cut in one corner. Barnaby lifted the loose section carefully, rather than stepping over it and risking a loud scrape. Gigi noticed. She hated that his foolishness often came with competent details. The photo platform creaked beneath his boots, but held. Up close, the statue was worse and better. Worse because the paint had blistered, the concrete had cracked, and one antler had been repaired with rebar and what looked like melted soda bottles. Better because it was still there. Absurdity had endured 3 years of hunger, fear, fire, raiders, storms, and the dead. Barnaby stood beside it, camera ready, then paused. "Need scale," he said. "Use yourself. You are 6 feet 4 inches of bad judgment." "I meant you." "Absolutely not." "Professional documentation." "Find a measuring stick." "You are more expressive than a stick." "That is not the compliment you think it is." He held the camera out toward her. "Then you take it? I will stand with our antlered host." Gigi accepted the camera as if it were evidence contaminated by jam. "Do not smile like that." "Like what?" "Like the end of civilization has culminated in this moment for your personal satisfaction." "It has been a strong morning." He stood beside the jackalope and gave a thumbs up. The pose was so sincere that it crossed through foolishness and came out the other side into something almost noble. Gigi raised the camera, framed him with the statue, and saw through the viewfinder what she had been trying not to see: the huge man in the ridiculous shirt, the battered truck beyond him, the dead town, the fortified gate, the painted monster rabbit, the empty sky, and a road still open ahead. Her finger found the button. A voice behind her said, Camera costs extra. Gigi did not jump. She turned with the camera still in hand and found 4 men stepping from the shadow of the closed t-shirt shop across the lot. Local, probably. Or attached to wall loosely enough to know the blind spots and tightly enough to think they owned them. They wore road armor lighter than the gate guards, more swagger than discipline. One had a crowbar. One had a bat wrapped in wire. One had a pistol tucked into his belt badly enough that Gigi noticed before he could make use of it. The fourth carried a sack and smiled with too many teeth. Barnaby lowered his thumb. "Morning," he said. The man with the crowbar spat to the side. "That gate fuel yours?" Gigi slid the fresh Polaroid under her palm to keep it from blowing away. "Our transaction is complete and documented. Not talking paperwork, talking tax." "There is no posted tax." "There is now." Barnaby stepped down from the platform. "Marge know about this tax?" The pistol man sneered. "Marge knows what we tell her." Gigi filed that away. Internal enforcement problem. Post-rule backlash likely. She would have enjoyed being right under less lethal circumstances. The crowbar man pointed at the camera. "Start with that, then food, then maybe those little blue axes." "Hatchets," Gigi said. "Whatever you call them. Words matter. Lady, your words bought you fuel. They will not buy you out of this lot." Barnaby glanced at Gigi. "You want first pass?" "I want to be far away from here." "That can be arranged after. I am holding the camera, then I will start." The crowbar man laughed. "You will start what?" Barnaby moved. For a man his size, he moved with startling economy. He did not charge wild. He closed the distance at an angle, one boot on the edge of the platform, then down into dust, the Negotiator appearing from his belt as if the pan had grown impatient. The crowbar came up. Barnaby's pan met it not head-on but sideways, knocking the metal out of line. His shoulder bumped the man's chest. The crowbar man stumbled backward into the fence, and the loose section clanged behind him. Gigi tucked the developing photo into her jacket and freed her hatchets. The Batman rushed her. He swung too wide, expecting fear to freeze her. Gigi gave him no such courtesy. She stepped inside the arc, caught his wrist with the handle of one hatchet, and drove the other into the side of his thigh with the flat of the blade rather than the edge. He screamed and dropped. She kicked the bat away. "Stay down," she said. He did, clutching his leg. The pistol man went for his belt. Barnaby threw the crowbar man into him. Both crashed into a souvenir postcard rack outside the t-shirt shop. Cards exploded into the air in a bright flutter of old vacation slogans. Mount Rushmore, Badlands sunsets, jackalopes in better paint, all spinning through dust like confetti from a parade nobody wanted. The sack man hesitated. His mistake was looking between targets. Gigi crossed the space in 3 fast steps. One hatchet hooked the strap of his sack and yanked it down, pulling his balance forward. Her knee struck his stomach. He folded with a cough. She planted a boot on the sack before he could grab it back. Inside were batteries, ration bars, 2 small medicine bottles, and 3 folded trade chits stamped with Marge's mark. "Tax collection," Gigi said, breathing hard, "appears to include embezzlement." Barnaby had the pistol man pinned against the postcard rack with one forearm and the edge of the Negotiator under his chin. "That sounds like paperwork trouble." "Deep paperwork trouble." The crowbar man, bleeding from a split lip, looked toward the wall. "You do not know who we are." Gigi picked up the pistol from the dust, ejected the magazine the way a former lawyer with 3 years of apocalypse experience knew how, and tossed the empty gun into a storm drain. "You are people committing unauthorized toll collection within sight of new posted trade rules. Those rules are for strangers. Rules that bind only strangers are not rules. They are decorations." Barnaby smiled. She wrote that section. A bell rang from the direction of the gate. Someone had seen the scuffle. 2 guards ran toward the lot. Weapons up. The bearded guard from yesterday arrived first, breathing hard, helmet crooked. He took in the scene, Barnaby holding one man, Gigi standing over another, the sack of stolen goods, the injured Batman, the empty space where a pistol had been. "What happened?" he demanded. Gigi pointed to the sack. "Attempted, unauthorized seizure of goods and weapons. Possible theft from wall stores or prior travelers. Violation of the temporary trade code. Sections 2, 4, and 6. Also poor weapon retention." The guard stared at her. Barnaby added, "They tried to tax the rabbit picture." "That too," Gigi said. The guard looked at the 4 men. Something tired and angry moved across his face. "Marge is going to skin me." "Metaphorically," Gigi said. "You have not seen her mad. I caused it once yesterday. You survived." More guards arrived. The would-be thieves were gathered, disarmed, and marched toward the gate. The bearded guard recovered the sack, checked the chits, and grimaced. "These are from the west storeroom," he said. "Then your internal controls need work," Gigi replied. "Are you offering?" "No, we are leaving." Barnaby made a faint, disappointed sound. She turned on him. "We are leaving." I said nothing. "Your shoulders said you wanted to stay and repair their audit process." "My shoulders are expressive." Marge appeared at the edge of the lot with two armed women behind her in fury in every line of her body. The bearded guard began explaining. Gigi held up one hand. "Your people can brief you. I recommend immediate separation of storage, access, chit issuance, and gate enforcement authority. Also, this is exactly why Section 6 needs stronger language." Marge stared at the captured men, then at Gigi, then at Barnaby. "You attract trouble," she said. "We were taking a photo," Barnaby replied. "Of course you were." Gigi retrieved the Polaroid from her jacket. It had developed during the fight. The image showed Barnaby beside the jackalope, thumb raised, smile wide, with the first two thugs just barely visible in the far background, stepping from shadow. It was absurd, incriminating, and somehow perfect. Barnaby leaned over her shoulder. "That came out nice. It captured the defendants. And the landmark." "Get out of my town," she said, but there was no heat behind it. "Gladly," Gigi replied. Marge pointed at her. "Send decent people this way. Not raiders, not fools. People who will trade fairly." Gigi nodded. "Post your rules at the outer sign. Make expectations visible before people enter. Still lawyering? Still alive because of it?" Barnaby tipped an imaginary hat. "Appreciate the hospitality." "I am not hospitable. You gave us coffee. It was bad coffee. Hospitality has tears." They returned to the truck. Gigi walked faster than necessary, adrenaline making her hands shake now that the threat had passed. She climbed into the passenger seat and shut the door. Barnaby got behind the wheel, started the engine, and let it idle just long enough to hear that it would. He did not immediately drive. Gigi looked at him. "What is it?" He nodded toward her hands. "You good?" "I am fine." "That word does a lot of overtime for you." She looked down. Her fingers were tight around the Polaroid, bending one corner. She forced them to loosen and smooth the edge. "I am angry," she said. "That tracks." They were going to undo it. The rules, the whole point. We had been gone 11 minutes. Some folks hate a straight line because it shows where they are crooked. She stared at him. "That one was good," she admitted. "Thank you. Been saving it since a concrete crew in Spokane tried to pad an invoice." She slipped the jackalope photo into the plastic sleeve with the sunrise and the others. Her movements were careful again. Order restored, at least within 6 square inches of glove box space. "You should know," she said. "Your thumb ruined the photo." "My thumb anchored the emotional center." "Your thumb is the size of a dinner roll." "Strong visual anchor," she shook her head, but the corner of her mouth betrayed her. Barnaby saw it and chose, wisely, not to celebrate out loud. He put the truck in gear. They drove out past the final wall drug billboard. Someone had painted fresh words beneath the old promise of free ice water, trade fair. "Keep moving." "Dead close at dusk." Gigi read it as they passed. "That is an improvement. You should bill them for advertising copy." I charged in diesel, and one rabbit photo. It is a jackalope. He looked over, delighted you said it correctly. Do not make it meaningful. Too late. The road carried them into the open plains. Behind them, walls shrank into dust, barricades, bells, and painted promises. Ahead, Nebraska waited with its long roads and whatever moved on them. For several miles, neither spoke. The truck ran better with fuel in its tank and flat land under its tires. The sky widened until it seemed the world had no ceiling. Gigi rested her head back and let the rhythm of the road settle her pulse. Barnaby reached for the cassette player, her eyes opened. Choose carefully. Road music, low volume, democratic selection. There are 2 people in this truck, and one of them has terrible taste. Then the vote will be close. No show tunes, inspirational country, no motivational hydration tape. That narrows the field. He put in the country album stuck between tracks. Static popped, then a steel guitar fought its way out of the speakers. The sound was warped, scratchy, and uneven. It was also somehow exactly right for a battered truck, leaving a fortified tourist trap after a fight over a concrete rabbit with antlers. Gigi closed her eyes again. One song, she said. One scenic song. Do not push it. Would not dream of it. The dually rolled east, its shadow long beside it, its cargo stranger than fuel or salvage, a stack of impossible photographs, a cracked mug, 2 people learning how to keep going, and a promise pointed toward warm blue water still a continent away. Chapter 13. The Great Plains Gridlock, Nebraska, arrived under a sky so large it made every other sky Barnaby had ever seen look like a low ceiling. It stretched from one broken horizon to the other in a pale blue sheet, clean and pitiless, with thin clouds pulled across it like cotton caught on rebar. The land did not rise to meet them. It simply waited, flat and brown and endless, the kind of country that made speed feel useless because every mile looked exactly like the mile before it. Barnaby loved it immediately. Gigi distrusted it with the force of a woman who had once charged $600 an hour to distrust everything. The dually rolled along the interstate with a grinding rhythm that had begun as a noise and become part of the day. Something in the driveline clicked when Barnaby eased off the gas. Something near the rear tires made a low complaint whenever the truck leaned over patched asphalt. The windshield carried a map of old impacts, spiderweb cracks, and dried road filth, but Barnaby drove with the loose confidence of a man who had backed dump trailers through tighter spaces than most people could walk through. Gigi sat with her notebook open across one knee. The notebook had once contained an orderly schedule, route estimates, fuel projections, and a list of luxury resort amenities she intended to enjoy when she reached the Keys. Now its pages had become stranger. They held columns labeled diesel, water, ammunition we do not use, canned goods that are not suspicious, and Barnaby's ideas that almost got us killed. That last column had become crowded. She tapped her pen against the page and stared past the cracked glass. You are aware, she said, that we are behind schedule by approximately forever. Barnaby adjusted the cracked ball cap on his head. The cap advertised a plumbing company from Tacoma that almost certainly no longer existed. That is a big number for a notebook. It is a precise emotional estimate. Those are important. I have one that says breakfast was too small. You ate half a jar of peanut butter with a screwdriver. It was the clean screwdriver. You told me there were no clean screwdrivers. Then it was the least historical screwdriver. Gigi closed her eyes long enough to gather patience, then opened them because closing her eyes in a moving vehicle with Barnaby driving had never improved her sense of personal safety. The road ahead shimmered in heat despite the season. Abandoned cars became dark lumps in the distance. A billboard leaned over a field, its cheerful vacation family smiling down through bullet holes and mildew. Someone had spray-painted "No Help East" across the lower half in letters that had run in the rain. Very comforting, Gigi muttered. A little pessimistic for a billboard, Barnaby said. They should have added snacks next exit. There are no snacks next exit, not with that attitude. They passed an overturned livestock trailer. Its side had been peeled open. Old bones lay scattered in the weeds, picked white by weather and birds. Beyond it, a farmhouse burned long ago stood black against a flat field. The silo had split down one side, and corn plants had grown wild around the base in thin, stubborn patches. Every structure in sight carried some mark of the 3 years since the world came apart. Doors standing open, roofs sagging, windows gone dark, vehicles nosed into ditches like tired animals. The dead had done much of the damage. People had done the rest. Gigi watched for movement. She had learned to distrust stillness. Stillness let things hide. Stillness turned cars into traps and barns into mouths. Stillness let a person imagine the world was safe right up until fingers slapped against the glass. Barnaby hummed along with a cassette that had warped in the heat. The song crawled between country music and show tune with enough static to make both genres ask for privacy. "That sound is illegal in at least 9 surviving jurisdictions," Gigi said. "Music law collapsed with probate law." "Probate law did not collapse. It is merely underutilized." "Good to know. If I get eaten, please make sure the Negotiator goes to a worthy heir." She glanced at the heavy cast iron frying pan resting between the seats. Its black surface had been scrubbed clean, but not completely. Nothing could ever be completely clean now. Dents marked the rim. A strip of red tape around the handle kept Barnaby's grip steady when it was slick. He treated it like a tool, a keepsake, and a social policy all at once. "Your frying pan will not survive probate court," she said. "It is emotionally durable. That is not a legal category." It should be. The road climbed a shallow rise. At the top, the whole interstate opened before them. Gigi stopped tapping her pen. Barnaby stopped humming. Below the rise, the eastbound lanes were packed from shoulder to shoulder with vehicles. Cars, trucks, buses, campers, fuel tankers, delivery vans, police cruisers, and military transports sat nose to tail in a ruin of rust and faded paint. Some had burned down to frames. Some still held luggage strapped to roofs. Some had doors hanging open like broken jaws. The gridlock stretched so far that heat blur swallowed the far end. Between the vehicles stood the dead, not hundreds, not even a few thousand. The horde filled the interstate like a slow gray river that had forgotten where it was going. They were dormant in the heat, swaying in place, faces turned in no particular direction. Sun cooked them, wind moved through them. Their clothes had bleached into pale scraps and dirty flags. Some leaned against cars. Some sat trapped behind steering wheels, arms reaching through shattered windows even after all this time. Some had fused into clusters where seatbelts, melted plastic, and their own long decay held them together. Gigi's throat went dry. Barnaby eased the truck to a stop at the top of the rise. The engine idled with a tired clatter. "Well then," he said, "that is a traffic delay. That is not traffic. It used to be. That is a biological wall. Walls are just work that has not met the right equipment. Do not say equipment in that tone." Barnaby looked at her, then looked down at the truck's steering wheel with a tenderness that made Gigi suspicious. "Not happening," she said. "I did not say anything. Your shoulders said something. Your face said something. The truck said something through you. The truck is brave. The truck is injured. The truck has character. The truck has a noise that means we are one heroic decision away from walking to Florida." Barnaby leaned forward and studied the lanes. His eyes moved the way they did when he assessed a damaged building or a blocked road. Gigi had seen that expression in Seattle when he had measured gridlock as if it were a pile of lumber. She had seen it in the Cascades when he had looked at fallen trees and decided the mountain had simply left materials in inconvenient places. It was not stupidity. That irritated her more than stupidity would have. Barnaby was not careless because he failed to understand danger. He was calm because danger to him was only another form of labor. "We cannot ram through that," she said. "Not with the dually," he said. The agreement should have relieved her. It did not. "What does that mean?" "Meaning you are right. Engine would overheat. Radiator would eat half a dead accountant. Transmission would file a complaint. You understand how horrifying it is when you sound practical. I have layers." Gigi lifted the binoculars from the glove box. They were cracked along one lens, but still useful. She scanned the highway. The dead nearest the rise had not reacted yet. Distance heat and the low idle of the engine kept them sleepy. Farther east, the road dipped beneath an overpass and vanished into a knot of vehicles. The shoulders were blocked by jackknifed semis. The median had become a ditch full of wrecks and weeds. Beyond the interstate, fields rolled outward behind fences and drainage cuts. "We could detour," she said. "Maybe it is. There has to be a county road." "Probably several." "Then we are taking one." Barnaby pointed with 2 fingers. "See the line of dead out there?" Gigi shifted the binoculars. At first, she saw only grass and fencing. Then the grass moved. Thin groups of the undead wandered in the fields beyond both sides of the interstate, stretched out in loose migration trails. They were not as dense as the highway mass, but they were everywhere, drawn over years by engines, gunshots, sirens, and all the human panic that had once poured through the plains. "County roads are likely the same," Barnaby said. "Smaller roads, smaller shoulders, less room to wiggle." "I hate that you said wiggle. Professional term. It is not. I have used it on invoices." Gigi lowered the binoculars and looked back at the highway. The thought of being swallowed in that mess pressed cold against her ribs. She had escaped courts, boardrooms, panicked shelters, failed compounds, bad deals, worse men, and one Seattle apartment building where the stairwell had filled with dead neighbors in bathrobes and office shoes. She had survived because she planned, because she moved fast, because she did not indulge nonsense. Barnaby was studying the horizon with the faint smile of a man who had just spotted a roadside attraction. "Please tell me you are not about to describe this as scenic," she said. "It has scale. So does a natural disaster. That is exactly why people take pictures of those. Do not touch the camera." He touched the camera. "Barnaby, listen. Documentation matters. There are thousands of dead people down there. And years from now, when we are sitting at that resort you keep describing, someone might ask how bad Nebraska was. We will have evidence. Years from now, if anyone asks me about Nebraska, I will file an objection and leave the room." Barnaby stepped out before she could stop him. Heat rolled into the cab. Gigi grabbed her hatchets and followed, because staying inside while he did something absurd had never prevented the absurd thing from becoming shared responsibility. Outside, the air smelled of baked asphalt, old metal, dry grass, and the faint sweet rot that never fully left roads anymore. The horde below shifted at the sound of the doors. A few heads turned. Not many. The mass remained mostly dormant. Barnaby stood on the cracked shoulder, raised the Polaroid camera, and framed the ruined interstate. Gigi hissed, "Make it fast!" The camera clicked and spat out a square of white film. The sound was tiny. The reaction was not. A ripple passed through the nearest dead. Heads lifted, arms dragged against car roofs, bodies leaned toward the rise, slow at first, then with increasing certainty. The horde did not sprint. It did not need to. It had numbers enough to make patience deadly. Gigi stared at Barnaby. "You woke the interstate! Only the front row! There are rows behind the rows! That is how rows work." The first dry moans rose from below, thin and cracked, then multiplied. The sound spread backward through the horde like fire through paper. More faces turned, more bodies pressed against vehicles. Metal creaked. A bus shifted on flat tires as dead hands pushed from inside. Gigi climbed back into the truck. "We are leaving!" Barnaby shook the developing photo with one hand as he got in. "Good news." "There is no good news. We have confirmed the road is blocked. That was visible before the photography. Now it is official." He put the truck in reverse and backed down from the rise while the front edge of the horde dragged itself upward behind them. Gigi twisted in her seat, tracking the movement. They had a lead, but not a comfortable one. The dead climbed the grade in uneven waves, some tripping over broken pavement, others crawling over guardrail, a few tumbling into the ditch and vanishing under the bodies behind them. "Need a plan," Gigi said. "Immediate plan. Find a better tool. That is not a plan. That is a wish with boots. Most good plans start as wishes with boots." The truck rolled backward until Barnaby found a gap in the median. He turned carefully, avoiding a cluster of rusted debris, then aimed down a frontage road that ran parallel to the interstate. The dually bounced over potholes. The horde followed the noise, not fast enough to catch them, but steady enough to turn the road behind into a moving border. Gigi checked the map. The paper had creases worn soft from use. "There is a rest stop 2 miles ahead. A grain elevator after that. Maybe a farm supply yard. No marked fuel." Farm supply means equipment. It might mean fertilizer and disappointment. Fertilizer has its uses. Not in my immediate plan. They passed the rest stop. It was a gutted rectangle of block walls and melted vending machines. A handful of dead lurched from the bathrooms as the truck went by. Barnaby waved. Gigi did not. Farther ahead, the frontage road dipped beneath the interstate and curved around a line of cottonwoods. Beyond the trees, yellow shapes rose above a fenced yard. Barnaby's smile widened. Gigi followed his gaze. A highway construction site sat abandoned beside an unfinished interchange. Orange barrels lay scattered like giant pills. Concrete barriers formed crooked lanes. A portable office trailer slumped on flat tires near a stack of culvert pipes. The yard held equipment: excavators, graders, dump trucks, and one massive front-end loader with a bucket broad enough to scoop a compact car. Gigi looked at it, then at the horde following in the distance, then at Barnaby. "No chance," she said, with as many meanings as one answer could carry while still obeying her own rule against one-word remarks. Barnaby stopped the dually at the fence gate. It was chained shut. He picked up the Negotiator. "That loader," he said, "is a scenic route." Chapter 14. The Job Site. The chain at the construction gate had survived 3 winters, 2 summers, and the collapse of whatever county department had once cared about liability. It did not survive Barnaby's frying pan. He stepped out, rolled his shoulder once, and swung the Negotiator with the compact, economical force of a man striking a stubborn nail. The cast iron hit the padlock with a sharp metallic crack. The lock jumped. He hit it again. The shackle snapped, spun off the chain, and landed in the dust. Gigi stood near the passenger side with both hatchets ready, watching the frontage road behind them. The horde was still far, but the front ranks had reached the rest stop. Gray bodies poured around the ruined block walls and followed the line of engine noise. The mass was less organized now that it had left the interstate. That did not make it safer. It made it wider. "We have minutes," she said. "Minutes are good," Barnaby said. "A lot of jobs get done in minutes once everybody stops attending meetings. This is not a meeting. That is why I feel optimistic." He dragged the gate open. Rust screamed in the hinges. A few dead in reflective vests turned from inside the yard, their hard hats still strapped to heads that no longer needed workplace protection. One wore a tool belt. Another had caution tape tangled around its torso like a sad parade sash. Barnaby stepped through the gate. "I can handle those," Gigi said. "I know." "Then why are you walking at them?" "Because they are on my job site." "It is not your job site." Spiritually, all job sites are connected. The first dead worker lurched at him with both arms out. Barnaby caught it by the front of its safety vest, turned with its momentum, and sent it stumbling into a stack of orange barrels. The barrels collapsed, hollow and loud, trapping its legs. He swung the Negotiator into the second dead worker's head with a sound like a melon dropped from a roof. The third came faster than it should have, jaws snapping, boots skidding in gravel. Gigi crossed the distance in 3 quick steps and struck with the hatchet in her right hand. The blade bit into the side of its skull. She twisted free before the body fell and brought the second hatchet down through the bridge of its nose. Barnaby nodded appreciatively. "Clean work. Do not review me like a subcontractor. Would you prefer executive feedback?" "I would prefer a functioning plan." "Then we are both in luck." He pointed to the loader. Up close, the machine looked even larger. Its yellow paint had faded to a dusty mustard color. Rust freckled the bucket edges. The tires were taller than Gigi's shoulders, their deep treads packed with dried mud and old fragments of the dead. The cab glass was cracked but intact except for one corner. A faded company logo on the side read Hawthorne Roadworks, followed by a phone number nobody would ever answer. Gigi approached it with open suspicion. "Can you actually operate that?" Barnaby gave her a look of gentle offense. "Gigi, that is like asking if you can overcharge a rich man for a phone call." "I billed fairly according to market conditions, and I operated equipment fairly according to gravity." "That sentence concerns me." The yard was not quiet. Wind clattered loose sheet metal. The portable office trailer creaked. Somewhere inside it, something thumped against a wall in a slow, patient rhythm. The horde behind them moaned louder, a sound that rolled over the fields and through the equipment like weather with teeth. Barnaby climbed the ladder to the loader cab. He moved with surprising ease for a man his size, boots finding rungs, one hand steady on the rail. Gigi kept watch below, turning in careful arcs. 2 more dead emerged from between stacked pipes. They were bloated from time in a drainage ditch, their coveralls dark and stiff. Gigi met them before they reached the loader. Her combat style had rhythm. Even if Barnaby's chaos made her deny it, she moved in sharp lines. Step in, strike, pull free, sidestep, strike again. She did not waste energy on big swings unless she had to. The hatchets were extensions of her anger and her fear, bright blue grips flashing in the sun. The first dead dropped to its knees after she split its temple. The second grabbed at her sleeve. She pivoted, let the hand slide past, and drove the other hatchet into its face with enough force to send it backward over a pipe. "Your office had casual Fridays?" Barnaby called from the cab. "Start the machine. Working on it." The loader's door groaned open. Barnaby settled into the seat, which sank under him with a puff of dust. Inside the cab, the world became switches, levers, cracked gauges, and 3 years of neglect. He wiped grime from the ignition with his thumb. No key. "There is no key," Gigi said from below, because she had climbed the first rung and looked in before he could hide the obvious. "Keys are just permissions with teeth. Do you know how to start it without one?" "I know how to ask it firmly." "Machines do not respond to firmness. You have not met enough machines." Barnaby pulled open a panel beneath the steering column. Gigi watched his hands work. They were huge hands, scarred and square, the hands of a man who had built places other people sold, rented, insured, argued over, and abandoned. He moved wires aside with a patience she did not associate with him, not because he lacked patience, but because his patience looked nothing like hers. Hers was rigid and brittle. His was loose and stubborn. He did not hurry until hurrying mattered. The horde mattered. The front ranks had reached the fence. Bodies pressed against chain link. The gate Barnaby had opened clanged against its post as dead hands shoved through the gap. The first few stumbled into the yard and tripped over the broken padlock chain. More pushed behind them. "Barnaby, listen," Gigi said. "Almost there. That is a dangerous word. So is indemnification. This is not the time for legal vocabulary. You started it by existing. A spark snapped in the panel. The loader coughed. Then it died. Gigi drew a breath through her teeth. Please do not tell me that was progress. That was the machine clearing its throat. The dead surged through the gate. 10 became 20. 20 became more. Their boots scuffed gravel. Their arms reached. Their mouths opened in a chorus that turned the air thick. Gigi jumped down and moved to intercept. She did not have room to be elegant. The first dead came at her in a reflective jacket, stiff with old blood. She ducked under its grasp and chopped through its knee, not with the clean certainty of a blade through wood, but with a wet crack that folded it sideways. She stepped over it and struck the next in the cheek. The hatchet stuck for a fraction of a second. Panic flared, hot and immediate. She yanked it free with a grunt and kicked the body back into 2 others. Barnaby, listen! The loader coughed again. Barnaby, today would be excellent. The engine roared. It did not merely start. It announced itself. Diesel thunder rolled through the yard. Black smoke belched from the exhaust stack. The whole machine shuddered like a sleeping beast, dragged upright by bad manners and a battery with one miracle left inside it. Barnaby laughed from the cab. Gigi's relief lasted less than 1 breath before she had to split another skull. The loader lurched forward. Move left, Barnaby called. My left or your left? The left that does not get flattened. That is not a direction. She dove aside as the bucket dropped. The loader rolled into the dead at the gate. Its bucket caught the front ranks at shin height and scooped them like rotten snow. Bodies piled against the metal, limbs tangling, torsos folding, heads striking the bucket lip. The machine kept moving. Tires crushed gravel barrels and whatever remained under them. The gate posts bent outward. Chain link peeled away. Barnaby handled the loader with both hands and his whole body. He worked the controls with the absorbed calm of a man returning to an old language. The bucket lifted. Carrying a heaped mass of writhing dead, he tilted it forward over a concrete barrier. Bodies dumped in a flailing avalanche on the far side. That was disgusting, Gigi shouted. Efficient, though. Both can be true. He reversed, turned, and lowered the bucket again. The horde flowed toward the noise. The construction yard became a funnel. Dead squeezed between parked equipment and stacks of pipe, pushing over one another in their need to reach the living. Gigi climbed onto the loader's side step because the ground was no longer safe. Barnaby opened the cab door just enough to shout over the engine, "Need you up here. I am not riding inside that cab with you while you improvise vehicular manslaughter against the deceased, then ride outside and provide customer service. That is worse. That is probably true." Another cluster of dead reached the loader's rear tire. Fingers hooked into tread. One began climbing with the stubborn hunger of a thing that did not understand machinery but believed in proximity. Gigi struck downward, knocking it loose. The body disappeared under the tire with a heavy crunch. She looked at Barnaby through the open door. I hate this plan. That means it is memorable. That is not a measure of quality. Tourism says otherwise. He angled the loader toward the interstate. Beyond the yard, the mega horde waded across the highway lanes, awakened now, surging in restless layers. The original roadblock had become a moving disaster. Dead pressed against cars, climbed over hoods, fell through windshields, and dragged themselves free with strips of old upholstery hanging from their hands. The path east remained impossible for the Julie, but the loader was not the Julie. It was a blunt, roaring answer built for earth, gravel, concrete, and jobs too heavy for hope. Barnaby gripped the controls. Gigi, welcome to the job site, he said. She tightened her hold on the side rail, hatchets ready, jaws set against fear and engine vibration. I am billing you for emotional damages. Put it on the scenic account. Then the loader rolled out of the yard and drove straight into the horde. Chapter 15. Flank Defense. The first impact did not feel like hitting bodies. It felt like hitting mud packed with secrets. The loader's bucket pushed into the mega horde and lifted the front ranks off their feet. The dead folded, tumbled, and spilled across one another. Some vanished beneath the bucket. Some rode up the metal, clawing at rust, jaws opening and closing with dry persistence. The machine slowed, shuddered, then kept going as Barnaby fed it power and adjusted the bucket angle with small movements that meant survival. Gigi clung to the left side step, one boot wedged against a bracket, one knee pressed into hot metal, both hatchets in hand. The engine shook through her bones. Diesel exhaust wrapped around her. The smell of crushed rot rose in waves so thick she had to breathe through her mouth, which was worse because then she tasted it. I hate the scenic route, she shouted. Barnaby's voice came from the cab, bright over the thunder. You have to admit it has local color. The local color is brownish red. Fall palette. A dead woman in a sun hat came over the bucket's left corner, dragged upward by the press of bodies behind her. She wore a faded vacation shirt that read Find Your Road. Her jaw hung crooked. Her hands slapped against the loader's arm, searching for grip. Gigi struck once, hard and precise. The hatchet split the skull above the temple. The dead woman slid away and disappeared beneath the rolling wall of bodies. Two more climbed after her. Gigi worked fast. The loader gave her no stable floor, no clean angle, no proper range. It bounced over wreckage, climbed onto crushed hoods, dropped from bumpers, and shoved through places where the interstate had become a canyon of metal. Every jolt tried to throw her off. Every lurch changed the height of the dead reaching for her. Her world narrowed to rail, boot, hand, blade, teeth, and Barnaby's maddening voice calling adjustments as if they were installing cabinets. Little bump coming. The loader crushed the front end of a sedan and rose sharply. That was not little. Medium bump. Say medium before it happens. Feedback noted. A hand seized the lower rail near her ankle. Gigi chopped through the wrist, kicked the fingers loose, then twisted away as another dead man in a mold-black suit lunged from the hood of a delivery van. He came too high for a clean head strike. She drove one hatchet into his collarbone to stop his momentum, and the other into the side of his head. His weight pulled both tools down. Her shoulder screamed with effort. She planted a boot against his chest and shoved him back into the horde. The blade came free with a wet drag. She refused to look at the edge ahead. Barnaby drove like he had been waiting his whole life for a task this ridiculous. He did not rush blindly. He chose lines through the wreckage. The bucket punched gaps between vehicles. When a minivan blocked the lane, he used the loader's weight to shove it sideways into a bus. When the dead piled too high in front, he lifted the bucket and dumped them over the median barrier. When a cluster of bodies jammed beneath the arms, he reversed 3 feet, angled left, and rolled forward again with calm correction. It was chaos performed by a man who understood mass. Gigi hated how impressive it was. "You are enjoying this," she yelled. "I am appreciating a well-built machine. You are smiling. A well-built machine deserves encouragement. It cannot hear you, not with that attitude." The loader pushed deeper. The horde thickened. Dormant layers farther down the interstate woke at the machine's roar. The dead turned from every direction, drawn by the diesel thunder and the promise of warm living meat. Some crawled over vehicles, some rolled beneath tires. Some fell from the tops of trucks where they had been lying in dry stupor, landing with cracking limbs and still trying to rise. A child-sized corpse clung to the wiper bracket on Gigi's side of the cab. Its hair had matted into a hard black cap. Its fingers scraped the glass inches from Barnaby's face. Gigi's stomach twisted, not with pity exactly, because the dead no longer left much room for that, but with the ancient wrongness of small things turned monstrous. Barnaby did not joke. He slowed just enough. Gigi reached across the cab corner and struck cleanly. The small body dropped away. For several seconds neither of them spoke. The engine filled the silence. Then Barnaby said, quieter, "Thank you." Gigi adjusted her grip. "Keep driving. Still driving." The simplicity of it helped. There was nothing to litigate. No room for the past, for mothers dying with soft instructions about joy, for Seattle offices with glass walls and late-night coffee, for Barnaby's near-death fall from scaffolding, for the lives they had postponed until the world quit waiting. There was only the next hand, the next jaw, the next unsafe climb over rusted steel. Gigi became motion. She struck a dead trucker in the cheek as he climbed the bucket edge. She cut the fingers from a woman trying to pull herself onto the side step. She hammered a hatchet into the skull of a corpse wedged between the loader and a pickup, then ducked as a mirror shattered above her head. Glass rained across her shoulder. She ignored it. She could not afford pain until later. Barnaby angled the loader toward the shoulder where the dead were thinner. The path he carved behind them filled almost instantly as bodies collapsed inward. Farther back, the Julie waited near the construction yard, tiny by distance, absurdly precious. They needed to clear enough road to bring it through. The loader could make the path. The Julie had to survive the path. Gigi realized the full shape of the plan and wanted to scream, "We have to go back for the truck. That is correct. You failed to mention the return portion. I thought it was implied by how much I like the truck. Never rely on emotional implication during heavy equipment operations. Good safety rule." The loader struck a cluster of motorcycles tangled beneath a camper. Metal shrieked. The bucket bucked upward. Gigi lost one foothold. For half a second her weight hung from one hand on the rail, the interstate spinning below her in flashes of dead faces and broken chrome. Barnaby saw it. The loader stopped so sharply the bucket slammed down and crushed 3 bodies beneath it. "Gigi, hold on!" She swung her boot back onto the step and pressed herself against the side of the cab, breath burning. A dead hand grabbed the back of her jacket. She turned and buried a hatchet in the attacker's skull without thinking. "Keep going," she said. "You almost fell. And I would prefer not to make it a scheduled event. Keep going." Barnaby looked at her through the cracked side glass. His face was still calm, but not careless. There was weight in his eyes now, the kind he usually hid behind cheer and roadside jokes. For the first time since Seattle, Gigi saw the man under the vacation shirt without the costume doing its job. "Inside the cab," he said. "There is no room. Make room. You are too large to share small spaces with emergency equipment." "That is rude and accurate. Get in anyway." A new wave of dead hit the loader's left flank. The argument ended. Barnaby braced the machine with the bucket, giving her one steadier second. Gigi pulled herself up, shoved the half-open door wider, and squeezed into the cab. It was hot, loud, and filled with diesel stink, and Barnaby, her shoulder pressed against his arm, her knees knocked against a metal panel. One hatchet nearly caught on the steering column. "Do not make this weird," she said. "Too late for the situation generally." "I meant us. I am professionally focused." The cab glass held for 9 seconds. A dead man dropped from the roof of a jackknifed box truck onto the loader's hood. He slid down, hit the cab corner, and smashed one arm through the cracked lower pane. Safety glass burst inward in glittering cubes. His hand clawed at Gigi's sleeve. She drove a hatchet into his forearm, pinning it to the window frame. "That window was structural," Barnaby said. "So is my sleeve." The dead man snapped his teeth. Barnaby took one hand off the controls long enough to grab the Negotiator from where it leaned against the seat. He swung inside the cab with no room at all, a short, brutal punch of cast iron. The pan hit the corpse's face and flattened what had been left of it. The body slid off the hood and vanished. Gigi stared at him. "You brought the frying pan into the loader." "I did not want it to feel excluded." "You are impossible." Yet practical. The loader reached the worst knot of vehicles near the overpass. The eastbound lanes narrowed where a fuel tanker had burned sideways across 2 lanes and fused with the pavement. Around it, cars had piled into a jagged barricade. The dead were thickest here, compressed by years of blockage and now awakened by the loader's approach. Barnaby slowed. Gigi looked ahead and understood. Can the loader move that tanker? Maybe a little. A little will not help. It might if the little is in the right direction. And if it is not, then we learn something. I miss when my risks had footnotes. Barnaby lowered the bucket and eased forward. The edge met the tanker's side with a deep metallic groan. The machine strained, tires dug in, the bucket slipped, scraped, caught, and held. Barnaby fed power slowly. The loader shook so hard, Gigi's teeth clicked together. The tanker moved an inch, then another. The horde pressed around them. Dead hands slapped the cab. Smeared glass reached through the broken window. Gigi guarded the opening, striking anything that came close enough. Her arms ached. Sweat ran down her temples and into her eyes. Blood from the dead speckled her face, her collar, the notebook tucked inside her jacket. The tanker shifted sideways with a shriek that rolled across the plains. Behind it, a gap appeared. Not a safe gap, not a clean one, but a line, narrow and ugly, through which the dually might pass if the driver had nerve, stupidity, or Barnaby. "There it is," Barnaby said. "That is not a road. It is a road after we believe in it. Belief does not repair axles, neither does pessimism." He reversed the loader, turned hard, and began carving the return path. The machine dragged bodies, shoved cars, and opened a channel through the mass. Not wide, not pretty, but visible. Gigi kept the broken window clear. The rhythm became savage and simple. Barnaby drove. Gigi struck. The loader roared. The horde collapsed behind them. By the time the construction yard came back into view, Gigi's arms trembled so badly she had to lock one hand around her hatchet grip to keep from dropping it. Barnaby parked the loader sideways across the gate, bucket down, forming a crude barrier between the yard and the dead. The dually waited where they had left it. Beautiful, battered, absurd, and not yet eaten by Nebraska. Barnaby shut off the loader. The sudden drop in noise felt like falling under water. Gigi sat in the hot cab. Chest-heaving hair stuck to her face, both hatchets dark and dripping. Barnaby looked at her with something like concern trying to sneak through his smile. "You good?" She wanted to say yes because yes was efficient. She wanted to say no because no was honest. Neither answer fit. "I am going to sue the entire state," she said. Barnaby nodded. "That is fair. Also, the loader. The loader has limited assets. Then I will take its mirrors." He laughed then, soft and real, not because the joke was good, but because they were still alive to make bad ones. Gigi looked out through the broken window at the horde pressing against the loader's bucket. Beyond them, somewhere in the interstate mess, a narrow path waited. She flexed her aching hands. "We are doing this again in the truck, aren't we?" Barnaby opened the cab door and climbed down. Just a short drive. That phrase has never helped me. It will look great in the photo album. I am not making you a photo album. He paused on the ladder and looked back with a grin. I never said you were. Gigi climbed down after him, refusing to acknowledge the heat rising in her face. She told herself it was diesel exhaust, fear, and the Nebraska sun. It was definitely not the fact that he had noticed where every Polaroid went after he took it. The hordes slammed against the loader barrier. The path would not last. They ran for the Julie. Chapter 16, Cawker City, Kansas. The Julie took the path like a stubborn animal asked to cross a river of bones. Barnaby drove with both hands on the wheel, shoulders relaxed but eyes sharp. The channel he had cut through the interstate was already narrowing. The dead flowed inward behind the loader's work, filling spaces between crushed cars and overturned trucks. Some crawled over the bodies Barnaby had dumped aside, some reached from under bumpers, some hung from broken windows, snapping at the passing truck as if outrage alone might grant them distance. Gigi sat braced in the passenger seat, both boots planted, one hand gripping the dash, the other holding a hatchet ready near the open window. She had given up telling Barnaby to slow down. She had also given up telling him not to speed up. The truck needed momentum, and momentum had become one more unreasonable member of the team. The Julie's tires climbed over debris with heavy thuds. The suspension complained. The damaged driveline clicked, clacked, and then began a grinding noise that made Gigi's scalp tighten. That sound, she said. I hear it. I dislike that sound. It has opinions. It has expensive opinions. Everything important does. A corpse in a business suit lunged from the hood of a crushed sedan as they passed. Gigi struck through the window, caught the skull with the hatchet's edge, and shoved the body back before it could hook an arm inside. The impact sent a shock up her already aching shoulder. She bit down a curse and stayed ready. Barnaby aimed for the gap near the fuel tanker. It had looked narrow from the loader from the Julie. It looked like a dare issued by an enemy engineer. The tanker loomed on one side, blackened and dented. A stack of compact cars leaned on the other, their frames bent into claws. The path between them was just wide enough if the mirrors did not matter and paint had no legal standing. Mirrors in, Gigi said. Barnaby reached out and slapped his side mirror inward. Gigi did the same, pulling hers tight as dead fingers scraped along the door. Good teamwork, he said. Do not celebrate until we still have doors. Reasonable condition. The truck squeezed into the gap. Metal shrieked along the passenger side. Gigi ducked as the edge of a broken roof rack scratched across the window frame inches from her face. Barnaby kept steady pressure on the gas. The Julie crawled, pushed, shuddered, and then burst free onto clearer pavement beyond the overpass. For 3 seconds, the road ahead opened. Gigi saw sky, lanes, and distance. Then the truck hit something hidden under a mat of bodies. The rear end jumped sideways. A brutal bang hammered through the cab. The grinding noise deepened into a furious metallic growl. Barnaby corrected before the truck could fishtail, guiding it around a wrecked patrol car and down the shoulder. That was not character, Gigi said. No, that was bad, Barnaby said. The single word would have been too bare if spoken alone, but his tone carried enough weight to fill the cab. He did not joke. He did not pretend. He listened to the truck with the intensity of a doctor listening to a failing heart. They cleared the last edge of the mega horde near sunset. The dead remained behind them, a dark moving smear in the rear view, still following the sound but losing cohesion as the truck gained distance. The interstate became passable again in patches, then broken, then passable, then broken, until Barnaby finally left it for state roads that wandered south through farm country. The grinding stayed. It grew worse after dark. They crossed into Kansas under a purple-black sky full of stars that looked unfairly peaceful. The land had changed only slightly. More fields, more empty houses, more grain bins, more churches with signs whose last messages had bleached into strange fragments. Repent and pancake breakfast. God sees. Free Youth car wash. Saturday. Cancelled until further notice. Gigi read each one because reading signs was easier than listening to the truck suffer. Barnaby kept the speed low. We need to stop, she said. Soon enough. Soon as in 1 mile or soon as in after the rear axle files for divorce. Somewhere with light space and fewer surprises. Those places are extinct. Then we settle for space. The road sign appeared in the headlights just after midnight, green paint scratched but readable. Cawker City, 4 world's largest ball of twine. Barnaby's face lit with reverence. Gigi saw it and immediately regretted literacy. Absolutely not. It is on the sign. That does not make it mandatory. Largest in the world. The world ended, it may not be current. Still worth verifying. The truck is making a death noise. Then we should stop somewhere meaningful. A ball of twine is not meaningful. Tell that to the people who made it. They are unavailable for comment. Then we honor their work. Gigi leaned back and pressed the heels of her hands against her eyes. She had argued billion-dollar contract clauses with men who believed volume counted as intelligence. She had cross-examined witnesses who lied badly and proudly. She had explained fiduciary duty to heirs who wanted to sell lakeside property for racehorse money. None of that had prepared her to argue against stopping at a famous ball of twine during a zombie apocalypse. The dually limped into Cawker City 15 minutes later. The town looked folded in on itself. Small houses lined dark streets, porches sagged, windows were boarded or broken. A diner sign swung gently, though there was almost no wind. The headlights caught a mural on a brick wall, bright colors, faded but still cheerful. A painted highway, a smiling sun, and a giant ball of twine presented like treasure. In the town square, beneath a canopy built to protect it from weather that no longer cared about monuments, sat the world's largest ball of twine. It was enormous. Even Gigi, exhausted and annoyed on principle, had to admit that the thing possessed a strange gravity. Layer upon layer of twine wrapped around itself until it formed a massive sphere, brown and tan and gray, taller than a person and broader than the truck's hood. Souvenir signs leaned nearby. A visitor's plaque hung crooked from a post. Someone had tied fresh scraps of rope, electrical cord, and shoelaces to the outer layers after the fall, as if the end of civilization had not canceled the tradition but expanded its materials. Barnaby parked near the curb. The engine coughed. The grinding noise ended in a clank that made both of them freeze. The truck settled. Silence followed. Gigi turned her head slowly toward Barnaby. "Do not say this is fine." He kept both hands on the wheel for a moment, listening to the silence. "This is not fine," he said. That frightened her more than any joke could have. They got out carefully. The town seemed empty at first. Moonlight silvered the square. The ball of twine cast a huge round shadow. Somewhere far off, a loose shutter tapped against a house. A dead windmill creaked in a yard. Barnaby crouched beside the truck, then lowered himself onto his back and slid under it with a flashlight clenched in his teeth. "You're doing that now?" Gigi asked. His voice came muffled from beneath the chassis. Truck asked politely. The truck clanked. That is polite for a truck. Gigi stood guard, though every muscle objected. She wanted water, sleep, and 10 uninterrupted minutes in which nothing tried to bite her. She wanted a shower with real pressure. She wanted her mother's voice not to arrive in quiet moments, telling her to live, really live, as if that were a simple instruction and not the most complicated order ever given. She also wanted Barnaby to stop being under the truck where she could not see his face. The thought irritated her enough to make her pace. "Give me a status," she said. "Debris in the axle housing. Bone fragments near the yoke. Drive shaft took a hit." Translate that into non-grease language. "Nebraska left us a souvenir." "Can you fix it?" "Need to clean it first. Then we find out what is cracked, bent, or merely offended. I dislike all categories. Offended is best." A moan drifted from the far end of the square. Gigi turned. A single dead man staggered from the alley beside the diner. He wore an apron and one shoe. His face had dried tight over bone, and his hands opened and closed with slow hunger. Gigi moved before he gained speed. She crossed the square in quick silence and struck him down near a newspaper box full of papers dated 3 years back. The body hit the sidewalk hard. The noise woke others. A second moan answered from the hardware store. A third from behind the visitor's center. Sheep shifted in the dark windows of a thrift shop. Cawker City had not been empty. It had been waiting. "Barnaby, listen," she called. "We have company." "Friendly company?" "They are not bringing casserole." "Then give me 2 minutes. You may have 1. The dead emerged in small numbers at first, then in clusters. Town dead, tourist dead. Travelers who had stopped for photos and never left. Their clothes told little stories Gigi did not want to read. Cargo shorts, church dresses, mechanic shirts, high school sweatshirts, sun hats, volunteer firefighter gear. They came from storefronts and alleys and parked cars drawn by the truck's final clank, Barnaby's flashlight, and the living heat in the square. Gigi backed toward the dually. Her hatchets felt heavier than they had in Seattle. Her body had spent too much on the loader. Her timing remained sharp, but the space between decisions had narrowed. She dropped the first dead with a strike to the temple, kicked another away from Barnaby's boots, ducked under reaching arms, turned, and drove a hatchet into the back of a skull. Barnaby slid halfway out from under the truck, grease on his cheek, flashlight in one hand, wrench in the other. "Need help?" "Fix the truck." "You sure?" "I am aggressively sure." He looked at the approaching dead, then at her stance, then nodded and slid back under. That trust hit her strangely. He did not argue. He did not perform rescue where it was not needed. He trusted her to hold the line. So she held it. She moved around the truck in tight circles, using the curb, the open passenger door, and the souvenir sign as barriers. A dead teenager in a football jacket lunged too fast. She sidestepped and tripped him into the curb, then brought both hatchets down. An elderly corpse with gray hair and curlers came at her from the left. Gigi swung, missed by half an inch because her arm lagged, and nearly paid for it. She jammed the hatchet handle across the corpse's mouth, shoved hard, and finished it with the other blade. Her breath came ragged. More dead reached the square. Behind her, Barnaby cursed softly under the truck. That was new. "Give me status," she demanded. "Driveshaft is not happy." "Can we leave?" "Not without making the truck unhappier." "How unhappy?" "The kind where it stops being a truck and becomes roadside art." Gigi looked at the ball of twine, then at the dead closing in around it. "We already have roadside art." The fight pulled them toward the monument. Gigi backed beneath the canopy, using the posts to break the dead into smaller angles. The ball of twine loomed beside her, ridiculous and solid. A dead woman in a souvenir t-shirt stumbled into it and bounced off with a dry scrape. The outer twine shifted. Gigi noticed something then. The ball had collected more than twine after the fall. Wire, rope, belts, extension cords, strips of cloth, and even a few lengths of thin chain had been wrapped into its lower half. The tradition had turned desperate, then ceremonial, then abandoned. A dead man grabbed at her from behind a post. She chopped him down, then stepped around the ball and pulled one of the loose cords free. It came away in a long coil. "Barnaby, update," she called. "How much time?" "More than you want to give me. That is not useful." 3 minutes if nothing is cracked too badly." "I can buy 2. You always negotiate." "I am excellent at it." Gigi looped the cord around a canopy post and pulled it across the open approach like a trip line. The first 3 dead hit it at shin height and went down in a heap. She stepped in and ended them before they could crawl over one another. Then she grabbed another length of rope, tied it to the souvenir sign, and stretched it toward a bench. It was ugly work, improvised work, Barnaby work. She hated that it helped. The next cluster tangled fell and blocked the way long enough for her to breathe. She pulled a strip of chain from the ball's lower layers and wrapped it around a dead man's legs, using his own forward pull to drop him. She struck, pivoted, and moved again. The monument became terrain. The square became a courtroom with bad lighting and worse witnesses. She controlled who reached her, when, and how many at a time. Under the truck, metal clanged. The engine tried to turn over. It coughed once, failed, then coughed again. "Barnaby, listen! I am working!" That did not sound like success. It sounded like an opening argument. "Win the case." A dead tourist in a sun visor broke through the rope line and slammed into her. Gigi hit the pavement with him on top of her. His teeth snapped inches from her cheek. She got one hatchet handle beneath his chin and pushed with both arms, muscles shaking. His hands clawed at her shoulders. The smell of old sunscreen and rot filled her nose, then cast iron came down from above. The Negotiator crushed the dead tourist's skull with a heavy final sound. Barnaby hauled the body off her and offered his hand. Gigi grabbed it. He pulled her up as if she weighed nothing. "How is the truck?" she asked. "Clean enough to move, not fixed enough to be proud. Can it get us out of town? If I apologize while driving, then start apologizing." They ran for the cab. The square had filled with dead, but the trip lines and fallen bodies slowed them. Barnaby threw the truck into gear. The Julie shuddered, made a grinding complaint that sounded personal, and rolled forward. "Come on, sweetheart," Barnaby murmured to the dashboard. I know. Nebraska was rude. Kansas has been odd. We are going to find you a nice place with tools." Gigi slammed her door as a dead hand smacked the window. "Did you just promise the truck a spa day? Maintenance is emotional support. Keep driving." He drove. The dually limped around the square, past the diner, past the mural, past the giant ball of twine now trailing cords and rope like it had tried to help and suffered for it. Barnaby slowed just long enough to snatch the Polaroid camera from the console. "No chance," Gigi said. "Historic moment. We are escaping. That is exactly it." He steered with one hand, raised the camera with the other, and snapped a picture through the cracked windshield as the headlights lit the ball of twine surrounded by stumbling dead and fallen trip lines. The flash made the whole square blink. The dead turned toward it. "You are impossible," Gigi said, but she was laughing despite herself, breathless and furious and alive. Barnaby tucked the developing photo toward her without looking. "Hold that, please." She took it because his hands were busy, because the truck lurched and needed him, because the photo was already sliding into existence, gray shapes blooming into the ridiculous monument and the nightmare around it. She told herself she would hand it back. Instead, she opened the glove box and placed it carefully with the others, aligned by edges, protected beneath the folded map. Barnaby noticed. He did not say anything. That was the kindest thing he could have done. They did not leave Cawker City quickly. They left it the way a tired fighter leaves a ring, upright only because pride and habit had joined hands. The dually rolled down a side street behind the old school, over a scattering of broken trophies and glass from a display case that had spilled across the pavement. The grinding under the floorboards came and went, worse on turns, softer on straightaways, always present enough to keep Gigi's attention hooked. Barnaby drove with one ear tilted toward the truck. He had stopped joking with the dashboard for the moment. That silence told Gigi more than his words would have. He listened to the machine the way she had listened to frightened clients when they forgot to lie properly. He heard stress, weakness, strain, and possible betrayal in every vibration. "Tell me the truth," she said. "Are we about to lose the truck?" "Not tonight if we treat her kindly." That sounds like the answer a mechanic gives when he wants payment before the bad news. It is the answer a man gives when a drive shaft has earned respect and a little compassion. Parts do not need compassion. That is why parts like me better than you. A dead woman stepped from behind a mailbox and into the headlights. Barnaby did not speed up. He eased around her with just enough space that she slapped the passenger door and spun away. Gigi watched the body vanish in the mirror, still reaching after them, caught in the red glow of their taillights like a bad memory, refusing to accept dismissal. "You avoided that one," she said. "No reason to hit every pothole on purpose. That may be the most mature thing you have said all day. I have been pacing myself." The road out of town ran past fields gone wild and houses whose porch lights would never come on again. The moon sat low and yellow, making the fields look drowned in old butter. Gigi took out the new Polaroid again. The image had finished developing. The ball of twine sat in the center, absurd and grand beneath its canopy. Around it, the dead blurred in the flash, all arms and faces and tangled lines. At the edge of the frame, one of Gigi's trip cords cut across the foreground like a lawyer's red underline. She almost smiled. "You took a terrible picture," she said. "Composition is hard under pursuit. The subject matter is unacceptable. Historic subjects often are." She slid the photo back into the glove box with the others. She did it openly this time, not quite daring him to comment, not quite hoping he would. Barnaby glanced over, saw the careful stack, and returned his eyes to the road. "They are safer there," she said. "Loose paper is a hazard in a moving vehicle. That is natural. Do not make that tone. This is my neutral paperwork tone. You do not have a paperwork tone. I am developing one out of respect." The strange warmth in the cab had nothing to do with the heater, which had failed somewhere in Idaho and now produced only a smell like hot dust. Gigi folded her hands around the notebook to hide how they still shook. She had killed so many dead that day she could no longer separate one motion from another. The loader, the horde, the tanker, the town square, the twine, the tourist falling on top of her, Barnaby's hand pulling her up. The memories stacked too quickly, each one pressing against the next. "You stopped the loader when I almost fell," she said. Barnaby kept his eyes forward. That seemed appropriate. "It could have cost us the path." "The path was not worth you." The statement landed in the cab without flourish. He did not dress it up. He did not grin afterward. He only guided the damaged truck between two abandoned tractors and kept listening to the gears. Gigi looked out the window. The fields blurred darker than the sky. For a long time she said nothing because the next correct sentence had not arrived. Her old life had rewarded quick answers, sharp answers, answers that made other people regret asking questions. This new life punished excess speech. It also punished silence sometimes, which felt deeply unfair. "I am difficult to keep alive," she said at last. "Most worthwhile projects have complications. I am not a project. No, you are a person with a destination and an unreasonable schedule. That schedule has kept us alive more than once. It has. Your chaos has nearly killed us more than once. Also true, and somehow it has saved us too. I prefer to call it adaptive optimism." "Of course you do." The road forked near a grain elevator. Barnaby chose the narrower lane because it curved away from a distant cluster of dead wandering in the fields. The truck groaned through the turn, and both of them leaned with it as if body weight could assist the steering. The dually straightened out with a tremor. "We need a proper repair," Barnaby said. "Not a flashlight under the truck repair. A shop, a lift if miracles have not retired, or at least a barn with tools and enough room to make bad decisions safely." "How far can we go?" "Farther than we should. That is not comforting." "It is honest." Gigi marked the map with a pencil in the glow of the dome light. Her handwriting looked shakier than she liked. She wrote Cawker City, Twine, Drive Shaft, Loader Path, Mega Horde. Then, after a hesitation, she added photographs protected. The words looked too sentimental, so she drew a box around them and pretended that made them administrative. Barnaby saw the box and said nothing. They found a farm lane before dawn and turned into it, easing behind a windbreak of skeletal trees. The farmhouse at the end had burned to its foundation, but a detached machine shed still stood. Barnaby parked facing out, as always. Gigi stepped down first and scanned the dark. Nothing moved except grass. Inside the shed they found an old workbench, 2 empty fuel cans, a nest of field mice in a seed bag, and a wall calendar still showing a month that had stopped mattering 3 years ago. The place smelled of dust, oil, and dry corn. It was not safe in any permanent sense, but it was enclosed on 3 sides, and the door still slid mostly shut. Barnaby set the Negotiator on the workbench like a foreman, placing a clipboard. Gigi set her hatchets beside it. The 2 tools looked ridiculous together and somehow correct. 2 hours, she said. Then we assess. Sleep first, assess after. We should post watches. We will. I will take first watch. You need rest if you are repairing the truck. You need rest if you plan to keep prosecuting Kansas. She wanted to argue, but her body betrayed her with a sway. Barnaby pretended not to notice by checking the shed door. That, too, was kind. Gigi climbed into the truck cab and sat with the glove box open for a moment. The Polaroids lay in their uneven stack, each one a square proof of survival. Seattle's dead intersection, the frosted lava field, the jackalope, the mega horde from the rise, the ball of twine under flash. She placed the newest photo at the back, aligned the corners, and closed the glove box gently. Outside, Barnaby stood guard beside the half-open shed door, huge and calm in the dim light, frying pan hanging from one hand. Beyond him, the plains waited for sunrise with all their teeth hidden. Gigi leaned her head against the seat and let her eyes close. For once, she did not plan the next 100 miles before sleep found her. They left Cawker City behind in the record of that night, the truck grinding toward the dark southern roads, the mega horde far behind, the ball of twine fading into myth, and Florida still impossibly distant. For the first time in hours, Gigi let the silence remain. It was not comfortable, exactly. Comfort was a luxury. But it had room inside it for 2 people. 1 battered truck, a frying pan, a pair of hatchets, and a stack of pictures proving that the world had become terrible without becoming empty. Chapter 17. Drive shaft maintenance Cawker City had the drained, breathless look of a place that had spent 3 years pretending the end of the world was only visiting. Storefront windows stared from both sides of the square with their glass spidered or gone, their painted lettering faded to pale ghosts. A barber pole leaned against a brick wall as though it had grown tired of standing upright. A row of pickup trucks sat nose to tail beside the curb, all with empty tires and doors hanging open, and the old courthouse lawn was hidden beneath waist-high grass that rolled in the wind like a field of tired green hands. In the middle of it all, inside a weathered gazebo and under a sagging sign that still promised travelers a miracle of roadside Americana, sat the world's largest ball of twine. It was huge, lopsided, and darker than the old postcards had ever admitted, layers upon layers of twine wrapped around its body in bulging bands. Some tan, some gray, some black with mildew, and some stained to brown that Gigi decided not to study too closely. The great knot looked less like a tourist attraction than a sleeping animal someone had persuaded into pretending to be harmless. Barnaby rolled the dually to a stop with a grinding shriek that made Gigi's teeth ache. The truck lurched once, shuddered through the frame, and settled with a final clank from underneath. Barnaby kept both hands on the steering wheel, listening with the concentration of a man identifying a familiar voice in a crowd. Gigi turned toward him slowly. "Please tell me that sound was the truck clearing its throat." "Could be." Barnaby nodded once, serious in the way he got whenever machinery spoke to him. "Could also be the truck telling us it ate something it shouldn't have eaten. Your truck should have made better choices. Most of us should have. That's how life gets interesting." She stared at him over the bridge of her glasses, which had a smear of black grease from the front-end loader fiasco in Nebraska. "Barnaby, we just pushed through a dead ocean with construction equipment, nearly lost a wheel, dragged half of Kansas under your undercarriage, and you are calling this interesting. I am trying to stay accurate." He patted the dashboard. "She brought us this far. We listen when she complains." The truck gave another small metallic tick from below, as if confirming the appointment. Gigi checked the square through the windshield. Nothing moved except weeds, dust, and a loose diner sign that squealed each time the wind shoved it. She hated quiet towns more than noisy ones. Noise at least had honesty. Quiet had patience. Barnaby opened his door. Gigi caught his sleeve. "We need procedure." He looked down at her hand on his shirt, then at her face, and there was no teasing in his expression for a moment. "All right. What's the procedure?" That threw her off more than it should have. She had braced for cheerful disregard for a comment about job sites or scenic interruptions, for him to step into danger as if the world were a hardware store with bad lighting. Instead, he waited. The courtesy of it irritated her because it made her heart soften, and she had no available room for softness. She released his sleeve and reached for her hatchets. "You stay where I can see your boots. You do not roll entirely under the truck until I clear the nearest storefronts. You do not hum. You definitely do not take a photograph until I say the area is controlled." Barnaby's eyebrows rose. "No humming at all, or no upbeat humming?" "Any humming within 50 yards of a possible horde is negligent." "That's strict, but I respect the craftsmanship." "You do not respect the craftsmanship." "I respect the blueprint." Gigi stepped out before she smiled where he could see it. The air smelled of old dust, wet rope, and sun-baked rot. It was cooler than Nebraska had been, but the sky had the yellow-gray weight of storm light, and the clouds hung low enough to make the town square feel enclosed. She moved along the passenger side with both hatchets low, scanning the open mouths of the shops: pharmacy, hardware, quilt store, closed cafe, souvenir shop. Each doorway was a question. Each dark window was an argument she did not intend to lose. Behind her, Barnaby climbed down and stretched his shoulders. The Negotiator hung from his right hand, black cast iron seasoned by road dust, old cooking oil, and more skull impacts than Gigi cared to count. He examined the square with his usual vacationing composure. "Nice little downtown," he said. "Bet this place had a festival. Every small town had a festival. Twine festival, probably. You're not allowed to research that." Noted with reluctance. Gigi crossed the street toward the hardware store first. The front glass was gone, and a set of wind chimes made from old keys and washers tinkled inside the entrance. She hated the sound on sight. It was delicate, accidental, and completely useless as an alarm because the whole doorway stirred whenever the wind shifted. She crouched, lifted one hatchet, and tapped the doorframe with the handle. Something clicked in the gloom. She held still. A dead woman in a faded postal uniform emerged from between shelves of paint cans. Her jaw hung wrong, the lower half of her face pulled to one side by old damage. A string of yellow twine trailed from her wrist to the shelves behind her. For one wild second, Gigi thought the creature had been tied up. Then the dead woman lurched and pulled a whole display of rope and extension cords down with her. The crash echoed through the square. "Fantastic," Gigi muttered. "Subtlety is dead, too." The postal corpse stumbled over the fallen cords, and Gigi went to meet it. Her first hatchet strike cracked into the side of the head with clean precision. The second removed the thing's balance. It folded against a rack of garden trowels, knocking them into a metallic rain. Gigi stepped back, breathing through her nose, and listened. From beneath the truck, Barnaby called, "Everything all right over there? I am doing controlled pest removal. Good for resale value. You are under the truck already, aren't you? Technically beside it with aspirations." Gigi made a sound that would have gotten an associate fired in her old office. She finished clearing the front of the hardware store, checked the cafe and pharmacy from the sidewalk, and found only stale air, mouse-chewed paper, and an unsettling number of commemorative magnets. The town was not empty. No place was truly empty anymore. It was only waiting for a mistake large enough to reward. When she returned, Barnaby was flat on his back beneath the dually, boots sticking out, belly and shoulders hidden under the chassis. A canvas tool roll lay open beside him. He had changed from tourist to mechanic with no ceremony. The Hawaiian shirt was still ridiculous, orange hibiscus against gray pavement, but his movements had the quiet care of a man who knew the difference between force and violence. Gigi stood at the front bumper and faced the square. "What is the damage?" "Drive shaft took a beating. Rear yoke's packed with debris. U-joint is angry. We've got bone shards, denim, a belt buckle, and what I think used to be somebody's phone case wedged where none of those items belong." "That is revolting. Machines get indigestion too. I hate that you make sense." Barnaby laughed softly, and the sound rolled out from under the truck. It made the square feel less dead. That annoyed her too. She had spent years trusting silence, control, tight schedules, and hard edges. This man brought a frying pan to a national disaster and somehow made the air easier to breathe. She paced in a shallow arc, keeping the truck between herself and the twine ball. The thing dominated the center of the square. She could feel it behind her even when she refused to look. Its size made the space strange, as though the town had gathered around an enormous secret and then died protecting it. Loose strands hung from the pavilion rafters and fluttered like dry hair. "Gigi," Barnaby said. "What now? I need you to hand me the big flathead." She looked down at the tool roll. "Describe it without assuming I share your toolbox vocabulary." "Long screwdriver, flat tip, red handle, looks like it has survived 3 divorces." She found it and crouched to pass it under. His hand came out, palm up, scarred across the knuckles, steady and greasy. She placed the tool there. His fingers closed around it, but not before the back of his hand brushed her wrist. The contact was nothing. It was less than nothing. It still landed inside her chest with the force of a confession she had no intention of making. "Thank you kindly," he said. "Focus on the truck." "Truck has most of my attention. Most is not an acceptable percentage. I'll notify the rest of me." She stood quickly. The square seemed brighter than it had before. That was absurd. So she blamed the storm light and scanned harder. 2 figures appeared at the far end of the block, drifting out of a side street near a laundromat. Then a third dragged itself from behind a parked school bus. They were ordinary dead, if that word could still be used. Sunken faces, loose arms, the stagger of things pulled by hunger instead of thought. Gigi moved toward them before Barnaby could see and make a joke. Her body knew what to do. She crossed the street at a run, boots slapping pavement. The first corpse turned at the sound, mouth opening with a wet clicking chatter. Gigi ducked under its grasp, slammed a hatchet into the knee to drop it, then spun the second blade across the temple. She pivoted into the next creature, using its forward stumble against it, planting one boot and driving steel into the skull. The third came too close. Its fingers scraped her jacket, and fury flashed through her clean and cold. She cracked the handle across its throat, stepped around, and buried both hatchets in the back of its head. For a moment she stood over the 3 bodies, chest rising and falling, listening for more. Her arms trembled with adrenaline, but not from fear alone. It bothered her how much of herself had become efficient at this. It bothered her more that efficiency could keep people alive. "Nice footwork," Barnaby called from beneath the truck. She turned. "You were supposed to be focused on the drive shaft. Peripheral vision is a blessing. You cannot have peripheral vision from under a truck." "I was appreciating the sound design." Gigi pointed one hatchet at the truck. "Keep repairing." "Yes, ma'am." She rolled her eyes, but the title did something unpleasantly warm to her pulse. She went back to the truck, wiping her blades on the grass with quick, angry motions. She did not look at the Polaroid camera sitting on the dashboard. She certainly did not think about how Barnaby would frame this town if she let him. The jackalope at Wall Drug had already been tucked behind the sun visor after she pretended not to care. The frosted dawn shot from Idaho was in the glove box, sorted behind the photo of the lumberjack thing in the Cascades. She had not labeled them. She had only arranged them by route because someone had to keep a record. Barnaby grunted under the truck. Metal scraped, something cracked loose and clattered onto the pavement. A foul smell rolled out with it. Gigi stepped back. "Please tell me that was a part we wanted removed. Depends how generous we are feeling toward the former owner." A clump of blackened material slid from beneath the truck. It was tangled with hair, road tar, bits of shirt, and pale fragments that made Gigi look away before her brain named them too clearly. Barnaby pushed it farther with a screwdriver. "There we go. That was jammed up against the joint. No wonder she sounded like a dishwasher full of gravel." "Your metaphors are crimes. My metaphors get results." The wind shifted, the key chimes in the hardware store tinkled again, but another sound moved under them. It came from the center of the square, soft at first, like rope dragging over wood. Gigi turned toward the gazebo. The ball of twine did not move. Not exactly. Something under its shadow shifted. A strand twitched across the pavilion floor, then pulled tight. Another lifted from the grass. Then the whole mass seemed to breathe, the outer layers tightening by fractions, tightening again as if the largest ball of twine in Kansas had been waiting for them to make enough noise. Gigi swallowed. "Barnaby, look at this!" "I heard it. You are still under the truck. I am aware of my current location." The twine ball shivered. From the dark gap between the bottom of the attraction and the pavilion floor, a hand emerged. Then another. Then a face pressed through the cords, flattened and slick, eyes clouded white, mouth stretched open by strands wrapped through the teeth. The dead thing pulled, but it did not come free. Instead, the twine around it pulled back. More faces pressed out of the mass. Gigi felt every rule she had made for the square collapse inside her mind. This was not a horde approaching. This was a horde woven into architecture. Barnaby slid out from beneath the truck to his shoulders, grease on one cheek, screwdriver still in hand. He looked at the gazebo, then at the pile of debris, then back at the truck with an expression of practical disappointment. "Well," he said, "that explains the local craft project." The thing in the gazebo jerked again. Several bodies moved as one, trapped in coils, their limbs pulling in different directions but guided by the same hunger. Twine creaked across old wood. The pavilion posts groaned. Gigi tightened her grip on both hatchets. "Tell me the truck is ready." Barnaby looked under the chassis again. "Not yet. Make it ready. That's a motivational style. It is the style that keeps us from being absorbed into a tourist attraction." Fair point. He rolled back under the truck, suddenly fast. Gigi moved between him and the gazebo. The twine ball lurched forward by an inch, then another. Wood popped beneath it. One of the pavilion rails snapped and fell into the grass. The mass dragged itself out of the display area with a heavy wet rasp, and the full horror of it unfolded. It was not one zombie. It was dozens, maybe more. Bodies were knotted together by years of twine and decay, arms twisted through legs, torsos bound in loops, heads pinned at odd angles, all of them pulled around a dense central core of rope, bone, and old appetite. Some still wore tourist shirts, some had farm jackets. One corpse had a sheriff's badge pinned sideways to its chest. Their mouths opened and closed in a chorus of dry clicking sounds, and the twine ran between them like tendons. Gigi took a step back despite herself. Barnaby's voice came from under the truck, calm and muffled. "How bad?" She stared at the lurching knot. "It is a legal liability." "That does sound bad. It is extremely bad. Can you hold it?" The right answer was no. The honest answer was also no. But Barnaby was beneath the dually with his hands inside the only machine that could get them out of Calker City, and Gigi had learned, against all personal expectations, that some answers were chosen rather than found. "I can delay it," she said. Best kind of teamwork. She did not answer, she ran. Chapter 18. The Rat King. The thing came out of the gazebo like a bad idea that had grown muscles. It did not walk so much as haul itself in sections. 30 dead hungers arguing with one another inside a web of twine. Every movement dragged old rope across pavement. Every pull squeezed dark fluid from places that should have been left dry and forgotten. The central knot was packed tight around the ribs and shoulders of bodies that had collapsed inward over time, and from that core came a steady grinding sound, as if teeth were buried somewhere in the middle and chewing without end. Gigi sprinted to the left, away from the truck, forcing it to turn. "Over here!" she shouted. "Come on, you public safety violation!" Several heads snapped toward her. Others kept staring at the truck. The mass split its attention poorly, which was the first good news she had seen since the pavilion began breathing. She used it. Her training as a lawyer had not included undead conglomerates, but it had included hostile rooms, competing agendas, and the art of making everyone look at the wrong thing at the right time. She slapped one hatchet against a parking meter. The bright metal ring carried across the square. More faces turned. Twine strands pulled tight around shoulders and wrists, redirecting the mass inch by inch. "That's right," she said, backing toward the courthouse lawn. "I am the problem you can bill later." The Rat King lunged. The name arrived in her mind uninvited, awful and accurate. She had read once about rats whose tails tangled together until they became one panicked creature. She had dismissed it as medieval nonsense, one of those legends people enjoyed because it made ordinary filth seem mythic. Now the world had found a way to make the legend worse. This was not panic. This was hunger with rigging. A loose arm whipped out from the side of the mass, fingers grazing her sleeve. She chopped down, severing the limb at the wrist, but the hand did not fall. Twine held it in place, dangling and clutching uselessly. Another body swung around with surprising speed, its face wrapped from brow to jaw, teeth snapping through the rope. Gigi ducked and struck. Her right hatchet bit into the skull. The corpse jerked, but the twine around it absorbed the force. The blade sank only halfway. She yanked. The hatchet resisted. "No!" she hissed. She planted a boot on the dead thing's shoulder and pulled hard. The blade came free with a sticky jerk, but the movement cost her distance. The Rat King surged, its central mass rolling over the curb, and the shadow of it swallowed her boots. From beneath the truck came the rapid clink of metal on metal. Barnaby was still working. She could hear him talking to the dually in low, patient murmurs, the way someone might talk to a frightened horse or a stubborn subcontractor. "Any time would be ideal," she called. "Almost there," he answered. "You said that 6 near deaths ago?" "Then I've been consistently optimistic." The Rat King heaved again. Gigi retreated across the courthouse lawn, weaving between memorial stones and an old flagpole. The mass followed, chewing a path through the grass. Strands whipped around bushes and tore them from the ground. A body on the left side dragged behind the rest with both legs broken backward, yet its mouth kept snapping at the air with miserable dedication. Gigi forced herself to think. Straight attacks would fail. The twine spread impact. The heads were too many, the center too dense, and if she got within reach for long, the strands would wrap around her hatchets, her wrists, her throat. She needed angles, she needed leverage, she needed Barnaby's infuriating way of seeing every impossible mess as a materials problem. She looked at the flagpole. It was old aluminum, bolted into a concrete base, with a rusted halyard rope still hanging from the top. The rope slapped in the wind, frayed but intact. The Rat King dragged itself around the base following her. Gigi ran a tight circle around the pole, then another, making herself bright and loud, slamming hatchet handles against the metal. The mass adjusted slowly, outer bodies bumping into one another, twine looping against the base. "Yes, that's it," she said, breath burning. "Follow the attorney into discovery." The central knot pulled tight against the flagpole. For half a second, the creature stalled. Gigi moved in. She struck at the twine, not the dead. Her hatchets chopped through outer bands, splitting dirty strands, peeling loops from the bodies. The work was horrible and close. Fingers snapped inches from her face. A corpse in a souvenir sweatshirt lunged from the side and bit down on empty air where her shoulder had been. She pivoted, buried one blade in its skull, withdrew before the twine could keep the hatchet, and chopped again at the rope. The Rat King twisted. The flagpole bent with a groan. "Barnaby," she shouted. "Still with you," he called. "I need a status update that is not cheerful. U-joints cleared. Drive shafts seated. I am tightening bolts with the emotional support of profanity. Use more profanity. I am saving the strongest words for cross-threading," the flagpole snapped. It did not break all at once. It bent low, screeching, then tore free from the concrete with a sound like a giant can opening. The Rat King lunged forward as the restraint vanished. Gigi dove sideways, rolling across the grass, one hatchet nearly slipping from her grip. The torn pole crashed down behind her, striking the mass and pinning two bodies briefly. Others crawled over them. She scrambled up and ran for the street. The Rat King followed, now dragging the bent pole tangled through its outer cords. The added metal slowed it but also widened it, turning the creature into a sweeping hazard that knocked over parking meters and scraped sparks from the pavement. Gigi's lungs burned. Her arms felt heavy from chopping. She had always been fast. Speed had been her answer to men with larger hands, louder voices, bigger offices, better titles. She had built her life around precision and momentum. But speed had a price. Every sprint wrote its bill into her ribs. The truck was 20 yards away. Barnaby's boots kicked once beneath it, and then he slid out, rolling to his knees. He had grease up both forearms and a smear across his forehead. The screwdriver was between his teeth. He spit it into one hand, grabbed a wrench with the other, and tightened something under the truck with two fast, brutal turns. "Barnaby," Gigi said, voice thin from running. He looked over. The Rat King came around the gazebo, dragging the snapped flagpole, pulling itself toward her with all its mouths open. Barnaby blinked once. "That is a lot of twine. I would appreciate less analysis." "Right, I understand," he rose, but not toward the driver's door. Instead, he crossed to the side of the truck bed, pulled down the tailgate, and grabbed the chain and come along. He kept in a metal box behind the cab. Gigi saw the plan forming before he said it, and hated that she understood him. "No," she said. Barnaby slung the chain over his shoulder. "I haven't explained it yet. You are about to rope the rope monster. Chain the rope monster. That distinction does not improve the situation." He grinned, and there was blood on one tooth from where he must have bitten his lip during the repair. "We need the center to stop moving. Then the negotiator gets a proper introduction." Gigi wanted to object with the full authority of every disaster plan ever printed. She wanted to tell him that charging toward the fused corpse mass was reckless, absurd, and statistically hostile to survival. Instead, the Rat King swung the flagpole sideways, clipping the back of an abandoned sedan and sending old glass spraying across the street. "Fine," she snapped. "I distract you do your construction nonsense. That's the spirit. That is not the spirit. That is triage." She ran again. This time she moved toward the souvenir shop. Its front window displayed sun-faded T-shirts, cheap magnets, and racks of postcards that had curled from humidity. A life-size cardboard cutout of a smiling family posed beside a picture of the twine ball before the world had gone bad. Gigi kicked the front door open and swept a shelf of ceramic mugs onto the floor. The crash brought the Rat King around. Barnaby moved behind it, surprisingly light for a man built like a brick wall. He looped the chain low around the snapped flagpole caught in the mass, then hooked it to the rear hitch of the dually. The truck sat with its engine off, huge and stubborn, like an animal pretending to sleep. Gigi kept making noise. She smashed mugs. She knocked over a rack of plastic snow globes. Tiny, glitter-filled Kansas scenes shattered at her feet. The absurdity of it nearly made her laugh, which terrified her more than the creature. The world had become so awful that smashing souvenir glass to lure a corpse knot felt like a reasonable Tuesday. The Rat King reached the shopfront. Bodies pressed against the broken display window, forcing themselves through. Twine scraped over jagged glass. One dead man in a trucker hat was pushed through first, chest opening against the shards without slowing him. Gigi stepped close, struck his skull, and retreated. Another corpse pushed over him. Then another. "Anytime," she shouted. Barnaby jumped into the driver's seat, turned the key, and the dually answered with a rough, glorious growl. The sound filled the square. For 1 second, Gigi felt relief so sharp it almost hurt. Then the chain snapped tight. The Rat King jerked backward. Twine shrieked. The snapped flagpole wedged deeper into the mass, and the dually's rear tires spun, chewing pavement dust and old weeds. Barnaby feathered the throttle with care, not ripping, not tearing the truck apart, but leaning steadily into the pull. Gigi ran out of the souvenir shop as the creature twisted between hunger and drag. The chain held, the rear of the truck squatted. Smoke rolled from the tires. Barnaby leaned out the open window, one hand on the wheel, face bright with focus. "Gigi, center core," he called. She saw it then. The pole had stretched the mass long enough to expose the densest knot near the middle, where twine, ribs, shoulders, and skulls were compressed into a pulsing ball. It was the place all the tension came from. It was also 10 feet inside a thrashing ring of arms. You cannot seriously expect me to get in there. I was thinking I'd do that part. He set the parking brake, grabbed the Negotiator from the passenger footwell, and climbed out while the engine roared. The truck held the Rat King by chain and stubborn weight. The creature pulled against it, but the dually slid only inches. Barnaby walked toward the mass with the frying pan loose in his hand. Gigi followed because leaving him alone was no longer an option she understood. This is not a carnival game. Everything's a carnival game with clear rules. What are the rules? Don't let the prize eat us. That is not enough rules. The outer bodies lunged. Barnaby swung once, and the Negotiator rang against a skull with a flat, decisive crack. The head folded sideways. He stepped through the gap. Gigi moved beside him faster, chopping hands and arms that reached for his shirt, cutting twine where it tightened around his wrist. Their movements were still mismatched, chaos and precision arguing in motion, but something had changed since the mountains. She could read him now. He did not dodge like an athlete. He shifted like a man carrying heavy lumber through tight spaces, using angles that protected his center, and made room for the next swing. A strand whipped around Gigi's left hatchet. She yanked, but the twine tightened. Another loop caught the handle. The Rat King pulled. Her shoulder jolted forward. "Not today," she said through clenched teeth. She chopped at the strand with her free blade, but it took 2 strikes. The first only frayed it. The second cut halfway. The mass tugged again, dragging her 1 step closer. Barnaby's hand closed around the back of her jacket and hauled her out with impossible strength. He did not throw her. He set her behind him, as careful as placing a beam where it would not break. "You good?" he asked. "I am furious, which is adjacent. Excellent location." He stepped in. The Negotiator rose over his shoulder. For the first time since she met him, his smile vanished. The swing that came down was not playful. It was not tourist bravado or blue-collar comedy. It was work, pure work, gravity, leverage, weight, and the old ugly mercy of ending a job that had gone dangerous. The pan hit the exposed core with a sound that shook through Gigi's boots. Something inside the Rat King collapsed. Bodies jerked outward. Twine snapped in a dozen places. Barnaby hit it again. The second blow cracked bone, rope, and hardened rot together. The third drove the center inward. The creature did not die all at once. It came apart in pieces. Heads dropped, arms stopped reaching. Sections of twine loosened, and bodies slumped away from the knot as if released from a cruel contract. The dually lurched backward when the tension vanished, and the chain clattered to the pavement. Barnaby stood over the ruined center, chest rising, the Negotiator hanging low. Gigi came up beside him, both hatchets ready, waiting for movement that did not return. Around them, Cawker City's square fell silent again, except for the dually engine and the loose diner sign squealing in the wind. Gigi looked at the mess. "We are never telling anyone I fought the world's largest ball of twine." Barnaby wiped the pan on a strip of grass. "Technically, we fought what was under it." That distinction also does not improve the situation. It improves the brochure. She stared at him. He reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out the Polaroid camera. "No," she said immediately. "Historic moment. No photograph. Tourists stop. This is evidence in a lawsuit against reality." He raised the camera anyway, angling it so the collapsed Rat King filled the foreground and the battered twine attraction slumped behind it like a disgraced monument. Gigi opened her mouth to object again, but she did not. The click and whir of the camera sounded almost gentle after the fight. The picture slid out. Barnaby held it by the edge and waved it lightly while it developed. "You know, some folks collect magnets." Gigi took the photograph from him before he could tuck it somewhere unsafe. "Some folks are normal." "Good thing we're not competing." She looked down as the image sharpened. Gore, twine, broken gazebo, Barnaby's shadow in the corner, and the side of her own face caught by accident. Eyes narrowed, hair loose from its tie, mouth set in fierce concentration. She hated how alive she looked. Without comment, she opened the glove box and slid the photo behind Waldrug's jackalope. Barnaby saw. Of course he saw. He had the decency not to grin too widely. "Alphabetical or route order?" he asked. "Start the truck before I change my mind about your survival?" "Yes, counselor." They retrieved the chain, cleaned what they could, and checked the drive shaft again. Barnaby pronounced the repair ugly but serviceable, which Gigi had learned meant it would either last 50 miles or outlive both of them out of spite. As they climbed back into the cab, the first drops of rain struck the windshield. Gigi buckled in and watched the square recede as Barnaby drove them out of Cawker City. The twine ball, diminished and damaged, disappeared behind them. Her arms ached. Her throat was dry. Her jacket smelled like dust and dead rope. Yet the Polaroids in the glove box rested in careful order, small squares of proof that they were not simply running from one nightmare to the next. Barnaby turned the wipers on. They squeaked once, then found their rhythm. "Next stop," he said, "somewhere with less string." Gigi leaned back, closed her eyes for 2 seconds, and let herself answer honestly. That would be an improvement. Chapter 19. Tangled Up. The rain caught them before the county line and followed hard, flattening the fields into gray sheets. Kansas disappeared behind watery glass. The dually ran rough but steady, every few miles giving a low vibration that made Gigi tense until Barnaby tilted his head, listened, and declared it within acceptable annoyance parameters. She did not like that category. She liked categories with measurable boundaries, risk tables, signed acknowledgments, and consequences for negligence. Barnaby's categories sounded like tools thrown into a bucket. Still, the truck moved. That mattered more than language. They drove east beneath a sky bruised with storm clouds. The road unfurled in long broken stretches between towns where grain silos stood like empty watchtowers. Water filled the low places. Fence lines sagged. In one pasture, a small herd of cattle had become something else years ago and now moved with slow, confused persistence behind barbed wire, their shapes wrong in the rain. Barnaby slowed only long enough to let them pass from sight without comment. Gigi noticed that. He joked through nearly everything, but not every cruelty earned a joke. Sometimes he gave the world silence, and those silences had weight. She shifted in her seat, trying to find one position where her shoulders did not complain. Her left arm had a dull ache from the Rat King's pull, and the palms of her hands were rubbed raw where the hatchet grips had twisted. Barnaby had offered tape. She had refused. He had left the roll on the console within reach, which was worse because it was considerate without forcing her to admit need. After 20 minutes, she picked it up. He kept his eyes on the road. Good tape. I am aware of what tape is. Blue-collar aspirin. That is not medically sound enough for a thumb smashed by a joist hanger. She wrapped her palm with quick, tight turns. I am not asking what a joist hanger is. That's growth. Your definition of growth is deeply suspicious. The dually hit a pothole hidden beneath rainwater. The whole cab slammed down. Tools rattled behind the seat. Gigi grabbed the dashboard and bit back a curse. Barnaby eased off the gas, face thoughtful. That one had personality, he said. That one had a criminal record. Roads getting chewed up. Gigi glanced at the map spread between them, weighed down by a socket wrench and a packet of stale crackers. We stay on this route to Missouri, then angle toward St. Louis. If the bridges are usable, we cross there. If not, we find another bridge south. Look at you adapting. I have always adapted. You have always forced reality into a binder. The binder kept reality from billing unnecessary hours. He laughed. She almost did, then stopped herself for no reason that made sense. The rain softened the edges of the world outside the cab. For a little while, the horror behind them became another story that could be filed, not forgotten, but contained. Barnaby reached for the radio knob, and Gigi's hand shot out to stop him. No show tunes. I was thinking weather report. There are no weather reports. Then we can make one. Today's forecast calls for road soup, moderate undead, and 100% chance of you pretending not to enjoy my company. She removed her hand from the knob slowly. You are confusing toleration with enjoyment. Common early symptom. Of what? Road trip. She looked out the window because his face was too easy to look at when he said things like that. Rain streaked the glass, turning fields and wrecked farmhouses into running paint. She thought of Seattle, her office, the controlled cold of conference rooms where rich men expected her to solve problems they had purchased for themselves. She had been good at it. She had been excellent, which was better than happy because excellence could be proven. Her mother had not cared about proof at the end. Her mother, thin and fierce under hospital blankets, had taken Gigi's wrist and told her to enjoy her life before life stopped waiting. Gigi had treated that sentence like a final assignment. She had researched the resort, mapped routes, calculated fuel caches, assembled gear, and aimed herself at the Florida Keys with the same ruthless focus she once used in trial prep. She had not planned for Barnaby. She had not planned for laughter in a cab that smelled like diesel and rain. She had not planned to keep his photographs. A shape moved on the shoulder ahead. Barnaby slowed. It was a man, or had been, wearing a reflective highway vest so shredded it fluttered like caution tape. He dragged one foot through the flooded ditch. A length of twine still wrapped around his torso, trailing behind him in the mud. Gigi felt her stomach tighten. "Keep driving," she said. Barnaby did. The dead road worker turned as they passed, mouth open in silent hunger, and the strand of twine behind him snagged on a mile marker. The body jerked backward and fell into the ditch, still reaching. Gigi watched through the side mirror until rain swallowed him. How many were in that thing? Hard to count after 30. That is not comforting. I wasn't aiming for comforting. I was aiming for honest. She studied him. "You do that more than people think." "Do what?" "Tell the truth under the jokes." He looked almost embarrassed, which was so unexpected that she had to look away first. "Jokes help it go down. Like medicine. Like cheap coffee on a cold job site." They drove through the rest of the afternoon with the storm pressing against them. The road signs changed. The towns grew closer together, then more broken. They passed a motel where every room door had been nailed shut from the outside. They passed a church parking lot full of cars arranged in neat rows, each windshield painted with a number. They passed a school where the playground swings moved in the rain, though there was no wind. Barnaby did not stop for photographs. Gigi did not ask why. Near evening, the road dipped into a shallow valley flooded curb to curb. Water ran across the asphalt in a brown sheet, carrying leaves, plastic bottles, and the occasional pale shape Gigi refused to identify. Barnaby stopped at the edge and leaned forward over the wheel. "Depth's tricky," he said. "You are not driving into that." "Wasn't planning to. I was considering it with professional curiosity. The difference is invisible from my side of the cab." He backed up, turned onto a county road, and searched for higher ground. The detour added miles they could not afford, but the truck needed to stay alive. Everything did. Twilight thickened as they climbed past a row of wind-bent oaks and found an abandoned way station overlooking the valley. The station building was squat, concrete, and graffitied. The scale platform had cracked down the middle, weeds pushing through. Barnaby parked beneath the canopy, nose facing out, as if the dually were a weary horse under shelter. "We camp here," he said. Gigi checked the perimeter with a flashlight. "Define camp." "Sleep in the cab, eat something that used to be food, listen to rain on government property. Your standards are in collapse. My standards bought us a roof." The building was locked, but the restroom door on the side had been torn open long ago. Gigi cleared it and found only mildew, a cracked mirror, and a dead raccoon in the sink. She backed out and decided the cab was civilization enough. Barnaby set a small battery lantern on the console, and the inside of the truck became a warm little box in a dark, flooded world. Dinner was canned peaches, dry jerky, and crackers, so stale they had the texture of legal documents left in storage. Gigi ate because her body demanded it. Barnaby ate like a man enjoying a roadside diner, which made the peaches taste slightly less hopeless. Afterward, he cleaned the Negotiator with an old rag. Gigi cleaned her hatchets. The ritual passed between them without discussion, metal and cloth, checking edges, checking grips, checking the things that had kept them breathing. Rain hammered the canopy above. Somewhere down in the valley, a long moan drifted over the water, then another, then faded. Gigi opened the glove box. Barnaby did not look over, but she knew he noticed. She removed the stack of Polaroids and sorted them on her lap. Frost at Craters of the Moon, the Cascade Pass, Waldrug's Jackalope, the Loader Path through the Megahorde, Cocker City's ruined square. She had found an old rubber band in the console and used it to group them by route. It was practical. Photos loose in a truck cab got damaged. That was all. The newest picture had developed fully. The Rat King's collapsed core filled the frame, twine and bodies reduced to a grotesque knot. Barnaby had accidentally caught the edge of the truck in the background, chain slack on the pavement. Gigi stared at it longer than she intended. "Bad one?" he asked. She slid the photo behind the others. "They are all bad. Some are scenic." "The definition of scenic has suffered." He set the pan down. "You don't have to keep them." Gigi went still. The rain seemed louder. "I know," she said. Barnaby nodded as if that answer contained everything. Maybe it did. He reclined his seat as far as it would go and folded his arms, though his knees still looked cramped. Gigi settled against the passenger door. Jacket rolled behind her neck. The lantern threw soft light across the cab. For a while, neither of them spoke. She thought he had fallen asleep when he said, "My vacation was supposed to start in Alaska." She turned her head. "You planned Alaska? Had a route. Ferry, glaciers, little towns where everyone owns a jacket that could stop a nail. Then the outbreak kept shifting roads south, figured I'd adjust. That was 3 years ago. Long vacation. Barnaby, listen to me," her voice softened despite her. "That is not a vacation." He looked at the windshield where rain blurred the world into black glass. Maybe not at first. At first it was stubbornness. I worked every day for 30 years, built houses for people who had breakfast nooks bigger than my first apartment, poured foundations, fixed other people's roofs in storms, answered calls at midnight because water doesn't care about business hours. Then one day a scaffold gave way, and the ground came up in a hurry. Gigi said nothing. The air in the cab changed around the story. "I woke up in a hospital with more tubes than dignity," he continued. "Doctor told me I was lucky. My accountant told me the business could sell. My crew told me I had earned rest. I realized nobody had to tell me twice anymore. So I sold, bought the truck, bought shirts you hate, packed a camera, and decided to see everything I had spent my life driving past." Gigi looked down at the Polaroids in her lap. "Then the world ended. World changed jobs." "That is not the same thing. That is not quite true." His voice was quiet. "But if I call it ended, I start acting like I ended with it. I'm not ready to give it that." She understood too well. Her mother's last instruction had been a lifeline and a burden. The resort in the Keys had become a destination because destination was easier than grief. Barnaby's vacation was not denial. It was defiance. It was a man refusing to let catastrophe write the final line in a life he had only just begun to claim. Gigi put the Polaroids back in the glove box and closed it gently. "My mother would have liked you," Barnaby turned toward her. "High praise? The highest, unfortunately." "What would she have said?" Gigi swallowed. "She would have said you were ridiculous. Then she would have asked whether you were eating enough. Then she would have told me to stop looking for reasons to be miserable." Smart woman. She was infuriating. Also smart. Gigi's throat tightened, but she did not cry. She had not cried when the hospital called. She had not cried when she packed her office files into a banker's box. She had not cried in the Seattle crosswalk with a horde behind her and death close enough to smell. Tears felt like surrender, and she was built out of refusal. Barnaby reached across the console, slow enough that she could move away, and placed the roll of tape beside her wrapped hand. "For the morning," he said. That was all. No speech, no demand, no sentimental ambush. Just tape within reach. Gigi rested her fingers on it. "Thank you. You are very welcome." Outside, the rain kept falling. Down in the flooded valley, the dead called to one another in low, distant voices. In the cab of the battered dually, surrounded by grease, weapons, stale crackers, and a glove box full of impossible tourist photos, Gigi finally slept for more than 2 hours without waking. Morning came gray and damp. The storm had moved east, leaving the air cold and washed clean. Fog sat in the low places, thick as old milk. Barnaby checked the truck before breakfast, crawling beneath it again with the lantern, and coming out with a satisfied grunt. "Repair held," he said. Gigi handed him a cracker. "Your ugly work survived." "Ugly work often does." They packed quickly and rolled out from the way station. The floodwater had dropped enough to reveal the main road, though mud and debris still streaked the pavement. Dead branches scraped the undercarriage. Twice Barnaby had to stop while Gigi cleared branches and bits of broken sign from under the front bumper. The world smelled of wet earth and rotting leaves. By midday the signs began naming distances to St. Louis. The map said the Mississippi waited there, broad and unforgiving. Gigi traced the routes with a finger, calculating bridges, fuel, weather, risk, and the shrinking timeline in her head. The resort in the Keys felt both closer and more unreal. She imagined white sand and turquoise water, lounge chairs arranged in neat lines, a bar with glasses that did not smell like metal, towels folded by someone whose job had not become survival. Then she looked at Barnaby's hands on the wheel, scarred and steady, and wondered when the destination had stopped being the only point. The first sign of St. Louis was not the skyline. It was the water. It spread across the road miles before the city, turning ditches into channels and fields into shallow lakes. The Julie pushed through one flooded underpass slowly, water curling against the doors. Gigi sat rigid, one hand on the dashboard, the other gripping a hatchet. "Depth is still acceptable," Barnaby said. "You have said that before terrible choices." "I have also said it before successful choices. Your sample size is emotionally manipulative." He smiled. "There's my morning brief." Beyond the underpass, the city rose through mist and rain haze, broken towers and slumped warehouses on the far side of flooded streets. The gateway arch appeared in the distance, pale silver against the gray, impossibly graceful above the mud-brown water. For once, Barnaby did not speak right away. Gigi followed his gaze. The arch stood like a promise made by a country that had not expected to be tested this way. Around it, St. Louis drowned street by street. Barnaby slowed the truck. "That's something, isn't it?" Gigi looked at the water, the ruins, the hard road ahead. "It is certainly something." He reached for the camera. She sighed, but the sound had no real anger in it. "Take it from inside the truck. I am not fighting a landmark today." "Reasonable boundary," the Polaroid clicked. The image slid out, blank and waiting, and Barnaby set it on the dash between them while the flooded city opened ahead. Chapter 20. The flooded city St. Louis did not welcome them. It received them the way a ruined harbor receives driftwood, with water, debris, and the slow pressure of everything that had broken upstream. The first streets were only partially flooded, enough for the dually to growl through with brown water fanning out from its tires. Then the roads dropped closer to the river, and the city became a maze of submerged curbs, half-visible lane lines, and floating wreckage that nudged the truck like hands testing its strength. Barnaby drove with both hands steady and his shoulders relaxed, though Gigi could tell he was measuring every ripple. He kept to the crown of each street when he could, avoided darker water when he could not, and used abandoned cars as depth markers. If water reached the bottom of a sedan's window, he turned around. If a bus sat half sunk, he treated the whole block like a trap. It was the most cautious she had ever seen him, which made her more nervous rather than less. The city smelled of river mud, fuel, mildew, and the sour rot of things trapped in buildings too long. Rain ticked on the roof, lighter now but constant. The sky remained low. The arch appeared and disappeared between buildings, silver and clean in a place where nothing else had stayed clean. Gigi kept the map on her lap, though most of the street names were useless. Whole intersections had become ponds. A delivery truck lay on its side across one avenue, its trailer split open and full of swollen cardboard boxes. A line of bicycles hung from a second-story balcony where someone had once tried to pull possessions above flood level. A hotel lobby had become an aquarium of overturned chairs and drifting curtains. "Left on market if it exists," she said. Barnaby eased around a minivan with a sapling growing through its engine bay. "Market currently has ambitions of being a canal. Then we find higher streets. Higher streets are also popular with collapsed buildings. Everything about this city is making an argument. Cities do that. A dead man floated face down against a parking meter, suit jacket ballooned by water. Gigi looked away too late. Her brain collected the details anyway. Polished shoes, one missing hand, a tie drifting like pondweed. She hated that her mind still categorized things. Evidence, cause, location, and risk all lined up in her mind before she could stop them. She had been trained to notice everything and now lived in a world where everything punished noticing. Barnaby turned onto a street lined with old brick warehouses. Water slapped at the running boards. The truck's tires rolled over something beneath the surface with a muffled crunch. Gigi felt it through the floorboards. "Please do not identify that," she said. "Wasn't going to?" "Thank you. Could have been a pallet. That counts as identifying. Could have been a mystery pallet." Despite herself, she made a small sound that was nearly laughter. He heard it and wisely did not celebrate. They stopped at an intersection where 3 routes were blocked. To the north, a pileup of cars had been shoved sideways by floodwater and wedged between buildings. To the south, the street vanished under water deep enough to cover a stop sign to its middle. Straight ahead, a downed pedestrian bridge sagged across the road. Its metal stairs twisted into the flood. Barnaby put the truck in park, but left the engine running. "We scout." Gigi immediately disliked the plural. "From inside the vehicle. Visibility's bad. I need to see if that pedestrian bridge can be pushed or if it'll catch the roof rack. The last time you got out in a tourist area, we fought twine. Technically, this is municipal infrastructure. That is not better." He reached behind the seat for a coil of rope, then paused at her expression. "You set the rules again." He waited. Again it disarmed her. She looked at the flood, the collapsed bridge, the dark warehouse windows. She wanted to order him to drive backward until the city became someone else's problem. But the Mississippi was ahead, and every alternate crossing added distance, fuel, exposure, and doubt. Her whole plan depended on crossing this river. "Line between us," she said. "You do not go past the front bumper without it clipped to your belt. I stand on the running board with both hatchets. If anything moves in the water, you get back in without commentary. I can reduce commentary. You can eliminate commentary. That's advanced work. Barnaby, I mean it." "Yes, counselor." He tied the rope with quick, competent hands, clipped it to his belt, and stepped into the water. It reached mid-shin and rolled around his boots with oily persistence. Gigi opened her door and climbed onto the running board, one hand gripping the roof rail, the other holding a hatchet. Rain dotted her glasses. She wiped them with her sleeve and scanned the water. Barnaby moved to the front of the truck, testing each step. The rope ran from his belt to her hand, a thin line of control in a city that had rejected the concept. He studied the collapsed bridge, pushed one dangling section with the Negotiator, and listened to the metal groan. "Can we clear it?" she asked. "Maybe if I had a forklift and a positive attitude." "You have half of that. The wrong half for lifting." Something bumped the passenger door below Gigi's boots. She looked down. A plastic cooler floated past, lid missing inside, full of black water. Behind it came a cluster of smaller debris, bottles, paper, a child's shoe, a pale arm reaching from below the surface. Gigi's grip tightened. The arm drifted by without changing direction. Then the fingers curled around the running board. She chopped down. The hatchet split through wrist bone and metal with a sharp clank. The hand dropped away. The water erupted. 3 dead surged up from beneath the flood, mouths open, hair plastered to skulls, clothing streaming around them like weeds. They had been pinned underwater or hiding beneath the debris, waiting for vibration, heat, any signal of prey. Gigi struck the first through the top of the head, kicked the second in the face, and shouted for Barnaby. He was already coming back. The rope went slack, then tight as one of the waterlogged dead lunged between him and the truck. Barnaby swung the Negotiator downward. The pan hit with a wet crack, and the corpse folded into the water. Another grabbed his pant leg. He lifted that boot with the irritation of a man finding a nail in a tire, shook once, then brought the pan down again. Gigi cut the third dead away from the door and hauled the rope with her free hand. Truck now. Working on it. Faster work. He reached the driver's door and climbed in, soaking the floor mat. Gigi jumped back into the passenger seat and slammed her door as 2 more dead rose against it, palms smearing river muck across the glass. Barnaby shifted into reverse. The Julie backed up with water curling around the hood. One corpse held the passenger mirror until Gigi cracked the window just enough to swing her hatchet handle through and break its grip. The truck reversed into the intersection. Barnaby turned hard and took the only route that still looked passable, a narrow service lane between warehouses. "That bridge is out," he said. Gigi stared at him. "That is the conclusion you are choosing to share. Important data. You were almost dragged under by drowned office workers. Also data." She wanted to snap at him, but her anger had fear underneath it, and fear had something worse underneath that. She had seen the rope tighten. She had imagined it slipping from her hand. She had imagined the water taking him, and the image had hit her with a terror too personal to dismiss as tactical concern. So she checked the map instead. "This lane may connect to the service road behind the stadium district. That sounds promising. It sounds terrible, but it is not underwater yet." The lane narrowed. Brick walls rose close on both sides, slick with moss and rain. The truck's mirrors nearly scraped. Barnaby folded his side mirror in with one hand while steering with the other, moving at a crawl. Water ran down the lane toward them, carrying cigarette butts, leaves, and small bones. The lane opened briefly behind a row of shops whose rear doors stood above the flood on short concrete steps. Barnaby stopped beside a bookstore with a hand-painted sign that had peeled into unreadable curls. Its back door hung open. Inside, shelves had fallen like dominoes, and thousands of swollen pages lay in drifts across the floor. Water had climbed halfway up the walls and left a mud line through framed author portraits. The place had the broken hush of a church after a storm. Gigi looked through the open door and felt a strange pinch of grief. Law books had been her tools, but novels had belonged to her mother. Her mother had read them in hospital chairs, at kitchen counters, in grocery lines, and in bed with a cup of tea balanced on a stack of mail. Seeing books turn to pulp felt indecent in a way broken cars and empty stores did not. The world could devour fuel and roofs and highways, but paper had once promised memory. Here it had become paste under the water. Barnaby watched her face without teasing. "Need a minute? We do not have minutes to spend on ruined paper." "That is not what I asked." She hated him a little for hearing the difference. She climbed down onto the running board and then onto the step, keeping one hatchet ready while Barnaby held the truck steady. The store smelled of mold, ink, and river mud. She did not go far inside. There was no need, and the floor looked treacherous. Near the door, a spinner rack of postcards had survived above the waterline. Most of the cards showed the arch in sunshine, the river blue, the city bright and whole. Gigi took one without knowing why. Barnaby raised an eyebrow. "Is that a souvenir?" "Evidence of prior conditions." "That sounds like a souvenir wearing a suit." She slid the postcard into the glove box with the Polaroids, then closed it before he could look too pleased. The small act embarrassed her and steadied her at the same time. It was not useful, it did not increase their fuel, clear the roads, or reduce the number of threats ahead. But usefulness had become a narrow little cage. Her mother had known that. Barnaby knew it in a way he never explained. Before she shut the glove box all the way, her thumb brushed the edge of the Cawker City photograph. The terrible knot in that little square made her think of all the rules she had tied around herself before the dead ever rose. Work first, sleep later, need nothing, trust contracts more than people, keep grief private because private pain could not be used against you. Those rules had once made sense. They had made her rich clients calmer and opposing counsel quieter. They had made her indispensable to people who would have replaced her in a week if she had collapsed. Barnaby did not live by rules like that. He had habits, principles, and an alarming trust in cast iron, but he did not seem chained to the idea that survival had to become joyless to count as serious. He could risk his life and still notice a postcard. He could face a monster and still care whether a stranger had time to breathe. The thought should have irritated her. Instead, it pressed against something tired in her chest until the pressure felt almost like relief. She shut the glove box and looked through the rain-spattered windshield. "We keep moving," she said. Barnaby nodded, gentle enough not to make a victory out of it. "We keep moving." They moved on. The lane tightened again, and the river sounds seemed to follow behind the brick walls. Somewhere above them rainwater poured from a broken gutter in a steady silver rope. Barnaby drove beneath it, and the water crashed across the windshield. For a breath, the truck disappeared inside the splash, and the cab became a rattling cave. Then the wipers dragged the world back into view. Halfway through, the truck lights caught movement ahead. They were not undead, they were people. 3 figures stood on a loading dock above the waterline, watching them with rifles. They wore rain ponchos patched with duct tape and strips of dark cloth tied around their upper arms. One held up a hand. Barnaby stopped. Gigi's body went cold in a way zombies never caused. The dead were hunger. People were choices. The tallest figure stepped forward. "Roads closed." Barnaby leaned slightly toward his open window but kept the glass high enough to matter. "Morning there, or afternoon, maybe. We're trying to get to a bridge." "No bridge without clearance." Gigi leaned across the console. "Who issues clearance?" The rifle shifted toward her. "People who own the bridge." Barnaby gave her a small sideways look. Not fear, not surprise, more like a man discovering a project had hidden costs. "We can trade," Gigi said, her lawyer voice arriving before her fear could interfere. "Fuel, food, medical information. We are not here to contest territory." The man laughed, and the sound bounced between brick walls. "Everybody contests territory by existing in it." Gigi felt the old courtroom part of herself sharpening. She could smell a power structure in the rain, barricades, tolls, uniforms without official authority, a faction living off choke points. The outline of the next problem appeared with ugly clarity. Barnaby smiled pleasantly. "We are just passing through costs." The man's gaze moved over the truck, taking in the reinforced grill, the spare fuel cans, the lifted suspension, the hard-won usefulness of the whole machine. His expression changed from suspicion to appetite. "That dually costs most." Gigi's fingers curled around a hatchet handle. "The truck is not available. Everything's available." Rain tapped the roof. Water moved around the tires. Behind them, somewhere in the flooded lane, the drowned dead began to moan, drawn by engine noise and voices. Ahead, 3 rifles waited on the dock. The service lane had become a narrow throat, and St. Louis had closed its teeth around them. Barnaby rested one hand on the steering wheel. His other hand settled casually on the Negotiator beside his seat. He kept smiling, but Gigi had learned to read the difference now. This smile was not vacation. This was job site calm before somebody made a very expensive mistake. "We'll have to discuss that," he said. The man on the dock raised his rifle a little higher. "Discuss fast." Gigi looked past him through the rain and saw a barricade at the far end of the lane where the service road opened toward the river. Beyond it, barely visible between warehouses, the Mississippi moved like a wide brown wall. Somewhere out there was a bridge. Somewhere beyond it was Tennessee, then Florida, then the Keys and the resort she had promised her mother she would reach. The dually idled beneath them, battered but alive. Barnaby sat beside her, calm as sunrise, one hand on a frying pan that had ruined monsters from Seattle to Kansas. The Polaroids in the glove box shifted softly as the truck vibrated, their little stack of impossible proof. Gigi inhaled through her nose, let the fear settle into something useful, and gave the armed men her coldest professional smile. "Fine," she said, "let's discuss jurisdiction." Chapter 21. The gateway arch St. Louis rose out of the rain like a city that had been left in a sink too long. Water moved through streets where traffic should have been brown and restless, carrying strips of insulation, plastic chairs, swollen boards, drowned newspapers, and the pale shapes of things Gigi refused to identify from a distance. The dually crawled forward with its tires half hidden, engine growling low, exhaust muttering against the wet air as if the truck had opinions about being asked to impersonate a boat. Barnaby drove with both hands loose on the wheel. He leaned forward slightly, not worried, only attentive. To Gigi the difference was infuriating. His eyes kept moving from sagging power lines to tilted street lamps to the angle of brick buildings that had cracked after years of neglect. He did not see a flooded ruin. He saw load-bearing walls, bad drainage, failing roofs, and shortcuts. Gigi saw a million ways to die slowly. The Mississippi had climbed over its banks and reached deep into the broken city. Store signs stood in water up to their lower letters. Old restaurant awnings sagged under rainwater, dumping sudden sheets whenever the wind shook them. A bus had floated sideways across an intersection, pinned against a light pole, its windows dark and its roof crawled with wet moss. Far ahead, the gateway arch rose through the mist, silver and unreal, its curve clean against a sky the color of old steel. Barnaby smiled when he saw it. Now that is a landmark. Gigi tightened her hand around the grab handle above the passenger door. That is a very large metal object surrounded by floodwater and structural collapse. Some landmarks have layers. You are not taking the scenic route through the water. Technically, the water took the scenic route through the city. Barnaby, do not make me regret surviving Kansas. He eased the truck around a floating refrigerator and gave the steering wheel a small, affectionate pat. She's doing fine. Tires still have bite. Current's not too strong on this block. We keep our speed low and our dignity flexible. My dignity has been flexible since Idaho, and I resent that trend. That's growth. That is exposure to poor decision-making. The truck dropped into a hidden pothole. Water slapped the doors. Gigi's shoulder hit the seatbelt, and a stack of developed Polaroids slid from the console toward the floor. She snatched them before they scattered into the muddy damp on the rubber mat. The motion was automatic. Her thumb pressed over the top picture, which showed the collapsed Rat King at Calker City, the twine attraction behind it like a joke told by a cruel planet. Barnaby had written nothing on the white strip beneath the image. He never labeled them. He only took them, shook them, grinned at them, and forgot where he had left them. Someone had to keep them in order. Gigi slid the stack into the glove box behind the photo from Craters of the Moon and before the jackalope picture from Wall Drug. The glove box had become an archive despite her strong objections to sentimentality. She had arranged the pictures by geography at first because chaos offended her. Then she had separated the meaningful ones from the ridiculous ones, which made no sense because the ridiculous ones had become meaningful too. She had even tucked the frost-covered Idaho landscape into a folded map so it would not get scratched. Barnaby glanced over at the exact wrong moment. "What are you doing there?" he asked, voice gentle enough to be dangerous. "Preventing your garbage from interfering with the floor pedals." "My garbage has artistic value." "Your garbage is a litigation file against your survival instincts," he smiled without looking away from the drowned street. "You keep it organized." "I keep everything organized. That is not special." "Never said it was special. You implied it." "I implied nothing." "I observed a system." Gigi closed the glove box harder than necessary. "Focus on the river that has decided to occupy a downtown business district." "Yes, ma'am." The phrase made something in her chest tighten in a way that was not fear. She looked out the side window and pretended to study an office tower with most of its lower glass missing. Inside the lobby, a security desk floated on its side, bumping gently against a marble wall with each ripple. A dead man in a shredded blazer drifted face down near the revolving doors, snagged by his tie on a brass rail. His fingers twitched beneath the surface. Gigi leaned forward. "That one is still active." Barnaby followed her gaze. "Waterlogged ones are slow, poor traction, heavy clothes, bad center of gravity. You have a category for wet zombies. I have categories for most job site hazards." That was once a human resources director, still a hazard. The dead man lifted his face from the water, mouth opening into a silent black oval. He tried to push himself upright, but the current rolled him into the revolving door. It spun him once, slowly, horribly, then trapped him in a glass wedge like a display item nobody wanted. Barnaby winced. That door system was not rated for that. Gigi stared at him. "I am beginning to think the apocalypse did not damage your brain at all. I think this is your natural condition. My doctor always said I had a sturdy outlook." "Your doctor lost a bet." Rain thickened. The wipers slapped across the windshield in tired arcs, smearing mud more than clearing it. The city narrowed around them as they left the wider avenue and turned toward lower streets near the riverfront. The arch kept appearing between buildings, vanishing behind leaning walls, then returning larger than before. It seemed close enough to touch and too far away to matter. Gigi pulled the damp map across her knees. The ink had bled in places, but her route lines remained sharp, drawn in black marker with small notes in the margins. Fuel estimates bridge conditions, known survivor zones, estimated travel days to Florida. She had adjusted the plan after every disaster. Not because the plan held authority, but because adjusting it gave her hands something to do other than shake. "The bridge we want is east of here," she said. "If it still exists, we cross, then push southeast toward Tennessee. We avoid smaller river crossings until the floodplain drops. We need diesel within 200 miles, but we can stretch it if we keep speed consistent and do not drive through any more barricades, hordes, construction projects, or tourist attractions." That is a very specific list. It is a list based on your recent behavior. I notice you left out Elvis shrines. Elvis shrines are not on the schedule. They could be, they will not be. A shape hit the passenger side door with a wet slap. Gigi jerked back as a corpse rose from the flood beside the truck. Both hands sliding up the window, its face pressed against the glass, flattened by water, lips peeled back from gray teeth. Mud streamed down its cheeks. One eye was gone, the other rolled toward her with cloudy hunger. Gigi shouted and reached for her hatchet, but the angle was wrong inside the cab. Barnaby did not swerve. He lowered the passenger window 3 inches with a calm press of the button. "What are you doing?" Gigi snapped. "Creating access." The creature jammed fingers into the opening. Barnaby leaned across Gigi with the Negotiator in his right hand. His shoulder brushed hers, broad and warm even through the damp air. He brought the frying pan down against the knuckles caught in the window gap. Bone cracked. The corpse lost grip, slid down the door, and vanished under the brown water with a swirl of bubbles. Gigi breathed hard. Barnaby was still leaned partly across her, close enough that she could smell rain on his shirt and grease beneath the road dust. He raised the window again. "Sorry about the reach." She cleared her throat. "Your apology is noted and provisionally accepted." Provisional acceptance is better than outright rejection. It is not enthusiasm. I can work with not enthusiasm. Please put both hands on the wheel before I develop a new medical condition. He returned to his seat and steered around a drowned police cruiser. The water deepened near the riverfront, hiding curbs and lane markers. They passed under an elevated track, where old train cars sat abandoned overhead, their sides streaked with rust. Something moved inside. One of them pressed against the dirty windows and tracked them as they passed. Gigi watched until the train disappeared behind rain. This city is wrong. Most cities are when you stop maintaining the pumps. That is not what I mean. Barnaby slowed to let a cluster of debris drift across the road. What do you mean? The question was simple. It should not have worked on her. She had built whole careers around refusing simple questions, access to private rooms inside her mind. Yet the rain, the water, the gray light, and the steady rumble of the truck loosened something. "I mean, it looks like people almost made it," she said. "The barricades, the signs and windows, the buses moved to block streets, the sandbags. They tried to impose order. They had meetings. They assigned responsibilities. Somebody probably made a spreadsheet and a communication plan." Barnaby nodded slowly. Then the river came up. And the dead did not care about any of it. No, they don't care. They never care. The weather doesn't care. The roads don't care. The fuel gauge doesn't care. I spent my entire adult life making arguments, and now the world is one long objection with no judge present. Barnaby guided the truck through an intersection where the traffic lights hung low and dead above them. On construction sites, I used to tell new guys that concrete does not negotiate. You can want it to be level, you can argue with it, you can get mad at it, but once it sets wrong, you either break it out or build around it. That is supposed to comfort me? I don't know. I'm not a licensed comfort professional. It sounds like you are saying the world has set wrong. Maybe parts of it have. Doesn't mean every part is useless. The answer landed quietly. Gigi looked at him. Rain moved across his cheek through the open crack in the driver's window. His face was steady, not careless. That was the piece she kept misreading. He was not blind to the horror. He simply refused to give it the steering wheel. Ahead, the road opened into a drowned plaza near the arch grounds. Grass had become marsh. Walkways disappeared beneath shining brown sheets. The arch rose from the floodlit haze, enormous and clean, the one thing in the city that seemed impossible for rot to claim. Its reflection bent across the water in broken silver strips. Barnaby stopped the truck. Gigi immediately straightened. "Why are we stopping?" He reached for the Polaroid camera. "No, Barnaby. Yes, Barnaby. Barnaby, we are in a flooded city full of submerged corpses. And the arch is reflecting in the water like a postcard after a bar fight. That is not a reason to exit the vehicle. It is an excellent reason. Your standards for excellence are unacceptable." He set the parking brake. I'll stand on the running board. No full exit. Tourist compromise. Gigi pinched the bridge of her nose. I hate that you have learned the language of compromise. I'm a growing person. He opened the door and stepped onto the running board, one hand gripping the roof handle, the camera held high in the rain. The truck rocked under his weight. Water moved around the tires. Gigi grabbed both hatchets and scanned the plaza with the focused misery of a woman guarding a man from his own joy. The arch shone through mist. Barnaby framed the shot. For once, he did not grin. He waited for the wipers to still, for the rain to soften, for the reflection to stretch clean across the drowned walkway. Then the camera clicked. A corpse rose from the water behind the truck. Gigi saw the ripple first. She shoved her door open and came out fast, boots splashing onto the running board and then into shin-deep water. The undead thing surfaced near the rear tire, wrapped in a shredded park ranger uniform, its face bloated from the river. It reached for Barnaby's calf. Gigi moved before thought, one hatchet snapping down with precise force. The blade cracked the skull and drove the creature back beneath the surface. Barnaby looked down at her from the driver's side, Polaroid sliding out of the camera. Thank you. You are impossible, yet photographically fulfilled. Get inside before I push you into the river myself. They climbed back in. Gigi was soaked from the knees down, furious, and strangely alive. Barnaby placed the developing photo on the dashboard where warm air from the vents could dry it. Slowly, the arch appeared through milky gray silver over brown water, beautiful in a way that made the ruined city feel less like an ending and more like evidence. Gigi stared at it longer than she intended. Barnaby noticed, of course. He always noticed the wrong things and missed most of the useful ones. Good shot, he said. It is adequate. Adequate from you is a standing ovation. It is a polite acknowledgement from a hostile committee. I accept the committee's findings. She turned away to hide the small smile she did not authorize. The dually rolled onward through the drowned city, leaving the arch behind them, and the bridge ahead emerged from the rain as a dark line bristling with barricades. They passed a hotel whose upper floors had become a vertical campground. Sheets had been tied from balconies, now gray and shredded by weather. Plastic rain barrels leaned against railings. A sign made from plywood hung across 3 rooms and read "Safe" on 12 in paint that had run down the boards like dark tears. The windows behind it were empty. Not broken from outside, Gigi noticed, but broken from inside. The difference mattered. It meant people had jumped or fought their way out after safety turned into another trap. Barnaby noticed the sign too. His hands tightened on the wheel just enough for Gigi to see it. He did not joke, and she did not fill the space for him. Some sights did not need commentary. The road gave them plenty of terrible, but every so often it gave them a specific terrible, a shape with names implied by abandoned shoes and childish drawings taped behind glass. A small red bicycle floated past the bumper, turning lazily in the current. Gigi looked away first. When I was in Seattle after my mother got sick, she kept telling me to stop saving life for later. I thought she meant take a vacation, buy better coffee, maybe date someone who did not describe mergers as thrilling. I did not understand that later could disappear entirely. Barnaby kept the truck steady through a flooded cross street. Mothers have a way of being right late. She would have hated this truck. That seems personal. She liked quiet cars, clean cars, cars with cup holders that had never held socket wrenches. Barnaby glanced at the console, where 3 sockets, 2 cracked pens, a candy wrapper, and a Polaroid sleeve occupied most of the cup holder space. She had refined standards. She also would have liked you. The words left Gigi before she could stop them. They hung in the cab, too honest and too warm for the rain around them. Barnaby did not pounce on them. He did not grin. He only nodded once, as though accepting a gift he knew was fragile. I would have tried to deserve that, he said. Gigi turned toward the windshield because her eyes had become unreliable. Do not make me regret saying something decent. I will handle the decency carefully. The Julie pushed through another sheet of water, and for a few minutes the only conversation came from rain, engine, and the quiet scrape of floating debris against the doors. Gigi let the silence hold. It did not feel empty. It felt like a room they had both agreed not to crowd. Chapter 22. The river toll, the bridge did not look abandoned. That made it more dangerous than any ruin they had crossed since Seattle. Concrete barriers had been dragged across the approach in staggered rows. Delivery trucks sat sideways with their tires stripped and their cargo boxes reinforced by sheet metal. Rusted shipping containers formed walls on both sides of the roadway, stacked too high in some places with narrow firing slits cut into them. Old floodlights, patched with different bulbs and scavenged wiring, glowed pale yellow under the rain. Men and women moved behind the barricades in ponchos, body armor, hunting jackets, and mismatched helmets. Rifles followed the dually before it reached the first painted stop line. Gigi's stomach tightened. That is organized. Barnaby slowed the truck until the water lapped against the tires in small, muddy waves. Organized can be good. Organized with rifles pointed at us is rarely good. Depends on the permit process. I am asking you to take this seriously. He glanced at her, and for once there was no teasing curve to his mouth. I am. The admission settled some of her panic and replaced it with colder fear. Barnaby being serious meant the situation had earned it. A hand-painted sign hung from the first container wall. River toll payment before passage. No exceptions. Someone had added below it in smaller red letters, "Vehicles count as payment if we say they do." Gigi read the sign twice. Absolutely not. We agree on that much? You are agreeing too calmly. I know how I feel about my truck. A man stepped onto the top of a delivery truck near the barrier. He wore a black raincoat, a football helmet with a face cage removed, and a fur stole that had no legal or meteorological justification. A shotgun hung in his hands, barrel angled down. He lifted a bullhorn. "Engine off! Hands where we can see them!" Driver and passenger remain inside unless told otherwise. Gigi reached for her seatbelt release. Barnaby caught her wrist lightly. "Not yet. If I can talk before they escalate, we have a chance. Let them state terms first. I know how negotiation works. So do I." She looked at him sharply. He kept his eyes on the barricade. Different industries. The bullhorn crackled. "Engine off now, last warning." Barnaby turned the key. The dually shuddered into silence. Without the engine, the rain sounded louder. Water tapped on the roof. Somewhere behind the barricade, a generator coughed and rattled. The truck felt suddenly vulnerable. A huge animal told to kneel in front of knives. Gigi lifted both empty hands. Barnaby did the same, though the negotiator remained within reach beside his seat. The man in the raincoat watched them for several seconds, enjoying the pause. Then he climbed down a ladder welded to the truck's side and approached with 4 armed guards. 2 stayed high on the containers. 2 came to the front barrier, rifles steady. Gigi cataloged them automatically. Young woman with a scar across her chin, older man with a gray beard and steady hands. Teenage boy pretending not to be terrified, tall man with a baseball bat wrapped in chain. They were not amateurs, but they were not soldiers either, survivors who had learned power from scarcity. The raincoat man stopped 10 feet from the hood. His face was narrow, his beard trimmed into a point, his eyes bright with the restless pleasure of someone who had found a small kingdom and mistaken it for destiny. "Welcome to the crossing," he said, without the bullhorn now. "I am Mercer. This bridge stands because my people hold it. Passage requires contribution." Gigi lowered her window halfway. "We understand the principle of a toll." Mercer's eyes shifted to her. "Do you?" "I understand infrastructure protection, resource scarcity, labor risk, and the need to maintain a defensible crossing. I also understand price gouging when I see it." Barnaby sat very still beside her. She felt rather than saw his attention sharpen. Mercer smiled. "You a banker? I was an attorney. That used to scare people. It still should if they are thinking clearly." The guard with the chain-wrapped bat chuckled. Mercer did not. His gaze moved from Gigi to the truck. Then along the lifted suspension, reinforced bumper, spare fuel mounts, toolboxes, winch housing, and heavy tires. Greed entered his expression with almost childlike clarity. "Nice rig." Barnaby's voice stayed mild. "She gets us around. She gets us around now." Gigi leaned forward before Barnaby could answer. "No, the truck is not available as payment." Mercer tilted his head. "Everything is available if the person holding the gun says it is." "That is incorrect. That is theft with theatrical lighting." Several guards shifted. The teenage boy looked nervous. Mercer's smile tightened. Gigi continued because stopping would have been worse. "You have a crossing. We need passage. We can offer limited supplies, labor, information on road conditions west of here, and assistance clearing any submerged debris from your approach. We cannot offer the vehicle. Without it, we die within days. If you take it, you gain 1 truck and create 2 immediate enemies who have already crossed half the country through conditions that apparently killed everyone else attempting this route." Barnaby murmured. Strong opening statement. She ignored him. Mercer stepped closer to the window. Rain ran from the edge of his football helmet. "You think enemies matter to me?" "Everyone thinks enemies matter after they acquire enough of them." "That a threat?" "It is an actuarial observation." He stared at her. "I liked you better when I thought you were a banker." "That is a common reaction after opposing counsel realizes I am right." The guard with the gray beard shifted his rifle lower by a fraction. Not enough. Still, Gigi saw it. Words could still move some people. Not Mercer perhaps, but people around him. A faction was never only its leader. It was a collection of fears pretending to be one decision. Barnaby spoke gently. "We can help your bridge. I can look at your barriers. That container stack on the south side is leaning wrong. Floodwater undercut your support cribbing. You get one good push from debris or a heavy truck, that wall twists into the lane." Mercer's eyes flicked to the container despite himself. Gigi added, "He is correct, and I would prefer you not discover it while standing under it." For a moment, the rain held all of them in a narrow possibility. The guards looked at the container wall. The boy swallowed. The woman with the chin scar glanced at Mercer, waiting. Mercer hated that. Gigi saw it on his face. He hated any truth that did not originate from him. He lifted one hand. Rifles rose again. "Here are my terms," he said. "Truck, fuel, weapons, camera, boots, if they fit. In exchange, you walk across my bridge alive." Gigi's mouth went dry. Barnaby's hands remained visible, resting on the steering wheel. "Camera too?" Mercer frowned. "What exactly—" "The Polaroid, you said camera?" "I said everything." Barnaby nodded slowly, as though Mercer had finally clarified a complicated invoice. "That won't work." Gigi turned her head by one careful inch. Barnaby's voice had changed. It was still quiet, still polite, but the softness had left it. Something older stood beneath it, something made from weight and patience, and the knowledge that some beams only came down if you hit them hard enough. Mercer leaned toward the hood. "You misunderstand the situation." "No," Barnaby said. "I think I just finished understanding it." Gigi felt the air inside the cab compress. She lowered her hands slowly, placing one near the seatbelt release and the other near the handle of a hatchet tucked beside her leg. Mercer's guards noticed the rifles tightened. The teenager's barrel trembled. "Keep your hands up," Mercer said. Gigi raised them again, but only halfway. "You are making a mistake. People said that when I started charging tolls." Mercer spread his arms to include the barricades, the containers, the armed silhouettes above them. "Now people call me Sir." Barnaby looked past him toward the bridge deck. Beyond the barricades, the long crossing stretched over a swollen river running fast and high. The far side was hidden by rain. Floodwaters struck the bridge supports below with dull, booming force. The road ahead was narrow, but not impossible. The barriers were staggered to slow vehicles, not stop something built heavy enough and driven by a man who had already decided he was leaving. Gigi saw him measure it. She whispered, "Barnaby, please," he answered without moving his lips much. "Fasten your seatbelt." Mercer's eyes narrowed. "What did you say?" Gigi clicked her seatbelt into place. Barnaby's left hand dropped from the wheel to the ignition. The older guard saw it first. "Mercer, wait!" Mercer raised his shotgun. Barnaby turned the key. The dually roared awake. The first gunshot cracked across the rain and punched a star into the windshield above the dashboard. Gigi ducked low. Barnaby slammed the gear shift into drive, one hand on the wheel, the other grabbing the Negotiator. The truck surged forward, diesel engine bellowing, front bumper lifting through the floodwater like a steel jaw. Mercer jumped back. His guards scattered. The first concrete barrier hit the reinforced bumper with a thunderclap that threw Gigi against her seatbelt. The dually did not stop. It shoved the barrier sideways, grinding it against the pavement, water and sparks spraying together. "Ramming speed," Barnaby said. "That is not a legal driving term," Gigi shouted. "It is today." The second barrier rushed toward them. The camp behind the containers had layers. Gigi could read even through rain and weapon glare. A pot-bellied stove smoked beneath a tarp. Children's jackets hung from a line too small for most of the people holding rifles. Someone had painted numbers over storage lockers. Someone else had sorted canned goods into milk crates and marked them with grease pencil. This was not only Mercer's toll machine, it was a settlement trying to survive under a man who had learned to make fear pay rent. That complicated things. It always did. Villains in old movies stood apart from everyone else, cleanly framed and easy to remove. Real power fastened itself to ordinary needs. Food, shelter, medicine, and a dry place for children to sleep, while the river rose and the dead scraped at the lower doors. Gigi could despise Mercer and still understand why people stood behind him. Desperation made bad contracts attractive. She lowered her voice. "There are families here." Barnaby's gaze flicked over the clothesline and the stacked crates. "I see them. If this goes wrong, we cannot turn it into a massacre. I am not looking for one. You may not look for them, but they tend to find us." He exhaled slowly through his nose. "Then we make the lane, not a graveyard." It was the first tactical sentence he had offered that sounded like it belonged in a planning meeting. Gigi nodded once. She hated that the agreement steadied her. A woman on the container wall adjusted her rifle and shouted down to someone inside the camp. The teenage boy with the trembling barrel looked past the dually toward the lower approach, where floodwater surged around the service tunnel entrance. He looked afraid of that darkness, not of Barnaby. Gigi filed the detail away. Fear had direction, and direction could become leverage. Mercer seemed not to notice any fear except his own fear of losing authority. He strutted in front of the truck as if the flooded bridge, the armed guards, and the river itself existed to strengthen his silhouette. Gigi had met men like him in boardrooms, men who mistook control of a room for control of reality. They always believed the table belonged to them until the floor collapsed underneath it. She leaned closer to Barnaby without looking away from Mercer. "If we move, aim for barriers and empty space. Disable vehicles only if they block us. Do not hit anyone you can avoid," Barnaby answered quietly. "That was already the plan. It helps me to say it. Then say anything you need." The permission surprised her. She almost laughed at the strange gentleness of it, sitting there with guns aimed at them and a warlord demanding their lives in exchange for concrete. Instead, she breathed once, counted the visible guards, counted the exits, counted the dead spaces between containers, and felt her thoughts settle into rows. Chapter 23. Negotiation Breakdown. The second barrier did not move as easily as the first. It was heavier, braced with sandbags and chained to the front axle of a dead utility truck. The Julie hit it at an angle, and the impact rolled through the cab like a hammer strike from the earth itself. Gigi's teeth clacked together. The dashboard rattled. The Polaroid of the arch slid into the cup holder and wedged there as if it had chosen survival. The hood bucked, the front tires churned, and for one terrifying second the truck stopped dead. Gunfire snapped from both sides. Barnaby leaned into the wheel. "Come on, sweetheart. Do not flirt with the vehicle while we are being shot at." She responds to encouragement. She responds to torque. That too. He worked the throttle, not simply flooring it, but rocking the truck with ugly mechanical rhythm. Reverse for half a breath. Drive again. The bumper kissed the barrier, drew back, slammed forward harder. Metal screamed. The chain stretched. The dead utility truck behind the barrier lurched, its rear tires skidding through mud. A bullet came through the passenger window frame and buried itself in the headrest behind Gigi. She flinched then. Fury cut through fear so cleanly she almost welcomed it. She yanked the window fully down, unhooked her seatbelt, and rose enough to throw one hatchet. Barnaby barked, "Gigi!" "I am improving the negotiation posture." Her hatchet spun once through rain and struck the floodlight above the nearest container wall. Glass exploded. The light died. The guards on that side dropped into darkness, shouting. Gigi ducked back inside as a return shot snapped overhead. Barnaby glanced at the empty space in her hand. "That was nice. I expect that hatchet back. I'll add it to the itinerary." The Julie surged again. The chain holding the barrier made a shrieking sound, stretched past its patience, and snapped. The barrier swung aside. The truck burst through, clipping the utility vehicle hard enough to shove it into the shipping containers. The container wall shuddered. Gigi saw Barnaby's earlier warning come true. The south stack tilted. One lower corner had no proper support, only water-rotted pallets and concrete chunks pretending to be engineering. The impact traveled through the structure. The upper container shifted with a deep metallic groan. People shouted from above. "Left," Gigi said. Barnaby had already turned. The dually fishtailed through floodwater, tires catching, sliding, catching again. The top container tipped down behind them and smashed onto the roadway with a crash that swallowed the gunfire for a second. It blocked half the approach and scattered Mercer's guards, cutting off the clean firing line. Barnaby nodded once. Bad cribbing. "This is not the time to be professionally satisfied. I can multitask." Mercer appeared on the hood of an old armored van ahead, shotgun in hand, raincoat whipping around him. The bridge entrance beyond him was blocked by a final gate made from welded guardrail, rebar, and the back halves of 2 delivery trailers. Men pulled at chains to close a narrow gap in the middle. Gigi grabbed her remaining hatchet. "They are sealing the lane." "I see it. What is your plan?" "Same category as before." "Barnaby, please." Less talking, more hitting. "That is not a plan. That is a lifestyle problem." He laughed once, bright and wild, and the truck charged. Mercer fired. The shotgun blast tore across the hood, peppering metal and cracking the plastic edge of the windshield. Barnaby flinched but did not turn away. He reached out the driver's window with the Negotiator as they passed the armored van. The frying pan swung upward with perfect blue-collar timing and struck the shotgun barrel aside just as Mercer tried to fire again. The blast went into the rain. Barnaby's follow-through caught Mercer's wrist. The shotgun spun from his hands and vanished into the floodwater below. Mercer screamed something Gigi could not hear over the engine. The dually hit the final gate. This impact was different. The welded mess bit into the bumper and held. The truck's rear end slewed sideways. Gigi was thrown against the door, pain flashing along her ribs. Barnaby slammed one hand against the dashboard, bracing himself, then punched the throttle again. The engine roared. Tires spun. Mud and water sprayed high enough to strike the container walls. The gate bent but did not break. Mercer's people closed in from both sides, some firing, some carrying hooks and axes, one man dragging a chain toward the rear axle. They did not need to kill Barnaby and Gigi outright. They only needed to stop the truck long enough to swarm it. Gigi saw the shape of defeat with terrible clarity. She also saw her thrown hatchet lying in the flooded gutter beneath the dead floodlight, 10 feet from the passenger side. It had landed blade first in a stack of rotten sandbags. A guard stood near it, lifting a rifle toward the cab. Gigi opened her door. Barnaby snapped his head toward her. "That seems unwise." "Yes, it does." She jumped down into knee-deep water and drove her shoulder into the guard before he could aim. He hit the side of the container with a grunt. She seized his rifle with both hands and slammed the stock into his chest. Not elegantly, not with courtroom precision, but with a savage efficiency the old Gigi would never have recognized. He dropped. She tossed the rifle into the flood before she could think too much about using it. The hatchet came free from the sandbags with a wet pull. She turned back toward the truck. 3 dead men came out from beneath the bridge approach. Not warlords, not guards. Zombies drawn by engine noise and gunfire, crawling from the flooded service tunnel under the road. They were pale from water, their clothes dragging heavy, their mouths working in broken snaps. One still wore a reflective vest with city maintenance across the back. Another had a traffic cone jammed around one forearm like a sad orange shield. Gigi exhaled hard. Of course. The nearest lunged. She stepped aside and brought both hatchets down in crossing strikes, cracking its skull and driving it into the water. The second caught her jacket sleeve. Its fingers clamped with dead strength. She twisted, chopped at the wrist, then hammered the back of its head with the flat of the other hatchet until it collapsed. The third moved slower, but behind it came more movement from the service tunnel. White hands, wet faces, a whole pocket of dead dislodged by the fight. "Barnaby!" she shouted. "We have tunnel dead!" He looked through the passenger window, saw the problem, and gave a sharp nod. "Get back in." "I am aware that returning to the vehicle is preferred." The truck screamed against the gate. The welded metal buckled further. Barnaby leaned out the driver's window again, swinging the Negotiator at a man trying to hook a chain around the bumper. The pan struck the man's helmet with a ringing sound. The man dropped to one knee and rolled away, alive but convinced of new priorities. Mercer, now without his shotgun, climbed down from the armored van with a pistol in hand. His face had lost its theater. He looked small under the rain and more dangerous for it. Gigi backed toward the passenger door, fighting the tunnel dead as they emerged. The floodwaters slowed her legs. Her shoulders burned. One corpse came at her from the side, and she drove a hatchet into its head. But the blade stuck in soaked bone and rotten helmet padding. She tugged once. It did not come free. For a flash, panic opened under her ribs. Then Barnaby was there. He had left the driver's seat with the truck still in gear, parking brake half set, engine roaring against the gate. He landed in the water beside her, the Negotiator swinging in a low arc. The pan smashed the corpse's jaw aside and freed Gigi enough to retrieve her hatchet. He caught another dead man by the front of its vest and used its forward weight to shove it into the next 2 coming from the tunnel. They all went down in a thrashing pile. "Truck!" Gigi gasped. "She'll hold for a second." "You cannot know that?" I asked nicely. "That is not a mechanical guarantee." Mercer raised his pistol from the far side of the lane. Gigi saw him. Barnaby did not. She moved without calculation. Her right hatchet flew from her hand, not at Mercer's head, but at his wrist. The handle struck him hard enough to spoil his aim. The pistol cracked, but the shot went wide, clipping the side mirror instead of Barnaby. The mirror exploded into glittering fragments. Barnaby turned. Mercer stared at them, rain streaking his face, fury naked now. "You think this is heroic?" Barnaby took one step forward. "No, Barnaby." Gigi came up beside him, breathing hard. Barnaby continued, voice even. "I think you tried to steal my truck, my friend's boots, and my vacation camera. That is poor customer service." Mercer laughed, but it shook. "You are dead past that gate. Roads east are worse. Memphis is worse. The South is worse. Florida is a grave with palm trees. You need my bridge more than I need your permission." Gigi lifted her remaining hatchet. "Your bridge is currently attracting the dead from underneath it. Your south wall collapsed because your supports were careless, and your leader is making emotional procurement choices. This is not a sustainable organization." The older guard with the gray beard stepped into view behind Mercer. His rifle was not aimed at Barnaby now. It was aimed low between choices. "Mercer," he said, "tunnel is spilling." More dead crawled from the service opening. The noise of their wet bodies multiplied beneath the bridge approach. The living guards began shouting to one another, splitting attention between the dually and the emerging threat. Mercer's jaw tightened. "Kill them, then. Clear the tunnel." No one moved immediately. Gigi saw the hesitation and drove a wedge into it. "Or let us through. Close the gate after us and deal with the dead you actually need to deal with. Your call will decide whether this bridge holds by morning." Mercer turned on her. "You do not give orders here." "No, I give accurate warnings in a tone people often mistake for orders." Barnaby looked at the final gate. It had bent enough to create a jagged V, but not enough for the dually to pass cleanly. The welded center seam was cracked. One more heavy shove might do it, but if the truck lost traction, they would be trapped against the barrier with Mercer's people and the tunnel dead closing around them. He looked at Gigi. She understood the question. Her answer frightened her because it came without resistance. "Drive," she said. They ran for the cab. Gigi climbed in first, slamming the passenger door on grasping dead fingers. Barnaby vaulted into the driver's seat, hauling the Negotiator after him. A corpse grabbed the lower window frame, and Gigi chopped down, knocking it away. Barnaby released the brake, shifted, and the truck lunged forward again. The gate filled the windshield. Mercer stood to the side, screaming orders. Nobody followed fast enough. The dually hit the weakened seam. Metal tore. The gate split open with a scream like a bridge itself, giving birth to escape. The truck forced through, losing paint, shedding pieces of the broken barricade but moving. Gigi looked back through the cracked rear window as they cleared the final barrier. Behind them, the tunnel dead surged into the toll camp. The guards turned their rifles away from the truck at last. Mercer remained in the rain, small and furious, one hand gripping his injured wrist. Barnaby drove onto the bridge deck. Gigi sagged into her seat, wet, shaking, hatchets slick in her lap. That was not negotiation. Barnaby kept both eyes forward. It broke down. It detonated. Some breakdowns are loud. She laughed before she could stop herself. It came out ragged and breathless, almost a sob but not quite. Barnaby glanced over, and she pointed a hatchet at him weakly. "Do not comment on that." "I would not dream of it. You are dreaming of it right now." "I am respecting the boundary in my dreams." The bridge stretched ahead into rain and river mist. The water below ran high and brown, striking the piers with tremendous force. Behind them, gunfire shifted direction, aimed no longer at the truck but at the dead pouring from below. The toll camp shrank in the mirrors. The dually's cab had become a small storm of its own. Broken glass glittered on the floor mats. Rain blew through the damaged frame and dampened the back of Gigi's neck. The truck smelled like overheated metal and river mud, with the faint sour bite of fear beneath it. She hated that fear had a smell. She hated that she knew it well enough to separate it from diesel and wet upholstery. Barnaby's left forearm had a red scrape from the window frame. She saw it when he reached for the gear shift. It was not deep, but it bled enough to mark his skin in a bright line before rain diluted it. Her old self would have reached for a first aid kit, counted supplies, documented the injury, then decided whether the driver was fit to continue. Her current self had to decide whether mentioning it would distract him while a tyrant with a rifle chased them across a flooded bridge. "You are bleeding," she said anyway. "So is the truck. The truck is not made of blood. Hydraulic fluid is blood if you are poetic and mechanically irresponsible. I regret opening this topic. I am fine. You do not get to define fine while actively evading gunfire. That seems like exactly when a person needs a flexible definition." Another shot struck the tailgate. The sound punched through their argument and shoved both of them back into the present. Gigi pulled the first aid kit from under her seat and wedged it beside her boot, not because she could use it yet, but because preparing one step ahead kept panic from taking the whole room. The kit's plastic latch had cracked in Nebraska. She had repaired it with electrical tape in Kansas. Small acts of order. Small lies that order could still win. Barnaby saw the kit and gave the smallest nod. "Thank you. I have not done anything. You made ready." The phrase should not have mattered. It did. Making ready was the last clean jurisdiction she had left. Plans failed. Roads drowned, men with shotguns rewrote toll policies, and dead things crawled from city tunnels. But readiness was still an act of defiance. She set the kit securely between her feet and turned back toward the rear window with both hatchets close. Mercer's van struck another puddle and threw dirty water high enough to curtain its windshield. It vanished for a heartbeat, then burst through the spray closer than before. Its driver was better than Gigi wanted him to be. Mercer might have been reckless, but someone in that van understood weight, angle, and pursuit. "Driver is competent," she said. Barnaby's eyes narrowed at the mirror fragment. "I saw. That makes the vehicle the threat, not Mercer. Mercer will be disappointed to hear he is not the star. Let him be disappointed from a distance. I am working on that. Gigi leaned back and closed her eyes for one careful breath. She had lost neither hatchet. Barnaby had lost a side mirror. The truck had lost paint, dignity, and perhaps one headlight. The camera, absurdly, remained safe in the console. She opened her eyes and took the arch Polaroid from the cup holder before it could be bent. Barnaby saw her do it and said nothing. That silence was somehow worse than teasing. Chapter 24. Ramming Speed. The bridge gave them no place to hide. It stretched over the swollen Mississippi in a long wet line of concrete, steel, and bad odds. Rain came sideways, driven by wind that shoved at the dually's broad side panels. Water streamed along the deck in thin, fast rivers, carrying glass bits, leaves, bullet casings, and flakes of rust shaken loose from the barricade they had broken through. The truck's damaged headlight flickered against the gray, throwing a nervous pulse across the lane. Gigi twisted in her seat to watch the toll camp recede. The collapsed container blocked most of the approach, but figures moved in the gaps. Muzzle flashes blinked through rain. The dead from the service tunnel had reached the first barrier. The living guards were fighting them now, and the sounds came faintly across the bridge. Gunfire, shouting, the hollow beat of metal struck in panic. Mercer's people had stopped shooting at the dually. That should have felt like victory. Gigi knew better. "Do not speed," she said. Barnaby looked at her as if she had asked him not to breathe. "We just rammed 3 barriers, and now we are on a bridge over a flooded river in a damaged truck with unknown structural integrity under our tires. Speed is not our friend. Speed and I have a complicated but productive relationship. I am asking for a temporary separation." He eased off the throttle. The dually settled to a slower growl. "Temporary separation granted." Gigi blinked at him. "What exactly?" he asked. "You listened. I listen all the time. You hear sounds. That is different." "I heard this one with respect." The bridge deck thumped under them. Expansion joints passed beneath the tires, each one sending a shiver up through the frame. The right side mirror was gone. The hood had dents and shotgun scars. The front bumper carried part of the final gate, a twisted strip of rebar dragging sparks whenever it kissed the pavement. The windshield's cracks spread like thin lightning from the bullet star above the dash. Barnaby leaned forward, watching the road surface. "We need to stop long enough to pull that rebar loose." Gigi stared at him. "On the bridge? Not ideal. Then why did you say it?" "Because it is true. Truth does not require immediate action. That is not how repair work usually goes." A dull bang sounded behind them. Gigi spun around. On the far approach, beyond the broken gate, an engine roared. Headlights flared through rain. Mercer had found another vehicle. An armored van lurched out from behind the barricade, pushing aside a cluster of wet corpses with its grill. Its front end was plated with sheet metal and old road signs. One tire looked low, but it moved. Mercer stood through a roof hatch with one hand gripping the frame and the other holding a rifle taken from someone else. Even at a distance, his posture broadcast obsession. Gigi's mouth went dry. "He is following us." Barnaby glanced at the rearview mirror, or what remained of it. Persistent fellow. He is a violent extortionist with a bridge complex. Those can be persistent. Now is when you may increase speed. Reconciliation with speed is appreciated. The dually accelerated. The bridge narrowed ahead, where abandoned vehicles had been pushed against both sides to create a lane barely wide enough for large trucks. Some had fallen sideways, tires hanging over the edge. Others had been stripped down to frames. Rainwater gathered in the ruts between them. The truck's tires hissed and thudded as Barnaby threaded the corridor. Behind them, the armored van gained ground. Gigi leaned toward the windshield. "He is lighter than we are. Also angrier. Anger gives poor fuel economy but good initial acceleration. He has a rifle. I noticed that part." A shot cracked. The rear window burst inward. Safety glass sprayed the back seat and glittered across the blankets, toolboxes, and spare clothes. Gigi ducked. Barnaby did not. The dually swayed as wind and rain rushed through the broken rear glass. Gigi grabbed the radio handset, dead for years, and threw it onto the floor because her hand wanted to throw something. "We need him off the bridge." "I agree." "Do not say anything involving ramming." Barnaby said nothing. "Barnaby, please. I am editing myself." That is not reassuring. Ahead, the lane doglegged around a jackknifed semi. The trailer leaned across the bridge with its rear doors open, stuffed full of old furniture swollen from rain. A couch had spilled halfway out, hanging like a tongue. The dually could pass on the left if Barnaby hugged the concrete rail. The armored van behind them would have to slow or scrape hard. Gigi pointed. "Use the semi as a choke point." Barnaby nodded. "Good eye. I do not need praise while fleeing a bridge tyrant. Noted for later." He guided the truck toward the left edge. The river opened beside Gigi's window, far below, wide and violent. She forced herself not to stare. The tire ran close enough to the edge that she could see water through gaps where guardrail sections had been torn away. Her hand dug into the seat. Barnaby kept the truck steady. No jokes, no humming, no scenic commentary, just hands, wheel, engine, road. They slipped past the semi with inches to spare. The side of the trailer scraped the dually's already damaged passenger side, screaming metal against metal. Gigi held her breath until the front bumper cleared. Behind them, Mercer's van tried to follow too quickly. It struck the semi's rear corner. The van bounced left, corrected, then clipped the hanging couch. The couch exploded into rotten cushions and mouse-eaten fabric. The van lost speed, but not control. Mercer fired again from the roof hatch. The shot pinged off the dually's tailgate. Barnaby's jaw tightened. He shot the tailgate. I care about the bullet, not the tailgate. I can care about two things. The rebar strip under the bumper caught on something and yanked hard. The whole truck shuddered. Barnaby fought the wheel. The strip dragged the front end right toward a cluster of abandoned cars. He corrected, but the dually's damaged steering responded late. Gigi saw the next problem before he did. A delivery van lay on its side ahead, blocking the right half of the lane. To the left, a gap in the guardrail opened directly to the river. "Center left, then hard right," she said. Barnaby obeyed. The truck slid through the gap, bumper scraping, tires sending water high. The rebar caught again, bent backward, then snapped free at last with a shriek. It tumbled under the truck and shot into the path behind them. Mercer's van hit the loose rebar. The front tire burst. The van lurched violently. Mercer dropped into the hatch up to his shoulders, nearly thrown out. The driver fought to keep control. The van slammed into an abandoned sedan, shoved it sideways, and kept moving on 3 good tires and 1 shredded rim. Gigi stared. That should have stopped him. Barnaby sounded almost impressed. "Hate can be an overbuilt machine. Please stop making him poetic." The bridge deck climbed slightly toward the center span. Wind strengthened. The Mississippi below looked endless through the rain, a moving wall rather than a river. Ahead, a cluster of stopped vehicles blocked most of the high point. Several corpses wandered among them, drawn by the engines. They turned slowly as the dually approached, mouths opening. Gigi rolled down her window halfway despite the rain. "I will clear the passenger side if you keep us moving slow enough." That window is missing most of its friendliness. So is the situation. She braced one knee against the seat and leaned out with both hatchets. The first corpse reached from the side of a minivan. She struck downward, cracking its skull and shoving it away before its fingers found the window frame. The second stumbled from between cars. Barnaby angled the truck just enough that the bumper knocked it sideways, and Gigi finished it with a fast hit as they passed. Behind them, the damaged van roared closer, rim throwing sparks. Mercer climbed back up through the roof hatch. Blood ran down one side of his face from the near fall. He lifted the rifle again. Gigi ducked inside. He is aiming. Barnaby looked ahead, then at a city maintenance truck abandoned across the lane near the center span. Its back compartment was open, tools spilling out, and a coil of heavy cable hung from a side rack. "I need you to trust me for about 8 seconds, he said. That sentence usually precedes negligence. "I know. What are we doing?" "Job site cleanup." He accelerated toward the maintenance truck, then swerved at the last moment, clipping the open tool compartment with the dually's reinforced side rail. The impact ripped the compartment door clean off and tore the cable rack loose. A thick coil of steel cables spilled across the lane behind them, unwinding in heavy loops. Mercer's van hit the cable. This time hate was not enough. The shredded front rim caught the coil and wrapped it around the axle. The van's nose snapped down. The vehicle pitched sideways, slammed into the bridge rail, and ground along it in a shower of sparks. Mercer flew forward into the roof hatch frame. The driver lost all control. The van spun half around and came to rest across the lane, smoking, wedged between abandoned cars and the concrete rail. For a moment no one moved. Barnaby slowed but did not stop. Gigi twisted around, hatchets ready. Mercer dragged himself from the hatch, battered but alive, fury still burning in him like a signal fire. He raised the rifle with shaking hands. The sound behind him changed. The dead from the vehicle cluster, and from beneath the bridge, and from the toll camp far behind, all converged toward the van. The crash had called them. Mercer noticed too late. Hands reached through the broken side window. A pale figure crawled over the hood. Another dragged itself from under the semi, leaving a dark smear in the rain. Mercer fired once into the nearest corpse, then twice. Then the rifle clicked empty. Gigi's grip tightened. Part of her wanted to look away. Another part, colder and practical, knew looking away was how people pretended choices had no consequences. Barnaby kept his eyes forward. "Should we help?" Gigi asked, and hated herself for asking because the answer mattered. Barnaby's face was hard in profile. "We can't get to him without losing the truck, and he would shoot us if we did." "That is true. I don't like it." "I do not like it either." Behind them, Mercer disappeared beneath grasping arms and rain. The armored van rocked once, then stilled except for the movement of the dead gathering around it. The dually rolled down from the center span toward the far side of the river. Neither of them spoke for a long time. The victory had no clean edges. Gigi had wanted the bridge tyrant stopped. She had not wanted to feel the weight of what stopping meant. At last Barnaby said, "You saved me back there." She looked at him. "You have saved me several times. We are not keeping score." "No score. Just saying thank you." She swallowed. "You are welcome." The words sounded smaller than the moment needed, but he accepted them anyway. The far barricade came into view. It was lighter than the west side, built to control exit traffic rather than deny entry. Two rusted gates stood open, probably because Mercer's people had trusted the bridge itself to be enough. Beyond them, the road descended into a low industrial district drowned by rain, but free of armed toll collectors. Barnaby drove through the open gates. Gigi let herself breathe. The truck thumped off the bridge and onto Illinois pavement. A mile later, Barnaby pulled into the shelter of an abandoned warehouse loading area and finally stopped. The engine idled rough. Rain drummed on the roof through the broken rear glass. The cab smelled of wet upholstery, gun smoke, river mud, and hot metal. Gigi sat very still, both hatchets across her knees. Barnaby turned the engine off. Silence arrived in pieces. He reached for the Polaroid camera. For once, Gigi did not object. He opened his door, stepped out into the rain, and took a picture of the bridge behind them through a gap between warehouses. The image that slid from the camera was gray, blurred, and streaked with weather. It caught only the suggestion of the span, the river mist, and the distant blinking lights of a camp now fighting for its own survival. When he got back in, he set the developing photo on the dashboard beside the arch picture. Gigi picked up both with damp fingers. She placed them carefully in the glove box, in order, and closed it, without pretending there was any other reason. Barnaby watched her hands. She met his eyes. "Do not make this sentimental." "I was not going to." "You were considering it." "I was considering saying the archive is in good hands. That would have been sentimental. Then I am glad I edited myself." She leaned back, exhausted beyond sarcasm, but unwilling to surrender it entirely. "Your editing is improving under supervision. Best lawyer I know." "You know one lawyer." "Still best." The compliment was absurd. It slipped past her defenses because it made no demand. She looked at the rain sliding down the windshield and let the quiet exist. After a few minutes, Barnaby opened the center console and found a dented package of crackers. He offered it to her with the ceremony of a man presenting fine dining. She took one. "This is not dinner. It is bridge escape cuisine." "That is not a cuisine." "Every cuisine starts somewhere." She ate the cracker. It was stale, damp at the edge, and wonderful because she was alive to hate it. Barnaby ate one too, then rested both hands on the steering wheel and looked east through the rain. "Memphis next," he said. Gigi closed her eyes. "Do not say it like we are going to a concert." "Could be music there." "There will be danger there." "There has been danger everywhere." "That is not comforting." "No, but it is consistent." She opened her eyes and looked at him. His shirt was torn at one shoulder. The side of his face streaked with rain and soot, his big hands bruised across the knuckles. He looked like a man who had driven through a war and still believed the road ahead was worth seeing. She wanted to call that foolish. She wanted to call it denial. She knew now it was something stronger. "Barnaby," she said. He turned toward her. "If we reach the resort and it is terrible, and there is no clean bed, no power, no functioning bar, no anything I promised myself would be there, you are not allowed to tell me the journey was the point." He considered that with grave seriousness. "I can agree not to say those exact words. That is dangerously narrow. I might say the road had value. I will throw you into the ocean. I am a fair swimmer." She laughed softly, tired and unwilling to hide it. "You are impossible." "So I've been told by a reliable source." The dually sat under the warehouse overhang while rain washed St. Louis mud from its battered body. Behind them, the bridge disappeared into gray. Ahead, the road bent south toward Memphis, toward Elvis cultists they did not yet know existed, toward heat, swamps, more dead, and the island Gigi had turned into a promise because promises were easier to chase than grief. Barnaby started the engine again. The truck grumbled, complained, and held. Gigi pulled the map onto her lap. The paper was damp and creased, but the line to Florida remained visible. She traced it with one finger, then adjusted the route around flood zones and road damage in her neat, stubborn handwriting. Barnaby watched the road. Scenic route still acceptable? She did not look up. The scenic route is currently under protest. Protest acknowledged, but not abandoned. His smile returned slowly, and this time she let herself see it. For several miles after the bridge, the road held the aftermath inside the cab. Every rattle sounded like another shot. Every gust through the broken rear glass made Gigi think of hands reaching in. Barnaby drove with his shoulders squared and his face quiet, but she could see exhaustion gathering in the lines around his mouth. He carried cheer like a tool, and tools wore down when they were used hard enough. "You can be angry," she said. He glanced at her. "At Mercer? At Mercer. At the bridge, at the river, at whatever part of the universe assigned us a tollbooth tyrant after a twine monster. That is a crowded complaint department. I am serious. I know," he kept his eyes forward. "I am angry. I just don't want to hand him the keys to the inside of my head." Gigi looked down at the map. Her fingers had left damp half-circles on the paper. "That is an irritatingly healthy sentence. I have one every now and then. When I get angry, it builds shelves. It labels everything. It keeps records. That was useful in court. It is less useful when the world refuses to answer discovery requests." Barnaby drove past a billboard that had peeled down to reveal an older advertisement beneath it. 2 dead promises layered together. Maybe the records still matter. To whom? To you, to me, to the Glovebox Museum, to whoever sits in a lounge chair someday and needs proof that we did not only run, we saw things, we chose things, we kept moving without letting the worst people define the whole road. The statement had no polish. It would never have survived a courtroom edit. It still landed with more force than most closing arguments she had heard. Gigi opened the glove box again and looked at the photos. The arch, the bridge in rain, the jackalope, the frost, the grotesque knot in Kansas. A record of absurdity, danger, survival, and one man's refusal to surrender wonder to catastrophe. She slid the photos into a neater stack. Museum is too generous? Archive, then. Archive is acceptable. I will notify the board. There is no board. You are the board. That explains the high standards. Barnaby's smile returned, faint but real. Gigi closed the glove box and let her hand rest there a moment. The map said Memphis was ahead. The road said nothing except that it would charge them for every mile. She had no faith in clean endings anymore, but she had begun to believe in the next mile, which felt more practical and therefore more dangerous. The Julie rolled out from the loading area and turned southeast, leaving the river toll behind, carrying 2 tired travelers, 2 hatchets, 1 battered frying pan, a glove box full of impossible vacation photos, and a truck that had somehow survived another day of Barnaby's definition of tourism. Chapter 25. Memphis, Tennessee. Memphis announced itself with music that should not have survived. At first, Gigi thought the sound was the truck. The Julie had been complaining since the bridge run, and every mile south seemed to add a new symptom. A grinding note came from somewhere under the floorboards. The front bumper hung crooked after its argument with the barricade. One headlight aimed at the trees instead of the road, throwing a pale beam into hanging vines and broken signs. The driver's side mirror trembled on one remaining bracket. The engine still pulled because it had been built for stubborn men and bad loads, but even Barnaby had stopped patting the dash every 10 minutes. He was listening now, not merely admiring. The music drifted through rain-washed twilight as they rolled past the northern edge of the city. It was thin, warped by distance, but unmistakable. A guitar line, bright and old, wobbled through the streets. Then a voice rose, smooth for half a breath before the speaker crackled and dropped into static. Gigi sat up straighter. "Tell me that is not what I think it is?" Barnaby tilted his head. "Sounds like Elvis." "I said tell me it is not what I think it is." "That would be dishonest. We are not following post-apocalyptic Elvis music into Memphis. We are already in Memphis. Technically, the music found us. That distinction will not comfort me when we are murdered by nostalgic lunatics." Barnaby eased the truck around a collapsed delivery van, tires crunching over brick, glass, and old bones bleached by weather. "You have to admit, as warning signs go, it has character. I admit nothing until we find fuel, parts, water, and a way out of here that does not involve a themed death cult." The street ahead opened between rows of old storefronts. Some had been burned to their foundations, leaving blackened brick teeth. Others still displayed faded window paint and peeling signs for ribs, records, pawn shops, payday loans, and live music long gone silent. Hand-lettered warnings had been sprayed across plywood barricades. "Keep moving. No biters. Trade at gate. Long live the king." The last one appeared 3 times, each in a different shade of red. Gigi folded the map with slow care. "Absolutely not. Barnaby's mouth twitched. I did not say anything. You were thinking loudly. I was thinking we need a secure place to look at the truck. You were thinking about tourist value. Both thoughts can fit in the same toolbox. A zombie staggered from the dark mouth of a music shop. It wore a sequined jacket over a torn t-shirt, and for one absurd second the old glass in the display window reflected it as if it were walking onto a stage. Barnaby braked. Gigi reached for a hatchet. The corpse stumbled, slipped on wet pavement and fell face first with a thud. It flailed there, its white shoes kicking weakly. Barnaby looked at it. That one seems to have overcommitted. Gigi stared through the windshield. Do not make it sad. I was being neutral. You cannot be neutral while narrating a corpse in costume. The creature dragged itself up by the bumper of an abandoned sedan. Its mouth opened around a soundless snarl. More figures moved deeper in the street, drawn by the truck's engine and the old music. Memphis was not as packed as Seattle or as drowned as St. Louis, but the dead here seemed theatrical in a way Gigi deeply disliked. They lurched from doorways and alley mouths with scarves, beads, glittering jackets, and rotted tourist shirts clinging to them like jokes the world had refused to retire. The Julie's engine coughed. Barnaby frowned. That frightened Gigi more than the street. You heard that, she said. I heard it. That was not one of your cheerful truck noises. No, that was more of a please stop asking me to do river crossings and barricade demolition noise. Is she dying? She is expressing boundaries. Barnaby, listen to me. He rolled forward at a crawl, eyes tracking the gauges. Fuel pressure is jumpy. Temperature is a little high. Something in the front end is rubbing. We need a roof, light, and enough time for me to get under her without being chewed on. We passed an auto garage 2 blocks back. Open bays. Too many sight lines, bad lockup. You say that like you did not fight a fused zombie knot next to a giant ball of twine. That was a specialty problem. A new sign appeared above the street, swinging from 2 chains over a cracked boulevard. Graceland Tours. Someone had painted beneath it in crude white letters, Sanctuary, the King provides, an arrow pointed south. Gigi shut her eyes for a second. No, absolutely not. Barnaby turned the wheel. Barnaby, listen to me. I am not saying we join the fan club. You are turning toward the fan club. We are assessing a secure location with possible fuel, fences, and people who have kept speakers working for 3 years. People who have kept speakers working to broadcast Elvis into an infected city. Electrical competence is still competence. The road toward Graceland had been cleared better than any route they had seen since Wall Drug. Abandoned cars had been pushed to the shoulders. Tires, barrels, concrete blocks, and welded sheet metal funneled traffic into a single lane. On both sides, old homes stood behind chain-link fences shaggy with vines. Some roofs had collapsed, some yards had been turned into gardens and rain catchments. More warnings appeared on walls and plywood. Be respectful. No firearms without provision. Do not mock the king. Donations accepted in fuel, food, ammunition, or vinyl. Gigi read the last line aloud. Vinyl. Barnaby nodded, as if this made sense. Records are culture. Records are not a currency. Everything is currency if enough people agree. I prosecuted a man who tried that argument with rare watches. Did it work? For him, no. The first guard stepped into view from behind a painted bus turned sideways across the road. He wore a white jumpsuit yellowed by age and rain, with rhinestones missing in black patches. A shotgun rested in his hands. He had a gray beard, a helmet made from an old motorcycle shell, and mirrored sunglasses despite the fading light. 2 more guards appeared on the bus roof. One held a crossbow, which Gigi noted with dismay, because the word in her mind tripped over itself. She chose not to say it aloud. The other held a long spear made from pipe and a sharpened signpost. Behind them, the entrance gate to Graceland rose beyond layers of barricade, bright with battery-powered bulbs strung like holiday lights. The music grew louder. Barnaby stopped before the painted line in the road. The guard lifted one hand. State your name, your business, your sickness status, and your favorite song, the guard called. Gigi turned very slowly toward Barnaby. Do not answer the 4th question. Barnaby rolled down the window. Name's Barnaby. This is Gigi. We are road travelers heading for Florida. No fever, no bites, no concealed drama we know about. Favorite song depends on the workday, but I respect suspicious minds. The guard's head tilted with immediate interest. Respect is not love. It has a good foundation, Barnaby said. You can build from respect. Gigi leaned across him. We need temporary shelter, a secure place to repair our truck, and possibly trade for diesel. We can pay in tools, labor, legal drafting, and ammunition. The guard looked at her over the sunglasses. Legal drafting? I was an attorney. Was, as informer. The courts are not operating at peak efficiency." The man on the bus roof laughed. The guard did not. "You carry blades?" he asked. "Hatchets," Gigi said, visible, defensive, and non-negotiable. The guard looked at Barnaby. "You?" Barnaby held up the Negotiator through the window. Its cast-iron face was dark from years of road grime and horrors that no kitchen should know. "It is a pan," the guard stared. "That your weapon?" "Also cookware in emergencies." The guard lowered the shotgun half an inch. "That is the ugliest skillet I ever saw. She has range," Gigi whispered. "Do not personalize the pan during border negotiations." The guard ignored her. "You got fuel?" "Not much," Barnaby said. "Any food? Some supplies? Any records?" Gigi said. "No, absolutely not." Barnaby said, "I have a cassette of road trip songs." The guard's expression hardened. "Cassettes are not vinyl." Gigi pressed 2 fingers to her temple. "This is not happening." A fourth figure emerged behind the bus. She was older, small and straight-backed, with white hair pinned under a red scarf. Her jacket had once been black leather, now patched with denim and silver foil from insulation tape. She walked with a cane fashioned from a microphone stand. Every guard shifted when she appeared. Not much, but enough for Gigi to understand authority. The woman studied the truck, then Barnaby, then Gigi's hatchets. "You ran the river bridge," she said. Gigi went still. "How do you know that?" "Radio chatter. Smoke north. Also, your front bumper looks like it has recently disagreed with tyranny." Barnaby brightened. "That is accurate." The old woman tapped her cane once on the wet pavement. "I am Miss Lorna. Graceland grants 1 night of guest harbor to travelers who show manners, surrender nothing they need for survival, and follow the king's rules. Break the rules and you leave by foot. Bring death inside and you leave in pieces. Mock the music and you leave hungry." Gigi looked past her at the gates. "Define mock." "Do not be cute, counselor." Barnaby glanced at Gigi with open delight. "She clocked you fast." "I noticed." Miss Lorna came closer, her eyes sharp beneath tired lids. "You can park in the service court. Mechanic shed has light after sundown if the batteries hold. We have diesel, not free. We have beds, not soft. We have rules, not suggestions. You bring trouble? You handle trouble before it becomes ours." "That is fair," Barnaby said. Gigi said, "We need to review the rules before agreement." Miss Lorna smiled without warmth. Lawyer still breathing. "Lord help us." The bus rolled aside with a metallic groan, pulled by a cable and 2 men working a crank. The gate lights flickered, the music swelled, distorted and grand, as if an old concert were being held for the rain. The dead and anyone foolish enough to keep traveling after the world had ended. Barnaby drove in slowly. Gigi watched the barricade close behind them and felt the familiar click in her mind, the one that marked every unsecured exit, every armed guard, every turn that narrowed retreat. Yet beneath the fear was another feeling she did not like naming. It was relief. There were living people behind these walls. Strange people, armed people, rule-bound people, yes, but living. They had lights, music, and the nerve to decorate their apocalypse. Graceland rose ahead through the dimness, white columns stained by weather, windows barred, roof patched, the famous facade both smaller and more stubborn than myth had made it. Floodlights lit the lawn. The old mansion had been turned into a fortress of nostalgia. Sheet metal covered lower windows. Razor wire looped along decorative fencing. Garden beds filled former tourist paths. A watchtower had been built beside the driveway from scavenged stage rigging and billboard frames. Near the entrance, an Elvis impersonator in a faded gold jacket stood on a platform with a rifle, barbed wire behind him, and a microphone stand beside him. He held his chin high while the rain ran down his face. Barnaby reached for his camera. Gigi caught his wrist before he could lift it. "Not yet." He looked at her hand on his wrist, then at her face. She let go too quickly. "We are inside a fortified cult compound. Do not take a tourist photo before we know whether photography counts as mockery." Good operational point. It was also common sense, but I will take what I can get. They parked in a service court behind the mansion near a row of utility sheds and an old tour bus stripped for parts. Rain drummed on corrugated metal roofs. People watched from doorways, from balconies, from the edges of work lights. Some wore bits of Elvis costume. Some wore ordinary scavenged clothes. Many wore both, as if practicality and devotion had merged because nobody had time to choose. When Barnaby shut off the engine, the silence after the truck felt enormous. The engine ticked hot beneath the hood. Gigi listened to it, cool and heard beneath everything, the music still playing from speakers hidden around the grounds. Barnaby sat with both hands resting on the wheel. His smile had faded into concentration. "How bad?" she asked. "Bad enough that I want to look before making promises." That is the most alarming sentence you have ever said. I have said worse. You have said cheerful nonsense. This was sober. He looked at the mansion, then the guards, then the tool shed. She got us here after a bridge fight and a flooded city. That deserves careful work. Gigi nodded because she understood that tone. It was how he spoke about structures, machines, and people he refused to abandon. Miss Lorna appeared beside the truck. Out, travelers. Supper bell in 30, rule reading in 20. Mechanic's shed now if you want it. Gigi opened her door, stepped into wet gravel, and pulled her hatchets free. Miss Lorna's gaze dropped to them. You sleep with those? Usually within reach. Good enough. Sentiment gets folks killed, and preparedness gets them breakfast. Barnaby climbed out with the Negotiator in one hand and the Polaroid camera in the other. I like your place. Miss Lorna gave him a long look. You have not heard the rules yet. He smiled. Most places with rules are trying to hold something together. For the first time, Miss Lorna's face softened by one careful degree. Sometimes rules are just fear wearing a hat. Gigi looked at the mansion again. The old White House stood in the rain, absurd and fortified, defended by people who had chosen a dead singer as their flag because the world had stolen every normal flag from them. The Florida Keys felt impossibly far. Her mother's voice felt closer than it had in days. Not as a ghost, but as pressure behind the ribs. Enjoy your life before it is too late. Gigi had imagined that as a resort, a chaise lounge, a drink sweating in her hand, and a sea clean enough to look unreal. She had not imagined it as standing in wet gravel at Graceland with a giant man holding a frying pan beside her. Barnaby leaned near her without touching. You okay? She kept her eyes on the mansion. I am recalculating. That sounds healthy. It is not. It is what I do when reality commits fraud. He laughed softly. We will get the truck looked at. We will eat whatever weird casserole they worship. We will survive the rule meeting. Tomorrow we keep heading for Florida. You make that sound simple. No, I make it sound next. Gigi hated how much that helped. Across the lawn, the gold-jacketed watchman turned toward them as lightning flickered beyond the trees. For one brief second, his silhouette stood framed by barbed wire, rhinestones, and stormlight. Barnaby's camera hand twitched. Gigi sighed. After the rule meeting, he looked at her with exaggerated innocence. You were going to ask, she said. I was respecting chain of command. There is no chain of command. Miss Lorna might disagree. Gigi followed the old woman toward the service shed while rain thickened over Memphis. Behind her, Barnaby hummed along with the distant music. The dually clicked and cooled, and Graceland held its lights against the dark like a strange little country that had survived by refusing to admit the show was over. Chapter 26. The King's Rules. The rule meeting took place in the jungle room. Gigi had expected a chapel, a command post, a dining hall, or some grim bunker converted from a basement. Instead, Miss Lorna led them through secured corridors, past framed records protected behind cloudy plastic, past gift shop shelves repurposed for medical supplies, past a blocked staircase guarded by two teenagers with spears and bored expressions. The mansion smelled of dust, lamp oil, fried cornmeal, wet denim, old carpet, and the faint chemical bite of disinfectant. Every window was covered. Every doorway had a bar bracket. Every hallway had a fallback gate that could drop into place if the dead got inside. Barnaby noticed the hinges first. Nice reinforcement. Miss Lorna did not slow. We learned after the first breach. Steel pins would help on that one, he pointed with the Negotiator toward a side gate. Wood frame is doing too much work, one guard bristled. You fixing our house now? Barnaby smiled at him. Only if asked. Unasked advice is just noise with shoes on. Miss Lorna made a small approving sound. Gigi wished Barnaby would stop earning approval from fortified strangers by being useful in ways that did not involve caution. The jungle room was preserved and violated at the same time. Green shag carpet still clung to the floor in tired patches. Carved wood, fake plants, and old furniture gave the room the feverish feeling of a tropical dream remembered during illness. The room's famous strangeness had become practical. Maps covered one wall. Radios sat on a side table beneath a framed portrait. A hand-cranked generator waited in the corner. Ammunition boxes stood beside velvet chairs. A whiteboard listed guard shifts, fuel stores, garden yields, and infection checks. At the top, written in careful block letters, were the words "The King's Rules." Gigi read them before anyone spoke. Rule 1. No bites hidden. Rule 2. No guns fired inside the walls without alarm call. Rule 3. No disrespect during music hour. Rule 4. No theft from the house, the kitchen, the stores, or the memory rooms. Rule 5. Outsiders sleep where assigned. Rule 6. Work earns supper after the first night. Rule 7. The king's image stays clean. Rule 8. If the dead come because of you, you stand first. Rule 9. No private deals with gate guards. Rule 10. Miss Lorna settles disputes, unless the house council is called. Gigi stared at Rule 3 longer than the rest. Music hour? The man in the gold jacket stood near the whiteboard now, rifle slung, hair dyed black in a style that had survived rain through force of product and belief. Up close, he was younger than Gigi had expected, maybe 35, with sharp cheekbones, tired eyes, and the fixed smile of someone who had learned charisma could keep people obedient. A plastic name tag on his jacket read Preston, but someone had scratched King beneath it. He answered before Miss Lorna could. Every evening after supper, we play 3 songs. People stand, remember, breathe, and keep their mouths respectful. Gigi kept her tone even. Is standing mandatory? The room changed temperature. Barnaby shifted beside her, not blocking her, but near enough that she felt the movement. Preston's smile widened. You have trouble standing, counselor. I have trouble with undefined compulsory rituals enforced by armed personnel. Miss Lorna leaned on her microphone stand cane. Standing is tradition. Silence is required. Singing is optional. Tears are nobody's business. Mockery gets you thrown out hungry. That should be on the board. It is implied. Implied terms create disputes. Preston laughed without humor. Lawyer indeed. Barnaby raised a hand. For the record, I can stand respectfully. I have stood through worse for concrete suppliers. Gigi did not look at him. That is not the issue. The issue, Preston said, stepping closer, is that this house keeps people human. You think we dress this way because fabric matters? You think we play songs because the dead care? We do it because people need something that was before. They need proof the world had joy once. They need a voice from a speaker telling them they are more than meat with a heartbeat. The words were better than Gigi wanted them to be. That made her dislike him more. Dangerous leaders often spoke in truths arranged toward obedience. I understand symbols, she said. I also understand how fast symbols become tools. Miss Lorna's eyes sharpened. Preston's smile did not move. You calling us tyrants after we opened our gate? I am asking how much personal freedom your sanctuary requires people to surrender. A guard near the door muttered, She has been here 10 minutes. Gigi turned to him. That is enough time to see the rifles. Barnaby cleared his throat gently. Maybe we could separate philosophy from intake. We are grateful for safe harbor. We need a truck repair. We will follow posted rules while we are guests. Gigi likes precision because precision kept her alive before she met me, and because I keep making her ride through places like this. That is the first accurate summary I have heard all day, Gigi said. Miss Lorna looked between them. You two married? No, Gigi said too quickly. Traveling together by contract? Gigi paused. Something close to that. Barnaby smiled. Road agreement. Preston's gaze flicked to the Polaroid camera hanging from Barnaby's neck. No pictures in the memory rooms. Barnaby's face fell slightly. What counts as a memory room? All rooms with original displays, private relics, or the gold suit. There is a gold suit, Gigi whispered. Do not sound delighted. Preston pointed at him. No pictures of the suit. Barnaby nodded with solemn effort. Understood. No pictures of the bedroom corridor. No pictures of medical stores. No pictures of gates, gun nests, fuel barrels, guard schedules, radio maps, or council members without permission. That is a lot of no pictures. This is not a theme park. Barnaby glanced around the jungle room. Respectfully, the theme remains present. A few people in the room laughed before they could stop themselves. Preston did not. Miss Lorna's mouth twitched. Gigi stepped in before humor became a chargeable offense. We can comply with security restrictions. We need terms for diesel and repair access. Miss Lorna nodded toward the whiteboard. First night is guest harbor. After that, work earns roof and food. Fuel is traded by value. Mechanic shed costs labor or goods. Your man can look at the truck tonight. If it needs parts we own, we discuss price. He is not my man, Gigi said. Barnaby looked at the ceiling as if the fake plants had become fascinating. Preston's smile returned. Noted with skepticism. Gigi ignored the heat rising in her face. We have ammunition, basic medical supplies, canned food, 2 tool rolls, and the ability to provide legal documentation. Preston stared. Documentation for what? Trade agreements, liability waivers, property records, adoption arrangements, partnership terms, ration disputes, inheritance declarations, marriage contracts, anything your community has been handling through shouting, intimidation, and tradition. The room went quieter. Miss Lorna studied her. You can write things people will honor? I can write things people understand. Honor is outside my professional control. For the first time, Miss Lorna looked genuinely interested. "We have disputes. All communities have disputes. We have a woman raising her sister's children. A man claiming the sister promised him half a food cellar before she turned. A fuel crew that thinks the garden crew gets bigger shares. Two couples arguing over a room assignment that has lasted 6 weeks because nobody wants to decide who gets the window." Gigi inhaled slowly. This was familiar ground. Not easy, not safe, but structured. Human problems had survived the dead. Human pettiness had survived the dead. Human need had survived too. "I can help draft clear agreements," she said. "I do not make rulings unless both sides consent." Miss Lorna tapped the cane once. "That earns diesel discussion." Preston's face tightened. "Lorna, she has a trade skill. She has a mouth that will split the house." Gigi lifted her chin. "The house sounds pre-split." Barnaby murmured, "Gigi!" She knew the warning. She also knew the shape of rooms where truth was punished because leadership preferred peace to repair. Her old life had been full of such rooms. Rich men loved contracts until language turned toward them. Boards loved compliance until compliance required confession. She had spent years polishing arguments for people who used power as furniture. She did not want to do that again. Not here, not under a portrait and an armed smile. Preston stepped closer. "You think you know us?" "I know enough to ask why the person with the microphone calls himself king on a scratched name tag, while the woman who understands the stores is making the decisions." The guards reacted fast. 2 rifles shifted. Gigi did not move her hands toward the hatchets. Barnaby moved only enough to set the negotiator down against his thigh, visible but not raised. Miss Lorna said, "Lower those guns." The rifles lowered slowly. Preston's eyes glittered. Guest harbor ends when hospitality is abused. Gigi's heart hammered, but her voice stayed level. "Then define abuse in writing." Barnaby let out a quiet breath that might have been admiration or despair. Miss Lorna looked at Gigi for a long measuring moment. Then she laughed. It was not a large laugh, but it cracked the room open. "Lord help us twice," she said. "She is awful, but she is useful." "I prefer precise," Gigi said. "Useful first, precise later." Miss Lorna turned to Preston. "She is not wrong about written rules. We have been meaning to revise the board." Preston's jaw worked. "Tonight? Tomorrow, if she stays." "We are not staying long," Gigi said. "You all say that." Miss Lorna moved toward the door. "Supper first, music hour after, truck after that. Nobody kills anybody unless the dead climb the fence." "That is a low bar," Barnaby said. "It has served us better than high ideals." They followed the group out. Gigi kept her shoulders straight even as her pulse thudded in her ears. Barnaby fell into step beside her. "You made friends," he said softly. "I clarified governance concerns, with rifles present. I noticed them. That was not my impression." She glanced at him. "Your impression is corrupted by optimism." "My optimism saw the rifles too." That stopped her for half a step. They moved through a narrow hall where candles burned inside glass jars on brackets. Their reflections flickered across framed photographs, old plaques, and emergency axes mounted beside doors. Somewhere deeper in the mansion, children laughed. The sound was startling enough that Gigi almost stopped again. Barnaby heard it too. His expression changed, softening around the eyes. The dining room had been extended into a covered courtyard behind the house. Long tables filled the space, built from doors laid over sawhorses. People ate in shifts under tarps and string lights. Supper was bean stew, cornbread, pickled vegetables, and something fried that Gigi did not examine too closely. Nobody spoke loudly at first. Guests were watched. Outsiders carried storms with them, and everyone in Graceland knew it. Barnaby sat where directed. Gigi sat beside him because the guard pointed at the bench and because refusing would have turned into another argument. A boy of about 10 brought them tin bowls and stared at the negotiator with awe. "That really your weapon?" the boy asked. Barnaby placed the pan on the table with ceremonial care. "This is the Negotiator." The boy's eyes widened. "You named it?" "Tools work better when properly respected." Gigi muttered, "There is no evidence for that." The boy looked at her hatchets. "Do those have names?" "No, absolutely not," Barnaby said. "They should." "They will not." The boy grinned. "My name is Caleb. I clean radios." "That is important work," Barnaby said. Caleb nodded with grave pride. "Preston says music keeps the rot out of the soul." Gigi spooned stew carefully. "What does Miss Lorna say?" Caleb thought about it. "She says clean water keeps the rot out of everybody, and music is for after chores." Barnaby chuckled. "I like Miss Lorna?" "You should. She saved my aunt." Caleb's grin faded. Preston sings good, though. People listen when he sings." Gigi watched Preston across the courtyard. He moved table to table, touching shoulders, accepting praise, leaning down to speak into ears. He was good at it, too good. Yet people smiled when he passed. Some of the smiles were fearful, some were grateful, most were complicated. Barnaby followed her gaze. "You are building a case file. I am observing. That is what you call it before the case file. He is charismatic, insecure, armed, symbolically overinvested, and opposed to written limits. Barnaby tasted the stew. Needs salt, but not bad. Are you listening? Yes, I am listening. Charismatic, insecure, armed, needs clearer policies, and the stew needs salt." Despite herself, Gigi nearly smiled. She buried it in the spoon. Supper ended with bowls collected and benches rearranged toward the courtyard speakers. Music hour began when Miss Lorna rang a bell. People stood. Children grew quiet. Guards removed hats. Even the restless ones settled. The first song crackled through the speakers, old and lush. Gigi stood because she had agreed to obey posted rules, but she kept her hands clasped behind her back and her face neutral. Barnaby stood beside her, broad shoulders relaxed, eyes on nothing in particular. Preston stepped onto the platform near the courtyard entrance, not singing yet, just letting the recording play. At first, Gigi felt trapped by the ritual. Then she looked around. An old man closed his eyes with tears on his face. A teenage girl mouthed every word without making sound. Two women held hands. Caleb leaned against his aunt, his head under her arm. Miss Lorna stood in the back, cane planted, face unreadable. The song did not make the world safer. It did not fix the truck, settle disputes, feed anyone, or clear the dead from the fence. Yet for 3 minutes the courtyard breathed together, not perfectly, not freely, not without fear. Still together, Gigi felt something inside her shift and fought it. The second song began. Preston sang along this time, low at first, then stronger. His voice was good, better than good. It had warmth, ache, and control. The people listened as if the sound carried them over a river. None of them could cross alone. Barnaby leaned close enough to whisper, "You can hate his leadership and still admit he sings well. I am capable of nuance. I know, it is one of your loudest features." She did not elbow him because the rules did not mention elbowing during music hour, and she did not want to create precedent. Near the final chorus, a scream came from the outer fence. Music hour broke like glass. Preston stopped singing. Guards grabbed weapons. People moved with practiced speed. Children pulled under tables. Lanterns shielded. Doors opened and closed in sequence. Miss Lorna's cane struck the floor 3 times. "North fence," a guard shouted. "Dead at the drainage cut." Barnaby picked up the Negotiator. Gigi's hatchets came free. Preston pointed at them. "Outsiders stay here." Gigi shook her head. "Rule 8 says if the dead come because of you, you stand first. They did not come because of us, but we can stand anyway. This is our house." Barnaby moved toward the gate with calm purpose. "And we are guests under its roof." Miss Lorna looked at him once, then at Gigi. "North fence, do not get clever near the cut. Mud drops fast." Gigi nodded. Preston's face twisted with anger, but he had no time to argue. The courtyard erupted into motion. Barnaby and Gigi followed the guards through a side corridor, out into rain and floodlight, toward the sound of metal shaking under hungry hands. The king's rules had begun as a list on a board. By the time Gigi reached the north fence, they had become something else. A test of whether sanctuary was a word or only decoration. Chapter 27. Blue-collar diplomacy. The north fence bowed inward under the press of bodies. Gigi caught herself before the wrong word left her mouth and replaced it with the phrase she needed. The chain link sagged like tired wire under the weight of the dead. They had gathered at a drainage cut where rainwater ran beneath the fence through a concrete channel. The opening should have been covered by welded bars, but a fallen tree branch had struck the section sometime during the storm, bending the lower frame and leaving a gap just wide enough for waterlogged corpses to claw at. Floodlights washed the scene in hard white glare. Rain turned the ground into black paste. The dead pushed from the ditch beyond the fence, maybe 30 of them, maybe more hidden in the dark. Their hands hooked through chain link, their faces pressed against metal diamonds, their jaws worked without patience or memory. Graceland guards formed a line with spears, hooks, and rifles held back as last resort. They jabbed through the fence, trying to drive the dead away from the damaged section, but each corpse that dropped was replaced by 2 more sliding down the muddy ditch. The opening widened with a metallic groan. Preston shoved past Barnaby. "Hold them off the cut." "That is not enough," Barnaby said. Preston spun on him. "I did not ask." "No, but the fence did." Gigi stepped between them before the argument turned physical. "What is the repair plan?" "We kill what is there and wire the gap shut," Preston snapped. "With what materials?" "Whatever we have." "That is not a plan." A corpse forced one shoulder through the lower gap. A guard stabbed downward, missed the head, and drove the spear through the chest. The creature kept crawling, dragging the spear shaft until the guard lost his grip and fell backward. Two people hauled him away before teeth found him. Barnaby moved. He did not charge with his usual cheerful abandon. He scanned first. Gigi saw his job site mind take over. Fence angle, mud depth, ditch grade, available debris, manpower, tools, weak points. His face became still in a way that made him look almost like a different man. "Gigi," he said, "keep the crawlers off the gap. Fast strikes do not step into the ditch. I know mud. I know you know. I am saying it because I like your ankles attached to the rest of you." Noted under protest. He turned to Miss Lorna, who had arrived in a raincoat with a revolver in one hand and fury in the other. "You got plywood, sheet metal, spare fence panel, rebar, cable, anything flat and heavy?" "Service shed. South wall. Need 4 people who can carry, 2 with hammers, 1 with a truck or cart." Preston barked, "We do not take orders from guests." Barnaby looked at him, not angry, not submissive. "Then make them your orders. We need to stop pressure at the gap. Not win a fencing match with 30 dead folks in a ditch. Give me materials, or give me permission to use what I see." Miss Lorna pointed at 3 guards. You, and you. Get panel sections from the shed. Use the garden cart. Move fast." Preston's face went red. "Lorna," she did not look at him, "sing later, work now." Gigi almost laughed, but a corpse came through the gap and pulled the moment back into violence. It slithered out of the drainage cut on its stomach, ribs dragging through mud, fingers hooked like broken tools. Gigi met it before it cleared the fence line. Her right hatchet struck the side of its skull. The impact jarred up her arm. She shifted, used the second hatchet to knock its reaching hand away, then kicked it back toward the gap. Another followed, then another. The work became immediate and brutal. Gigi moved along the fence base, boots slipping, breath sharp, hatchets rising and falling with the precise rhythm she had built across half the country. She did not have Barnaby's mass or ease. Her style cost her more. Every strike took thought, angle, recovery, yet the fury that usually tightened her chest had found direction. Hit, step, pivot, and clear. Do not let them widen the gap. Do not let teeth reach a living leg. Do not waste motion. Barnaby was at the fence itself. He drove the Negotiator through the chain link with short, heavy swings, crushing skulls that pressed too close, while shouting instructions that somehow sounded like he was coordinating a roof pour. "Panel comes in vertical. No vertical, friend. We are making a shield, not a picnic table. Caleb, stay back from the mud. Miss Lorna, I need that cable cut in 6-foot lengths. Preston, if you have a strong opinion, put both hands on that post and keep it from twisting." Preston bristled. "Do not order me." Barnaby pointed with the pan toward the leaning fence post. "That post goes. The fence peels open, and your courtyard gets dinner guests. You want to be king? Hold the post." The word struck like a thrown brick. For one dangerous second, Preston looked ready to swing at him. Then the fence shrieked again. A cluster of dead slammed into the damaged lower frame. The post twisted. Preston lunged and grabbed it with both hands. Barnaby nodded once. "There you go." Gigi saw it while breaking a corpse's knee from under it. Barnaby had done what Gigi could not have done. He had given Preston a role that protected his pride and helped the problem. He had not defeated him. He had aimed him. The garden cart arrived, piled with sheet metal, a spare fence panel, lumber, wire coils, and a rusted road sign that read "No Outlet." Barnaby grinned when he saw the sign. "That will do nicely." "Why are you smiling?" Gigi shouted. "I like when materials volunteer." A dead woman in a soaked church dress got one hand around Gigi's boot. Gigi chopped down, freed herself, and staggered back. Mud took her balance. The creature surged. Barnaby's pan flashed past her shoulder and crushed the skull against the ground. "Careful there," he said. "I had it. Of course, I just negotiated early." She wiped rain from her eyes with her forearm. "That sentence will haunt me." He went back to work. Under his direction, the guards drove the spare panel against the damaged section from inside the fence. Sheet metal slid behind it, creating a slick face the dead could not grip. The "No Outlet" sign went low across the drainage cut, wedged against concrete and wired into place. Barnaby had 2 men use lumber as braces, kicking the bottom ends deep into mud and tying the top ends to the fence post. It was ugly. It was fast. It held. Gigi kept fighting at the edges. The dead clawed around the new barrier, trying to find purchase. Her hatchets split fingers, smashed jaws, and knocked heads away from the opening. She heard rifles fire twice farther down the line, sharp cracks swallowed by rain. More guards shouted. Children cried somewhere behind the mansion. The music was gone now, replaced by impact, breath, and wire. Preston held the post until his arms shook. Barnaby noticed. Switch hands higher. Use your legs. Do not fight the whole fence with your elbows. Preston obeyed before remembering to resent it. Miss Lorna worked with cable cutters beside a lantern, passing lengths to anyone who needed them. Her cane lay in the mud at her feet. She looked smaller without it, but not weaker. More dead in the ditch, a guard called. Barnaby looked over the fence, gauging the dark movement. They are following water flow. We block the channel from our side. They stack at the outside. Need noise away from the fence, Preston said through clenched teeth. You want to lure them? Just shift them. Got a speaker you can spare? Preston's eyes widened with offense. A speaker? Not the holy one. A working ugly one, Miss Lorna shouted. Tool shed has a cracked monitor speaker. Barnaby pointed to 2 guards. Tie it to a line, run it down the inside path, toss it outside, past the ditch, play something loud, they follow sound away from the cut. Preston snapped. We do not throw the king's voice into the mud. Gigi turned on him, rain streaming down her face. Then throw your own voice because the fence is not interested in your theology. A guard laughed once, wild with adrenaline. Preston glared, but Miss Lorna's order cut through. Get the speaker. They did. 5 minutes later, an old monitor speaker crackled to life beyond the fence, dragged by a cable, and shoved through a side gap farther down the line. It played a warped live recording at painful volume. The sound tore through rain and drew the dead like iron filings. Heads turned, hands released the fence, one by one. Then, in a clumsy rush, the corpses in the ditch lurched toward the music. The pressure eased. Barnaby and the guards finished tying the patch. Gigi killed the last crawler that had made it inside the line. When it stopped moving, she stood over it with both hatchets hanging from tired hands, chest heaving. For several seconds, nobody spoke. Then Barnaby slapped the fence post with his palm. The patch rattled but held. Not pretty, he said, but pretty is for countertops. Miss Lorna picked up her cane, wiped mud from it with the edge of her coat, and looked at Preston. House stands. Preston released the post. His hands were raw. His jacket was streaked with mud. He looked at Barnaby with the expression of a man forced to accept help he had not approved. You talk too much, Preston said. Barnaby nodded. Common complaint. You saved the fence. Everybody did? That false modesty? No, construction is mostly people carrying the right thing to the right place before gravity files a complaint. Gigi leaned against a brace, breathing hard. That may be the clearest explanation of civilization I have ever heard. Barnaby glanced at her. High praise from counsel. It was not entirely praise. I accept the entire part. Miss Lorna walked to the patch section and studied it. It will need a full rebuild at daylight. Yes, ma'am, Barnaby said. Set new lower bars. Fix drainage flow. Clear outside brush. This was a bandage. Preston stiffened at the word, perhaps hearing weakness in it. Barnaby did not give him time. Bandages are honorable when applied quickly, he added. But you do not confuse one with repair. Miss Lorna nodded slowly. You will look at it in the morning. We need to move in the morning, Gigi said before Barnaby could agree. Miss Lorna looked at her. Your truck needs work. Your fuel is low and the road south is worse after this rain. You can leave at dawn if you want. Might not get far. Gigi hated that because it was true. Barnaby cleaned mud off the Negotiator with a rag handed to him by Caleb, who had sneaked closer despite every sensible instruction. We can inspect tonight, decide after. Preston pointed toward the mansion. No more rule arguments tonight. You stand music hour again tomorrow if you stay. Gigi was too tired to attack the wording. I can stand quietly. Preston looked surprised, then suspicious. She met his stare. I saw what it means to them. I still want clearer rules. Miss Lorna gave a dry chuckle. There is the lawyer with mud on her face. Gigi wiped at her cheek and only made it worse. Barnaby's expression softened. He did not reach to clean it. Somehow the restraint touched her more than the gesture would have. He had learned some boundaries, or maybe he had always known more than she gave him credit for. They returned through the service gate, dripping rain and mud across the stone path. People watched them now with different eyes. Not friendly exactly, not trusting, but the category had changed from outsiders to outsiders who had stood at the fence. In a world reduced to necessary evidence, that mattered. Inside the service court, the Julie waited beneath a sheet metal awning. Its front end looked worse under steady light. The bent bumper had shoved part of the grille inward. Mud packed the wheel wells. Something dark and stringy hung from the undercarriage. possibly riverweed, possibly a former person. The driver's side tire had a slow leak, visible in the low sag near the gravel. Barnaby set down his pan and rolled his shoulders. "All right, big girl, let us see what the river charged us." Gigi crossed her arms. "You are exhausted." "So is the truck." "That is not a rebuttal." "No, that is solidarity." Miss Lorna led them into the mechanic shed. It had work lights, a vise hand tools, a battery charger, 2 jacks, bins of scavenged parts, and a wall covered in labeled jars. Gigi felt immediate respect. Organization meant survival. Even the labels were precise. Hose clamps, lug nuts, cotter pins, fuses, hose ends, odd bolts may be useful. Barnaby looked around like a man entering a church that made sense. "This is a good shed." Miss Lorna's pride showed for half a second. "My husband built it before everything. He said people who cannot find their tools spend half their lives angry." Wise man. Dead man. Barnaby's smile faded with respect, not pity. Still wise. Miss Lorna looked away first. "Use what you need. Log what you take." Gigi noticed the notebook by the door, every item taken, every item returned, every repair noted. Civilization in pencil. Barnaby slid under the truck with a lamp, and the next hour became a language Gigi only half understood. Bent bracket, cracked hose, loose clamp, plugged radiator fins, damaged tie rod end, not failed yet, tire puncture repair possible, fuel filter unhappy, drive shaft still angry but not broken, frame scarred, not compromised. He called out findings. Gigi wrote them because writing steadied her and because Barnaby's hands were occupied. Preston hovered at the door for several minutes before entering. Gigi braced for another fight. He surprised her by bringing a tray with 2 mugs of hot chicory coffee and a plate of cornbread. "Miss Lorna says workers eat," he said. Barnaby's voice came from under the truck. "Much appreciated." Gigi accepted 1 mug. "Thank you." Preston looked as if gratitude from her was an ambush. "You were right about written rules." She almost choked on the coffee. He stared at the truck instead of her. "Do not look so pleased. You were also rude." "I can be both. That is clear." Barnaby laughed under the truck and then banged his knuckles on something. "Worth it," he muttered. Preston leaned against the workbench. His gold jacket had been replaced by a plain work shirt. Without the costume he looked younger, more worn, less certain. "People fall apart without ceremony. I saw it. First year, everybody ran on fear. Second year, fear got boring. That was worse. Folks stopped washing, stopped talking, stopped naming things, stopped burying bodies when they could. Then, one night somebody found a generator, somebody found records, and people remembered how to stand in the same place without fighting." Gigi held the warm mug between both hands. "I believe you. You still think I like control too much?" "I do," he nodded once. "Maybe I do." The admission cost him. Gigi heard it. Barnaby rolled out from beneath the truck, grease on his forearms and rainwater in his hair. "Control is a handy temporary scaffold. Problem starts when you mistake it for the building." Preston blinked at him. "Do you think in construction metaphors all the time?" "Yes, I do," Gigi said. "He does, must be peaceful." "Not always," Barnaby said. "Bad foundations still keep me up." For a moment, the 3 of them stood in the shed with the rain on the roof, and the truck looming beside them. Outside, the old music had not resumed. The house was quieter after the fence breach, as if everyone were listening to see whether safety would hold. Preston set the cornbread near Barnaby. "Miss Lorna says you can use the spare tire patch kit and 2 gallons from the parts wash diesel, not drinking diesel." Barnaby looked to Gigi. Gigi interpreted. "He means low-quality fuel reserved for cleaning parts. It can run if filtered and mixed carefully, but it is not ideal." Preston frowned. "How did you know that?" "I read labels." Barnaby beamed. "She reads everything." "I also need your dispute list," Gigi said to Preston. "Names, issues, who has already threatened whom, and whether any witnesses are still alive." Preston stared. "Tonight? We may leave tomorrow." "If you want useful documents, I draft tonight." Barnaby pushed himself up on one elbow. "You are exhausted too. So is civilization." His smile was small and warm. "That is not a rebuttal." "No, that is solidarity." He looked at her for a long second, and something passed between them that had no schedule, no rule board, and no clean professional category. Gigi turned away first, because she still had enough pride to retreat from tenderness in a mechanic shed. Preston cleared his throat. "I will get the names." When he left, Barnaby watched Gigi over the truck's bent bumper. "What now?" she asked. "Nothing important." That was a something face. It was a proud face. She pretended to inspect her coffee. "Do not have that at me." "Yes, counsel." "I mean it." "I know." The softness in his voice made her chest ache. She blamed exhaustion, smoke, rain, and the haunted mansion around them. She did not blame him because that would require admitting he mattered outside. Graceland's lights flickered but held. The patched fence stood in the rain. The dead followed a distorted song somewhere beyond the drainage ditch. Inside the mechanic's shed, Barnaby repaired the truck, Gigi prepared to draft agreements for a cult that was not entirely a cult, and Memphis settled around them like a dare. Chapter 28. Graceland's souvenir Gigi drafted contracts beneath a portrait, while Barnaby rebuilt the truck by worklight. That was the closest description of the night, though it failed to capture the absurdity of the location. Miss Lorna gave Gigi a folding table in a side room near the old trophy displays, far enough from the memory rooms to avoid Preston's photography restrictions. Close enough that every time Gigi looked up, she saw gold records glimmering behind protective plastic. A battery lamp buzzed beside her. A stack of old stationery sat under her left hand. Someone had found ballpoint pens that still worked. Someone else had made coffee strong enough to qualify as a controlled substance in the old world. The disputes came in one by one. A woman named Mara wanted legal recognition that her sister's 2 children belonged with her and not with a man who claimed a dying promise nobody else had heard. A fuel crew leader wanted written ration terms before his people refused garden duty. 2 couples wanted the same upstairs room because it had a window that caught morning light. A scavenger named Jules wanted acknowledgement that he had loaned tools to the kitchen team and not donated them. A teenager wanted permission to leave with a patrol when she turned 16 next month. Miss Lorna wanted a council procedure that did not depend on whoever shouted loudest after supper. Gigi listened, asked questions, cut through exaggeration, made people repeat timelines, wrote names carefully, refused to let Preston answer for others when they were capable of speaking, corrected him twice, ignored his glare 3 times. By 2 in the morning the table was covered in drafts. These were not old world documents. No court would enforce them. No clerk would stamp them. No state record would preserve them. Yet when Gigi wrote plain terms and read them back, people leaned forward. They heard themselves turned into language. They heard the limits of their promises. They heard obligations arranged in lines instead of rumors. That still meant something. Mara signed the guardianship statement with shaking hands while her niece slept against her hip. The man claiming the food cellar signed a settlement after Miss Lorna reminded him he had also claimed to be engaged to 3 different women during the second winter. The fuel crew and garden crew signed a work credit schedule that Gigi suspected would require revision within 2 weeks, but everyone understood it, which made it better than most agreements she had handled before the dead rose. Preston watched from the wall, arms folded. At last he said, "You used to do this for rich people." "Yes, I do. You like this better?" Gigi looked at Mara carrying the sleeping child out of the room with the signed paper folded carefully in her pocket. "I understand it better. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have." He studied her for a moment. "You do not talk like somebody chasing a beach vacation." Her pen stopped. Preston noticed. He was too observant when he stopped performing. Gigi capped the pen. "My mother wanted me to enjoy my life before it ended. She said it in a hospital bed while I was checking emails from a client who later tried to avoid paying overtime to warehouse staff during evacuation week. I decided on the Florida Keys because it was absurd, expensive, pointless, and very unlike me. Then the world ended harder, and the trip became the only promise I had left that did not belong to work, fear, or the dead." Preston's face changed. Not sympathy exactly. It was recognition. "You think getting there will fix something?" he asked. "No, absolutely not." She looked toward the hallway, where the distant clang of Barnaby's tools echoed from the service shed. "I think not quitting might." Preston nodded slowly. "He going because of you?" "He is going because he wanted a scenic route." "That is what he says?" "That is often a different category from what he means." Preston almost smiled. "You noticed," Gigi returned to the papers. "I notice everything useful, not just useful." She did not answer. Before dawn, Barnaby came into the side room carrying a dented hubcap in one hand and a mug in the other. His shirt was streaked with grease, his hair stuck up in damp ridges, and there was a smear across his cheek that made him look younger and more tired. He set the mug beside her without comment. "Is that coffee?" she asked. "Miss Lorna said you were turning paper into fence posts and should be watered. That woman is alarmingly efficient. She likes you. She likes that I identified governance failures. Same thing in her language." Gigi looked at the hubcap. "Is that supposed to be attached to something?" "Not anymore. That is not reassuring. She will run. Not beautifully, but with dignity if nobody asks too many questions. The truck or me?" Barnaby's tired smile warmed the whole room. "I was talking about the truck, but if the comparison serves, I will not stand in its way." Preston made a sound from the wall that might have been a laugh. Gigi shot him a look. He became very interested in the ceiling. Barnaby picked up one of the completed agreements and read with surprising care. "This is good." "You sound surprised." "No, I mean it is good in the way a brace is good. People can lean on it." Gigi swallowed. Compliments about brilliance, ruthlessness, and billable perfection had never touched her. A grease-covered man telling her people could lean on her work was unfairly precise. "Do not make construction metaphors sentimental," she said. "I cannot control how the truth presents itself." Preston pushed off the wall. "Miss Lorna wants you both at breakfast. Council too. Then fuel trade." "Then we leave," Gigi said. Barnaby glanced at her. "If the truck agrees, the truck has participated in enough delays. The truck has carried us faithfully across half a dead country. She can be faithful at highway speed." Breakfast happened in the courtyard under a sky washed pale by the passing storm. The north fence had held. Guards returned from the ditch reporting that the speaker lure had pulled most of the dead away, though the speaker itself had been destroyed by enthusiastic listeners. Preston accepted the loss with visible pain. Miss Lorna called it a noble death for bad equipment. The council gathered after breakfast around one of the long tables. Gigi read the new procedures. Miss Lorna asked practical questions. Preston challenged 3 clauses. Gigi modified one, defended one, and told him the third was not negotiable unless he wanted the council to remain decorative. The room went tense. Then Miss Lorna laughed. Then half the council laughed, and Preston surrendered with a theatrical sigh that suggested he knew when defeat could be repackaged as charm. In exchange, Graceland provided 5 gallons of filtered diesel, 2 hose clamps, a tire plug, radiator wash water, and a small box of fuses. Barnaby promised to rebuild the drainage cut properly before leaving. Gigi objected. Miss Lorna pointed at the fuel cans. Gigi stopped objecting because trade required honor if it was going to remain trade. The morning became labor. Barnaby led the fence repair with the good-natured authority of a man who had spent decades explaining dangerous work to people holding the wrong end of a tool. He showed guards how to brace the lower frame, how to set the bars deeper into concrete, how to clear brush beyond the ditch without stepping into unstable mud. He praised good work loudly and corrected bad work without humiliation. Preston arrived late, dressed in plain work clothes again, and took orders with only moderate suffering. Gigi worked under a canopy reviewing final signatures and making copies by hand. Caleb ran messages between groups, proud as a courier in wartime. Mara brought Gigi a jar of preserved peaches as thanks. Gigi tried to refuse. Mara put the jar beside her papers and walked away with the practiced wisdom of someone who knew gratitude sometimes needed to ignore argument. By early afternoon, the fence stood stronger than before. The truck idled in the service court, rough but alive. Barnaby listened to the engine with his head tilted. Gigi stood beside him, pack over one shoulder. Verdict? She will complain. She has earned that. She will need a real parts hunt soon? That was not the verdict I requested. She will get us south if I stay gentle. Gigi looked at him. He raised one hand, gently by my standards. That phrase should be illegal. Miss Lorna approached with Preston and Caleb. The old woman carried a folded paper packet tied with string. She handed it to Gigi. "Copies of the agreements," Miss Lorna said. "One set for our records. One set because you wrote them. Maybe someday somebody will ask what law looked like after the lights went out." Gigi took the packet carefully. Law looked like people trying not to eat each other over window access. Then write that down too. Preston held out a small vinyl record in a cracked paper sleeve. "Road payment." Barnaby accepted it with reverence. "I do not have a record player in the truck." "Then survive long enough to find one." "That is motivational." Gigi read the sleeve. "This is not rare, is it?" Preston looked offended. "Rarity is not the point. For trade value it often is." "It is for remembering," Gigi almost replied, then chose not to. She had a glove box full of Polaroids she pretended were not for the same purpose. Caleb hovered near Barnaby. "Can I see the pan one more time?" Barnaby knelt and held out the Negotiator handle first, keeping his own hand near it because weapons were not toys even when a child looked impressed. Caleb touched the cast iron with 2 fingers. "It is heavy," the boy said. "Most useful things are heavier than they look," Barnaby said. Caleb nodded as if filing that away for adulthood. They were almost at the truck when Barnaby stopped. Gigi knew the pause before she saw the camera. "No," she said automatically. He looked at her with wounded innocence but did not use the forbidden word. "I have not asked yet." "You were about to. Historic site, barbed wire, living community, Elvis impersonator guard, strange dignity. It is one of the finest vacation photo opportunities of the trip." Preston crossed his arms. No pictures of security structures. Barnaby pointed toward the front lawn, where the mansion facade stood behind the inner fence. What about one photo of the platform? No gate details, no guard schedule board, no fuel storage, and no memory rooms. Just the gentleman there in the gold jacket, if he consents, with the mansion behind him and that barbed wire tastefully out of focus. Gigi closed her eyes. Tastefully out of focus is not a legal standard. Preston looked toward the platform. The gold-jacketed watchman from the night before was there again, now off duty, talking with another guard. He saw Preston's gesture and approached. His name, it turned out, was Earl. He was 62, had been a mechanic before the dead, and had worn the jacket the first winter because a frightened child asked if Elvis would keep the monsters away. "Did it work?" Barnaby asked him. Earl shrugged. She stopped crying. That settled the matter more than any rule could have. Preston gave reluctant permission after Gigi drafted a verbal condition into a sentence so precise it made him groan. No security details, no strategic angles, one image. Subject consenting. Photographer remains outside restricted areas. Photograph for private travel archive only. Barnaby agreed to every term. They walked to the lawn. The afternoon sun broke through the clouds for the first time since Memphis, lighting the mansion in a clean wash that made the patched walls and barred windows seem less tragic. Earl stood before a section of decorative fence where barbed wire curled above him like a crown nobody should want. His gold jacket flashed. The microphone stand cane, borrowed from Miss Lorna, rested in his hand like a prop from a world that had forgotten it was pretending. Barnaby framed the shot. Gigi stood beside him, arms crossed, pretending not to care. Yet, when the camera clicked and the square white photo slid out, she reached for it before he could shake it too hard. "Careful," she said. "Let it develop flat." Barnaby watched her with that soft, proud look again. "What now?" she asked. "You are getting very particular about my garbage. It is an archive." He smiled slowly. "Archive is acceptable." She regretted having given him that word 2 states ago. As the image emerged, Earl appeared first as a gold blur, then the white facade, then the dark loops of wire, then the strange dignity in his stance. The picture should have been ridiculous. It was ridiculous. It was also beautiful in the painful way survivors sometimes were. Patched, theatrical, scared, brave, and standing anyway. Miss Lorna looked at it over Gigi's shoulder. "You captured his good side." Earl grinned. "All my sides are my good side." Preston groaned. "Do not encourage him." Barnaby tucked the photo carefully into the glove box after Gigi wrapped it in a folded scrap of clean paper. She pretended not to notice that he placed it in the order she had established. He pretended not to notice that she noticed. Their shared hypocrisy had become oddly comfortable. Goodbyes were shorter than the stay deserved. Long goodbyes created weight, and travelers could only carry so much. Miss Lorna gave Barnaby a list of road hazards south of the city: a washed-out overpass, a convoy of raiders seen near Tupelo, a fuel depot burned last month, a church settlement that traded fairly if approached before sundown. Preston added a warning about a roaming pack of dead drawn by thunder, which Gigi wrote down because useful information did not need a likable source. At the gate, Caleb ran up and handed Barnaby a small object wrapped in cloth. It was a keychain from the old gift shop, a tiny plastic guitar with grassland printed on it. "For the truck," Caleb said. Barnaby accepted it with solemn gratitude. She will be honored. Gigi expected him to hang it from the rear-view mirror. Instead, he set it in the cup holder, maybe because dangling objects annoyed her while he drove. The restraint was small and devastating. The bus barricade rolled aside. Outside the gate, Memphis waited with ruined streets, wet heat, and more miles than any map should be allowed to contain. Barnaby eased the dually forward. The repaired tire bumped over the threshold. The engine grumbled but held. Behind them, Graceland's speakers crackled to life one last time, playing a song not loud enough to lure the dead, only loud enough to follow them down the road for a few fading blocks. Gigi watched the mansion shrink in the side mirror. "You were useful there," Barnaby said. "So were you." "Good fence day, good governance day, good souvenir day." She looked at the glove box. "That photo does not count as evidence that I approve of the camera." "Of course not. I am preserving materials for route documentation. Route documentation is important, and if you tell anyone I arrange them by location and thematic relevance, I will deny it. I would never compromise the archive." She almost smiled, then decided the road could have that much from her. "You learn slowly, but not never." Barnaby's smile widened as he steered around a burned tour bus. High praise from council. Memphis fell behind them by degrees. The road south gleamed after rain. The sky opened in strips of hard blue. The dually carried new fuel, new noises, a tiny guitar keychain, a cracked record without a player, and a Polaroid of an Elvis impersonator surrounded by barbed wire. Gigi carried a packet of agreements that might outlast the people who signed them. Barnaby carried his unshakable belief that places were worth seeing even after the world had tried to make them ugly. By sunset, the signs for Mississippi began appearing along broken highway shoulders. Gigi unfolded the map. We need to angle southeast, avoid the Raider corridor, cross into Alabama above the worst lowlands if possible. We are behind schedule. Barnaby hummed along with the last faint echo of Graceland in his memory. We are not behind. We are enriched. Enriched by delays, cult governance, fence repair, and a near breach. Exactly right. That is not how enrichment works. Vacation standards changed. She looked out at the road, at the ruined billboards, at the trees heavy with rain, at the long uncertain line leading toward Florida. Her mother's resort still waited somewhere beyond all of it, or did not. The distinction mattered less than it once had. What mattered, horribly and wonderfully, was that Gigi wanted to reach it with Barnaby still beside her, humming badly, turning disaster into itinerary, and giving names to things that helped them survive. She tapped the glove box once with her knuckles. Barnaby noticed, of course. "Archive secure?" he asked. "Archive secure." The truck rolled south beneath the bruised evening sky, leaving the king's house behind, carrying the road agreement onward into country where the humidity thickened, the trees pressed closer, and the next breakdown waited with patient teeth. Chapter 29. The swamp breakdown, the road south of Memphis, did not end so much as melt. At first the highway kept its shape. Broken white lines appeared beneath the dually in brief flashes, then vanished under standing water, peeled tar, and mats of leaves the color of old coffee. The farther Barnaby drove from the city, the closer the trees leaned. Cypress knees pushed up through split pavement like knuckles. Vines sagged from telephone poles. Kudzu draped over wrecked cars until each one looked less like a machine and more like a green animal that had chosen to sleep beside the road until the world improved. Gigi hated it immediately. She had hated other places on the trip with precision and excellent arguments. Seattle had been a liability matrix. The Cascade Cliffs had been an engineering failure with scenery attached. Wall drug had been capitalism wearing antlers. The Nebraska horde had been evidence that interstate planning had never considered the walking dead. Memphis had been, in her private opinion, a lawsuit filed by music against common sense. The deep rural South was different. It did not feel like a problem waiting to be solved. It felt like a patient thing with roots. Humidity filled the cab until the air seemed chewable. Sweat slid beneath the strap of her shoulder harness. The road map on her knees softened at the folds. Barnaby's Hawaiian shirt, bright with orange flowers and tiny blue sailboats, clung to his back as if the weather itself had chosen violence. The truck sounded worse every mile. The front end had been complaining since the river barricade. But now the whole frame answered. Something clunked under the bed when Barnaby eased over a collapsed culvert. Something scraped whenever he took a turn too sharply. The rear suspension groaned with a tired metallic patience that made Gigi's teeth ache. "You said the truck was fine," she said. Barnaby watched a stretch of flooded pavement ahead with his calm job site squint. "I said she was expressing boundaries. That is not the same thing as fine. No, it is more emotionally honest. I am not asking for honesty from a truck. I am asking for mechanical reliability. Reliability is a relationship, Gigi. You have to listen when something starts making noise. We have been listening for 3 states. That is because she has had a lot to say." The dually rolled over another seam in the pavement. The rear end kicked sideways, not far, but enough to make Gigi grab the dash. A wet slap sounded from beneath the bed. Mud splashed high over the windows and streaked down in brown curtains. Barnaby eased off the gas. Gigi turned her head slowly. That was new. That was very new. Did a part come off? Not the kind you want coming off. There are parts we want coming off? Mosquitoes, bad decals, maybe a loose tailgate hinge under ideal circumstances. This is not an ideal circumstance. No argument there. They had been aiming for a secondary route that cut through the Alabama and Georgia borderlands, avoiding the worst highway choke points and the bigger towns where survivors tended to turn desperate behind barricades. The route had looked narrow on the map, but passable. On paper, it crossed farmland, pine stands, and county roads. In reality, 3 years without maintenance had let rain turn the low country into a maze of washed shoulders, sunken asphalt, flooded ditches, and bridges held together by rust, vines, and faith. Barnaby slowed at a place where the road dipped into brown water. The surface hid the lane, the ditch, and whatever had collapsed beneath. Spanish moss hung over the way ahead in pale ropes. On the left, a hand-painted sign leaned from a rotting post. Ellis Family Farm and Equipment. Repair, feed, diesel. The arrow beneath pointed down a gravel road almost entirely swallowed by weeds. Gigi noticed the word diesel first. Barnaby noticed repair. Both of them noticed the groan from the truck at the same time. He stopped at the shoulder. If the broken shelf of muddy ground could still claim the title, the engine idled rough. Steam rose from the hood in thin ribbons and vanished into the damp air. Somewhere deep in the trees, insects screamed with such enthusiasm that Gigi could almost respect their commitment. "We should not go down that road," she said. Barnaby tapped the steering wheel twice. "Probably have a shop. Probably have infected farm workers, flooded barns, unstable structures, and at least one local horror I cannot yet name. Also, maybe diesel. I said the good part aloud already. We need to look. We need to keep moving." He glanced at the fuel gauge. Moving is getting theoretical. Gigi followed his gaze. The needle trembled low enough to feel insulting. She folded the damp map with care that bordered on anger. "We should have taken the interstate. The interstate had smoke on the horizon. We have driven through smoke. That was city smoke. This was organized smoke. Your threat taxonomy is maddening. It is also why we still have all our fingers. Some of my knuckles are negotiable after the last bridge. Temporary swelling. Do not diagnose me unless you are wearing a medical license." Barnaby turned the truck toward the farm road. The dually's tires rolled off the remaining pavement and dropped into ruts packed with rainwater. Mud climbed over the sidewalls. The engine growled. Branches brushed both sides of the truck with slow, nail-like scratches. Gigi tightened her grip on the seat. "This feels like a poor choice. Most scenic routes do at first. This is not scenic. This is where scenery brings friends, and those friends have teeth." A shape moved in the weeds beside the road. Gigi lifted one hatchet from the floor. The figure lurched into sight, a man in overalls so decayed that the fabric hung from him in strips. Kudzu vines tangled around his chest and one arm, dragging behind him like green chains. His face had gone gray and slick. His mouth opened around a wet clicking sound. Barnaby slowed, leaned slightly out the window, and struck once with the Negotiator. The frying pan hit with a heavy, final clang against bone and old metal from a feed bucket the dead man had somehow been carrying. The corpse folded backward into the ditch. Barnaby eased the truck forward. "Road greeter." Gigi stared at the pan. "You hit him without stopping. Drive-through service." I hate that I understood the joke. That means we are growing as people. Do not involve me in your optimism without my written consent. The gravel lane narrowed between fields gone wild. Corn stalks from some long-failed planting stood dry and black amid waist-high weeds. Beyond them, cattle fencing sagged in loops, patched with tarps and warning flags that had faded to ghostly pink. Buzzards watched from the skeletons of pecan trees. Every so often the truck passed the remains of a small camp, a barrel stove, a rusted lawn chair, a circle of stones, a child's plastic wagon turned on its side. Gigi looked away from those details until she realized Barnaby had become quiet. He saw them too. That was one of the things she had learned somewhere between Seattle and Tennessee. Barnaby's cheerfulness was not blindness. He saw the wreckage. He knew what the world had become. He simply refused to hand it the steering wheel. The farm complex appeared after a bend where the road rose a few feet above the swampy ground. It spread across a clearing like a small, self-contained kingdom of rust. A farmhouse with a collapsed porch, 2 long chicken houses, a grain bin dented in half, a metal equipment shed, a service garage, and a squat office building with Ellis Agricultural Supply painted across the front in peeling green letters. A water tower leaned behind the garage. Several tractors sat in a row near the fence, their tires half buried. A fuel tank rested on concrete blocks beside the service bay. Gigi saw too many hiding places. Barnaby saw parts. "There," he said, pointing at the garage. "Big doors, concrete pad, tractor equipment, might have what we need." Assuming the building is not full of corpses, it probably is. You say that like rain on Thursday?
Rain on Thursday can also ruin a schedule.
A dozen infected stood scattered through the yard. Some wore work shirts. Some wore hunting camo. One had a seed cap fused to its scalp by rot and weather. Most seemed dormant, heads hanging, arms slack, reacting only when the dually splashed through a pothole and the engine echoed off the tin siding. Then every head lifted. Gigi inhaled through her nose. "We are not prepared for a full clearing operation. We are prepared for a polite introduction. Your version of polite has flattened skulls in it. Only when necessary. The rear of the truck thumped hard, not a normal thump. The sound cracked through the frame, followed by a grinding roar that climbed straight up through the seat. The dually lurched. The bed dropped on the passenger side. Metal shrieked against metal. Barnaby cut the wheel, but the rear tires fought each other and lost. The truck slid sideways across the slick yard, threw up a sheet of mud, and slammed to a halt against a low concrete water trough, with enough force to snap Gigi's teeth together. For a moment there was only steam, rain ticking on the hood, and the engine coughing like it had swallowed gravel. Barnaby shut it off. The silence after the engine died was enormous. Gigi's voice came out thin. "Tell me that was not the axle." Barnaby stared through the windshield at the muddy yard. Infected shapes began to turn toward them from every direction. "I could tell you that," he said. "Please do." "I would be lying." Gigi closed her eyes. "I am going to become difficult. You have been practicing." "That was rehearsal. The performance starts now." The passenger side rear of the truck sat unnaturally low. Through the mirror, Gigi saw one wheel cocked at a miserable angle, half buried in mud, not aligned with any useful law of physics. A long, dark line of fluid spread beneath the rear differential. The truck had survived barricades, hordes, flood streets, and Barnaby's confidence. A farmyard rut had finally humbled it. The infected were moving now. Gigi opened her door and jumped down into mud that swallowed her boots to the ankles. Hot, sour air rose from the ground. She pulled both Estwing hatchets free and rolled her shoulders once. Barnaby climbed out on the driver's side with the Negotiator in hand, his boots hitting the mud with a wet, determined sound. He looked at the dead coming through the weeds. Then he looked at the truck. His expression changed in a way Gigi had rarely seen. The smile did not vanish, exactly, but it went deeper into him, under the surface, where it could not be used for small talk. He rested one hand on the side of the Julie. "Easy, girl," he murmured. "We have had worse days." Gigi wanted to make a joke. She did not. The first infected reached the trough. Barnaby stepped forward and swung from low to high, letting his hips and shoulders turn through the movement. The frying pan caught the creature under the jaw and lifted it clean off its feet. It flipped backward into another corpse, knocking both into the mud. Gigi moved at the same time, cutting left toward a pair in work shirts. She struck the first at the knee, dropped it, stepped past the grabbing hands, and drove the second hatchet into the side of its head with a precise, hard chop. She yanked free, pivoted, and split the skull of the crawler before it reached her boot. Mud spattered across her pants and face. "Your farm stay package is unacceptable," she called. Barnaby slammed one corpse into the trough with a shoulder check and crushed its skull against concrete. "I will mention it on the comment card. There had better be a refund. Full refund on any unused amenities. There are no amenities. That makes the paperwork simple." More came from the chicken houses. They stumbled out in a loose pack, their bodies slick with feathers, mold, and dry straw. Their mouths worked at the humid air. Gigi's stomach twisted, but her hands knew their job. She used the truck as a boundary, circling tight, refusing to let them surround her. Barnaby took the middle, broad and steady, a human roadblock with a cast-iron pan, and the terrible calm of a man who had spent decades moving heavy things without asking them how they felt. They fought until the yard became a churned brown mess of mud, dead limbs, crushed bone, and broken weeds. Gigi's arms burned. Sweat stung her eyes. A hand caught the back of her vest, and she spun into it, driving her forearm into a rotten face before finishing the creature with a close hatchet strike. She backed into Barnaby's shoulder. "Still with me?" he asked. "I am here under protest." "That counts." The last infected in the first wave came from beneath the porch of the farmhouse. It wore a faded Sunday dress and moved with startling speed, bare feet slapping mud. Gigi started toward it, but Barnaby was closer. He stepped aside at the last instant, caught the creature's wrist, used its own momentum, and swung it into the side of the fuel tank. The skull hit steel with a hollow ring. Barnaby followed with one clean pan strike. The yard went still except for rain, insects, and Gigi's breathing. She stood with both hatchets lowered, chest-heaving mud streaked across one cheek like war paint she would never have approved. Barnaby wiped the Negotiator on the dead grass, then looked back at the truck. His jaw tightened. Gigi walked around the rear and stopped beside him. The axle housing had cracked near the passenger side end. The wheel assembly sagged outward. U-bolts had sheared. Brake hardware hung like loose wire. It looked catastrophic even to someone whose preferred vehicle maintenance plan had once been calendar reminders and a dealership invoice. "How bad?" she asked. Barnaby crouched in the mud. His big hands moved over broken steel with gentleness. "Bad enough that she is not rolling without a rebuild." "Can we patch it?" "Not with zip ties and charm." "You have used both effectively." "That is kind of you to say." I did not say kind, I said effective. He looked toward the tractors by the fence, then the service garage, then the metal equipment shed. The rain softened to mist hanging on his beard and the brim of his cap. Parts are here somewhere, he said. Heavy-duty bearings, U-bolts, maybe a donor axle from a farm truck or tractor trailer. We can make something ugly that works. Gigi stared at the buildings. And we have to clear them. Most likely. Of course we do. He stood slow and broad and rested the frying pan on his shoulder. Look at it this way. We asked the universe for a repair shop, and she gave us one. The universe also broke our truck in a swamp. Delivery fees are getting outrageous. Gigi tried not to smile. She failed by a fraction. Barnaby saw it. He wisely said nothing about it, which proved he had survival instincts after all. They spent the next hour securing the immediate yard. Barnaby moved the bodies away from the truck, stacking them near a drainage ditch with the same practical distaste he might have shown rotten lumber. Gigi swept the perimeter, marking sight lines, checking doors, and forcing herself to think in boxes instead of spirals. She listed problems under her breath because lists had saved her mind more than once. Truck immobilized, fuel low, unknown infected count, heavy rain possible, limited food, limited daylight, possible parts on site, possible tools, possible shelter. Barnaby still cheerful, emotional risk increasing. She paused at the last thought and scratched it from the mental page. Barnaby found a hand pump beside the fuel tank and tested it. The handle moved, but no diesel came up. He opened the cap, sniffed, and made a face. Tank's low, may be contaminated. Gigi looked toward the garage. There may be drums inside, or a transfer pump. Or a horde trapped behind the door. Could be a combination business. The service garage had 2 wide bay doors and 1 side entrance. The main doors were chained from the outside, which gave Gigi a rare piece of good news. If the chain was intact, anything inside had either been locked in by someone else or had not left since the place fell. Neither option was comforting, but at least it meant the dead were not freely wandering in and out. Barnaby examined the chain. Good steel. Gigi stood 5 feet back with both hatchets ready. Can you cut it? With what? I assumed you had a tool. I have many tools. Most of them are in the truck bed under rain, luggage, spare parts, and several souvenirs you claim to dislike. I dislike the lack of organization around the souvenirs. You reorganized the Polaroids again. I protected fragile media from moisture. You put them by state. I created geographic continuity. That is very romantic. Gigi's head snapped toward him. It is archival. Archival can be romantic. The chain, Barnaby? He chuckled, then returned to the truck. The bed cover had torn during the bridge run, and rain had found its way under the edge. He hauled out a bolt cutter, a pry bar, a coil of tow chain, and an emergency lantern. He handled each object with the affection of a man greeting trusted co-workers. Gigi watched the trees instead of him. The farm felt quieter than before, but not empty. The chicken houses had narrow vents. The farmhouse had dark windows. The equipment shed had dents in its metal walls from impacts long ago. Something moved inside one of those structures with a soft scrape that might have been a loose sheet of tin, or a corpse dragging itself through old feed. Barnaby cut the chain with a grunt. The snap sounded too loud in the damp clearing. From inside the garage something answered, a slow thud, then another. Gigi lifted both hatchets. There it is, Barnaby rolled his shoulders. We knock. We already did. He took the handle of the bay door. It resisted, then shrieked upward along rusted tracks. The sound tore across the yard. Darkness opened beyond, smelling of oil, mildew, rubber, and death. Shapes shifted inside. Gigi's fear sharpened into a usable edge. Barnaby looked down at her. Plan? She swallowed. Mud cooled around her boots. Rain clicked on the broken concrete. Behind them sat the damaged truck. Their shelter, their road, and the strange rolling home she had mocked so often that it had become part of the rhythm of her days. Light first, she said. Noise control, door funnel. I draw anything fast. You handle anything heavy. We do not chase. We do not separate. We do not improvise unless I authorize it. Barnaby nodded solemnly. I will treat that as a strong suggestion. Treat it as a binding order. Yes, counselor. He raised the lantern. The first dead mechanic stumbled into the light with a tire iron still hooked in its belt. Gigi stepped forward before it crossed the threshold. Her hatchets came up. They did not open the garage immediately. Gigi refused to let the next decision be made with adrenaline still burning through her hands. She made Barnaby step back from the bay door, made him drink from a canteen, and made herself count the bodies in the yard twice. 12 lay near the trough, 4 near the chicken house, 3 by the porch, and 1 in the ditch where Barnaby had offered his drive-through service. The count mattered because numbers gave fear offense. Barnaby accepted the pause without arguing, which told her the truck had shaken him more than he wanted to show. He moved slower when he gathered the bolt cutters and lanterns. He paused before the rear wheel each time he passed it, eyeing the broken angle with a mechanic's grief and a contractor's calculation. The Julie was not merely transportation anymore. It was shelter, storage, barrier, landmark, and a stubborn little piece of normal life wearing mud like a second paint job. Gigi checked the farmhouse first from the outside. She did not enter. The porch sagged too deeply, and a dark stain beneath the threshold suggested a bad story waiting in the floorboards. She circled it anyway, noting a rain barrel, a stack of firewood softened by rot, and a clothesline still strung between two posts. A pale shirt fluttered there, empty sleeves moving in the damp air. For an instant the sight looked domestic enough to hurt. She turned back toward the truck and found Barnaby watching the same shirt. "You keep doing that," she said. "Doing what?" "Looking like the world still matters." He rested the pan against his shoulder. "It does. That is why it hurts when it is ugly." Gigi had no prepared answer for that. The old version of her could have filed it under sentimentality and moved on. The woman standing in the mud could not. The road had stripped too many defenses from her. It had taken her suits, schedules, and the luxury of pretending emotional damage could be postponed until the calendar cleared. "My mother would have liked you," she said before she could stop herself. Barnaby did not smile in that triumphant way she feared. He only nodded, gentle and serious. "I would have tried to be worth the introduction. She would have called you ridiculous. A fair and common review." "Then she would have made you eat." "An excellent woman." Gigi looked down at the mud before her face could betray too much. She was. The word stayed between them, small but heavy. Barnaby did not fill the silence. That restraint did more to steady her than another joke would have done. She let the moment pass, then tightened her grip on the hatchets and returned to the work because work was safer and because grief, like weather, could not be argued into leaving. They built the first perimeter from what the yard offered. Barnaby dragged a cattle gate across the lane and chained it to a stump. Gigi set empty feed barrels in a staggered line so anything crossing the open ground would knock them aside and make noise. They tied strips of faded plastic from the fence to low branches. If the night wind moved them, so be it, but if bodies came through, she wanted warning. Barnaby found a cracked side mirror from an old tractor and mounted it on the dooley's passenger side with baling wire so she could watch the chicken houses from the cab if they needed to retreat. "That will not hold at highway speed," she said. "Then it should not go on the highway." "I meant the whole repair plan." "So did I, possibly." She shook her head, but the motion carried less anger than it would have days earlier. The rain eased into mist. The farm smelled of wet soil, diesel ghosts, and cut weeds where the fight had flattened the yard. Gigi placed the recovered Polaroids in a sealed plastic bag from her pack before moving it deeper into the glove box. She told herself she was protecting paper from humidity. She knew Barnaby knew better. He let her keep the lie, and she appreciated him for it. Only after the perimeter had shape did she allow the bay door to become the next problem. The repair job had officially begun. Chapter 30. The scavenge the garage swallowed light like it had been hungry for years. Barnaby's lantern threw a white circle across oil-stained concrete. A half-lifted pickup, shelves of cloudy fluid jugs, and a wall of tools arranged with the tidy devotion of someone who had once cared deeply about sockets. The beam caught eyes first. Not living eyes. Pale, filmed, reflective eyes turning toward the open door from behind a row of tractor tires. Gigi moved before the first corpse found its balance. She ducked under its reaching arms, struck the side of one knee, and let it collapse into the path of the others. The second dead mechanic tripped over it. Barnaby stepped around her and brought the Negotiator down in a short, brutal arc that sounded like a hammer on wet clay. The corpse stopped trying to rise. "Door funnel is working," he said. "Do not compliment the plan while standing in the doorway. Good note." He shifted right. 3 more infected staggered into the lantern glow. They wore shop uniforms bleached almost gray, name patches curling from their chests. One had a length of air hose looped around its shoulders. Another dragged a creeper board behind it, wheels squealing. The third came faster, jaw wide, hands hooked. Gigi met the fast one. She hated the smell, hated the slick floor, hated the way the dark corners seemed to lean forward, but hatred was energy and she used it. Her first hatchet took the creature at the collarbone and stopped its reach. Her second ended it. She kicked it away before it could collapse against her. Barnaby handled the other 2 with construction site economy. He shoved one into the tire stack hard enough to bring the whole column down, trapping its legs under rubber and rot. The other caught the pan across the temple and spun into a tool chest. Drawers rattled open. Wrenches spilled like silver bones. Gigi stepped back into the doorway, breathing through her mouth. "Clear the visible floor before we advance." "Advance where?" "Inside, Barnaby. I was hoping we could negotiate parts from here." "The parts are not going to walk out politely. Some things in there might. That is exactly my concern." They cleared the first bay and measured ugly work. Gigi's plan held because she made it simple enough for Barnaby to follow and flexible enough for his instincts to survive. He took weight and impact. She took speed and angles. They moved like two trades, finally learning each other's tools, hers fast, sharp, precise, his blunt, inevitable, and deeply offensive to anything relying on structural integrity. By the time the immediate dead were down, Gigi's arms shook from controlled tension. Barnaby set the lantern on a shelf and examined the lift. The pickup above them had rusted in place, its undercarriage exposed. A faded decal on the door read Ellis Farms. The rear axle was not heavy enough for the Julie, but Barnaby still studied it with a professional sorrow. "Not our donor," he said. "You can tell from looking? Half-ton. Wrong width. Wrong load rating. If we put that under the Julie, it would fold the first time I hit a pothole with enthusiasm. Please never hit a pothole with enthusiasm again. I cannot promise that under oath." "You are not under oath." "Then I am even less constrained." Gigi moved to the office window inside the garage. Dust filmed the glass. Through it she could see the yard, the damaged truck, and the equipment shed beyond. Her instinct was to stay with the vehicle, guard the known perimeter, repair what could be repaired, and leave before night. The problem was that each step required another step. To fix the axle, they needed parts. To find parts, they needed access. To access the buildings, they needed to clear them. To clear them, they needed time, light, and luck. Her entire old life had been built around controlling dependencies. The apocalypse had made a sport of humiliating that skill. Barnaby found a rolling stool and sat with a grunt, pulling a shop manual from a shelf. It had swollen from damp and mold, but the diagrams remained legible. He flipped pages while Gigi stared at him. "You are reading?" she asked, looking at Axel families. "We are surrounded by potential threats. And if I pick the wrong parts, we will be surrounded by potential threats tomorrow too, only with a truck that falls apart in the first mile." Gigi opened her mouth, then closed it. "That is unfortunately sound reasoning. I try to keep some around for special occasions." He found a grease pencil and began drawing on a torn piece of cardboard. Axle tube, spring perch, U-bolts, bearing, brake line reroute, drive shaft angle. His handwriting was enormous and plain, each label written like it was meant to survive weather. Gigi watched the plan form, not as a polished presentation, but as a working sketch that knew failure was possible and accounted for it. "We need a donor assembly or enough components to fake one," he said. "Farm trucks might have something. Tractor trailers might have heavier U-bolts. Service shed may have bearings, if there is a welder better. If not, we clamp and limp." "How far can we limp?" "To Florida if the road is kind." "The road has not been kind." "Then to the next place that gives us better choices." Gigi folded her arms. "You always make that sound simple. It is not simple, it is just smaller than forever." The answer landed quietly. She looked away first. They searched the garage in layers. Barnaby took inventory with increasing interest. Heavy jack stands, a hydraulic floor jack that still held pressure. Grease cartridges, 2 working lanterns after he cleaned the contacts, half a rack of belts, a drawer full of bolts organized by diameter. Rain gear, a first aid kit Gigi refused to examine too closely because she had promised herself not to need it. A cabinet with 3 unopened jars of instant coffee, which Barnaby held up as if he had discovered buried treasure. "That is not a meal," Gigi said. "It is morale in powder form. It is old. So am I, and I remain useful. You are not powder. Not yet. Please do not say things like that while holding coffee from a corpse garage." He laughed and tucked the jars into a dry crate anyway. The office told a different story. The walls were covered with calendars, invoices, laminated safety rules, and photographs. Ellis family reunions. A high school baseball team sponsored by the farm supply. A little girl grinning from the seat of a green tractor, both hands on the wheel, an old man beside her with his palms hovering near the controls. A Christmas party in the same garage, paper garland hanging from the lift and a crockpot on the desk. Gigi slowed. Barnaby did too. Neither of them spoke for a while. It was easier to handle the dead when they stayed anonymous. The world had not granted that courtesy often. Every location carried proof that people had loved something before terror scattered them. A mug beside a keyboard, a folded blanket, a child's sticker on a toolbox, a note taped to a door. Gigi had learned not to linger over those objects, but she had not learned to stop seeing them. Barnaby picked up a Polaroid from the desk. It showed the service yard before the fall, sunlight clean on the concrete, 3 men standing beside a restored farm truck. The truck sat high on thick tires, its rear axle massive and squared by years of hauling. Behind it, the equipment shed doors were open. He turned the photo toward Gigi. "That truck," he said. She studied the image. "Where is it now?" He pointed through the dirty office window toward the equipment shed. "I think behind door number regrettable." The equipment shed was the largest structure on the property, a long metal building with sliding doors bent outward near the bottom. Something had hit them from inside more than once. The old track was bent, one door hung crooked, leaving a gap just wide enough for humid dark to show. Gigi looked at the Polaroid again. "Donor axle? Possibly enough, at least heavy enough to make me optimistic." That word does not inspire confidence in a mechanical context. It should. My optimism has torque. Your optimism is why we drove into this mud pit. My optimism also got us a lead. She wanted to argue, but the photograph remained in his hand, evidence and invitation. She took it carefully by the corner, the same way she handled Barnaby's road pictures when she thought he was not watching. "We clear the shed," she said, slowly. Slowly is an underrated speed. From you, that is practically a confession. Before they committed to the shed, Gigi insisted on searching the supply office adjoining the garage. Barnaby objected only until she pointed at the ledger cabinet and the map tube beside the desk. People who ran agricultural centers kept records because machines were expensive, parts were specific, and farmers remembered every unpaid invoice as if it were scripture. If a heavier farm truck had been serviced there, the office might say where it was parked, what it carried, and whether any part of it was worth their time. The office door stuck at the swollen frame. Barnaby shouldered it gently, which for him meant the door opened without becoming separate pieces. Inside, the air was hotter and stiller than the garage. Receipts curled on the desk. A calendar remained on the month the world had failed, with appointments written in blue ink: tire delivery, seed pickup, church, fish fry. Granddad, Dr. Gigi, paused at that last note longer than she wanted. "Find something?" Barnaby asked. "Only proof that people kept planning right up to the end. Planning is a hard habit to surrender." "I am aware." He opened a cabinet and found service folders sorted by vehicle. Gigi took them from him and spread them on the desk, grateful for an exercise that looked almost like her former life. She read quickly, pulling out anything marked heavy-duty, flatbed, 1-ton, dually, or farm hauler. Barnaby leaned over her shoulder, translating part numbers into real-world usefulness. "This one," he said, tapping a file, "green Ford farm truck, rear end rebuilt 6 months before everything went sideways. New bearings, new U-bolts, reinforced spring plates. Somebody spent money on it." "Where is it located?" Gigi flipped a page and found a handwritten note. "Stored in equipment shed after storm damage, awaiting bodywork." That sounds like an invitation. It sounds like a trap with paperwork. Those are your specialty. She gave him a look over the folder. "Do not flirt through filing systems. I was admiring professional excellence." "That is worse." "Because it worked?" She returned the folder to the pile with unnecessary precision. "Because I am busy." Barnaby's smile warmed the stale room, then faded when he noticed a shoebox tucked beneath the desk. Inside were more photographs, spare keys, and a bundle of letters tied with butcher string. Gigi did not open the letters. She had learned the difference between useful evidence and theft from the dead. The spare keys, however, she took survival had its own rules, and the dead no longer needed ignition keys. They also found a laminated evacuation sheet taped inside the supply cabinet. It listed rally points, radio channels, and a note in thick black marker: "If shed door fails, do not open." The words had been underlined 3 times. Gigi held it up. Barnaby studied it. That is specific. Specific warnings are rarely decorative. Could refer to trapped equipment. It does not refer to trapped equipment. Could refer to bees. Barnaby, be serious. Very dangerous bees, possibly organized. I am putting that in the category of jokes made by men avoiding facts. He accepted the ruling. They took the keys, 2 dry shop towels, a box of nitrile gloves that had mostly survived, and the service folder for the green truck. Gigi tucked the folder into a plastic sleeve. It felt absurdly normal to protect paperwork while standing in a dead farm supply office, but normal had become a tool too. It reminded her that the world had not always been teeth and rust. They prepared with more seriousness than they had shown in front of most hordes. The garage gave them gifts, and Gigi accepted them with professional suspicion. She wrapped duct tape around the grips of her hatchets where sweat had made them slick. Barnaby found a heavier pry bar and slid it through a loop on his belt. They tied the garage doors open so they could retreat without fighting the tracks. Gigi laid a strip of chain across the bay threshold at ankle height. Not enough to stop the dead, but enough to trip anything rushing in low light. Barnaby watched her work. You would have run an excellent job site. I ran litigation teams, same general thing except fewer hard hats, more knives metaphorically. Metaphorical knives get stuck less. She gave him a tired look. Do not make me like that line. I already saw it happen. You saw nothing. They crossed the yard under a rain so fine it seemed to float rather than fall. Mud pulled at their boots. The damaged dooley sat behind them, tilted and stubborn. Gigi had not expected to feel anything like loyalty toward a fuel-guzzling monster with bad suspension and worse timing, yet seeing it crippled made the farm seem more dangerous. Without the truck, distance had weight. Florida was no longer a route on a map. It was a dare at the shed doors. Barnaby handed her the lantern. Are you ready for this? He asked. Not even close. Helpful answer. It is accurate. Accuracy has value. You are learning. He set the pry bar in the door gap and leaned. Metal groaned. The door shifted 2 inches, then jammed. From inside came a dry scrape, then a chorus of soft impacts like hands patting sheet metal from the dark. Gigi raised the lantern. Barnaby leaned harder. The door jumped free with a scream. The first wave came on all fours. They were not fast in any clean way. They crawled over each other, bodies twisted by years of being trapped among equipment, limbs bent wrong, fingers worn down from clawing at metal. Gigi backed up exactly 3 steps, forced herself not to give ground too quickly, and swung at the first head that rose into reach. The hatchet hit. She yanked free and pivoted. Barnaby stepped over her left shoulder and brought the pan down on another with a heavy crack. The shed interior flashed in pieces. Tractor tires tall as her chest, stacks of pallets, seed spreaders, barrels, a hanging chain hoist, a combine header with metal teeth, tarps draped over unknown shapes, and deeper inside, the square nose of a lifted farm truck. There, Barnaby said. Do not get sentimental about the axle yet. I was appreciating potential. Appreciate it after we survive. More dead shoved through the gap. Gigi let 2 stumble over the fallen bodies before she struck. Her rhythm was different now than it had been in Seattle. Back then, she had fought like every second was a courtroom deadline, and every strike needed to make an argument. Now she understood something Barnaby had been showing her the entire road. Panic spent too much. Fear had to be budgeted. She stepped, struck, withdrew, breathed, and struck again. Barnaby took the wide angles, shoving corpses into machinery, bouncing heads off steel fenders, and once using a feed scoop like a shovel to push 3 crawlers into a pile where the Negotiator ended the discussion. The man had a genius for making violence look like maintenance. The gap cleared. They stood outside the shed, listening. Inside, something heavier moved. Not a group, not yet, a drag, a clang, a long scrape of metal across concrete. Gigi's skin tightened. Barnaby's eyes narrowed. That is not one of the crawlers, she said. No, that has weight. Could be equipment settling. It has rhythm. I dislike your ear for rhythm when we are not discussing music. Same skill set. They entered anyway, because the road ahead demanded it. Gigi held the lantern high, casting light over rows of equipment. Dust and humidity made the beam visible. The air inside was hotter than the yard, thick with old fuel, mold, fertilizer, and the sweet rot of trapped bodies. Rain tapped overhead on the metal roof, turning the shed into a drum. The farm truck sat near the back wall, green paint dulled beneath dirt. Its tires were low but intact. Its rear axle looked enormous. Barnaby approached like a man seeing a solution he did not fully trust. Gigi scanned shadows. Do not crawl under that until I clear the corners. I was only going to kneel and admire. That is crawling's cousin. He held up both hands, pan dangling from one. Admiration postponed. They found more dead between the pallets. One had been pinned under a collapsed shelf and could only snap its jaws at the air. Another hung tangled in orange extension cord, turning slowly when the lantern passed. Gigi ended both with grim efficiency. Barnaby checked behind the truck and whistled low. What happened? She asked. Axle is solid. Wrong mounts, but solid. Drive shaft might give us parts. Springs are useful. U-bolts are beautiful. I will trust your definition of beauty under protest. He grinned, then sobered as the heavy scrape came again. This time it came from the far bay behind a hanging welding curtain. The curtain was black with grime and old sparks. It hung from a rail near the service corner where tanks, steel stock, and a welding table waited in dusty rows. The floor in front of it bore deep scratches, not random. The marks had been made again and again. Something had dragged metal there many times. Gigi lifted one hand, stopping Barnaby before he could step closer. Listen, she whispered. A low rasp came from behind the curtain. Then a clank. Then a slow impact against the welding table. Barnaby looked at the steel I-beams stacked on racks along the wall. Gigi saw his mind take measurements. "Do not turn this into a construction project yet," she said. "I am only seeing what the room is offering." "The room is offering nightmares." "Nightmares can have load ratings." The welding curtain twitched. A hand came through first, gloved in cracked leather, then a helmet, then a shoulder covered in rusted welding armor. The thing behind the curtain stepped into the lantern light and brought the smell of burned metal and old death with it. Gigi raised both hatchets. Barnaby lowered the Negotiator from his shoulder. The scavenge had found its owner. Chapter 31. The Juggernaut. The armored dead man filled the service corner like a bad idea given boots. He had once been large, perhaps not Barnaby large, but broad enough that the welding jacket and leather apron still hung from him with weight. Over the years, rusted plates had been strapped, bolted, or fused across his chest and arms. Some had been proper safety gear, some were pieces of scrap steel hammered into place. A welding helmet covered his face, the dark glass cracked in a jagged line. Heavy gloves swallowed his hands. Chains dragged from his belt. A length of square tubing had become trapped under one arm and scraped the concrete whenever he moved. Gigi saw the problem immediately. Her hatchets needed access. The Juggernaut gave her none. Barnaby saw the room, the racks, the beam, the hoist, the welding table, the path, the floor scratches, the places where weight could be made to answer weight. The Juggernaut took one step. Concrete trembled under the boot. Gigi backed up. "Barnaby, I see him. I do not think pan diplomacy applies. Not as a first offer." The creature swung the square tubing in a slow horizontal arc. The movement looked clumsy until it hit a workbench and sent tools exploding across the floor. A vise tore loose and skidded into a tractor tire. Gigi threw herself backward, shoulder hitting a pallet stack. Barnaby stepped in, pan raised, then stopped before committing. He knew better than to trade force head-on with steel. Gigi liked him more for knowing that, which annoyed her at a very inconvenient moment. The Juggernaut turned toward the sound of her movement. Its helmet dipped. A rasping growl emerged from behind the cracked glass, muffled by leather and metal. It came forward with the grim certainty of a machine that did not need to hurry. Gigi struck first because distance was disappearing. She darted in low, chopping at the knee. The hatchet hit a metal shin guard and bounced so hard the shock ran up her arm into her shoulder. Pain flashed through her grip. She twisted away as the tubing slammed down where she had been. Concrete cracked. Mud and old dust jumped. "Hatchets are not loving this," Barnaby said. "Your commentary is not helping." It was more of a status update. "Update me with a plan." He looked at the racks again, working on one. The Juggernaut turned toward him. Barnaby backed up between the farm truck and the steel rack. Pan held not to strike but to deflect. The creature swung. Barnaby ducked under the tubing, planted a boot against the truck tire, and shoved himself sideways. The weapon clipped the rack instead. Steel bars rang. One loose length fell with a crash. Gigi seized the opening and went for the back of the knees. Her first hatchet slid off leather. Her second found a gap and bit into something softer beneath. The Juggernaut reacted, not with pain, but with irritation. It kicked backward. The boot caught her thigh and threw her into a stack of seed bags that burst beneath her weight, spilling dry kernels across the floor. Her breath left in a harsh burst. Barnaby's face changed. He hit the Juggernaut then, not in the armor, but in the arm joint where leather had rotted and metal did not fully cover. The Negotiator landed with a dull crunch. The creature's arm jerked. The square tubing slipped, clanged against the floor, and dragged behind it. "Gigi," Barnaby called. "I am upright in spirit," she snapped, pushing herself up. "I need you upright in practice." "I am getting there." She forced air into her lungs. Her thigh throbbed, but the leg held. She hated that Barnaby had heard the impact. She hated more that concern had cut through his voice like a saw through old lumber. It made the room smaller. It made him less like an unbreakable joke and more like a man she could lose. She did not have time for that thought. The Juggernaut was between them now, helmet turning from one to the other. Barnaby backed toward the steel rack. Gigi circled toward the welding table, trying to draw the creature's attention without letting it corner her. The floor was slick with seed, oil, rainwater, and rot. Every step required care. "Tell me your plan is not simply hit it harder," she said. "Hit it smarter." "That is still concerning." "See that beam on the top rack?" Gigi glanced. A heavy steel beam rested above head height, held in place by two bent brackets and a chain. It looked impossible to move without machinery. "I see a future workplace accident," she said. "That is exactly the point. That was not approval." It sounded close. The Juggernaut charged. The sudden speed shocked her. For a creature so heavy, it crossed the space fast, boots pounding, tubing dragging sparks from the concrete. Gigi dove aside. The creature slammed into the welding table and drove it several inches across the floor with a shriek. Barnaby moved in behind it and hooked the pry bar through a chain hanging from its belt. He pulled hard, using his whole body. The juggernaut staggered one step back. Not enough. It turned and backhanded him with an armored forearm. Barnaby flew into the side of the farm truck. The impact shook the vehicle on its dead tires. Gigi heard herself shout his name before she could stop it. He slid down the fender, blinking, pan still in hand. "I'm okay," he said, though his voice had less air than usual. "That is not your decision. I am involved in it." The juggernaut advanced on him. Gigi stopped thinking like a lawyer. She stopped thinking like a planner, archivist, passenger, or woman trying to reach a resort because her dying mother had demanded she learn how to live. She moved. She sprinted across the shed, boots slipping on seed, and hurled one hatchet at the creature's helmet. It spun end over end and struck the cracked dark glass with a sharp clang. It did not penetrate, but the impact turned the head. The juggernaut shifted toward her. Barnaby pushed himself up, saw the beam, saw Gigi, saw the creature, and understood. "Run him left," he called. "I know what left is. Good, because it is important today." Gigi grabbed her fallen hatchet and backed toward the steel rack. The juggernaut followed, each step dragging chain and tubing. She could smell the armor now, damp rust and burned leather. The helmet tilted toward her. A dead hand opened and closed inside its glove. She kept just outside reach. "Come on," she said, voice low and furious. "You big scrap pile nightmare. Come this way." Barnaby reached the side of the rack and jammed the pry bar under one bent bracket. He shoved. The bracket did not move. He adjusted his feet, spat rainwater and dust from his mouth, and shoved again. Metal complained. The beam shifted a fraction. Not enough. The juggernaut swung at Gigi. She ducked and felt the air move over her hair. The tubing struck the rack with a thunderous clang. The vibration ran upward through the frame. Barnaby grinned despite the blood on his lip. "Helpful, do not encourage it. Hit the rack again, big fella." Gigi would have objected to taunting an armored corpse during a structural trap, but the creature obliged. It swung at Barnaby this time. Barnaby leaned back. The tubing smashed into the lower rack post. One bracket snapped. The beam above slid 2 inches. Gigi saw the angle. Again, Barnaby looked at her. She pointed with a hatchet again, "But do not be under it when it comes down. That is my favorite part of the plan." The juggernaut turned toward her voice. Gigi slapped the flat of her hatchet against the steel rack and shouted, "Here! Over here!" The helmet turned. Barnaby moved to the opposite side, hooked his pry bar under the second bracket, and set his shoulder into it. Muscles stood out along his forearms. The bracket bent, then held. The juggernaut stepped into the kill zone beneath the beam, drawn by Gigi's noise and Barnaby's movement. For one terrible second, nothing gave. Gigi saw the future with cruel clarity. The bracket would hold. The creature would reach Barnaby. He would take one more hit, maybe 2, because he was built like a brick smokehouse and acted like pain was a memo he could read later. Then he would fall, and the road would end in a farm shed full of rust. She ran at the juggernaut. "Gigi, do not," Barnaby barked. She ignored him, because he had ignored at least 17 of her most reasonable instructions since Seattle. She slid under the tubing as it swung, slammed both hatchets into the loose chain trailing from the creature's belt, and hooked it around the rack post. The chain snapped taut. The juggernaut jerked backward. Barnaby roared and heaved against the bracket. The second bracket tore free. The beam fell. It did not fall gracefully. It dropped one end first, struck the juggernaut across the shoulders, bounced, then slammed down across helmet, neck, and upper back, with a sound that swallowed every other sound in the shed. The armored body collapsed under it, knees hitting concrete, metal plates flattening beneath the weight. The floor shook. Dust burst from the rack. The lantern flickered. For a moment the juggernaut still moved. One gloved hand scraped the concrete. Barnaby stepped forward and brought the Negotiator down on the cracked helmet with all the force left in him. The movement stopped. No one spoke. Rain hammered the roof. Gigi stood with one hatchet still hooked in chain, breath shaking in her throat. Barnaby leaned both hands on his knees. His lip bled. Mud covered one side of his face. His shirt had torn at the shoulder. He looked absurd and enormous and alive. She crossed the space between them and hit him in the chest with the flat of her hand. He blinked. That felt disciplinary. "You got thrown into a truck. I noticed. You cannot do that. I did not schedule it. You cannot get hit like that and then say you're okay before I verify it." His expression softened. "You wanted to verify?" "I wanted to not watch you die in a farm shed. That is also my preference. Do not make jokes right now." He opened his mouth, saw her face, and closed it. The silence between them changed shape. It had been filled before with complaint, banter, engine noise, and all the ways people avoided naming what they had begun to rely on. In the shed, under rain and rust, with the armored corpse crushed beneath a steel beam, there was no room left for the old performance. Gigi looked away first, furious with herself for the heat behind her eyes. Barnaby straightened slowly. "I am sorry I scared you," she swallowed. "You should be." "I am. That is annoyingly effective. I will not overuse it. You overuse everything." He smiled, gentle instead of bright. "Fair." She retrieved her hatchets and wiped them on a ruined tarp with more force than necessary. Her hands steadied as the work returned. Work was safer than feelings. Work had edges, tools, order. Work did not look at her with patient blue-collar kindness and make her feel like the island resort in Florida had become less destination and more excuse. Barnaby checked the juggernaut one last time, then turned toward the farm truck. "Now we steal from the local heavy equipment collection." "Borrow," Gigi said automatically, without permission. "Then evidence preservation is no longer a priority. That is the road spirit." The repair did not move in a straight line. Nothing worth doing after the fall ever did. The first donor bracket fought them for 20 minutes, then surrendered all at once and nearly took Barnaby's knuckles with it. The second did not match the dooley's mount, which sent Barnaby into the garage for a grinder and sent Gigi into the yard for a better lantern angle. The grinder screamed when he tested it from the old battery bank, and the sound rolled across the farm like an invitation. Gigi hated that sound more than gunfire. Gunfire announced danger to the dead, but the grinder sounded like industry, like old life, like a working world trying to come back in a place that did not approve. She stood at the open bay with both hatchets ready while Barnaby cut steel in bright orange sparks. Each burst lit the underside of the truck and flashed against his face. He wore borrowed safety goggles too small for him and looked like a man assembling a miracle with bad materials. Shapes moved at the edge of the yard twice. The first was a possum, furious and alive, which caused Gigi more emotional confusion than she appreciated. The second was infected, a thin teenager in a feed store vest, slipping through the barrel line with one arm outstretched. Gigi met it before it reached the concrete. She did not let Barnaby stop the grinder. The thing dropped in the mud, and she returned to the doorway with her pulse pounding and her face blank. "Did something move out there?" Barnaby called over the noise. "It has been handled." He shut the grinder off anyway. "You sure?" I said handled. That was not what I asked. The irritation that rose in her was automatic, but it burned out before reaching her tongue. She looked at him beneath the truck, half covered in grease, eyes too perceptive for a man who pretended every disaster was a detour. "I am sure enough," she said. He nodded once and went back to work. That, she thought, was one of the unfairly effective things about him. He did not press every bruise. He noticed, marked the location, and trusted her to say when pressure would help. The old Gigi would have called that laziness. The road had taught her it was restraint. Near 2 in the morning, the sky cleared enough for stars to show above the service yard. They looked strange over the wrecked farm, bright and distant, untouched by the stink of rot and diesel. Gigi stepped outside to stretch her back and found herself staring upward with one hand on the Julie's patched bed. Her mother had once told her that stars made every human schedule look silly. Gigi had responded by checking her phone. The memory struck with such sharp affection that she almost laughed. Barnaby came to stand beside her, wiping grease from his hands with a rag that only moved the grease into new patterns. "You all right?" he asked. "Do not start using that question regularly. It will undermine my brand. Your brand has diversified. Into mud and vehicular despair, into competence under pressure, aggressive organizing, and secret photo curation. The photo curation is not secret if you keep announcing it. Then it is semi-private." She looked at him, at the swollen lip, the tired shoulders, the ridiculous shirt stained with farm grime. "Thank you for not making me say things before I am ready." His humor softened around the edges. "You say plenty. I am still catching up. That is not what I meant." "I know." They stood there a moment longer, not touching, close enough that the heat from his arm reached hers. In the old world, she would have stepped away first. In the new one, she let the distance remain small. It was not a confession. It was not a promise. It was only two tired people beside a broken truck under indifferent stars. But it felt like a bridge laid carefully over deep water. Then something moaned from the trees, and Gigi lifted both hatchets with a sigh. "Romantic timing remains dead," she said. Barnaby picked up the Negotiator. Not dead, merely interrupted by field conditions. Never say field conditions in that context again. Strong note received. The moaning faded. Whatever moved beyond the gate did not test the chain. They returned to the repair, a little steadier, a little more aware of the space between them. The next hours became a contest between failing daylight and stubborn mechanics. Barnaby moved with a focus that made him seem less like the cheerful road tourist and more like the man he had been before the accident, before the sale of his business, before he decided the apocalypse was not allowed to cancel his vacation. He jacked the farm truck, broke bolts loose with pipes, slipped over a wrench, and talked through each step so Gigi could help without pretending to know what she did not. "Hold that line clear! Brake line! Good eye! I can identify thin metal tubes when threatened. Useful skill. Do not put it on my resume. Your resume is getting strange. My resume is evidence of decline, or growth. Do not wellness coach me with a pry bar in your hand." They stripped what they needed from the farm truck. Axle components, U-bolts, spring plates, brackets, and every piece of hardware Barnaby thought might be convinced into a useful shape. Gigi hauled parts on a dolly while he guided and lifted. She discovered a deep, blistering hatred for mud mixed with grease. Barnaby discovered that Gigi, when given a wrench and a clear instruction, attacked bolts with the grim tenacity of a hostile deposition. "You are good at that," he said. "I am imagining every difficult client I ever had. Strong technique. One of them owned 3 yachts and still argued over photocopy costs. That bolt never had a chance. By dusk, they had the donor parts in the garage. By full dark, they had lanterns hung beneath the dually. Insects battered themselves against the light. Rain drifted through the open bay door. The damaged truck loomed above them on jack stands. Rear end exposed, broken parts removed and laid out like a battlefield map. Gigi lay on a flattened piece of cardboard beside Barnaby, holding a lantern angled toward the axle housing. Mud cooled through the cardboard into her back. "I used to review contracts on glass conference tables," she said. Barnaby reached for a bolt. "This is more ergonomic." "It is not. Better ventilation." "Mosquitoes are not ventilation." He tightened the bolt by hand. "Fair correction." She watched his profile in the lantern light. He looked tired now, not defeated, never that, but tired in a way his jokes could not fully hide. His hands were scraped, his lip had swollen slightly, his shoulders moved carefully after the hit from the juggernaut. "You built a business doing this kind of work?" she asked. "Not exactly this. Fewer corpses, more permitting. You miss it?" He was quiet long enough that she thought he might dodge the question. "I miss the people," he said finally. "I miss knowing what a day cost and what it built. Pour a foundation, frame a wall, fix a drainage problem. You can stand back and see the answer. I spent a long time thinking that was enough." "And it was not?" "It was something good most days, but I kept saying later to everything else. Later I will travel. Later I will meet people without talking about invoices. Later I will sit by water and not answer a phone." Later kept getting heavier. Gigi held the lantern steady. "Then the accident happened," she said. His hand paused on the wrench. "A beam slipped from a lift. Bad rigging, bad timing. My own fault for trusting a tired crew and a rushed schedule. I remember the noise more than the pain. After that, everybody kept telling me how lucky I was. I believed them. Then I realized luck did not help much if I spent what was left of my life exactly the same way. So you sold the company. Found good buyers, paid everyone fair, packed the truck, planned a route. And then zombies. Rude timing." She laughed softly despite the mud, exhaustion, and dead things in the yard. He looked at her. "Your mother knew, did she?" Gigi's chest tightened. "Knew what?" "That later gets heavy." She looked toward the lantern flame instead of his face. "She knew I was disappearing into work. She used those words. She said I had mistaken being needed for being alive. I argued with her because that is what I do when I am afraid." "What did she say?" "She told me to go somewhere beautiful and let something unreasonable happen." Barnaby smiled faintly. "I feel professionally implicated. You are unreasonable in several jurisdictions." "I accept the charge." She adjusted the lantern. The resort in the Keys was a place she wanted to visit when she was younger. She kept a brochure in a drawer for years. It was ridiculous. It had been overpriced. White sand, blue water, cocktails with fruit in them. She never went. She said I should go for both of us. So we go. You say that like the truck is not in pieces. The truck is in temporary chapters. That metaphor needs work. Most first drafts do. They worked until the night deepened and the rain passed. Frogs sang beyond the yard. Somewhere far off, infected moaned in the trees, drawn by lantern glow or the sound of tools, but none reached the garage. Gigi checked the perimeter twice. Then 3 times. Barnaby did not tease her. He knew vigilance was how she loved the living without saying it. Near midnight, the rebuilt rear assembly sat under the Julie in a form that offended factory standards, but pleased Barnaby immensely. "It will roll," he said. "How confidently." "Confidence is a range." "Give me the range." From careful optimism to do not drive like me. That is a narrow range. It is the one available. They scavenged diesel from 2 drums in the back of the garage, filtering it through cloth into cans. It was not clean, but it was better than empty. Barnaby added what he called a mercy dose to the tank, while Gigi pretended not to notice how he patted the truck after tightening the cap. Before sleeping, they returned to the shed. The juggernaut lay pinned beneath the beam. The farm truck sat stripped but still dignified. Barnaby stood in front of it for a while, then raised his Polaroid camera. Gigi sighed. "You are taking a picture of the monster that nearly killed us. I am taking a picture of the beam solution. The dead armored man is centered. Composition is complicated." The flash lit the shed white for an instant. The photo rolled out. Barnaby shook it gently. Gigi held out her hand. He gave it to her without comment. She stared at the developing image. The dark shed, the fallen beam, the crushed armor, the farm truck beyond, Barnaby's shadow long across the concrete. It should have been grotesque. It was, but it was also proof they had been stranded. They had found a way. The road had bent, snarled, and thrown them into mud, and still they had answered. She slid the Polaroid into the inner pocket of her vest, where the damp could not reach. Barnaby watched, eyes soft. "Geographic continuity?" he asked. "Evidence of repair. Archive expanding. Do not look smug. I am looking structurally satisfied." That is smug wearing a hard hat. They slept in the garage office on old couch cushions and folded tarps, the door barricaded with a filing cabinet and a stack of tires. Gigi expected nightmares. Instead, she woke once to the sound of Barnaby breathing across the room and the rain starting again, soft on the roof. She lay still, listening, and felt the strange, dangerous comfort of not being alone. Morning came gray and wet. The repaired dually started on the 3rd try. The sound was ugly, coughing, and glorious. Barnaby sat behind the wheel with both hands on it, listening to every vibration. Gigi stood outside near the passenger door, ready to wave him off if anything shifted wrong. He eased forward. The rear end creaked. The patched assembly held. The truck crawled across the yard out of the ruts and onto firmer gravel. Gigi allowed herself one breath, then Barnaby leaned out the window. "Want to walk ahead and make sure the road is not secretly soup?" "I hate that request because it is reasonable. You are welcome." They left the Ellis farm behind at a crawl. The yard receded into trees and mist, the garage door open, the shed dark, the stripped farm truck standing like a donor who had given what it could. Gigi looked back once. She did not know what to feel for places anymore. Gratitude felt strange when the place had tried to kill them. Respect felt stranger, but closer. At the road, Barnaby stopped long enough to take one more Polaroid through the windshield. The old sign leaned in the foreground, Ellis Family Farm and equipment barely legible beneath moss and grime. Gigi did not roll her eyes. He noticed, of course. "No comment from council?" he asked. "I am conserving sarcasm for Florida." "That is wise. The humidity there will need a counterweight." "The humidity here already filed a claim against my hair." "Your hair is holding up." "It is not. It looks determined." She turned toward him, ready with a reprimand, but his expression was open and warm, not teasing. It caught her off guard in a way the juggernaut had not. "Drive," she said, softer than intended. "Yes, ma'am." The truck rolled east and south, patched together with stolen farm parts, filtered diesel, and Barnaby's unreasonable faith. Gigi opened the glove box, checked the Polaroids by state and sequence, and added the 2 farm photos to the growing archive. For once, she did not pretend she was only organizing them because disorder offended her. The road to Florida waited beyond the trees, flooded in places, broken in others, and entirely uncertain. But the truck moved. Barnaby hummed under his breath. Gigi unfolded the map and traced the next line with one muddy fingertip. Orlando lay ahead somewhere beyond heat, swamp, and bad roads. The Keys waited beyond that, and for the first time since the axle snapped, Gigi believed they might actually reach them. Chapter 32. Gatorland, Florida did not welcome them with a sign so much as a wet hand pressed over the mouth. The air thickened 10 miles past the state line. It packed itself into the cab, soaked the seats, and turned every breath into work. Pines gave way to palms, then to low stands of trees with roots sunk in black water. Billboards leaned above the road on rusted frames, their colors bleached by salt and sun. Family beaches, discount oranges, luxury resorts, airboats, mermaid shows. A cartoon alligator in sunglasses promised cold lemonade at an attraction that had probably not sold anything except trouble in 3 years. Barnaby drove with both windows down because the air conditioner had died somewhere before Atlanta, and the patch dually objected to every extra demand. Hot winds slapped through the cab, carrying swamp stink, gasoline ghosts, and the sour scent of old rot hidden in the grass. The truck rolled south with a limp that no amount of Barnaby's cheerful steering could hide. The rear end held, but it creaked at every pothole. The repaired axle sounded like a man pretending not to be in pain during a company picnic. Gigi sat with the map folded against her knees, hair pinned back in a knot that was losing the argument against humidity. A thin line of grease crossed one cheek from the farm repair. Dried mud clung to her boots, the cuffs of her pants, and the grips of both hatchets. She had cleaned them twice since the agricultural center. It did not help. Everything in Florida felt as if it had already decided to mildew. "The resort is still reachable," she said. Barnaby glanced at the fuel gauge. "Reachable is a nice flexible word. It gives hope room to stretch. The resort is reachable if we acquire diesel. That is less flexible. It is accurate. Accuracy is important. So is not glaring holes into the dashboard. I am not glaring holes. I am conducting a strategic review." The dashboard asked for a union representative. Gigi shifted the map and forced herself not to look at the gauge again. The needle hovered so low it seemed personally malicious. They had siphoned what they could from abandoned farm tanks, road crews, and a delivery truck turned sideways beneath an overpass. Every gallon had gone into the dually, and every mile had eaten it greedily. Barnaby's truck had hauled them through mountains, plains, floodwater, barricades, cult gates, and swamp mud. It had also been designed for a country that still had truck stops. "We should have switched vehicles," Gigi said. Barnaby made a hurt-sounding noise, then coughed around it when her eyes snapped toward him. "Careful," she said. "I mean no emotional harm to the lady in the driveway. You call the truck lady when you think I'm being unreasonable. I call the truck lady because she has personality, history, and a rear suspension that deserves compassion. She also drinks fuel like a cruise ship. A cruise ship cannot climb a median with a horde on its bumper. Neither can your truck if the tank is empty." Barnaby lifted one hand from the wheel and pointed through the windshield. "Then our vacation planning committee may enjoy that, ahead." Beyond a corridor of sagging palms and dead traffic lights, a giant sign rose over the road. The sign had once been bright green. Now it was streaked with rust, bird droppings, mildew, and the black fingers of creeping mold. A huge cartoon alligator spread its painted jaws in a toothy grin above the words, "Gatorland Family Adventure Park." Beneath that, in smaller letters, nearly hidden by vines, someone had spray-painted diesel in red. Under that, someone else had spray-painted liars in black. A third person, apparently committed to fairness, had added "Maybe Barnaby," slowed. Gigi looked from the sign to the fuel gauge to the overgrown entrance road. Absolutely not. It has diesel listed on the sign. It has 3 opinions listed on the sign. One of them is optimistic. One of them is written in red paint under a giant reptile mouth. That usually means the optimism was eaten. Could be a generator site. Tourist places have backup fuel, trams, maintenance carts, maybe a service yard. Tourist places also have gift shops full of infected families, maintenance canals, unstable boardwalks, and animals with no customer service training. Barnaby turned the wheel toward the entrance lane. "You know, for a person going to a resort, you are very hard on attractions. A resort has clean sheets, locked doors, and cocktails. This has carnivorous signage. That alligator is smiling. Predators do that." The entrance road sloped through a ticket plaza whose booths had been shattered, boarded, unboarded, burned, and half reclaimed by vines. Old plastic admission signs flapped under the awning. Adults, children, seniors, and military discount. A minivan rested upside down in lane 2, its tires stripped and its roof crushed against the concrete. In lane 3, 3 infected stood in the shade, still wearing the bright blue polos of former park staff. One had a name tag that read Melissa. Another had an old foam alligator tail strapped crookedly around his waist, as if he had died halfway through making children laugh. Gigi's hands moved to her hatchets. Barnaby rolled up to the gate with a contractor's calm. "Closed for renovation." "Everything is closed forever. Some places are just waiting on materials." The staff infected lurched toward the truck. Barnaby did not speed up. He timed the approach, nudged the bumper forward, and tapped the first corpse aside with a slow shove that sent it tumbling into the booth wall. The second slapped both hands against Gigi's door. She leaned out and struck with the back spike of a hatchet. Not hard enough to bury it deep, hard enough to crush the temple and drop it beside the tire. The third climbed onto the hood with surprising speed. Barnaby looked through the windshield at the dead employee crawling toward him. The foam tail dragged behind it, leaving a smear of black water and old gore across the glass. "Now that is commitment to the uniform," he said. Gigi grabbed the Polaroid camera from the center console before he could. "Do not. I was not reaching. Your shoulder twitched. Tourist reflex. Suppressed by legal order. Barnaby lifted the Negotiator through the open driver window and swatted the corpse off the hood. It landed on its back with the foam tail pointed skyward. The truck rolled under the entrance arch and into the park. Inside, Gatorland spread before them as a bright ruin sinking into wet green silence. Wooden walkways crossed murky lagoons. Ticket signs hung sideways. A snack stand called Chomper's Cafe had been peeled open by storms and scavengers. Plastic tables floated in 3 inches of rainwater. Souvenir shirts sagged from a rack in the open air, each one printed with a grinning gator face and the words, "I survived the bite." Vines crawled over everything. Palms grew through cracks in the pavement. The place still held its shape as entertainment, but the world had stripped away the music, the crowds, and the safe distance between people and teeth. The Julie coughed. Barnaby eased it to a stop beside a directory map, faded under cracked plexiglass. The engine sputtered again and steadied, but barely. "We walk from here," he said. "We do not leave the truck. If we keep idling, the truck leaves us." Gigi looked at the park map. Sections were marked with cartoon footprints and cheerful arrows. Alligator breeding marsh. Reptile nursery. Observation tower. Maintenance yard. Tram depot. Emergency generator house. She pointed at the maintenance yard. "That is the target. We enter, siphon, leave. No sightseeing, no photos, no detours. No interpretive moments about how this is basically a job site with more teeth." Barnaby smiled slowly. "Do not say it." I said nothing. "You looked like you were about to say it." Sometimes a face has structural opinions. Your face can keep them permitted and sealed. They gathered supplies from the truck. Barnaby slung the siphon hose, 2 empty fuel cans, a pry bar, and a tool bag over one shoulder. The Negotiator hung from a leather loop at his belt, its iron dark with use and scrubbed clean where his hand had polished the handle. Gigi checked both hatchets, tightened the straps on her pack, and tucked the road map into a sealed plastic folder she had liberated from the Graceland office. She hesitated at the glove box, then opened it. The Polaroids sat inside, organized by state and sequence in rubber-banded stacks. Seattle, Idaho, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Missouri, and Tennessee. The newest pictures, the farm and the armored creature under the steel beam, rested on top of a folded napkin to keep them flat. Gigi moved them carefully to the inner compartment of her pack. Barnaby watched from beside the hood. Archive relocation? Environmental protection? That sounds official. It is official. The climate is aggressively moist. You know, if something happens to me, I feel better knowing the vacation album has a custodian. She snapped the glove box shut harder than necessary. "Nothing is happening to you." His expression softened, but he did not tease her. "Then I will try to honor the injunction." They walked past the directory and into the main path. Water covered the pavement in dark sheets. Their boots sent ripples across reflections of hanging vines and broken signs. From somewhere deep inside the park came a low splash, then another, not the careless slap of debris and water, something heavy shifting under the surface. Gigi stopped. Barnaby stopped with her. "Are those alligators?" she whispered. "Very likely. Mutated alligators. Entirely possible. Hungry mutated alligators. Tourism has been down." She stared at him. "That was insensitive to the hospitality industry," he said. The path narrowed between 2 lagoons. Fences lined both sides, but sections had collapsed inward. Old warning signs remained screwed to the posts. "Do not feed. Do not climb. Do not place hands near water." A child's sneaker floated near the edge, green with algae. Gigi forced her eyes forward. The first infected emerged from the souvenir shop before they reached the bridge. It staggered through a curtain of bead necklaces and novelty hats, pushing a rack of sunglasses aside. Its face was bloated from heat and damp. A plastic poncho clung to its shoulders, printed with bright blue cartoon raindrops. More shapes moved behind it, drawn by the sound of the truck and the splash of footsteps. Gigi shifted into motion before Barnaby could step ahead of her. She crossed the path fast, struck the first corpse at the side of the knee, let it drop, and finished it with a second chop to the skull. The next came through the doorway tangled in a display of stuffed alligators. She hooked one hatchet behind its ankle, yanked, and sent it down into the flooded entry. Barnaby moved past her shoulder and swung the Negotiator in a smooth lateral arc. The frying pan hit the third infected with a cast-iron bell note and dropped it into a postcard rack. A fourth corpse lunged at Gigi from the left, faster than the others, one hand wrapped in a tourist map that had fused to the fingers. She ducked under the grab, buried a hatchet in the side of its head, and twisted free before the body dragged her off balance. Barnaby tapped another away with the pan. "Good form. This is not a workshop." Everything is a workshop when tools are involved. The next sentence you say that includes personal growth and alligators will be entered as evidence. I will keep my reptile curriculum private. They cleared the shop entrance, then moved on. The maintenance yard lay beyond the observation tower, according to the map, but the shortest route passed through the alligator breeding marsh walkway. The alternative loop added nearly half a mile and cut beside the reptile nursery, where Gigi imagined hundreds of small, quick horrors she did not need named. Straight route, she said. Barnaby raised his eyebrows. Do not look surprised. Fuel first. Delay is risk. I was going to say that is efficient. You were going to say scenic. Efficient can be scenic. Not today. The walkway into the marsh had once been a broad wooden bridge with railings and shaded viewing platforms. Now boards had warped upward, nails stood proud, and entire sections sagged inches above black water. Spanish moss hung low from the cypress limbs. The water below was almost still, broken now and then by bubbles, insects, and long ridges that moved with terrible patience. Gigi tested the first board with her boot. It creaked but held. One at a time, she said. Barnaby looked down at his own size, then at the boards. I inspire trust in lumber. You inspire load-bearing calculations. That is basically the same thing. She went first. The walkway flexed under her. Heat pressed into her back. Sweat ran down her spine. Every few steps she looked ahead for missing boards and down for movement under the water. The lagoon smelled of algae, mud, dead fish, and something coppery and older. Dragonflies skimmed the surface. A heron lifted from the far bank with an angry flap, as if insulted by their trespass. Halfway across, she saw the first gator. It lay among reeds below the rail, longer than a canoe, dark armored back just above the waterline. One eye opened, amber and patient. Scars crisscrossed the snout. Strips of faded show paint clung to its hide, evidence that some former staff member had once marked it for an exhibit. Its jaw rested partly open. Between the teeth, bits of blue fabric fluttered. Gigi stopped so abruptly, Barnaby nearly stepped onto the back of her boot. Do not move fast, she said. Was not planning to clog dance. That thing is watching us. That is reasonable. We are unusual birds. We are not birds. From its angle, everything above water is a bird until proven chewy. The gator did not charge. It simply watched. That made it worse. They continued. A second shape moved under the bridge. A tail slid beneath the surface, thick as a fence post. Gigi's mouth went dry despite the humidity. She could handle infected. Infected were horrible but predictable. Their hunger was blunt. Animals still made choices. Near the far end of the walkway, an infected child in a sun hat appeared from behind a lemonade stand. Gigi's chest tightened. The figure was small, bloated by the swamp, one arm hanging uselessly, the other reaching with slow hunger. Behind it came an adult corpse in torn shorts, then another in a maintenance vest. Barnaby put a hand near Gigi's shoulder without touching her. I can take point. I can do it, she said, though the words cost more than she wanted to admit. I know. That answer steadied her more than permission would have. She moved. The first strike was quick and clean. She did not let herself think about the hat, the size, the life that had existed before rot and heat reduced everything to appetite. She stepped past, took the adult corpse at the hip, then the neck, then shoved it against the rail. Barnaby handled the maintenance worker with one heavy swing that sent the body into the lemonade stand. The stand collapsed with a crack and a splash of old syrup bottles. The noise woke the marsh. Water moved on both sides of the walkway, not one gator. Several moved together. Ridges cut through the black surface from different directions. The boards beneath Gigi's feet trembled as something bumped a support post. Barnaby, she said, walking faster now, not running. Respectful hustle. They crossed the last 20 yards with dead behind them, gators beneath them, and the whole walkway groaning as if remembering every tourist it had carried in better times. At the far platform, a gate blocked the exit. It had been chained shut. Gigi stared at the chain. Of course. Barnaby came up beside her, took the chain in one hand, braced a boot against the post and yanked. Wood cracked. Metal screamed. The post tore loose from its rotten base and swung open with the gate still attached. Gigi stepped through. That was not the lock. Sometimes the problem is the thing holding the thing. I hate how often that is useful. They reached the maintenance access road soaked in sweat and swamp mist. Ahead, beyond a row of abandoned golf carts and a toppled statue of a grinning alligator wearing a safari hat, stood the generator house. Beside it, behind a fence, were two above-ground fuel tanks on concrete pads. Gigi let out a breath she had been holding since the entrance. There, she said. Barnaby adjusted the fuel cans on his shoulder. Vacation committee notes progress. No celebration until we confirm contents. That is prudent. Also, no touching the statue. It has excellent posture. It has claws. Painted claws. That does not make it better. The maintenance yard gate hung open. Tire tracks in dried mud suggested survivors had used the place long after the park fell. So did the barricades, the empty food cans, and the row of sharpened stakes pointed toward the main path. Someone had tried to hold Gatorland. Someone had probably believed the fences and animal enclosures could become walls. Gigi studied the shadows inside the yard. This is too quiet. Barnaby looked at the tanks. Quiet may be taking a lunch break. Quiet is never on our side. A sound came from behind the generator house. A wet drag. Then a scrape. Then a low clicking hiss that did not belong to any infected throat. Gigi raised both hatchets. Barnaby eased the Negotiator free. A massive alligator pushed itself into view, dragging half a chain-link panel across its back. Its hide was pale in patches, slick with fungus and scars. Its left eye had clouded white, but the right burned gold. Around its jaw hung strips of warning tape, old rope, and something that looked like a souvenir lanyard. Behind it, 3 infected stumbled into the yard, their feet sinking in mud, drawn by the same noise that had drawn the animal. The alligator opened its jaws. The infected froze for one strange instant. Then the gator surged sideways and took the nearest corpse in a snap that sounded like a tree branch breaking inside a barrel. Barnaby lowered his chin. Maintenance has a supervisor. Gigi backed toward the fuel tanks. We are leaving. We still need diesel. Then we are leaving with diesel very quickly. The gator thrashed, flinging the corpse against the fence, then turned its working eye toward them. Barnaby lifted the empty fuel cans and smiled as if greeting a difficult client at a job that had gone over budget. All right, he said, nobody make this weird. Chapter 33. The swamp brawl, the alligator made it weird immediately. It came across the maintenance yard with a speed that disrespected every reasonable assumption Gigi had ever made about short legs. Mud sprayed from under its belly. The chain-link panel tangled across its back rattled and screamed against the concrete. Its jaws opened wide enough to show a tunnel of yellow teeth, old blood, and swamp water. Barnaby moved right. Gigi moved left. Neither of them needed to discuss it. Discussion was for people with time and dry socks. The gator struck where Barnaby had been. Its jaws clamped around an overturned golf cart and crushed the plastic body like wet cardboard. Batteries burst under the pressure. Acid hissed across mud. Barnaby swung the Negotiator down on the gator's snout with everything his shoulders could provide. The pan rang against bone and armor. The gator recoiled, not injured enough to stop, but offended enough to reconsider its day. That is a dense customer, Barnaby said. Do not rate the predator. Gigi snapped. 2 infected reached her from the generator house. She ducked under the first clumsy grab, hacked through the side of its knee, and drove her second hatchet into its skull when it fell. The next came too close. Its teeth snapped inches from her cheek. She slammed the handle of one hatchet across its throat, shoved it back, and cut hard into the side of its head. The blade stuck for a heartbeat in softened bone. She yanked free as the gator spun again. Its tail swept through the yard. The heavy muscle smashed into a stack of empty propane cages. Metal clanged and skidded across the ground. One cage struck Barnaby in the thigh. Not enough to knock him down, enough to make him grunt and step wide. Gigi saw the shift in his stance. "You are limping," she said. "I am adding character. Add less. Working on it." The gator lunged at him again. Barnaby did not try to meet the bite. He dropped backward over the hood of a maintenance cart, let the jaws snap shut on empty air, and kicked the cart with both boots. The cart rolled downhill into the animal's chest. For 1 second, the gator climbed over it. Barnaby used that second to stand and bring the Negotiator down on the chain-link panel, caught across its back. Metal buckled. The panel shifted, pinning one rear leg awkwardly. Gigi understood at once. The fence is slowing it. Bad accessory choice. Can you jam it tighter? Can a man with a frying pan improve a reptile's outfit? We are about to find out. More infected appeared along the access road. 5. Then 8. Then more behind the first line, all drawn by the crashing yard and the bellowing gator. Some wore faded ponchos, some had park uniforms. One dragged a coil of extension cord wrapped around both ankles. Their feet splashed through puddles, steady, hungry, relentless. Gigi's focus split. Fuel, gator, the dead, Barnaby, the exit, the truck, the resort, her mother, the Florida Keys, and the absurd promise of a cocktail umbrella all collided until they became static. Barnaby shouted her name. Not loudly, firmly. She looked at him. He pointed with the pan toward the fuel tanks. "Do your lawyer thing. Make the contract simple." She stared at him for half a second. Then the panic narrowed into a line. "You keep the reptile busy," she said. "Already on the schedule. Try not to get eaten. I prefer small portions." Gigi ran for the fuel tanks. The chain-link fence around the tanks had been cut open months or years earlier. She slipped through the gap and reached the first valve. The tank was marked Diesel in chipped black letters. She rapped the side with a hatchet handle. The sound came back low and promising. Not full, not empty. Thank you, she whispered, not sure whether she meant the tank, the dead park workers, or whatever stubborn law of luck still existed. She dropped one fuel can under the valve, attached the hose, and opened it. Nothing came out. No, she said, immediately correcting herself. That response is unacceptable. She checked the valve again. Rust, jammed fitting. She braced one boot against the concrete block and pulled harder. The handle refused. Behind her, the gator slammed into the maintenance cart hard enough to flip it. Barnaby rolled aside, came up covered in mud, and swung at the chain-link snare again. Infected closed around him. He used the pan in short, efficient strikes, cracking skulls, shoving bodies into the gator's path, turning the yard into a problem of traffic flow. Gigi jammed a hatchet head under the valve handle and used it as leverage. The metal groaned. Her palms slipped on the grip. She reset, pulled again, and felt the handle move a fraction. "Come on," she said through clenched teeth. "You are a fuel delivery system, not a moral dilemma." The valve broke loose. Diesel poured into the can with a heavy, beautiful glug. Relief hit her so hard she almost laughed. Then something splashed behind the second tank. Gigi spun. An infected woman in a stained park supervisor's shirt crawled from under the tank platform, body flattened and twisted from some old crushing force. One hand grabbed Gigi's boot, the other dragged a clipboard still attached by a lanyard around the wrist. Gigi kicked back, but the grip held. The crawler pulled itself closer, mouth opening. Gigi could not swing freely in the tight space between tank and fence. She dropped one hatchet, caught the fence with her left hand for balance, and slammed her right knee down onto the corpse's wrist. Bone cracked. The fingers loosened. She drove the hatchet handle into the crawler's face, again and again, until it stopped moving. The fuel can overflowed. "Blast it," she snapped. She shut the valve, righted the can, and grabbed the second. Diesel ran over the concrete, shining in iridescent colors. She refused to admire because this was neither the time nor the place for pretty chemistry. She wiped her slick hands on her pants and opened the valve again. Barnaby shouted from the yard. "Status? Fuel exists. Valve is hostile. Situation deteriorating." Sounds like a normal service call. Your service calls were insane. Only the commercial ones. The gator finally tore free of the golf cart. It lunged at Barnaby, chain-link panels scraping behind it. Barnaby backed toward the generator house, deliberately drawing it away from Gigi. Infected followed him in a ragged cluster. He moved like he always did when a fight became construction. Not graceful in the ballroom sense, but exact in the useful sense. Each step placed weight where the ground held. Each swing used hips, shoulders, and whatever gravity offered. He let the dead come near, then turned them into obstacles. He knocked one corpse sideways into the gator's path. The gator snapped and crushed it. He stepped onto a low concrete curb to change his angle, then swung down on another skull, but the yard was too wet and crowded. A corpse caught his shirt from behind. Another grabbed his belt. The gator surged. Gigi saw it all from the tank enclosure. The second can was only half full. Her plan screamed at her to finish the fuel. Her chest screamed louder. She closed the valve, seized both hatchets, and ran. "Barnaby left side!" He twisted, but the grip at his belt slowed him. The gator's jaws snapped shut on the air inches from his boot, close enough to shear the heel from one sole. Barnaby kicked backward, tore free of the corpse at his belt, and slammed the pan into the head of the one gripping his shirt. Gigi arrived from the side and chopped the leg out from under a third infected before it reached him. The gator's tail swept again. Gigi ducked under the full force, but not the mud it threw. Brown water hit her face, hair, and vest. She spat, furious, and struck at the chain link, caught around the gator's rear leg. Not to free it, to twist it tighter. The hatchet blade hooked through the wire. She pulled with both hands, leaning back until her shoulders burned. The panel shifted. The gator thrashed. Its trapped leg bent awkwardly, dragging the animal half sideways. "Barnaby now!" she shouted. He saw the opening. He planted one boot on the maintenance cart frame, climbed the side of a concrete generator pad, and jumped down with the frying pan raised in both hands. The Negotiator hit the gator's skull just behind the good eye. The impact cracked like a dropped engine block. The gator collapsed, stunned but not dead. Its tail lashed weakly, hammering mud and empty cans. Barnaby landed hard, staggered, then stayed upright through sheer stubbornness and thigh muscles that had evidently signed a lifetime contract. Gigi did not wait. She pulled a pry bar from Barnaby's dropped tool bag, jammed it through the chain link panel and around a fence post stump, then twisted. The panel tightened across the gator's body and pinned it against the generator pad. The animal heaved once. The wire held. "Temporary restraint," she said, breathing hard. That was excellent lawyering. That was farm engineering with a panic clause. Still excellent. The infected did not care about excellence. They poured through the gate in a knot of wet limbs and snapping mouths. The gator, pinned and enraged, thrashed at anything close. Corpses stumbled into its reach and vanished between its jaws. Others came around the side toward Barnaby and Gigi. The maintenance yard became a carousel of rot, mud, teeth, and swinging steel. Gigi fell into a rhythm she had never wanted, but now knew too well. Step in, strike joint. Step out, strike skull. Clear the blade before the body drops. Do not let the second one grab. Do not let the mud take your foot. Watch Barnaby's left flank, because he will pretend it is fine even when 3 corpses are coming from that side. Watch the water beyond the fence, because more ridges are moving there. Watch the fuel, because without it, everything ends on this ridiculous pavement beneath a cartoon alligator statue. Barnaby fought beside her with joyful profanity-free focus. He slammed the Negotiator into a skull, hooked the pan under a corpse's chin, shoved it backward into 2 more, then used the return swing to break the hand of a third before it reached Gigi's hair. He laughed once when a dead man in a visor slipped on Diesel and slid under the gator's tail. "Do not enjoy this," Gigi said. "I am appreciating momentum. Momentum does not need applause. It likes recognition." A huge infected man in a soaked mascot costume lumbered through the gate. The costume had once been a bright green alligator with a white belly and friendly eyes. Now the head hung split down one side, revealing the ruined human face inside. Foam limbs, swollen with rain, made the creature twice as wide as a normal corpse. It pushed through other infected by weight alone, arms out, jaws of the costume bouncing around its real mouth. Gigi looked at it and felt a new layer of hatred settle calmly over the old ones. "Mascot," Barnaby said. "I see it. That one deserves a photo. That one deserves silence and consequences." The mascot corpse charged with surprising force. Barnaby stepped to meet it, but the costume's wet foam absorbed the first pan strike. The infected slammed into him and drove him backward against the generator house wall. The impact rattled sheet metal. Gigi lunged, cutting at the costume's side, but her hatchet stuck in foam and cloth instead of bone. The mascot's hands clamped around Barnaby's shoulders. Barnaby grimaced. This hug lacks consent. Gigi abandoned the stuck hatchet, drew the other across the back of the costume's knee, and finally found flesh. The leg buckled. Barnaby shoved upward, shifted his hips, and turned the mascot's weight. It crashed sideways into the pinned gator. The gator did the rest. Its jaws snapped on the soaked costume head, foam ripped, bone cracked. The mascot corpse jerked twice and went still. For one surreal second, the friendly painted alligator face stared up from between the real alligator's teeth. Barnaby patted his shirt pocket. "No," Gigi said, "you do not even know what I was checking." The camera. Could have been breath mints. You do not own breath mints. In this heat, that is a planning failure. More splashing sounded from the marsh. The fight had reached a volume that carried. Gators moved along the fence line, drawn by blood and vibration. One smaller animal forced its snout through a gap near the fuel enclosure, teeth snapping at a fallen corpse. The fence bent inward, and Gigi decided that was the only acceptable description. That phrasing was better. "Fuel now," she said. They ran back to the tank enclosure. Barnaby grabbed the 2 full cans while Gigi filled the half-empty one to the top. Her hands shook so badly she had to grip the valve with both fists. Diesel splashed across her boots. Behind them, the pinned gator thrashed again, the panels starting to tear free. Infected moaned along the gate. Another gator slammed the fence, metal posts squealing in wet ground. "How many cans can you carry?" she asked. "Depends how inspiring the chase is. Assume very inspiring." Barnaby took 2 full cans in one hand and the third in the other, muscles standing out along his forearms. Gigi grabbed the siphon hose, tool bag, and the Polaroid camera that had slipped from his shirt pocket during the mascot collision. She held it up. "You almost lost this." His eyes flicked to it, then to her face. "Thanks. It was not a joke. She did not make one either." The fence behind them gave way. The smaller gator surged through first, dragging a section of chain link under its belly. Infected stumbled after it, several falling as the animal thrashed through their legs. The pinned larger gator tore free at the same time, slower now, stunned and tangled, but still moving. Gigi and Barnaby ran. They took the maintenance road rather than the marsh walkway. It led past the tram depot, through a gate marked Employees Only, and around the backside of the park. The road was longer but wider, and it stayed mostly on high ground. Mostly did a lot of cruel work. Sections had sunk into standing water. Palm fronds dragged across their faces. A gift shop shaped like a giant gator mouth blocked part of the route. Its lower jaw collapsed across the pavement. Barnaby carried the fuel like a man carrying both children and a mortgage. Gigi moved ahead, clearing the path. She chopped at infected where she had to and shoved past where she could. The tool bag bounced against her hip. The camera thumped safely inside her vest. A dead man in a faded security uniform came from behind a vending machine. She took his legs out and kept moving. 2 more blocked the tram depot gate. Barnaby, unable to swing with the cans, lowered one shoulder and bulldozed them into the chain link. Gigi finished them with quick strikes and kicked the gate latch open. "This is not a clean exit," she said. "Clean exits are for buildings with inspectors. I miss inspectors. I used to say that only after electrical work." They reached the main path near the observation tower. From there they could see the dually through heat shimmer and hanging vines. It sat where they had left it, battered, muddy, faithful, and painfully low in fuel. Between them and the truck stood a gathering of infected drawn from every corner of the park. The old staff, the old visitors, the people who had run here thinking fences and animals and ticket booths could be reorganized into safety. They came in a loose crowd, feet splashing, arms reaching, mouths open to the wet air. Gigi stopped so fast Barnaby nearly ran into her. "We cannot cut through that with you carrying fuel. Set the cans down. Fight. Pick them up. The gators will follow the blood. They are already following the buffet." She looked around. The observation tower rose to their right, a metal stair structure climbing above the lagoons. At its base sat a row of old tram cars, low open vehicles meant to haul families around the park. One still had faded yellow paint and a cartoon gator decal on the side. Its front wheels had sunk, but it rested on a slight slope toward the main path. "Barnaby," Gigi said, pointing. "Can you move that tram car?" He followed her line of sight. "With an engine? With gravity?" His face lit with professional happiness. "Counselor, that is reckless and practical. I learned from a terrible influence. He sounds handsome. He owns alarming shirts." They moved together. Barnaby set 2 cans behind a concrete planter while Gigi kept watch. Then he put his shoulder against the tram car. It did not move. He reset his feet, pressed both hands against the frame, and shoved. Muscles bunched under his sweat-dark shirt. The tram groaned. Rust broke loose. The front wheels shifted an inch. Infected closed from the path. Gigi worked around him, buying seconds. She struck one through the side of the skull, kicked another backward into a bench, and drove a hatchet down onto the hand of a third that grabbed the tram rail. Barnaby pushed again. The tram car shifted 2 inches, then 6, then rolled with a squeal. "Once it goes, get clear," he said. "I understand slopes. Just making sure the policy is posted." The tram began to move. Slowly at first, then faster. It rolled down the slight grade toward the crowd, wheels wobbling, metal shrieking, old seats rattling. Barnaby gave it one final shove and stepped aside. Gigi grabbed the back rail for half a second, steering it just enough to catch the densest cluster, then let go and sprang back. The tram slammed into the infected line. Bodies went under. Others toppled over the sides. The front corner hit a signpost, spun sideways and became a barricade of yellow metal and thrashing dead. The path opened. "Move!" Gigi said. Barnaby grabbed the fuel cans. They ran the last stretch to the truck. Gigi reached the passenger door first and spun to cover him. An infected in a torn poncho lunged from beside the ticket booth. She cut it down. Another crawled from under the dually, fingers black with oil. She stomped its wrist, struck once, and kicked the body clear of the tire. Barnaby reached the filler neck and poured diesel with a speed that would have horrified every safety training video ever produced. Gigi stood guard, chest burning, arms heavy, mud drying across her face in stiff patches. The gators had reached the entrance path. The smaller one snapped at corpses trapped under the tram. The larger one dragged itself after them more slowly, one eye fixed on movement. "How much do we need?" she asked. "Enough to leave. That is not a measurement. It is the only one that matters." The first can emptied. Barnaby poured the second, then the third. Diesel fumes rose sharp and oily. He capped the tank, tossed the empty cans into the bed, and climbed into the cab. Gigi jumped into the passenger seat and slammed the door as hands slapped the side panel. The engine turned over once. It failed. Gigi looked at the horde, the gators, the tram, the giant sign, and the sweat rolling down Barnaby's neck. "The truck will start," she said. Barnaby glanced at her. "That was my line. I borrowed it. Good fit." He turned the key again. The engine coughed, spat, then caught with a ragged roar. Barnaby laughed from somewhere deep in his chest. "There she is. Drive now." He drove. The dually lurched forward, rear end creaking, tires throwing mud and park water. An infected bounced off the grill. The truck clipped the ticket booth awning and tore it down in a shower of rotten wood. The smaller gator lunged at the rear tire and missed by inches. The larger one snapped at the tailgate, its jaws closing on empty air as the truck surged through the entrance arch. Gigi grabbed the dashboard with one hand and the camera with the other. The camera had ended up in her lap during the scramble. The truck hit a pothole. Barnaby swung the Negotiator out the window at a corpse leaning over the lane. The gator sign flashed behind him, the horde and the animals tangled beneath it, the whole impossible scene framed for one perfect, terrible instant. Gigi lifted the camera and pressed the button. The flash burst white. Barnaby looked at her as the photo whirred out. She stared straight ahead, cheeks muddy, chin raised. Evidence. His smile grew slowly. Archive expanding, he said. Drive before I throw the camera at you. That would damage the record. Then I will throw something less historic. They hit the open road south of the park with the engine roaring and the smell of diesel inside the cab. Behind them, Gatorland disappeared into palms, steam, and the fading chaos of things eating things that had already eaten too much. For 10 full minutes neither of them spoke. Then Gigi set the new Polaroid on the dash. It developed in stages, white haze, gray shapes, then color. Barnaby outside the driver's window, pan raised. A corpse folded mid-fall, the green entrance sign behind them. A gator's open jaws near the tailgate, mud and motion blurred the edges, but the center held. It was ridiculous. It was heroic. It was the first picture she had taken. Barnaby glanced at it, then back to the road. You have a good eye. I was aiming at the threat. That is usually where the story is. She wanted to dismiss it. She wanted to say it was an accident, a reflex, an operational document created under duress. Instead, she studied the photo until the colors deepened. My mother loved terrible tourist attractions, she said. Barnaby kept his eyes on the road. Did she? She would make my father stop at every giant fruit, every fake dinosaur, every roadside castle made of concrete. I hated it. I had homework, debate prep, summer reading. I thought stopping was a waste of time. And now? Gigi traced the edge of the Polaroid with one finger. Now I think she understood something I did not. Barnaby drove quietly for a while before answering. A stop is not always a delay. Sometimes it is the point. That sounds like something you would put on a bad mug. I have owned excellent bad mugs. I believe that completely. The road bent south under a sky turning copper with late afternoon heat. The dually rattled, limped, and kept moving. Gigi placed the Gatorland photo in her protected folder with the others, but she did not hide the act this time. Barnaby did not comment. That made it kinder. The fuel gauge had risen enough to give them a narrow window. The map showed the route toward Miami, then farther south, then the chain of islands linked by thin bridges over open water. The resort waited beyond the last long reach of road. The idea had become absurd through distance and blood, but it had not died. It sat in Gigi's chest like a stubborn little lamp. The sun dropped lower. They passed burned suburbs, abandoned orange stands, flooded strip malls, and fields where blackbirds lifted in sheets from drainage ditches. At dusk, Barnaby pulled off long enough to check the axle, tighten 2 bolts, and listen to the rear end with his head tilted like a doctor reading a heartbeat. How bad? Gigi asked. She is tired. That is not a mechanical category. It is when the mechanic is also tired. Can she make the bridge? He looked south where the road vanished into humid darkness. We will ask politely. Gigi folded her arms. I hate that answer. I know. But I am not asking for a better one because I suspect there is not one available. That is growth. Do not ruin it. They slept in turns that night in a bank parking lot surrounded by palm shadows and silent cars. Gigi took first watch from the truck bed, hatchets across her knees, the Polaroid folder in her pack beneath one boot. The sky above Florida was full of stars, clear in a way cities had forgotten. The heat never truly broke. It only softened enough to become survivable. Barnaby slept in the cab with his head tilted back and one hand resting near the Negotiator. He looked enormous, even asleep, too large for the seat, too stubborn for the world that had tried repeatedly to crush him. Gigi watched him for longer than she meant to. When he opened one eye, she looked away fast. Everything all right? He asked. I am checking the perimeter. Perimeter inside the cab? Threats can be internal. My snoring has been accused before. It is substantial. Load-bearing snore. She smiled despite herself. He saw it, but he was wise enough not to say so. Morning came wet and pink. They drove again. The road signs changed. Miami appeared on green metal. Then Homestead. Then Key Largo. The world narrowed toward water. Gigi held the map in both hands, but she did not need it anymore. She knew the line by heart. South across the water. Keep going until land became a chain, and the chain became a promise. Barnaby drove with unusual silence. The fuel gauge fell. The axle groaned. The ocean smell reached them before the ocean did. Chapter 34. The 7-mile bridge. The first glimpse of the Keys made Gigi forget to breathe correctly. The mainland fell away behind them in pieces. Gas stations stripped to skeletons, low houses with storm shutters hanging open, stands of mangrove and palm. The last stubborn traffic lights swaying uselessly over empty intersections. Then the road rose, crossed water, dropped to narrow islands and rose again. Blue-green ocean spread on both sides, with a bright cruelty that did not care about the dead, the desperate, or the fuel gauge trembling near empty. The horizon widened until the truck felt small for the first time. Barnaby slowed as they crossed into Key Largo. The Julie rolled past abandoned dive shops, bait stores, seafood shacks, and vacation rentals with bright doors bleached pale by salt. Boats rested in odd places, on roofs, in yards, halfway through restaurant walls. Storms had rearranged the islands before people had stopped maintaining them. The dead had done the rest. Gigi sat forward in her seat, one hand on the dashboard. "We are here," she said. "Keys territory," Barnaby agreed. "Not the resort yet. Not yet. But this is the road. This is definitely a road." She gave him a look. "A meaningful road," he corrected. The sign for the overseas highway leaned at an angle near a line of stalled cars. Barnaby steered around them, tires crunching over shells, glass, and old palm fronds. The truck had stopped sounding like a truck several miles back and had begun sounding like a family of angry tools trapped in a dryer. The rear end clicked. The engine knocked. The patched axle held through stubbornness, borrowed parts, and whatever moral debt the world owed Barnaby for continuing to show up. The fuel gauge dipped lower. Gigi tapped the dash once, gently, as if it were an animal that might respond to kindness. "Come on!" Barnaby looked at her hand. "That was nice. I am encouraging a machine, not revising my position on your truck's personality." Machines appreciate encouragement. Machines appreciate maintenance. They like both. They passed a resort sign that had fallen face down in a ditch. For half a second, Gigi's pulse jumped, but it was the wrong name. Her resort, the one her mother had chosen from a travel magazine and pressed into her hand with thin fingers and fierce eyes, waited farther south on a smaller island beyond Marathon, a private place that had once advertised white sand, blue drinks, and sunset loungers facing the water. Her mother had said, "Promise me you will go somewhere beautiful and not just bill another hour." Gigi had promised because the room had smelled like antiseptic and grief, and refusing anything had seemed unbearable. Then the dead rose, the courts closed, Seattle burned, and beauty became a word people used when they were trying not to count ammunition. Gigi had kept the brochure anyway. It was folded inside the map case now, softened at the creases. The resort photo faded from being handled too often. She had never shown Barnaby the full thing. He knew the destination. He knew the promise. He did not know that she had memorized the exact shape of every palm tree in the brochure image until the real Florida outside the window felt both miraculous and insulting. A cluster of infected moved near a marina entrance. Barnaby avoided them by taking the truck over a curb and through the parking lot of a bait shop. The suspension groaned so hard Gigi flinched. "That sounded expensive," she said. "Good thing money got canceled. Physics did not. Physics is persistent." The dually dropped back onto the road with a metallic clank that seemed to echo through Gigi's ribs. Barnaby's smile tightened. He did not say anything. That worried her more than any joke would have. "Barnaby, stop. She is working." "That is not what I asked. You did not ask a question. Do not become evasive. It does not suit your brand." He exhaled through his nose. "Rear end is slipping. Fuel is almost gone. Cooling system is unhappy. Transmission has opinions." "Can we make it?" "To the bridge, yes. Across the whole chain in this truck, I do not know." "Do not cushion it." "All right, probably not." The words landed with less shock than she expected. Maybe she had known since the farm. Maybe since the river barricade. Maybe since the first time she looked at that giant truck in Seattle and thought no machine that useful could survive forever in a world dedicated to taking useful things apart. She looked ahead at the road where sun flashed off broken signs. "Then we drive until we cannot." Barnaby's eyes flicked to her, proud and sad at the same time. That is the whole job. By midday, heat became a hammer. The road shimmered. The ocean glared white at the edges. They moved through the upper Keys in a pattern of cautious speed and sudden stops, blocked lanes, washed shoulders, infected knots, abandoned checkpoint gates, and debris left by storms. At one bridge, Barnaby had to nudge aside 3 cars fused bumper to bumper by rust. At another, Gigi climbed out to cut away a fishing net tangled across the lane while Barnaby covered her from the driver's seat with the pan ready through the window. The dead were different near the water. Sun-baked, salt-stiff, leathery. Some moved slowly, dried by heat until their joints cracked. Others came from shade with sudden bursts, preserved by damp rooms and storms. Gigi fought two beside a gas station pump that had nothing left to give. Their skin had tightened across their faces like old parchment. One still wore mirrored sunglasses. When she knocked it down, the lenses reflected her own muddy, sunburnt face. She barely recognized herself. Barnaby stepped beside her after the fight and offered a canteen. "Drink water." "You first." "I already did." "You took a theatrical sip." Hydration has stage presence. She took the canteen because arguing wasted water. They searched every possible fuel source as they moved. Marinas, utility sheds, a landscaping trailer, a county road yard, a school bus with a locked tank. They found old gasoline, contaminated water, empty drums, and one sealed quart of motor oil that Barnaby accepted with the reverence of a man handed a small miracle. Diesel remained scarce. The dually burned what they had taken from Gatorland and asked for more. The Polaroids stayed in Gigi's pack wrapped in plastic. She checked them during a brief stop beneath the shade of a collapsed tiki bar. Barnaby pretended not to watch. She pretended not to know. "Your photos are not evidence anymore," she said eventually. He sat on the tailgate, tightening a hose clamp with a screwdriver, sweat dripping from his chin. "What are they?" "I do not know. That is allowed. I dislike unknown categories." "Some categories take the whole trip." She rubbed her thumb over the edge of the first photo she had taken, the Gatorland shot. "My mother kept albums, not good ones, crooked pictures, half of someone's head cut off. Thumb over the lens, terrible lighting. She loved all of them." Sounds like she understood proof. Proof of what? That she stopped, that she looked, that something happened and she was there for it. Gigi stared at the road beyond the shade. "I spent years being in rooms without really being there," she said. "Conference rooms, courtrooms, restaurants with clients, and my apartment. I would be thinking about the next filing, the next call, the next argument. I thought if I kept moving, I could get ahead of everything." Barnaby set the screwdriver down. Did it work? It did not. Construction has a version of that. Keep taking jobs because the next one fixes the last one. Bigger crew, better equipment, more contracts. Then one day a beam drops where it should not, and you are on your back staring at rafters thinking you never ate breakfast with anyone for 20 years. She looked at him. He almost never talked about the accident directly. He had mentioned it only in scraps, always with that same steady voice, as if describing a delivery delay. "Is that when you sold the business?" she asked. "After the hospital, after the bills. After every person I knew came by and told me I was lucky." I was lucky. That was true. Also, I was angry in a way I did not know where to put. "You do not seem angry." "I used some of it for paperwork, some for therapy, some for learning to make pancakes that did not taste like drywall. The rest got converted into vacation." She laughed softly despite the heat. He smiled. "When the dead started walking, I had two choices. Cancel the trip or adjust the route. That is insane." Probably true, but I had already canceled enough life. The words settled between them with the salt air. Gigi looked down at the brochure folded behind the map. For the first time, she did not feel foolish for having carried it. Barnaby had carried an entire vacation through the end of the world. She had carried one promise. "We are going to reach it," she said. Barnaby picked up the screwdriver again. "Yes, ma'am." By late afternoon, signs began pointing toward Marathon. The road narrowed, then opened toward longer spans of water. The Julie's engine ran hotter. Barnaby drove with the heater on despite the oppressive weather, trying to pull heat from the engine. Hot air blasted into the cab until Gigi felt cooked from the inside. She did not complain. That alone proved how serious it had become. Then the truck began to lose power. Not abruptly, slowly. The engine responded late when Barnaby pressed the pedal. The rear end shuddered. The fuel gauge sat on empty so completely that even optimism had nowhere to stand. The road ahead rose toward a long bridge approach. Beyond it, over blue water under a blazing sky, stretched the 7-mile bridge. It looked impossible, a pale line of concrete running across open ocean. Broken cars dotted the near lanes. Farther out, heat shimmer made the span look as if it floated. Birds circled above it. The old parallel bridge, ruined and incomplete in places, ran beside the newer roadway like the ghost of a former path. Gigi held the dashboard. "There it is!" Barnaby nodded. The truck climbed the approach. The engine coughed. "Not now," Gigi said. "You do not get to be dramatic now." Barnaby patted the steering wheel. "Easy, girl, just a little farther." The dually rolled past the last cluster of businesses before the bridge. A fishing charter office, a shuttered cafe, a souvenir shop with faded shells glued around the windows. Infected wandered in the parking lots, drawn by the engine but too slow in the heat to intercept. The bridge entrance lay ahead, blocked by a scattering of abandoned vehicles and a state trooper cruiser turned sideways. Barnaby aimed for a gap near the shoulder. The engine sputtered. The truck lurched. Gigi braced herself. The engine caught again, gave them another 30 yards, then coughed harder. The dually crawled between two cars, scraped the passenger side against a guardrail, and emerged at the start of the bridge proper. For 3 shining seconds they were on it. Ocean on both sides, sky above, road ahead. Then the engine died. The truck rolled in silence except for tire hum and rattling metal. Barnaby guided it toward the right lane. The power steering faded. He used both hands, shoulders tightening, and brought the dually against the concrete barrier just before its momentum vanished. The truck stopped with a final soft bump. The silence after was not like the farmyard. It was bigger. Wind moved across the bridge. Water slapped far below. A gull cried somewhere overhead. Heat ticked in the engine. The fuel gauge rested below empty, beyond argument. Gigi stared out the windshield. Barnaby kept both hands on the wheel. Neither of them moved. For a while the dually was not a truck. It was shelter, history, proof, and everything that had carried them from a ruined Seattle crosswalk to the edge of open ocean. It was a ridiculous, fuel-hungry, battered beast with a patched rear axle and a dented grille. It had been a fortress, battering ram, bedroom, dining room, argument chamber, repair bay, lookout post, and confessional. It had been Barnaby's vacation vehicle and, against all reason, Gigi's safest place. She swallowed. "Can it start again?" Barnaby did not answer right away. That was answer enough. He turned the key once. The starter clicked. Nothing followed. He turned it back. "No," he said, giving the word a companion because he knew her rules about the way silence could hurt. "She is done." Gigi nodded once. Her eyes burned, which was ridiculous because the truck was not a person, because machines did not die, because she had spent years negotiating losses larger than this and showing no visible response at all. Barnaby sat back. His hand remained on the wheel. "She got us farther than I had any right to ask," he said. Gigi looked at him. The sunlight made the sweat on his face shine. Mud stained his beard. His Hawaiian shirt was torn at one shoulder from the mascot fight, the pattern of orange flowers interrupted by grime. He looked tired in a way she had not seen before. "I am sorry," she said. He turned to her with a softness that hurt worse. "For what?" "For calling it a cruise ship. For insulting the suspension. For suggesting we should switch vehicles. For all of it." "She liked you." "You cannot know that." "Sure I can. She did not throw you out." Gigi gave a laugh that almost broke in the middle. She covered it by reaching for her pack. "We need to move before the dead behind us reach the bridge." "Yes, ma'am," but he still did not move. So she did the thing she had never expected to do. She opened her door, stepped into the hot wind, and walked around to the front of the truck. The bridge stretched before them. Behind them the road descended toward Marathon, where Infected had begun turning slowly toward the stalled engine noise. The nearest were still distant, but distance had a way of shrinking. Barnaby climbed out with the Negotiator in hand. Gigi stood before the grill. The dually's front end was dented, scratched, smeared with mud, salt, and old gore. One headlight was gone. The other reflected the ocean in a cracked lens. She placed one hand on the hood. "Thank you," she said. Barnaby stopped beside her. For once, he said nothing at all. Not a joke, not a bright phrase, not a job site metaphor. He simply stood with her, hand on the hood, letting the wind move around them. Then he took the Polaroid camera from his pocket. Gigi did not object. He stepped back, framed the truck with the bridge, the ocean, and the endless road ahead. The flash popped in the daylight. The picture rolled out. He held it between two fingers until the shape began to appear. The dually at the start of the 7-mile bridge, battered, finished, and triumphant. Barnaby handed the photo to Gigi. She looked at it for a long time, then slid it into the protected folder with both hands. "This one goes in front," she said. Barnaby nodded. She earned cover placement. They packed what they could carry. Water first, food second, tools third. Medical supplies, even though the word for torn flesh was one Gigi avoided because the voice in her head had become oddly strict about narration. The map, the brochure, the Polaroids, the camera. The siphon hose stayed. Most of the tools stayed. Spare parts stayed. So did 3 shirts, a cracked camp stove, a dented coffee pot, 2 extra blankets, and a box of souvenir postcards Barnaby had been saving from somewhere in Kansas. Gigi found them behind the seat. "Postcards, really? I was going to mail them if the Postal Service became less zombie-focused." To whom? Had not gotten that far. She looked at the pictures of prairie sunsets, wall drug signs, and a jackalope statue. "Take one," she said. "Which one?" "The stupidest." He selected the jackalope without hesitation and tucked it into his shirt pocket beside the camera. Gigi kept searching because leaving things behind felt too much like making legal findings on parts of their lives. Under the seat she found the small flashlight Barnaby had repaired twice, a roll of duct tape flattened on one side, and the cheap plastic sunglasses he had bought from a roadside rack before the world ended. One lens was cracked. One arm had been wrapped in electrical tape. He had worn them across Idaho until she threatened to classify them as a public nuisance. She held them up. These are evidence of poor taste. Those are vintage travel eyewear. They are gas station sunglasses with a fracture pattern. Exactly vintage. She almost placed them back in the truck, then handed them to him instead. He looked surprised for only a moment before folding them carefully and slipping them into the side pocket of his pack. "Thank you," he said. "Do not make that sentimental. I am making it structurally grateful." That is sentimental with steel toes. They moved slowly through the cab. Barnaby took the tire gauge, a rag that had once been white, and a small notebook full of fuel notes, mileage estimates, and sketches of repairs. He left the big socket set with visible pain in his shoulders. He left the jack because it weighed more than common sense allowed. He left a folded tarp, 3 bottles of old coolant, and the emergency triangle kit. Gigi watched him make each decision and realized that his optimism had never meant he did not grieve. He simply grieved while tightening the next bolt. In the glove box, beneath receipts and old registration papers, she found a photo that was not a Polaroid. It was a printed picture of Barnaby standing in front of a half-built house, younger by maybe 10 years, surrounded by workers in hard hats. He was smiling there too, but the smile was different, aimed outward, built for a crew. The man in the truck had a quieter kind of joy, a joy that had survived losing the life that gave the old one shape. She held the picture without asking. Barnaby saw it and went still. "Crew photo," he said. "Do you want it?" His fingers flexed once at his side. "I thought I lost that." Gigi slid it into the same protected folder as the Polaroids, behind the 7 Mile Bridge picture. "Then it comes with us. It is not part of the trip. It is part of the person taking the trip." He looked away toward the water, and for the first time she saw him need a second before he could answer. "That is a strong argument, counselor. It is an uncontested motion." A gust of salt wind moved through the open doors, stirring dust wrappers and the corners of old maps. The dually creaked as it cooled. Gigi stood inside the open passenger door and memorized the absurd command center that had held them for so many miles, the cracked dash, the hanging charger cords, the cup holder where she had kept folded lists, the scrape mark her hatchet had made during the bridge run, the tiny smear of blue paint from wall drug on the door handle. She had spent weeks telling herself the cab was temporary. Now temporary had become a place she would miss. Barnaby touched the steering wheel once more, then reached under the seat and pulled out a small metal badge from an old keyring. The letters on it were worn, but she could read Barnaby Builds across the face. "Business key tag," he said, "back when I thought the name sounded professional. It sounds honest. That is better than professional. Sometimes that matters." He offered it to her, and she stared at his hand. "Why are you giving it to me?" "Because you keep the archive, and because I do not want to leave every old thing in one place." Gigi took the tag carefully. It was warm from the truck and rough along one edge. She clipped it to the inside loop of the Polaroid folder. The little metal piece clicked against the plastic, a small sound almost lost under the wind, and the far moan of the dead. "Archive updated," she said. Barnaby smiled with wet eyes and no apology in them. "Thank you." They stood at the rear of the truck and assessed the loads. Barnaby carried the heavier pack, the Negotiator, 2 water containers, and a coil of rope. Gigi carried the map case, Polaroid folder, food bag, both hatchets, and a smaller water container. The sun hammered the bridge. Heat rose from the concrete. There would be no shade, no truck cab, no doors to shut, no engine to trust. Behind them, the first infected reached the bridge approach. There were more beyond them, a lot more. They had followed the sound of the truck, the smell of living bodies, and the simple arithmetic of hunger. Some stumbled from the road. Others came from the marina lots and shop fronts. Their shadows stretched long across the asphalt behind the dually. Gigi tightened her pack straps. "We walk!" Barnaby looked along the 7 Mile Bridge. "We walk! No scenic stops. The entire thing is scenic. No additional scenic stops." Understood clearly. "No jokes about walking tours." He took one breath. "I will try to be strong. You are impossible. Consistently impossible." They began. The first steps away from the truck were the hardest. Gigi felt each one as a small act of betrayal, then as a release, then as simple motion. The dually remained behind them, shining in the heat, a monument at the start of the bridge. Barnaby did not look back for the first 50 yards. At 60 he did. Gigi pretended not to notice. At 70 she looked too. The truck stood firm against the barrier, blocking part of the lane, facing south as if still ready to go. "It looks like a guard dog," Gigi said. Barnaby smiled, but his eyes were wet. "Best kind." They kept walking. The ocean surrounded them. Wind pushed against their packs. The bridge stretched ahead in a long pale line, broken by wrecked cars, fallen signs, and heat shimmer. Somewhere beyond it lay the resort, the beach, the promise, and whatever waited when a destination stopped being a theory. Behind them, the dead reached the dually. Some struck the sides, some tried to climb over the hood. One fell beneath the front bumper and did not rise. Their noise carried along the concrete, thin at first, then building. Gigi looked ahead. Barnaby adjusted the grip on the Negotiator. "Still on vacation?" she asked. He turned to her, sunburnt, exhausted, carrying too much and somehow still smiling. "Best trip I ever took," she should have argued. She should have called that delusional, reckless, absurd, and legally indefensible. Instead, she shifted the pack higher on her shoulders and walked beside him into the heat. The 7-mile bridge waited. So did the horde. Chapter 35. The Gauntlet. The bridge took away every comfortable lie within the first mile. Back on the mainland, ruined streets had given them cover. Broken stores had given them shade. Dead vehicles had given them places to duck behind, climb over, curse at, or loot for half-melted water bottles and stale crackers. Even Gatorland, with its black water and teeth under the scum, had offered trees, fences, ticket kiosks, gift stands, and enough wreckage for Barnaby to call it a complicated but charming attraction. The 7-mile bridge offered concrete, sky, ocean, and heat. It offered all of it without mercy. The sun hung above the road like a white industrial lamp left on by a crew that had gone home 3 years earlier. Heat came up from the concrete and pressed down from the air. Wind carried salt, rot, diesel ghost fumes from the dead truck behind them, and the faraway wet noise of the horde pressing along the lane. The ocean glittered on both sides in a way that should have been beautiful. Gigi hated that it was beautiful. She hated that the water could shine while her tongue stuck to the roof of her mouth and sweat crawled under the straps of her pack. Barnaby walked beside her with the Negotiator in his right hand and the Polaroid camera hanging against his chest. His Hawaiian shirt, once a riot of blue flowers and yellow palm trees, had become a map of the trip. Mud from the theme park marked the hem. Rust from the St. Louis barricade stained one side. Dark patches from old fights had dried into the fabric until the bright print looked like it had survived an argument with every state between Seattle and Florida. Gigi's own clothes had stopped pretending. Her sleeves were torn. Her pants were stiff from dried swamp muck. One hatchet rode at her hip. The other she carried because carrying it made her feel like she still had a plan. Behind them, the horde found the start of the bridge. The sound changed when the first bodies stepped onto open concrete. In the streets, their moans had bounced off walls and fallen signs. On the bridge, the noise stretched. It became a single long pressure in the air, like a storm siren made from throats. The dead had no schedule, no thirst, no sunburn, and no sense of fair pacing. Gigi looked back once. The dually stood at the bridge entrance, broad and stubborn and dead in its own way. Zombies crawled over the hood and slapped at the windshield. A few had fallen beneath the bumper and become part of the obstruction. More squeezed around the sides. The truck delayed them, but it could not stop them. The horde leaked past it in a slow, hungry stream. Barnaby looked too, then faced forward again. "She's holding them better than most gate guards," he said. Gigi swallowed against the dry scrape in her throat. "Your truck is not a she." She hauled us across the continent, took a barricade to the face, survived tourist traps, cult politics, and water reptiles with poor social manners. She earned pronouns. I am too dehydrated to debate vehicle identity. Then I win by procedural exhaustion. You win nothing. We are walking across a bridge with a horde behind us and almost no water. Barnaby lifted the canteen at his belt and gave it a tiny shake. A disappointing slosh answered. Almost no water still counts as some water. That is the kind of optimism that gets people eaten. That kind of optimism got us to the Keys. Gigi wanted to strike back with a clean, accurate, professionally devastating sentence. She had built a life out of such sentences. She had used them in boardrooms and hearings, across glossy tables where men in expensive suits had assumed her patience meant weakness. The old Gigi would have carved Barnaby's argument into shavings. The new Gigi was tired enough to know he was partly right. They walked. The first obstacle was a chain of wrecked cars welded together by time, salt, and impact. A delivery van lay sideways across one lane. A sedan had rammed under its rear doors. 2 pickups had kissed fenders in a permanent scream of bent metal. The gap between the van and the bridge rail was too narrow for comfort and too low for dignity. Barnaby crouched and studied it. Gigi leaned on her hatchet handle. "Please do not tell me this reminds you of a job site. It reminds me of a job site with worse coffee. Of course it does. See that van frame? If we go over, the roof might peel. If we go under, we save energy but risk getting caught. If we go around on the rail side, you get mad at me because there is ocean under us, and you have feelings about heights. I have feelings about falling. Very reasonable distinction." The horde noise thickened behind them. The dead had cleared more of the truck. Gigi stared at the opening below the van. "We go under." "You sure?" "I'm choosing the humiliating option because the other options are inefficient. That is growth. If you celebrate my growth, I will use the hatchet on your camera strap." Barnaby smiled and got down first. The bridge surface burned through his knees. He shoved his pack ahead, flattened his shoulders, and slid beneath the van with the slow patience of a man who had spent years crawling under beams, joists, engines, and problems that refused to fix themselves. Metal scraped his shirt. A hanging cable dragged across his back. He emerged on the other side with dust on his cheek and the easy expression of someone exiting a mild inconvenience. Gigi followed. She hated the cramped dark under the van, hated the sour smell of old upholstery and cooked rot, hated the way the concrete scraped her palms. Halfway through, something shifted above her. The van groaned. Barnaby's hand appeared in the gap ahead, nice and steady. The van is just complaining because nobody rotates tires anymore. Gigi grabbed his wrist and let him pull her through the final foot. She came out fast, rolled onto her side and sucked in hot air like it had any mercy in it. A hand slapped the rear of the van behind her. Then another. The first zombie had reached the cars. Barnaby helped Gigi up. That makes the obstacle more exciting. It makes the obstacle occupied. The dead began shoving under and around the wreckage. One gray arm wriggled beneath the van, fingers clawing at the concrete where Gigi had been moments earlier. A face pressed into the gap, skin cooked dark by sun and salt, teeth clicking against pavement. Gigi raised a hatchet. Barnaby put one hand out. "Save your energy." This is not the moment for thrift. It is exactly the moment for thrift. He stepped to the side of the wrecked sedan, set his shoulder against it, planted his boots and shoved. For a second, nothing happened. Then the car answered with a metallic scream. Rust broke loose in orange flakes. The sedan shifted, dropped, and pinned the crawling dead tighter beneath the van. Their hands still clawed, but the gap closed to nearly nothing. Gigi stared at him. "You moved a car." "I nudged a car that wanted to be useful." "You moved a car." Momentum did most of the paperwork. Do not make physics sound like a subcontractor. Physics is the most reliable subcontractor I ever had. They moved on. Mile 2 brought heat shimmer so strong the bridge ahead looked liquid. The road rose and dipped, the line of concrete stretching into blue distance. Wreckage dotted the lanes in clusters. Some cars had been abandoned clean. Others had become nests for gulls, crabs, and things that did not need names. Gigi kept her eyes on the next patch of shade, except there was no shade. There were only shadows inside vehicles, too small and dangerous to use for rest. Barnaby began measuring time by landmarks, a bent mile marker, a motorcycle lying on its side, a rental car with faded vacation stickers peeling from the bumper. A suitcase burst open across the road, spilling sun-bleached shirts and one paperback swollen by rain long ago. He pointed to the paperback. "Beach reading." Gigi did not look. "Do not stop for a book. I was only admiring the commitment. You were considering it. For one dangerous second, yes. You are not collecting bridge souvenirs. I left an entire truck behind. I am processing loss. You can process while walking." He did, though his pace slowed twice, and both times Gigi let it happen without comment. She knew what the dually had meant to him. The truck had been absurd, loud, fuel-hungry, and impossible to justify by any sane post-apocalypse standard. It had also been shelter, weapon, home, dining room, argument chamber, and rolling proof that Barnaby could keep something alive through neglect, impact, weather, and bad luck. Gigi had hated that truck on principle. She missed it already. The horde cleared the first wreckage chain and spread behind them like spilled oil. Gigi watched over her shoulder, counting without meaning to count. Dozens had made it around the cars. More came behind them. The bridge forced the dead into lanes, but lanes were enough. The distance between living and dead had shrunk. "We need to increase speed," she said. Barnaby glanced at her face before he looked back. "We need to keep a speed we can sustain. I can sustain more than this." "You can sustain stubbornness. Different muscle group." "Barnaby, listen to me." He stopped joking. That alone scared her a little. "You are already favoring your right leg," he said. You have been doing it since the theme park. I am tired. You are hurt. I am functional. Those are not the same thing." Gigi's jaw tightened. Sweat stung her eyes. "I do not need you to manage me. I know. I am not another piece of equipment you can brace, patch, lift, or drag into working order. I know that too. Then stop looking at me like you are calculating load limits." Barnaby's hand tightened around the frying pan handle. He kept his gaze on the road. "I spent my whole life calculating load limits because ignoring them gets people crushed." The words landed harder than she expected. For a while the bridge gave them only footfalls, wind, and the horde. When Barnaby spoke again, his voice had lost its vacation gloss. "I saw men push past the safe point because they wanted to prove something. I saw owners cut corners because the schedule mattered more than the crew. I was one of those owners for too many years. I told myself I was providing work. I told myself I was building something. Then a beam came down, and for 3 seconds I understood exactly how little a perfect schedule matters." Gigi looked at him. He kept walking. "So when I look at you like I am calculating load limits, I am not trying to own your choices. I am trying not to repeat the worst day I ever had with the only person on this bridge I care about." The wind pushed her hair across her face. She pulled it back, but her hand shook. "You care about a lot of people," she said, because the direct answer was too exposed. "Most people make it complicated." "And I do not?" "You make it organized." A laugh escaped her before she could stop it. It cracked from thirst and came out rough, but it was real. Barnaby smiled softly. "There she is. Do not narrate my emotional availability. Would not dream of it? Also, I care about you too." He blinked. Gigi looked straight ahead. "Do not make that strange. I am making it tasteful. You are making a face. It is my tasteful face. It is your ridiculous face." Same workshop. The bridge rose toward a high span where the water below looked deeper, and the wind came harder. The climb punished them. Gigi's right leg tightened with each step. Her pack straps dug into her shoulders. Barnaby offered the canteen. She took one small mouthful and forced herself to pass it back. "More," he said. "No, keep moving." That was barely enough to wet a postage stamp. "You need it too." "I am carrying more mass. I have reserve systems. You are not a diesel generator. I contain similarities. You contain delusions. Hydrated delusions." She almost smiled, then saw movement ahead. A bus blocked the high span. It was an old tour bus, sun-faded turquoise, positioned at an angle across both lanes. The ocean wind had stripped paint from one side and packed salt into every seam. Its windows were dark. Luggage compartments hung open. A banner across the front, barely readable, promised paradise tours, sunset drinks, and dolphin sightings. Gigi slowed. Barnaby's head tilted. "That is either a roadblock or a gift shop with wheels. It is cover for anything inside. Also accurate." The horde behind them was closer now. The first ranks had reached the rise. Their movement had changed in the heat. Some staggered slower. Others seemed driven by the sight of prey on open road. They stretched both arms forward and climbed into the wind without feeling it. Gigi studied the bus. "We cannot go around on the outside rail, too exposed." "Through the bus?" "Only if we clear it fast." Barnaby flexed his shoulders. "Fast clearing is a respected tradition." They approached with weapons ready. The bus smelled like salt, plastic, old blood, and trapped heat. Barnaby went in first, through the front door, ducking under bent metal. The interior was dim after the glare outside. Seat backs rose like narrow walls. Something scraped near the rear. Gigi slipped in behind him, hatchets loose, eyes moving. 3 dead tourists turned from the aisle. They were almost fused to the vacation they had never finished. One wore a sun visor melted at the brim. Another had a camera strap tangled around its neck. The third dragged a beach tote that spilled shells and ancient snack wrappers across the floor. Their skin had dried tight against their faces. Their mouths opened with soft clicks. Gigi moved first. She stepped past Barnaby's left shoulder, chopped the visor dead across the temple, used the seat frame to pivot, and drove her second hatchet into the camera-strapped zombie before it could grab. Barnaby took the third with a single low swing of the Negotiator that knocked it sideways into 2 seat rows. It folded in a crash of metal and bone. "Clear front," Gigi said. "Clear middle." A thud came from the restroom at the back. Barnaby sighed. Every tour has one late passenger. The restroom door burst open. What came out had been huge before death and larger after swelling in the sealed heat. It filled the aisle shoulder to shoulder, wearing torn cruise shorts and a floral shirt that had lost the fight against pressure, decay, and time. It lunged with surprising speed. Gigi's hatchet sank into its shoulder and stuck in dense tissue. She yanked, but the angle trapped the head. Barnaby stepped between them. The dead thing slammed into him and drove him backward 3 seats. Seat bolts tore loose. Gigi pulled her hatchet free with a wet sound and darted to the side, striking at the knee. The creature buckled but did not fall. "Barnaby, move! I have him! You do not have him! He has you!" That is a shared project. The dead tourist snapped its teeth inches from Barnaby's face. Barnaby jammed the frying pan between its jaws. Teeth cracked against cast iron. He shoved upward, pinned the head back, and planted one boot on the wheel well. "Gigi, overhead bin!" She glanced up. The luggage rack above the aisle sagged with old bags. "What about it? Blue suitcase." "This is not the time to shop. Drop it," she understood. She hooked a hatchet into the rack and yanked. The rack gave way. The blue suitcase and 3 others crashed down onto the zombie's upper back. The weight drove it forward. Barnaby twisted, guided its momentum, and slammed it headfirst into the metal fare box near the door. The bus rang like a bell. The dead tourist stopped moving. Gigi breathed hard. "I hate buses," Barnaby retrieved the Negotiator from its broken mouth. This one lacked amenities. They exited through an emergency window on the far side because the rear door had jammed. Barnaby went first, dropped onto the road, then helped Gigi down. Her bad leg folded slightly when she landed. He caught her before she could hide it. "I am fine," she said quickly. "You are upright." That is the operating definition of fine. It is a low-bid definition. The horde reached the bus as they moved away. The first zombies pushed through the front door. More pressed behind. For a precious minute, the bus became a plug. Dead bodies clogged the aisle. The ones behind shoved without understanding. Windows cracked. Arms punched through glass. The bridge gave Gigi and Barnaby distance. They used it. They half-jogged down the far slope, and every step sent pain up Gigi's leg. She clenched her teeth and kept going. Barnaby did not comment, but he adjusted his pace to hers, which made her both grateful and furious. The resort lay somewhere ahead, beyond the island chain, beyond the bright knife of horizon. Her mother's voice came back to her, not as a ghost, not as a hallucination, but as a memory polished by exhaustion. Enjoy your life before life stops asking. Gigi had misunderstood that sentence for years. She had treated joy like a destination, like something one reached after finishing work, winning cases, making enough money, becoming secure enough to deserve rest. Even after her mother died, Gigi had turned the resort into another deadline. If she could reach the island, sit under the palms, drink something cold, and look at the ocean from a lounge chair, then she would have honored the promise. Now the ocean was on every side. The sun was trying to peel her apart. A cheerful giant in a ruined Hawaiian shirt was carrying a frying pan and watching her like she mattered more than the plan. Maybe the promise had not been about the resort. Maybe that thought scared her more than the horde. Her leg gave out on mile 5. It happened between 2 abandoned fishing trucks beside a spilled crate of sun-baked nets. Her right foot caught on a seam in the concrete. She corrected too late. Pain stabbed up through her hip. She pitched forward. Barnaby dropped the Negotiator and caught her under both arms. "I have you." The words were simple and dangerous. Gigi tried to push away. "Let me stand. You are standing because I am holding you. Then hold me less obviously. That is not how gravity works." The horde had broken through the bus. Their noise rolled down the bridge again. Gigi looked back and saw them pouring over the high span closer than before. The tour bus had bought time, not freedom. Barnaby glanced around, searching the bridge. His eyes moved over wrecked vehicles, railings, lane markers, fishing nets, luggage, a work truck with faded county decals, and a maintenance hatch set into the side barrier. "Sit in that truck shade for 30 seconds, he said. "We do not have 30 seconds. We have to make 30 seconds. You cannot negotiate with distance. Watch me be rude to it." He helped her behind the fishing truck where a sliver of shadow lay across the concrete. She sank down despite herself. Her hands shook so badly the hatchets rattled. Barnaby pressed the canteen into her grip. "Drink a little. There is almost none left." "Then make almost none count." She drank. Warm, metal-tasting water slid down her throat. It felt like theft. Barnaby grabbed the spilled fishing nets. Gigi blinked sweat from her eyes. "What are you doing?" "Temporary traffic solution." That phrase has never been comforting. He dragged the nets across the lane, looping them through the handles of 2 wrecked vehicles. Then he hooked the far end around the maintenance hatch wheel and pulled until the mesh lifted a few inches off the ground. It was not a wall, it was barely a trap. But the first dead to reach it would trip, and the ones behind would walk over them. Gigi forced herself up. "That will not hold." "Never said hold. You implied usefulness. It will make them rude to each other." The leading dead reached the net. The first 3 toppled, the next 6 crashed into them. Legs tangled, hands grabbed mesh. More bodies came behind, shoving the knot tighter. The whole front of the horde collapsed into a writhing snarl of limbs and fishing line. Barnaby picked up the Negotiator. See, it worked. Interpersonal conflict. Gigi stared despite the fear. That was clever. I will accept that with humility and a little smugness. Only a little. A professional quantity. They moved again, slower now. Barnaby put one arm around her waist after mile 6, and this time she did not fight him. The bridge narrowed into a long, cruel line. The island ahead looked closer, but not close enough. Sweat dried and returned. Their shadows shrank and stretched. The last water vanished from the canteen. Gigi's voice became quiet. I might not make the resort. Barnaby did not answer quickly. That frightened her more than false comfort would have. You are making the next 100 yards, he said at last. That is not the resort. No, but it is on the way. I built my life by seeing the end point. I built mine by setting the next beam. I do not know how to live like that. You have been doing it since Seattle. She wanted to deny it, but the memory rose in flashes. The crosswalk, the cab, the freezing volcanic dark, wall drug, the giant jackalope, the loader, the twine mass, St. Louis floodwater, the strange calm at Graceland, the swamp, the ruined park at Gatorland, the truck shining at the start of the bridge like a guard dog. She had survived by making one decision, then another. She had hated that truth because it gave her no grand authority, no guarantee, no tidy victory. It also meant she had been brave before she felt ready. The horde tore loose from the net behind them. Gigi heard it before she saw it. The sudden change from snarled delay to forward hunger. She looked back and saw the front ranks rising, dragging pieces of mesh, crab floats, and ropes behind them like grotesque parade streamers. Barnaby lowered his head. I need to carry you. No, keep moving. This is not pride time. I said no because you cannot fight while carrying me. I can fight some. You can fight badly. That seems unfair. It is accurate. He tightened his jaw. Gigi, please listen. She faced him fully, and for a moment the bridge, the sun, and the horde narrowed to the space between them. I need to walk into this place, she said, not because of pride, because my mother asked me to enjoy my life, and I turned that into a mission because missions were safer than wanting anything. If you carry me the whole rest of the way, I will still arrive, but some part of me will call it failure. I know that part is ridiculous. I know it is cruel. I know it sounds like the same old Gigi drafting terms in her head, but I need to take the steps I can take. Barnaby's eyes softened. Then I will carry the rest of the weight around those steps. That sentence does not make logistical sense. It makes carpenter sense. Explain that logic. You do not remove a damaged support if the whole frame still needs it. You shore it up. You give it help. It still stands. It still belongs to the structure. The words hit her so hard she had to look away. You are annoyingly good at this, she said. I had years of talking crews out of quitting at 5 in the morning. That is not the same. People are people when the day gets heavy. They walked. Barnaby took her pack. He strapped it over his own with a grunt, then held her close enough that half her weight could lean into him without making it look like surrender. She hated how much it helped. She loved how much he pretended not to notice. 100 yards later, the bridge changed texture. The smooth highway surface gave way to a work zone that had never been finished. Orange barrels lay on their sides, bleached almost white. Temporary steel plates covered a torn section of roadway, and beneath the gaps Gigi could see water flashing far below. The plates shifted under the wind with a low clank that climbed into her teeth. Barnaby stopped at the edge and tested the first plate with one boot. It dipped, then settled. This is not ideal, he said. You have used that phrase for collapsing buildings, armed extortion, and something you called suspicious pudding. I need a scale. On the suspicious pudding scale, this is very high. On the collapsing building scale, it is medium with ambition. That is not a scale. That is a poem written by an insurance denial. He looked at the plates, then at the horde far behind them, then at the wind-driven water below. We cross one at a time. Step where I step. Do not rush unless the plate makes a noise that sounds expensive. Every noise here sounds expensive. Then listen for the one that sounds final. He crossed first. His weight made the plates flex. Bolts squealed. The gap between two sheets opened wide enough to show a slice of ocean and the shadow of the bridge piling below. Barnaby moved with impossible care for a man his size, placing each boot near the support seams, reading the metal the way he had read broken roads and damaged trucks. Halfway across, he turned and extended his hand. Gigi followed. Her bad leg trembled before the second step. The metal shifted beneath her, and every instinct told her to freeze. Freezing would kill her. She fixed her eyes on Barnaby's face, not the water, not the gap, not the dead drawing nearer behind them. Tell me something stupid, she said. A contractor once tried to convince me a support post was optional because the room looked better without it. That is not stupid. That is criminal. He also wore white loafers to a muddy foundation pour. There it is. The plate under her left foot popped. Gigi lunged, caught Barnaby's hand, and he hauled her across the final seam as the loose edge slammed down behind her. The sound rang across the bridge. Behind them, the horde answered. Gigi bent over, breathing through the spike of panic. Barnaby kept hold of her hand until she straightened. "You could have said we were almost there," she said. "You would have known I was guessing. I hate that you respect my intelligence at inconvenient times." "I respect it all the time. The timing is Florida's fault." The island finally rose in full view. Palm trees leaned beyond the far end of the bridge. Roof lines showed through them, pale and curved, the architecture of luxury made strange by years without care. A sign arched over the road at the resort entrance, letters sun-faded but still legible. Maravilla Key Resort and Spa. Gigi stopped. Barnaby stopped with her. The horde groaned behind them. The road ahead sloped down toward the island, toward the sign, toward the promise that had pulled her across a ruined country. "There it is," Barnaby said. Gigi stared until the letters blurred. "There it is. You were right." "About what? It is reachable?" She laughed once, and it almost turned into something else. She covered her mouth, then dropped her hand because there was no use pretending composure had made the trip. The dead were too close. Barnaby looked at the final stretch and the resort gates beyond. Last walk of the walking tour. "I told you not to make walking tour jokes. You told me not to make jokes about walking tours. That is the same thing. I am under bridge stress." Gigi wiped sweat from her face with the back of her hand. "Barnaby, listen to me. I hear you. When we get through that gate, you may take one Polaroid?" His expression shifted like sunrise through smoke. "Only one photograph?" "One authorized photograph? With guests? Do not negotiate? Can I use flash? It is daylight." "So that is a maybe." The horde surged. They ran the final 100 yards in a broken, desperate rhythm. Gigi's legs screamed. Barnaby supported her and swung the Negotiator one-handed whenever the fastest dead reached them. A jaw shattered. A skull cracked. A grasping hand missed Gigi's hair by inches. She twisted and chopped down with both hatchets, clearing space not with elegance but with fury. The resort gate stood open ahead. They crossed beneath the sign together. The promise had a rotten smell. Chapter 36. The resort climax, Maravilla Key Resort, had been designed to make wealthy people forget the world existed. The front drive curved beneath palms and flowering shrubs that had grown wild, swallowing the edges of the road. White stucco buildings framed the entrance plaza. Glass doors stood open to a lobby where chandeliers hung in dusty crystals above marble floors, stained by storms and footprints. Beyond the lobby, through a long breezeway, Gigi could see the color that had lived in her head for 3 years. The beach. Blue water, pale sand, lounge chairs in neat rows, many overturned, some still under striped umbrellas. A pool shimmered to the right, green now with algae, but still shaped like a brochure promise. A tiki bar leaned beside it. Beyond everything, the ocean moved with obscene peace. For one aching second, Gigi forgot the horde behind them. Then something screamed from the beach. Not a human scream, not the ordinary dead hunger either. This sound was lower, harsher, burned dry by sun and salt until it scraped the air. Barnaby stepped in front of her. From between the lounge chairs, the resort's final residents rose. They had baked under Florida sun for years, trapped on luxury ground with nothing to hunt except the rare traveler and each other. Their skin was darkened and cracked, stretched tight over bodies that should have failed long ago. Salt crystals glittered on their shoulders. Seaweed hung from limbs. Some wore resort uniforms, name tags still pinned to torn shirts. Others wore guest robes, swimsuits, or scraps of expensive linen. They moved faster than the bridge dead, leaner and meaner, their hunger sharpened by isolation. One dragged a pool skimmer like a spear. Another had a broken umbrella pole driven through its own torso and did not seem bothered by it. A third crawled on all fours with the speed of something that had practiced under lounge chairs. Gigi stared. "The resort is occupied." Barnaby lifted the Negotiator. Popular destination. Behind them, the bridge horde reached the gate. Ahead, the beach dead began to run. For one clear moment, Gigi's old mind tried to assemble the correct response. Secure perimeter. Locate shelter. Conserve energy. Identify water. Use the lobby choke point. Barricade the doors. Draft an escape path. Prioritize survival over destination. All those sensible instructions rose in disciplined order. Then she saw the lounge chairs. 2 of them stood at the far side of the beach, angled toward the sunset as if waiting for her mother and all the life Gigi had postponed. Something inside her unclenched with terrifying force. She had crossed the country. She had argued with warlords, cultists, weather, hunger, traffic, undead construction problems, and a man who considered a frying pan a reasonable travel companion. She had dragged herself across the 7-mile bridge under the sun with death behind her, and her fear beside her. She had not done all of that to hide in a lobby and die within sight of the chairs. Gigi dropped her empty canteen. Barnaby glanced at her. "That face is new. I am done scheduling terror." "Sounds healthy. We are taking the beach." His grin came slow and broad. "There she is again. If you make this sentimental, I will deny it under oath. I would never interfere with an officer of the court during beach acquisition." The first beach dead hit them at the edge of the entrance plaza. Gigi moved before thought could slow her. She did not try to run a perfect hit and retreat pattern. She did not try to manage every angle alone. She trusted Barnaby to be where Barnaby was, impossible and steady. A resort porter zombie came from the left, arms wide. Gigi ducked beneath its reach, chopped the side of its knee, and did not stop to finish it. Barnaby's pan came down behind her with a flat, brutal clang that ended the matter. Another came from the right. Barnaby swung wide and drove it toward her instead of away. She read the motion, stepped into the offered space, and struck high. It dropped before it touched him. They had fought together before, but this was different. In Seattle, he had saved her. In the Cascades, their styles had collided. Across the plains, she had defended his blind side because necessity forced her there. In the swamp, they had survived through grit and irritation. Here, under the palms, they became a machine neither of them had designed. Barnaby broke masses open. Gigi cut through the gaps. He used bodies like swinging doors. She used his motion like a metronome. When he shoved 3 dead backward into a decorative fountain, she was already on the rim, hatchets flashing down as they slipped. When a sun-baked guest lunged at his back, she was there first, shoulder checking it into a luggage cart and splitting its skull against the brass rail. When a crawler shot from beneath a bell stand and grabbed at her ankle, Barnaby hooked her belt with one hand, lifted her clear, and stomped the thing flat without breaking his forward stride. "This is unacceptable," Gigi said, breathing hard. "What part? How well that worked? We are developing systems." "I hate systems I did not draft." "You can amend later." The bridge horde pressed into the resort gate behind them. The entrance plaza filled. The beach dead attacked from ahead. For a few seconds, Gigi felt the old panic rise, cold under the heat. Too many variables, too many enemies, too much space, not enough water, not enough strength. Barnaby glanced at the lobby doors. "Choke point?" he asked. It would have been smart. It would have been safe, or as safe as anything could be. They could fall back, break furniture, jam the doors, force the dead through one at a time. They might survive the hour. They might die later in a gilded lobby while the ocean remained visible through filthy glass. Gigi looked at the beach. "Pool deck?" she said. Barnaby's eyes brightened. "Scenic route. Fast route. Same brochure." They drove forward. The pool deck had become a battlefield of broken tile, toppled umbrellas, fallen palm fronds, and furniture left exactly where panic had dropped it. Algae filmed the pool. Inflatable toys, bleached by sun, drifted like drowned balloons. The tiki bar leaned at a dangerous angle, its thatched roof hanging in tatters. Gigi saw possibilities instead of obstacles. "Left side," she snapped. "Use the chairs." Barnaby slammed a dead concierge into a stack of loungers. The stack tipped, sliding across wet tile and taking out 2 more. Gigi vaulted the end of a chair row, landed badly, swallowed the pain in her leg, and chopped down on a crawling thing before it could get beneath Barnaby's knees. A mutated sun-baked zombie came over the bar. It moved like the others, but with more strength, its body corded and dry, jaw stretched wide. A bartender's name tag still clung to its torn vest. It carried a rusted blender base in one hand, as if some memory of service had become a weapon. Barnaby blocked the blender base with the Negotiator. Metal shrieked on cast iron. Gigi struck from the side. Her hatchet bit and skidded. The creature turned with alarming speed and slammed her into the bar. Pain exploded along her ribs. Barnaby's face changed. All the easy cheer dropped away. What remained was the construction worker who understood failing structures, falling beams, and what happened when a thing crossed the line from problem to danger. He hit the bartender's zombie so hard the blender base flew into the pool. The creature staggered. Barnaby advanced. It came back at him, hands clawing. He caught one wrist, pivoted, and used the bar's edge like a workbench, folding the arm across it with savage leverage. Bone cracked. Gigi recovered enough to swing low. The zombie dropped to one knee. Barnaby brought the Negotiator down in a 2-handed arc. The sound was final. Gigi pushed off the bar, breath shaking. Barnaby looked at her side. "Talk to me. I am still angry." "Good sign. I may be angrier than before." "Excellent circulation." She tried to glare, but it trembled into something close to a smile. A roar came from the beach. The largest of the resort dead stepped out from beneath a canvas cabana. It had once been someone broad, rich, and powerful enough to own space just by entering it. Now the sun had turned it into a leathery giant. Gold chains clung to its neck. A torn resort robe hung from one shoulder. Its skin was fissured with salt cracks. A pair of sunglasses had fused crooked across its face, one lens missing, giving it a grotesque look of permanent vacation rage. Behind it, the beach dead scattered like animals, giving room to something worse. Barnaby rolled his shoulders. "That fellow looks like he left a bad review." Gigi tightened her grip on both hatchets. "That is the elite one. Elite undead, that is fancy. It is between us and the lounge chairs." "Then it is in violation of your itinerary." "My itinerary is dead." Barnaby glanced at her. She breathed in the hot salt air and realized she meant it. The schedule, the rules, the crisp little map of acceptable outcomes, the resort as proof that she had fulfilled a dying request in the correct manner. All of it had burned off somewhere on the bridge. The chairs still mattered. The sunset mattered. Her mother mattered. But the plan no longer owned the meaning. Gigi raised her hatchets. "New rule," she said. "We reach the chairs together." Barnaby's smile was smaller than usual and deeper. "Together works." The elite dead charged. It hit like a thrown refrigerator. Barnaby met it with the frying pan braced in both hands. The impact drove him backward across the tile. His boots skidded. Gigi moved to flank, but two beach dead cut in. She struck one across the head, kicked the other into a lounger, and spun back in time to see the elite slam Barnaby into a cabana post. The post cracked. Barnaby grunted, but stayed on his feet. "That all you got?" he asked. Gigi shouted. "Do not challenge the corpse." The corpse answered by driving a fist into his stomach. Barnaby folded a half-inch, then headbutted it. Gigi would have objected to that as a tactic under normal circumstances. Under current circumstances, she admired the sincerity. She darted in and struck behind the knee. The hatchet sank deeper this time, biting through dried tissue. The elite twisted and backhanded her. She ducked, but the blow clipped her shoulder and sent her into the sand at the edge of the deck. The world flashed white. Barnaby roared. He did not sound cheerful. He sounded ancient and blue-collar, and done being polite. He grabbed the cracked cabana post and ripped it free. The thatched roof sagged. With one heave, he swung the post into the elite's side. The dead giant staggered toward the pool. Gigi pushed herself up on one hand. Her shoulder burned. Her leg throbbed. Her mouth tasted like copper and salt. The elite regained balance and lunged at Barnaby again. She saw the pool. She saw the loose tile. She saw the slick algae coating the edge. She saw the broken umbrella base lying near her foot. For the first time since she had met him, she did not calculate a clean answer. She trusted a messy one. Barnaby left. He moved without question. Gigi hooked the umbrella base with one hatchet and dragged it into the elite's path. Barnaby shoved from the opposite side with the cabana post. The dead giant stepped on the round base. Its foot slid. Its weight shifted. Gigi threw herself low, chopping the back of its other ankle. Barnaby hammered the cabana post across its chest. The elite went into the pool. Green water exploded upward. For one blessed second it vanished beneath the algae. Then it rose. The thing surged from the pool with one hand gripping the edge. Its sunglasses were gone. Its face was worse without them. Barnaby raised the Negotiator, but the deck behind him filled with bridge dead. They had reached the pool area. Gigi saw the tiki bar. The roof was sagging. The supports were rotten. Bottles still lined the back shelf, many empty, some full of whatever had survived heat and years. A decorative marlin hung above the bar, its nose angled like a spear. The whole structure leaned toward the pool, waiting for an excuse. "Bar collapse," she said. Barnaby did not even look. "Load point, right front support? On 3, do it now." He laughed because of course he did. They moved together. Gigi sprinted at the right front support, ignoring every complaint her body filed. She chopped once, twice, 3 times. The support split. Barnaby slammed the cabana post into the left side of the bar, with every ounce of demolition site joy left in him. The tiki bar shuddered. The elite dead pulled itself higher from the pool, reaching for Gigi's leg. She chopped the support again. The roof came down, thatch, beams, bottles, shelves, and the decorative marlin crashed into the pool edge. The marlin spear drove through the elite's upper chest and pinned it against the tile. Bottles shattered across its head. The bar's heavy beam dropped last, crushing down with a wet crack that sent green water and black gore across the deck. The elite stopped moving. Barnaby stood amid the wreckage, breathing hard. Gigi stood across from him, hatchets down, hair wild, face streaked with sweat and blood that was mostly not hers. He pointed at the ruins of the bar. That was a very good amendment. It was improvised. I like you improvised. I am not prepared to discuss that. I will file it for later. The bridge horde gave them no time. Dozens pushed onto the pool deck now. More poured through the lobby and around the plaza. The resort dead that remained joined them, all hunger now, all noise. Gigi looked at the beach. The lounge chairs waited beyond a final stretch of sand. The ocean wind carried something else. A sharp smell threaded through the smoke and salt. Gigi knew it before Barnaby said anything. It was fuel. Barnaby smelled it too. His head turned toward the maintenance shed near the pool pumps. A metal door hung open. Inside were tanks, hoses, chemical drums, and a small generator that had not run in years. Gigi followed his gaze. There is no truck. I know. What are you thinking? I am thinking resort maintenance made poor storage choices. That usually means explosion. Not always. She stared at him. Sometimes it means dramatic fire. Barnaby, listen to me. We need to divide them from us. Gigi saw it then. The pool deck narrowed between the maintenance shed and the bar wreckage. If they spilled fuel across the tile and lit it, they could create a wall. Not forever, maybe not even for long, but enough to reach the sand, enough to reach the chairs. Do you have a lighter? She asked. Barnaby gave her an offended look. I was a construction owner who took a road trip through the apocalypse in a diesel dually. Of course I have a lighter. Why did I ask? Stress affects memory. They ran for the shed. Gigi held the doorway while Barnaby hauled a red fuel can from the floor. Two dead in resort polos came through the hedges. She met them with no elegance left, only precise fury. One hatchet broke a jaw, the other split a skull. She kicked the first backward into the second and hacked until both dropped. Barnaby sloshed fuel across the tile in a long shining ribbon, backing toward the sand. The dead came through it, uncaring. Their feet splashed, their hands reached. Now would be good, Gigi said. Barnaby flicked the lighter. Nothing happened. Gigi's eyes widened. You brought a defective lighter? It has had a difficult trip. He flicked again. A tiny flame appeared, died, then returned. Barnaby grinned. Union break ended. He tossed it. The fuel caught with a soft hump that became a wall of orange. Heat punched across the deck. The front ranks of dead walked into it, became torches, and stumbled into the ones behind them. The line of fire spread between pool and shed, cutting the resort in half. Gigi coughed and turned away from the smoke. Barnaby grabbed her hand. They ran onto the beach. Sand stole their speed. Every step sank. The sun had heated the top layer until it burned through their boots. Gigi stumbled once. Barnaby held on. Behind them, burning dead slammed into the fire line. Some fell, some crossed trailing flame. The wall would not last. The lounge chairs waited 20 yards ahead. Only 10 yards remained. Only 5 yards remained. A final beach dead rose from behind an umbrella stand and lunged at Gigi. She had no strength left for a proper swing. Barnaby did not have room for a full arc. They moved anyway. Gigi drove one hatchet into the dead thing's chest and used the handle to hold it off. Barnaby brought the Negotiator up from below. Not a swing now, but a short, brutal lift powered by legs, back, and every mile he had refused to quit. The frying pan took the zombie under the chin and folded its head back with a crack. It dropped in the sand between the chairs. For a second, neither of them moved. The ocean rolled in and out. The fire roared behind them. Gigi looked at the chairs. Barnaby looked at Gigi. She tried to speak. Nothing came out right away. When words finally arrived, they were rough and quiet. We made it, Barnaby nodded. We made it. Do not say best trip. I was not going to. You were considering it. I was considering a respectful variation. Do not. He put the Negotiator down in the sand. For the first time since Seattle, he set the frying pan beyond immediate reach. That scared her until she realized what it meant. The fire line cracked. A few dead staggered through, burning and slow. Gigi turned hatchets ready, but Barnaby put a hand on her shoulder. Do we finish together? He asked. She looked at him, then at the remaining dead, then at the chairs. Her body shook. Her hands hurt. Her throat burned. She had nothing left and somehow enough. Together, she said. They cleared the last stragglers on the sand, not like heroes in a story, but like exhausted workers finishing a brutal day because the job still needed doing. Barnaby took one side. Gigi took the other. The final burning dead collapsed at the edge of the surf, hissed and went still. The resort fell quiet except for fire, ocean, and their breathing. Gigi stood ankle-deep in foam and looked back at the path they had carved. Bridge, gate, plaza, pool, fire, sand, all of it impossible, all of it behind them. Chapter 37. The final sunset. The chairs were ridiculous. After everything, that was Gigi's first fully formed thought. Not profound relief, not grief for the truck, not gratitude for survival, not the clean, soaring triumph she had imagined on sleepless nights, when she had pictured herself walking into the resort and proving that the world had not taken every promise from her. The chairs were ridiculous. They were white resort loungers with cracked vinyl straps, arranged beneath a faded umbrella with the hotel logo peeling from the fabric. One sat slightly crooked because the sand beneath it had shifted. The other had a dark smear across the side that Gigi chose not to identify. A small round table stood between them, still upright by some miracle of storm and time. On it sat a plastic drink menu, bleached almost blank. Gigi stared at the arrangement and began to laugh. It was not graceful. It came out broken and breathless, too close to crying to be dignified and too relieved to be anything else. She laughed until her side hurt. She laughed until Barnaby, standing beside her with his hands on his knees, began laughing too. The sound rose over the quiet beach, over the crackle of the fire dying near the pool deck, over the final pops of breaking glass, over the hush of waves climbing the sand. Gigi wiped her face. I crossed the continent for 2 ruined chairs. Barnaby looked at them with solemn appreciation. They have lumbar potential. That one is crooked. That gives it character. That one has a stain. That gives it history. The table is plastic, low maintenance. The umbrella may collapse on us. Built-in excitement. She laughed again, softer this time, then pressed her hands over her eyes. When she lowered them, tears had cut clean lines through the grime on her cheeks. Barnaby's smile faded into something gentler. Gigi shook her head before he could speak. I am allowed. I know. I am not falling apart. I know that too. I might be falling apart a little. A little is permitted under resort policy. There is no resort policy. Then we can draft one. She looked at him, and the tenderness in her chest was almost more frightening than the bridge had been. Barnaby was filthy, sunburnt, bleeding from a dozen scrapes, and still somehow the most solid thing in the world. His smile no longer looked untouched by grief. It looked like something he had built over grief, board by board with stubborn hands. The fire line burned lower. Black smoke drifted inland. Beyond it, the resort plaza held its dead in silence. Some had fallen against the pool. Some lay scattered between palms and broken luggage carts. The elite corpse remained pinned beneath the collapsed tiki bar, already losing shape in the heat. None of it felt victorious in a clean way. It felt paid for. Gigi walked to the crooked chair and set it straight. Barnaby watched with interest. You are making seating arrangements after a battle. I am restoring order. Order is making a comeback. Temporary order. Still counts. She adjusted the second chair too, then wiped the small table with the least destroyed corner of a towel she found half buried in the sand. The towel had the resort logo on it. The logo showed a palm tree, a sunset, and a smiling sun wearing sunglasses. Gigi held it up. This place deserved what happened to it. Harsh but fair. Barnaby rummaged behind the tiki bar after checking that nothing there still moved. He returned with 2 plastic cups, a dusty bottle of rum that had survived behind a locked cabinet, and a sealed jug of water from the maintenance shed. The jug label was faded, but the seal was intact. Gigi stared at it like he had discovered treasure, because he had. Where did you find that? Maintenance guys always hide the practical stuff from the fancy people. Give me the water. No argument here. He cracked the seal and poured. They drank slowly because both of them knew better than to gulp after so long without enough. The water was warm and tasted faintly of plastic. It was the best thing Gigi had ever tasted. Barnaby poured a careful splash of rum into each cup after they drank water first. He handed one to her with the formality of a waiter in a ruined paradise. To making the next 100 yards, he said. Gigi held the cup. The phrase carried the bridge inside it, but also Seattle, Idaho frost, wall drug, the plains, the loader, the twine, the flood, the bridge toll, Graceland, the swamp, Gatorland, and every mile between. To not waiting until life is convenient, she said. Barnaby lifted his cup. That is a good one? They drank. The rum burned. Gigi coughed. Barnaby winced. That bottle may have aged with hostility. It tastes like a lawsuit. Strong opening statement. Terrible finish. At the edge of the sand, a small rental hut leaned toward the dunes. Once it had offered paddleboards, snorkels, towels, and cheerful laminated waivers that promised adventure while quietly transferring all blame to the guest. Now its shutters hung broken, and its counter was furred with salt. A rack of life jackets stood in a neat row, every bright color faded to tired pastels. Gigi limped to the hut because the shape of order pulled at her even here. Inside, she found a first aid kit bolted to the wall. The latch had rusted, but Barnaby pried it open with the corner of the Negotiator. Most of the supplies had spoiled or dried into uselessness. A roll of gauze still sat sealed in plastic. A packet of antiseptic wipes had survived. There were adhesive strips, a cracked pair of scissors, and a tiny booklet explaining how to respond calmly to common vacation emergencies. Gigi held the booklet up. Heat exhaustion, jellyfish stings, minor cuts, and panic during recreational watercraft activities. Barnaby peered at it. Does it mention elite undead management? It recommends contacting resort staff. We did. They were unhelpful. She laughed, then winced when her ribs objected. Barnaby guided her onto an overturned cooler outside the hut and knelt in the sand with the first aid kit between them. I can do it, she said. I know. Let me help anyway. The answer came without performance. It did not turn help into victory or pity. It simply placed the offer between them and waited. Gigi looked at his hands. They were huge, scarred, and surprisingly careful as he opened the gauze. She thought of contracts she had reviewed line by line, afraid that one missed clause could ruin a client. She thought of all the times she had mistaken control for care. Then she gave him her scraped forearm. You get one medical task, she said. I will perform it with reckless professionalism. That phrase should be illegal. Many useful phrases are. He cleaned the scrape with the care of a man sanding a surface he intended to last. The wipe stung. Gigi inhaled sharply, but did not pull away. Barnaby wrapped the gauze neatly, not too tight, not too loose. When he finished, he taped the end and looked absurdly proud. Acceptable, she said. High praise. Do not get used to it. I am framing it internally. She took the gauze from him and treated a cut along his forearm in return. He held still, but his eyes kept moving across her face as if he was memorizing that too. She wanted to tease him for it. Instead, she taped the wrap and left her fingers on his wrist a second longer than required. Acceptable, he said quietly. Do not steal my review language. Too late. It has range. The small exchange did not make the resort safe. It did not erase the bodies, the smoke, or the certainty that morning would bring new work. It only proved that rest could begin in pieces. A drink, a chair, a bandage, a hand not pulled away. They sat. For several minutes, sitting was an activity grand enough to require their full attention. Gigi leaned back in the chair and felt her body discover pain in organized departments. Her leg throbbed. Her shoulder ached. Her ribs complained. Her hands pulsed around the hatchet grips until she realized she was still holding them. She set them on the sand beside the chair. Barnaby looked at the Negotiator lying near his feet. Feels strange. Putting the tools down. They are not gone. No, but down is different. Gigi understood. Down meant trust. Down meant the next second did not own them. Down meant they were choosing rest, not because safety had been guaranteed, but because life without rest had already cost them too much. She reached into Barnaby's pack, pulled out the stack of Polaroids wrapped in a plastic bag, and set them on the table. Barnaby's eyebrows rose. You found my archive? I organized your archive. I had suspicions. You took terrible care of it. I maintained a loose field system. You shoved priceless evidence of our trip into the glove box beside old jerky wrappers. Loose field system. Disgraceful field system. She spread the photographs carefully across the table and sand, holding each edge so the wind would not steal them. The first frost picture from the volcanic monument. Barnaby grinning beside the jackalope while Gigi glared in the background. The loader path through the plains, the awful twine mass, the arch in floodwater, a blurry Graceland figure in barbed wire, a smear of swamp action and green teeth, the dually at the start of the bridge proud and doomed. Barnaby looked at that one longest. Gigi noticed, then said nothing for a while. She got us here, she said finally. Barnaby nodded. She did. I called it impractical. It was. I called it excessive. Also true. I called it a fuel-dependent monument to masculine overcompensation. That one stung because of the vocabulary. It was also home. His mouth moved, but he did not answer immediately. The ocean filled the silence for him. After a moment, he said, I did not know how to stop working. After the accident, people told me to rest, and I had no idea what that meant. Rest felt like failure. Travel felt like work if I planned it hard enough. Then the dead came, and somehow the whole world turned into a job site. Roads blocked, buildings failing, people needing help or hurting other people or both. I could keep moving because moving still made sense. Gigi held her cup between both hands. And the vacation? He looked toward the sunset. The vacation was the story I told myself so I did not have to admit I was lonely. Gigi felt that settle beside her own truth. I made the resort into a case, she said. I gathered facts. I built a route. I made schedules that the world immediately insulted. I told myself I was honoring my mother, But maybe I was trying to turn grief into something I could win. Barnaby looked at her, quiet now. Gigi studied the Polaroids. She was a nurse, practical, tired, stubborn. She worked nights and still came to every awful school debate tournament I dragged her to. When she got sick, I tried to manage that too. Doctors, treatments, forms, calendars. I thought if I was prepared enough, I could keep the worst thing from happening. Then it happened anyway. Barnaby did not offer a joke. He did not offer a fix. He sat beside her, shoulder nearly touching hers, and let the words have space. She told me to enjoy my life, because she saw that I did not know how, Gigi continued. I thought enjoying my life meant earning a perfect ending. Beach, resort, drink, sunset, and proof. She looked around at the ruined chairs, the burned pool deck, the smoke, the dead, the ocean. I do not think she meant proof. What do you think she meant? Gigi watched a wave roll thin across the sand. I think she meant people and time, and letting a ridiculous man take photographs of terrible landmarks because he is trying to turn fear into memory. Letting myself be helped without calling it weakness. Laughing when nothing is funny because the alternative is letting the dead have every room inside me. Barnaby's eyes shone in the sunset. That sounds like a good policy, he said. I am not drafting it formally. That is a shame. It has range. She turned in the chair enough to face him. What happens now? Barnaby looked genuinely puzzled. After sunset? After the resort, after the chairs, after the destination stops being ahead of us. He considered the question with more seriousness than she expected. We check the rooms, he said. Find shade. Secure water. See if the kitchen has anything that does not require a medical waiver. Sleep in shifts if needed. Tomorrow we patch what needs patching and figure out whether there is a boat. A boat. There are islands. You want to keep going? He looked at her. I want to wake up tomorrow. That is not what I asked. It is where the answer starts. Gigi looked at the water. The old fear stirred. A destination replaced by uncertainty. A plan replaced by weather, damage, food, fuel, boats, tides, and whatever else waited. She expected the fear to take over. It did not. It was there, but it no longer sat in the driver's seat. I might want to keep going too, she said. Barnaby's grin appeared, cautious and bright. Scenic route? Do not push your luck? I understand clearly. But there may be other places. That is possible. And if there are other people alive, they may need help. That seems likely. And there may be roads, boats, weather shortages, and deeply irritating obstacles. Almost guaranteed. Gigi took a breath. Then we should not make any decisions tonight. That is the best decision I have heard all day. They sat until the sun lowered toward the water. The sky turned gold, then orange, then a bruised violet at the edges. The ocean took the colors and broke them into moving pieces. Smoke from the pool deck thinned. The dead on the sand did not move. The fire became a glow and then a bed of embers. Barnaby reached for the Polaroid camera. Gigi held up one finger, one authorized photograph. Yes, ma'am. Do not ma'am me. Yes, counselor. Also unacceptable. Yes, Gigi? She paused at the sound of her name without armor around it. That one is acceptable, she said. He stood with visible effort, adjusted the camera, and looked at the sunset. Then he looked at the chairs, the cups, the Polaroids, and Gigi. What is wrong? She asked. The picture is missing something. If you ask me to pose heroically, I will throw sand at you. Not heroic. What then? Just present. The word was gentle enough to undo her. Gigi stood slowly, her leg protested. Barnaby did not rush to help, but he stayed close enough to catch her if she needed him. She appreciated both parts. He turned the camera around and held it at arm's length. Gigi stared. You are taking one of those self-portraits. I am attempting advanced tourism. Your arm may not be long enough to capture anything but your nose. My arm has excellent reach. This is not a structural advantage. Trust the process. That phrase has never improved a process. He leaned closer. She could smell smoke, salt, sweat, rum, and sunscreen that he'd given up days ago. Gigi leaned too because the frame required it, because the sunset was behind them, because she was tired of pretending every necessary closeness had to be justified by survival. Barnaby held the camera out. At the last second, Gigi reached up and put one hand on his chest, steadying herself and the moment. The camera clicked. The photo slid out with its little mechanical sigh. Barnaby held it carefully, shielding it from the wind. The square slowly developed in his hand. First pale shapes, then orange sky, then two battered figures shoulder to shoulder, filthy and sunburnt and alive, with ruined paradise behind them and the ocean shining like it had kept a secret. Gigi took the photo from him. Her face in the picture surprised her. She looked exhausted, bruised and wild, but not trapped. Barnaby looked exactly like himself, and somehow more honest than usual, smiling without hiding behind the smile. She set the photograph on the table between the cups. "One authorized photograph," she said. "Best authorized photograph I ever took. You were almost restrained. I am maturing. You are not. No, but I enjoyed pretending." Before the light faded completely, Gigi gathered the Polaroids into a careful stack. She used the empty drink menu as a stiff backing and slid the photos inside the plastic sleeve that had protected them through rain, mud, and Gatorland filth. Barnaby watched with the solemn attention of a man seeing his scattered joke become a family record. "You are making an album," he said. "I am preventing evidence destruction." "That sounds less tender." "It is legally tender. I do not think that phrase means what you want it to mean. I am tired enough to create new doctrine." He leaned back, smiling. "Then I support the court." She placed the bridge photo on top before sealing the sleeve. The dually shone there, stubborn and empty, holding back the dead for the people who had finally learned to leave it. Gigi touched the edge of the image with one finger. "We should go back someday," she said. Barnaby did not answer with a joke. He looked toward the bridge, now only a dark line against the burning sky. "Maybe we will. Not to recover it, I know, just to say thank you properly." She would like that. Gigi let the truck have the pronoun this time. Some things earn their names through service, not logic. She sealed the sleeve and set it beneath her cup so the wind could not take it. The small act felt absurdly official, as if she had filed the day into the record and stamped it alive. They sat again as the sun touched the water. Gigi reached across the small space between their chairs and took his hand. Barnaby went very still. She looked at him. "Do not make a speech. I am not making one. Do not make a joke either." "That leaves breathing. Breathing is allowed." He squeezed her hand gently. For a while, breathing was enough. The sun slipped lower. The first stars appeared above the smoke haze. Somewhere inland, something creaked in the resort buildings. Tomorrow would require work, doors to secure, supplies to sort, water to find, a boat to inspect, maybe a radio, maybe a map, maybe more dead, more danger, more impossible miles. Tonight there were chairs. Tonight there was water in a sealed jug and hostile rum in plastic cups. There were photographs spread like proof that horror had not erased wonder. There was a frying pan in the sand, 2 hatchets beside a lounge chair, and a woman who had made it to the place her mother had named without understanding until now that arrival was only part of the gift. Gigi rested her head back and watched the last bright edge of sun sink into the sea. Barnaby lifted his cup with his free hand. "To the scenic route," he said quietly. Gigi watched the final light turn the water gold. "To the next 100 yards," she answered. The sun disappeared. They did not move. For the first time in years, neither of them needed to.